It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
And none of us got traded over the weekend. I think. I don't know. My agent hasn't called yet. Am I in Dallas? Where am I? LA? Where's Luca? Where's Anthony Davis? What are the Warriors doing? There's a phrase what the Warriors are doing. They're holding something in their hands. Yeah, we can't talk about it, though. Oh, my God. What a weekend. I want to thank the Mavericks and Lakers because they took what is honestly, literally, like mathematically speaking, arguably the slowest sports weekend of the year, the weekend between the NFC Championship and the Super Bowl, and they gave us content. So thank you, Lakers. Thank you, Mavs. Marcus, they rescued the lost weekend, and man, oh man, we got some time to talk about it. Good morning, brother.
Yeah, Murph, what's up, my man? I'm waking up still in San Francisco, I believe. I don't think we got traded to Dallas. I can tell you we're definitely not in New Orleans for the Super Bowl. That's not happening this year. So yeah, I'm glad that we're still here in San Francisco. The only problem is nobody else is, because the Warriors are standing here not making any trades as we're seeing superstars be flowing across the country, moving left and right just a few days before the trade deadline.
Well, if you missed it, Zach LaVine, who was a target of the Warriors for many, many weeks, people were saying, hey, what about Zach LaVine? What about Zach LaVine?
Nope.
He's a Sacramento King.
Light the beam.
I don't know if you guys missed it, but last night, De'Aaron Fox got his wish, got traded to San Antonio. It's funny how, you can kind of get into the riff of, how the Kings and the Spurs, where does this trade? That's a big old honking trade, and it's, just freaking third banana. I mean, they're just, desperately clawing for attention. What about us? We just traded Fox to Wemby. Yeah, never mind. Luca and AD. But the Bulls send Zach LaVine in a three-way trade to Sacramento. So check him off your Warrior list. Jimmy Butler, it appears late last night, informed agents, the league, GMs, etc., he would not sign an extension in Golden State, which we need to get into in a second. So cross him off your list.
Cross him off.
Didn't Dave have that soundbite in your show? Cross him off.
He does.
Then.
He has the Trey Me right effing now drop, and also on the hotkeys, cross him off the list. I'll show you during the break,
Which
Tony.
leaves only Vucevic as one of those guys, the stretch five from Chicago, as a possibility. Here's the other thing. Warriors missed out on Luca. Warriors missed out on Luca. We didn't have him on our trade wish list. We had Zach LaVine, Jimmy Butler, Sasa Vucevic, Nikola Vucevic. We did not have Luca Doncic.
No Luca, no De'Aaron Fox, no Karl Anthony Towns over the summer, no Lauri Markkanen.
No.
I mean, who's running the Warriors right now? Mike Dunleavy or Farhan Zaidi?
Or Nico Harrison. Who's out here giving away generational talent?
I'm actually glad it's not Nico Harrison.
Actually, it's so funny. First of all, we all had our moment when we got the news. I was at home watching. I had a busy weekend down in shout out LA. Was down there Friday, Saturday. Flew back Saturday night. Hope you guys had a good show Friday.
Yeah, had a great show on
Friday. I was not able
Friday.
to catch any of it. I was entirely in transit.
It's hilarious. During this opening monologue, it just hit me that this is my first time seeing Murph since Thursday. So much happened this weekend. I forgot that you didn't even do the show on Friday.
Yeah, that's the kind of impact I make on your life.
But definitely there was an impact. Shout out to a lot of people missing you on the text line on Friday. Me and Carrie got some good riffs off on a 2010s Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Had a lot of musical rejoins. And we also got called ageist of making fun of some of your music selections.
Look at you guys.
So the Murph Riders are out there strong.
Look at you guys.
Which was hilarious to be called ageist.
I'm going to, I'm compiling all this stuff for my age discrimination lawsuit I am going to file. Because I'm looking around, bro. I'm looking around. And there's it is unbelievable.
Yeah, but put it on the file, Murph. And I had to explain to the audience, it's a morning show tradition. Whenever somebody takes a day off, you have to trash them. Just like we made fun of John Joe Curley the other week for being sick. Just like when I was sick and I was off for a week and you tried to Wally Pitt me with Triple E. It's just part of the morning show routine. If a guy takes a day off, we bust his balls a little bit.
Well, I'm confusing. Were you ageist? Was ageist on the 2010 stuff I sent in, or just things in general?
I think it was probably D, all the above.
Oh, really?
We had a few ricochet shot out there.
Oh, really? Guys, if you guys would, now you've poked the freaking bear. And I almost dropped the real F-bomb. Because let me tell you what. I've forgotten more about the frickin' American songbook than you absolute children have ever even thought about. You guys are coming at me for my musical knowledge and taste?
No.
My vast, comprehensive, encyclopedic freaking knowledge of American music? You guys are absolute morons. You're freaking kindergartners. You guys know jackass about music. All right? So I will stand firm, strong, and take on all y'all. Crowley, the freckle-faced kindergartner. Tony Ferris doesn't know his ass from his elbow. All you know is freaking hyphy. That's it.
I know a lot about it.
You got that, and then you yell, mustard! That's all you got. That's all you got. I will freaking take on anybody, on any genre, any era, anytime. I got that on lockdown, all right, bro? So step off, boys. Step off.
And that's why Murph is in charge of the Decade Fridays.
Step the blank off. You guys are freaking crapping in diapers, all right, buddy?
Well, that was the whole riff. We were talking about how Murph is sending in lists for 2010 when we were all live in 2010.
Yeah, so was I. So was I.
That was the riff.
Hey, come at me for my fashion. Come at me for being a nerd for whatever reason, but don't come at me for my musical knowledge.
No, of course. Nobody was riffing you. We just thought it was funny how
do not do that.
You thought it was so important to send in a list on the day off for a decade that me and Carrie Crowley were both in high school / college. It was all riffs, man. It was all riffs. It was funny.
Yeah. I got you. And like you know, if you guys poke the bear, this is what you get. This is the content you get. Mm-hmm. This is the content you get. All right, buddy? So, you know, if you come out, whatever. Anyway, it was fun. It was fun to say things I've been wanting to say for a long time, all right, guys? Because I do sit here and bite my lip because you guys poke and laugh at the old guy, Now then, the old guy's got to stand up and do his Clint Eastwood thing and, you know, Gran Torino and scream at you guys.
And like I said, you have Murph riders on the text line on Friday who are standing up for you and your musical knowledge,
Well, I mean,
Murph.
I did live in the 2010s, you know what I mean? And I do have children in the 2010s, too. So,
yes, Murph.
were we supposed to be talking about Luca?
Yeah, we were, but then we started yelling out, mustard! Shout out to my guy, Kendrick Lamar. He won 5 Grammys last night. I know we talked about that before the show started, too.
When he was up there, I was like, who is this guy? I don't know who he is. That's what I was saying. Anyways,
what about Luca? What about the Warriors?
Hey guys, truthfully, that was fun. I've been wanting to say that S for a long time. All right, guys, you guys and your freaking you absolute infants. All right.
I mean, that's how you start a show at 6 a.m. on a Monday morning. Get it off your chest, Murph.
I just needed to say it because I've been walking around as the only old guy for a long time here, and it's been lonely, boys. It's been lonely. All right, boys. All right. And hey, guess what? Next time I won't send it. I thought you asked for the freaking suggestions.
No, we were just riffing. We were making jokes. We love your contributions, Murph. It's all right. All right.
All right.
It wasn't that serious.
Back to Luca.
It's not that deep, as the kids would say.
There you go. Mm-hmm. That one I understand.
Not as deep as treading away Luca, a 25-year-old generational talent.
It's not that deep. That's a good one. Okay, so I was sitting there Saturday night, and honestly, my first take was a weird one, which is typical, because my first take was not even about Luca. My first take was I've been obsessed with how Anthony Davis kills the Warriors, just crushes the Warriors. Like, they have no way to stop Anthony Davis. So my first take was, I'm so glad that guy's not a Laker anymore. That was honestly my first take. I said, I'll deal with the rest later. And then as the dust settled in my brain, I was like, wait a minute, Luca Donic just got traded to the Lakers at age 25? Wait, he's going to be there for the next 10 to 15 years as a Laker? Like we got to deal with this guy in L.A. now because LeBron's leaving in a year or two, and they were going to be lost. They would have had nothing, right? And now they got Luca, who, you know, and now you get into the whole concept of Luca and his body and the conditioning, all the stuff we can talk about. But guess what? You know what? It's pretty easy. Just give him half a portion and tell him to go score 40. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not that hard to get that guy in shape. But the point is that, honestly, my first reaction was that AD kills the Warriors. Now, he's still in the West. He's a Dallas Maverick. But I just hate the Lakers so much. I was glad he's no longer a Laker. In fact, Lakers don't have a big now.
No.
They do not have a big.
And one of the reasons why I think AD got shipped off was obviously because they wanted Luka, but AD was out here complaining that they needed a big. Like, AD wanted them to trade for a 5 so that he could play the 4.
Wow.
Which he'll have that opportunity now in Dallas.
Right. Daniel Gafford's playing really well for Dallas.
Yeah, so now he can play the 4. Congrats, AD.
By the way, how about Clay? See his quotes? Yeah. He goes, I live life with no regrets. Yeah. I'm happy to be a Maverick.
Part of the business, Clay. Just part of the business.
I mean, honestly, what was your reaction?
At first, I was like, this has got to be a fake tweet. Like, I was already a few beers deep. I was watching a David Benavidez fight on Saturday night, so I'm checked out. Like, I'm in the middle of the boxing ring, like, just trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Because I don't think I've been this shocked by not even just an NBA trade, but an NBA move since July 4th when I was drinking on the beach finding out Kevin Durant was joining the Warriors. Like, that's the kind of effect it had on me where I had to, like, kind of squint my eyes, go on Twitter, try to figure out what the hell was going on. I'm like, okay, this is a shams bomb. I need to verify it with Woj, but Woj isn't dropping bombs anymore, so it felt kind of weird. And then just, like, everybody at the bar was trying to figure out if it was real or not. And then it kind of just said that, like, wait a second. The Dallas Mavericks just traded away a generational talent at age 25, a man who just took them to the NBA Finals last year, a guy that just dropped 72 points in a game last year, and you're shipping them, hand packaging them, and just handing them over to the Lakers? My mind was blown, Murph.
For as great as Anthony Davis is, and he is great, you're saying you're shipping him for not much, bro. Not much.
No, and like this isn't taking shots at AD, who is a great player in his own
he's
right.
A Hall of Famer.
But he's 6-7 years older.
6 full years.
And he's got his own issues being in street clothes every other night. Like, that's a problem by itself.
When your nickname is
But to
street
give
clothes,
up on Luka, a guy who's the face of the organization, somebody make it make sense.
Yeah, there's a lot
because it really doesn't.
Well, I would liken it to me going to the garage sale and selling my TV for $5.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
So anyway, so we need to get into like what's going on Mavericks owners wise. Is Nico Harrison just really that bad at his job? I mean, there's a possibility. Some people are just really bad at their jobs. It's like, hey, that guy is just bad at his job. Maybe Nico Harrison's really bad at his job, and he didn't think about, shopping him around to other people to perhaps see who's going to offer the best package?
Like, could you imagine
keeping it to one coffee with Rob Pelinka?
Could you imagine me and Rob Pelinka and just getting a phone call from the Dallas Mavericks on a Saturday saying, hey, do you want Luka? I'd have to double check. It's not a prank call. Like, it's not Crank Anchors or your guys you played the other week. The Jerky Boys.
Jerky Boys. Good job. Yeah, there you go. That's 80s Friday. That's 90s Friday.
Yeah.
Jeez, don't get me going, man. Do not. Anthony Davis, and only one first rounder. Only one first rounder. I mean, the Sacramento Kings literally just got essentially two first rounders and 5 second rounders and Zach LaVine for De'Aaron Fox. And literally the Mavericks, obviously AD again, fantastic player, 4-time first team All-NBA player. This guy's not a bum. And the Mavericks actually, they'll be interesting now, without Luka, but they've been without Luka for, by the way, most of the season. Yeah. He's missed the last 19 games.
He has his own injury concerns, yeah.
But really getting nothing and not shopping him around is, as they say, bold strategy cotton.
Yeah.
To leave honestly, the only comp is me selling that TV for $5 just because I wanted to get out. I got to my buddy's garage sale. People know the story. Candace goes, you got to get rid of that TV. You got to get rid of that TV. I'm like, okay. So I put it in. We lived in the city. I drove out to the suburbs. My buddy was having a garage sale. I put it down. This guy walked up right away. He goes, how much for the TV? I go, I don't know. $5? Guy goes, $5? I go, yeah, I just trying to get rid of it. He goes, here's $5. He took it. I got in my car, I drove home. I go, I'm home in 30 minutes. How about that? She goes, what'd you get? I go, $5. She goes, what? I'm like, you said to get rid of it. She's like, for more than $5.
Yeah.
That's Luka. That's Nico Harrison going back to his owners. What'd you get? How many firsts? 1. Wait, what?
Yeah, what do you want? $5 for Luka. Didn't put him on Craigslist. Didn't put him on Facebook Market. Doesn't shop him around at all. He's gone.
Yeah. So anyway, all right, fun. Didn't expect me yelling this early in the morning, but you guys touched a nerve. Proud of my musical knowledge, as you might have guessed. Because I watched the Grammys last night. You know what I mean? And I was like casting judgment on all the acts.
Mustard!
He had a nice sweater. I like Mustard's sweater up there too.
Brought it at the broom also, I heard.
All right, we got to. He did bring out the broom. We got to figure out what the hell's going on in the NBA next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed, and good morning to everybody out there. Which Bay Area team is making you feel frustrated the most with their lack of urgency? We also want to ask everybody, how much pressure does the Luka trade put on the Warriors? Major, minimum, or none? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
This deal materialized in the shadows. This came out of nowhere. This is maybe the most stunning trade, definitely that I've been a part of in recent NBA history, as far as it was never clearly out there. And you saw two teams in Rob Pelinka with the Lakers, Dallas Mavericks, Nico Harrison there, doing this deal. And I'm told Luca Donic, Anthony Davis, LeBron James, the players, coaches, a lot of people on both sides with the Mavericks and Lakers had no idea. I can assuredly tell you it's a fact. LeBron James had no idea this was coming. Anthony Davis had no idea this was coming. I'm told Luca Donic is still stunned about this trade.
Well, there it is, Shams Charania, the man who tweeted everybody and stunned the world. And there's Kendrick Lamar, who swept the Grammys last night. It definitely deserved to win. It was the song of 2024. Fun night last night, actually, at the Grammys. I enjoyed it. Shout out to Stevie Wonder and Herbie Hancock playing tribute to Quincy Jones. But we'll have to explain to Carrie and Marcus and Tony who those guys are later on in the show. So, yeah, man, Luka Doncic. Now, do you guys believe this? Shams said it's a fact that LeBron did not know. He said it's not even an opinion. He said it's a fact that LeBron did not know. I was like, that's a bold statement there. Is that a fact that you're saying that that's a fact? You know what I mean? I'm not sure that that's a fact.
Yeah, I would have to verify those facts because we all know that LeBron James is lay GM. I mean, he literally just got his son drafted to the team.
Yeah.
So you would think that there's no move that the Lakers would make without running it by LeBron James. But there is the argument to be made that maybe LeBron James wouldn't want this trade. And stick with me here for a few seconds because him and AD are boys. AD was just in the latest Looney Tunes Space Jam movie. Like, these guys got history. They go back. They're boys. They're tight. And if we're being honest with you, AD right now is a better fit stylistically for LeBron James in the style of game that he runs. Luka and LeBron both want the ball in their hands. Yeah. They're ball-dominant players. So the fit between Luka and LeBron is not as good as a fit as him and AD. Yeah. So maybe LeBron would have stepped in and said something to save AD. So maybe that would be the only reason why I would believe that LeBron was not involved in this trade.
It's a decent argument. It's a pretty good argument. That's pretty well laid out. It just goes against everything we know, which is that LeBron is the most control freak, selfish guy in the history of sports, and that he would always make sure to have his fingerprints on something. But the case you lay out is interesting that Rob Pelinka's like, no, he would veto this. He wouldn't want it. And also because it is a trade that signals a post-LeBron Lakers. Like, it's about LeBron's mortality. That's why they did it. Well, first of all, they did it because they're also getting one of the 5 best players in the world, right? But by the way, a 5-time first-team All-NBA player at age 25.
That's insane.
A 5-time first-time. I mean,
25.
AD's made the first team 4 times, but he's 31. He'll be 32. They're both, I looked it up, March of 93 for AD, February of 99 for Luka. So they're almost exactly 6 years apart. But yeah, the point is that LeBron might have said no. And this is a trade now for the Lakers. In addition to getting one of the greatest scorers in the world, you're getting your post-LeBron star. And it's a franchise that has always needed a star. Whether you go all the way back to Jerry West and Wilt Chamberlain, on through Magic and Kareem, and on through Kobe, and on through, of course, LeBron. And now you have your star for your post-LeBron. So it means LeBron might be near retirement, which he should be. Yeah. Jesus H, what is he, 65 years old? I mean...
Yeah, and he's still balling.
Yeah, he's still balling out. So this sets up the Lakers for their post-LeBron star era, which is what maybe they kept him out of it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Which is why a lot of people are pulling out the tinfoil, Murph, and putting their conspiracy theories hats on that this is the NBA making sure that the Lakers have a superstar post LeBron James.
Wow, man.
I mean,
okay, I hadn't heard that
that's
one
deep.
yet.
Oh, yeah.
I saw my own conspiracy theory from a Dallas guy, and he was some big, I don't know, some analytics guy. And he laid it out, and this guy's like, this is a really good argument here. It's that the Mavericks have new owners. I mean, Cuban still has the team, but there's the Adelson group is now calling the shots.
Yeah, and I saw that Mark Cuban made sure to clarify yesterday that he was not involved in this trade and did not sign off on
It's a new group, and the new group is the story that I saw on this one. This plays into your conspiracy theories, which you love so much, that they've wanted a casino in Dallas, and they can't get one. Texas is a very conservative state. They don't have these casinos, right? And they want one. So it was a long screed, and people were retweeting going, this guy's onto something. That the ownership group is doing this to sabotage the franchise, to make it bad so that they can threaten to move to Vegas until Texas gives them a casino.
This is insane.
No, and he was like, these people were like, oh yeah, this is good.
Yeah.
And so they're submarining the franchise so that it will lose its value, lose its interest, and then say, well, okay, unless you give us a casino, we're leaving because the fan base is down. That's another theory.
Yeah, I mean, that's one hell of a theory, and I don't know if I can connect all those dots, but how about you just keep Luca Donic? Hopefully he takes you back to the NBA Finals, and then you should have enough money off the back of Luca and how much money he can make you internationally where you should be able to build a casino wherever the hell you want.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
So here's the deal. Is it, just for fun, sports talk-wise, is it for you the biggest trade in your life or the most shocking trade in your life? I mean, when you've lived a little bit and you don't know your music in the 2010s, then you can have a little perspective on this. Because for you, I would imagine, is it? Or is there another one? Maybe you got another one. I mean,
no.
you mentioned Kevin Durant to the Warriors 2016, but that wasn't a trade. It was
exactly.
a free agency.
That was like the breaking news to me.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I could really think of where I stopped in the middle and like actually got sobered up from a drinking binge to be like, wait, I got to figure out if this is right news or not. That was probably the one for me. I mean, the Mookie Betts trade to the Dodgers was kind of shocking as a baseball fan, but I don't think it had this much of a national impact as we're saying with Luka.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, basketball and all. But the Mookie Betts is a big one. That's up there for sure. So I got to go all the way back and start teaching you kids about before you were born. Wayne Gretzky traded from the Edmonton Oilers to the LA Kings, and nobody saw it coming. That was a huge. I just talked to Lamont down the hallway about that. By the way, and I made a little help here, Marcus. You can trace the bad relationship between U.S. and Canada to that, which is playing out in your headlines today. Because Canada is such an enemy, and you got to go pick a fight with Canada.
Is that why the Warriors aren't making any trades with the Raptors?
Well, I mean, they've been such bad neighbors through the years. I mean, my God. I mean, think of all the things they've done to us.
I really thought they were going to get Scotty Barnes before all those tariffs.
There's got to be a tariff Luca joke somewhere. But anyway,
it's
got to
be out there.
But the point is, that's the only other one I can think of. I mean, we've had some doozies through the years, but, in terms of in an era where media saturation gives us everything and there's always a leak somewhere, that's what Pelinka and Nico Harrison were saying, that they literally kept agents out of it and they kept players out of it and they just did it themselves, which is shocking, right? And it must have been Pelinka's like, are you kidding me? I'm getting Luka for this? Yeah, don't let anybody, don't tell anybody. Nico, just between you and me, buddy, just between you and me. Because listen, I did start to resent on Sunday all the impression that the Mavericks got nothing. Dude, AD is a great freaking player. And the Mavericks might be a lot better with him now than Luka on the sidelines.
But the problem is they did not shop Luka around. And that's what made this trade so shocking, is that nobody heard rumors about the Dallas Mavericks looking to trade Luka.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, you can shop him around and probably get 4, 5, 6, 7 first-round picks. I mean, it was a few years ago, Rudy Gobert got traded for 4 first-rounders. I mean, if Rudy Gobert's getting that, look at the package that OKC got, or once James Harden and all those guys left. You look around the league and you're like, damn, it seemed like they could have got more value. And the fact that they only reached out to the Lakers is what is kind of fishy and kind of weird about this whole entire situation.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, compared to other NBA trades, they got absolutely fleeced in terms of they could have gotten 5 number ones or whatever, and they got 1, which is so shocking. But again, maybe Nico Harrison's just really bad at his job, right?
Shout out to that Nike deal with Steph Curry.
Again, yeah, he supposedly blew that.
He called him Seth in the middle of the meeting. Showed him like a Kevin Durant video.
Yeah, supposedly this is how it went. Why Steph is an Under Armour guy.
Yeah, allegedly he's the bozo behind blowing the pitch to Steph Curry in the Nike deal.
Man, oh man. All right, let's get the guest list from Young Tony on a Monday, February 3rd, 2025. 2-3-25. Good morning, Tone. How are you, buddy?
Good morning.
How'd you take that blistering rant from your old coworker here?
Yeah, no, I'm just going to try to find the difference between my ass and my elbow today. I think that's a good goal of the day.
But you do a good job on your job. But there's a reason why we do a segment called What Did Young Tony Learn Today? All right, buddy? We didn't call What Did Young Tony Teach Us today, all right? That's
well, he's learning today. He's learning the difference between his ass and his elbow, I'll tell you that.
I'm
working on it, Tony. Working on it.
What do you got, buddy?
All right, coming up at 6:50, we will recap the weekend in sports with Hums and Bums. We will talk to Mike Bassett, get the Mavs perspective on things with this Luca Donic trade. Mike Silver is going to be live from Radio Row. The big hit at 7:50. We will talk to Keith Smith at 8:15, get some trade deadline news. Maybe the Warriors are going to make a move, get his front office perspective. Cooler content at 8:30, and then we are efforting Mark Spears in the 9 a.m. hour.
All right, Mike Bassett, the man who gave up Barry Bonds' 756th home run. How about that? And now a Dallas radio guy.
This is correct.
Yeah, so we'll get his take from there for sure. All right, we'll continue to react. You guys can too. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627. 808 KNBR is the phone number. What you guys feel? And how you feel about the Warriors just standing there with, holding something. And it ain't a trade. Next on the Sports Later.
back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I thought every rejoin would be not like us today because, I mean, it just dominated the Grammys last night. And it really, truly was one of those cases where the Grammys got it right because it was the song of 2024. I mean, it infiltrated everything from Marcus's playlist to Matt Chapman at bats to my 12-year-old Little League All-Star playlist. I mean, it was everywhere. So congrats to Kendrick, who's, by the way, having a heck of a week because he's playing the Super Bowl this weekend.
Yeah, I was about to say that song's not going anywhere. Sorry, Drake. You'll hear it next week down in New Orleans for the Super Bowl.
Did you see? I sent you the thread. John Lennon's kid accepted a Grammy for the Beatles because the Beatles did some AIS and won a Grammy last night. It's crazy. Yeah, they did.
They're still winning Grammys, huh?
60 years later, they get some AI thing, and Julian Lennon, I think it was, or Sean Lennon, one of the two Lennon sons, accepted the award. And in his award, he goes, "Oh, before I leave, I just learned one thing tonight: never pick a rap fight with Kendrick Lamar."
Smart man. Smart man.
I sent that to the thread, kid. You might want to roll that
throw it
in
in
there,
the cooler. I'm guessing that Drake did not show his face last night at the Grammys.
Where is he? He should be in like Antarctica right now, hanging out, because he's got nowhere to go. Because Kendrick was dominating last night, and Kendrick's going to dominate the Super Bowl. And I mean, it's just he must have thought like, "Hey, man, this will blow over." Because usually things blow over. It's a 24-hour news cycle, you know. All right, Kendrick got me. I'll just lay low for a week or two. Dude, here we are. It's February of 2025, and we're still talking about it.
A diss track was just named the Song of the Year, Murph. How about that? Had the whole entire music industry screaming out A minor last night.
Speaking of, they did.
Yeah.
The whole crowd was yelling it. And speaking of my early morning rant on music and knowledge and all that stuff, I remember when it was a big deal that the Grammys didn't even give out an award for rap. It was a big controversy, and Public Enemy and Chuck D took to the front lines and were like, "What are you guys doing?" As Kendrick said last night, he goes, "We are the culture." Kendrick said when he got the award, he goes, "Rap music it's not going anywhere, man. We are the culture."
He's not wrong.
I know, exactly. And I was thinking back when he said that, I was like, how ironic that I remember they wouldn't even give a Grammy for that stuff, dude. So that all that stuff.
Well, I'm glad somebody here remembers that. I'm riffing, all right? And calm down, all right?
No, that was a good line.
I'm riffing.
That was a good line. But when he said that, they cut to Dre, who, by the way, has gotten gray, by the way. And Dr. Dre, one of my guys, I think actually Dr. Dre is actually older than me, believe it or not.
He might be.
I think he is. And they cut to Dr. Dre, and he did one of those pursed lips and nods like, like. And I laughed, and I said to my living room, who didn't care, I was like, look at Dre's like, yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Dre's like, you're welcome.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, I said he started it all, and Candace said, no, he didn't. I said, you're right, but he brought it to the mainstream.
Absolutely.
Brought it to the mainstream.
And that's why Dre was one of the first rappers to get that halftime show where he also brought out Kendrick Lamar, and now it's all coming full circle next weekend.
There it is, buddy. There it is. So we are the culture, said Kendrick last night, and the culture is in Dallas wondering what the hell happened to Luca Donic because he got traded 25 years old. I mean, the Lakers now have by the way, the phrase got kicked around all weekend long. Generational superstar. That's the phrase, right? They say that over and over and over again. And that's Luca Donic, right? He's never won an MVP, never won an NBA final. Who cares? One of the greatest players you'll ever see, one of the greatest scorers you'll ever see. Doesn't play defense.
No,
Gets
not a whole
hurt a
lot
lot,
of
and his
defense.
conditioning is a question. You'd still take him on your team.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
And I've seen some people kind of try to justify this trade. Like, they gave up on Luka because he doesn't play defense. He's just a traffic cone out there. I'm like, by your argument then, maybe the Warriors should have gave up on Steph Curry because he's not exactly known for his defense either. Like, we're talking about one of the greatest offensive talents that I've seen in quite some while. And Luka's only 25. And we mentioned it. This is a guy that's gone to the NBA Finals. This is a guy that scored 72 points in an NBA season game. This is a guy who I've been watching since he was 16 years old, playing out in Barcelona against adults and just killing it. Like, this is like a once-in-a-generation talent. You just said it. That word's being thrown around there a lot. But Luka, in my opinion, truly is one of the next faces of the NBA. And I'm sure the NBA is loving the fact that he's in L.A. now.
So here's what Nico Harris, after all that rant, Marcus said, everything's right. So given all that he just said about Luka, what the hell are you doing, Nico Harrison?
3-4 years from now, the future, 10 years from now, I don't know. I don't think they probably bury me and Jay by then. Or we bury ourselves.
Yes.
Dude, okay. As a guy who knows awkward, because I've done a lot of awkward things in my life, believe me, I've biffed so many public things and things. That was awkward. That was really, really, really awkward.
He's like, they're probably going to bury us we'll bury ourselves for the next 10 years. No, bro, you're going to bury yourself by this morning.
I was going to say, dude, when he said bury ourselves, that was a Freudian slip because he realized he buried himself right now.
Yeah, exactly. That trade buried you.
I would urge everyone who has not seen the video to go study Jason Kidd's body language and face during that entire First of all, he's coming in backwards hat. He's like, blank this. I'm going backwards hat on this.
I mean, why even put Jason Kidd up there, man?
And he's got the glasses on, and dude, his look is like, he's like, what, you called me up Saturday night and told me you traded Luca Donic. Now I got to sit here. I mean, he was given the biggest WTF just happened face of all time. Unbelievable. So here's more from the Mavericks yesterday. Nico Harrison, the GM, and Jason Kidd.
Jay Kidd didn't know about it, but Jay Kidd and I are aligned, and we talk about archetypes, and we talk about the culture that we want to create. So I know the type of players that he likes without actually talking to him. Let's be clear, I'm the one making the decision, and Jay's supportive of it. So it's me, but we really believe in it, and time will tell if I'm right.
Oh, man. And, dude, the whole time he's like, I know the kind of players Jay Kidd likes. Jay Kidd's look. He's just staring. He's like, staring.
Dude, he's like, shut the hell up and keep your name out of my mouth.
He's not like nodding along, going, and then taking the mic, going, I want to concur with what Nico said. You know what I mean? He's just sitting there.
that word salad from Nico is like, no. He didn't have anything to do with this, but we're constantly in communication. Well, then by definition, that doesn't mean you're constantly in communication because he was not involved in the communication between sending out your best player to the LA Lakers.
I mean, if we only could roll tape on the actual Nico call to Jason Kidd. Because when they say LeBron didn't know, I'm dubious. I'm like, he might have known. But you brought up a good argument that maybe he didn't because he would have vetoed it because, two ball-dominant guys and the AD's his boy. But when they say Jason Kidd didn't know, I fully believe that. I fully believe based on what I saw. In fact, here was Kidd at the press conference. When did you find out?
At the 11th hour. So, right before it was announced.
What was just your feeling at that moment?
I think just in shock, but unfortunately, I've been in this league for a long, long time. So I've seen a lot. I've been involved in.
Yeah, he's seen a lot.
By the way, the 11th hour, good phrase. Young Tony goes back to World War I, Young Tone.
I know that phrase.
Whoa, yeah. Did you know the history going back to World War I?
Nah.
I can tell you some of the music from World War I, though.
I think I'm good.
Shout out Marlena Dietrich.
I don't think that's going to make any of our Friday playlist.
How about when we do a 10s Friday? I mean a 1910s Friday.
Run it back.
A little Rudy Valley or whatever.
Man.
All right, so, man, I can tell you. So, listen, by the way, the Mavericks played. Did you know the Mavericks played last night?
Absolutely not.
And got absolutely slaughtered by the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Oof.
I'll give you the score last night. It was incredible. It was a 144 to 101. 140-101. Missed it by that much.
Yeah, just a Luka difference.
So if you look at it, so if you want to get into the standings right now, where everybody is in terms of this, so the Lakers are 28-19. They've quietly pulled away. They're 9 games over.
5 seed right now, right?
Yeah, 5 seed right now. Then the next team of interest is Dallas. They're 26-24. They've fallen, buddy. They're down to the 9 seed. Then the 10 seed is the other team that was involved yesterday, Sacramento. They're 24-24.
Light the beam.
And then your 11 seed is the Warriors at 24-24. I got bad news for you. After the Warriors play the Magic tonight, which, by the way, we haven't even talked about Friday night. Dude,
what's there to talk about?
Can you cut 80? Shout out 80s Friday. Bruce Springsteen, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. I mean, that's literally, like, there's a song Bruce has from his Tunnel of Love album. 1 step up and 2 steps back. I mean, it's insane what these guys are doing in terms of shooting themselves in the foot, killing their season off, killing their fan base, killing the interest. All you had to do was hold serve against Phoenix at home after beating OKC. Not only that, they got blown out. Blown out.
Yep.
Again, they're trying to tell us something. Then they go into the weekend, and the freaking Lakers get Luca, the Mavericks get AD, the Kings get Zach LaVine, the Spurs get De'Aaron Fox, and they're just holding something.
Yeah, but Murph, they're making calls. Well,
that's what we heard.
And it was reported that last week they made the call to the Phoenix Suns about a potential Kevin Durant reunion.
I mean,
we talked about that a lot on the show on Friday, but it seems like that's not even a possibility now.
Yeah, and so that's the report, is that the Warriors were, quote-unquote, in serious discussions, but you either do or you don't. Yeah. I mean, listen, we're learning about Mike Dunleavy. The Jordan Poole trade was big, right? Getting Chris Paul turned it into nothing, right? Letting Clay go, that was big, and he's turned it into a 24-24 team. So right now, Mike Dunleavy, now he would argue, hey, man, Lakers tied at my hands. I can't spend or anything. But bottom line is he's, in the last year and a half, 2 years, has not built a championship roster. Now, he's got till Thursday. Yeah. But what's left?
Yeah, not a lot. I mean, you said it. Jimmy Butler's off the table, doesn't want to sign a contract extension with the Dubs. I mean, you can bring in Vucevic, but I mean, Vucevic was here in the town a couple weeks ago, and Quentin Post outplayed him. So I don't think that's the guy that's going to change your season.
Yeah, so Mike Dunleavy not winning the weekend at all. Maybe he'll make bum babies. Who knows? Or maybe not. Maybe the Warriors will make hum babies for hosting the Orlando Magic tonight. So my kid's going for a 7th grade birthday party. He'll be there. By the way, how about this birth? I should probably give up too much information.
Yeah,
here.
let me know what's going on.
But the dad is dropping off the 4 kids on their own all night.
For 7th graders.
And then picking them up out front.
I like it.
I know.
The kid's going to make their way up to the Modelo Club
I was
tonight.
going to say, if you're there, make sure my kid's not buying a $20 beer.
Yeah,
All right,
exactly. Chaperone water boy. I'll make sure I'm the one buying it. I'm joking.
That's good. That's very good. Very good. All right, hum babies and bum babies. It's that time. It's that time. That Monday morning tradition. Next on the Sports Leader.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco! Adios,
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
All right, every Monday in your life, things happen. You're like, I can't wait to see what they say about hum babies and bum babies. And we say, that's right, we're here for you, baby. And we're here for you because of Amici's, sponsored by our great friends at Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. Just saying that makes me want an Amici's pizza right freaking now. Somebody bring me in a pizza.
I'll take a morning pie.
You know what I mean? Yeah. What flavor would you get right now?
Oh, see, I'm always classic pepperoni and sausage.
Yeah.
I don't care what time of the day, but they do have these new breakfast pies now. Not specifically at Amici's, but I've seen more people like kind of introduce this breakfast. It's like eggs, sausage, bacon on it.
Sounds very Italian.
Yeah.
Like you're on the
Kind
Riviera.
of like a quiche a little bit.
All right, buddy, here we go. No quiches. There used to be a book back in the 80s, young Tony, Real Men Don't Eat Quiche.
Wow.
That was the book. I digress. Hum babies and bum babies, we rotate. This is the week Marcus finds himself some winners. And again, I'm going to say the winner for me is the fact that they made the freaking trade, because that is always the worst weekend of the sports year. They gave us content. So without picking the winners and losers yet, I just want to thank the news headlines for giving us something. In the meantime, you get to decide who the winners are, Marcus.
No, I'm saying who the losers are this weekend. I've got bums,
sorry.
correct?
My bad.
I had to double check. I was like, this is going to be bad if we both have like 6 hum babies this morning.
Somebody took Friday off. Well, the reason why I see hums is listed first. The reason why I took Friday off is because my brain isn't working. You, my friend, have the losers.
That's it.
From the weekend.
We're back on a Monday morning with all the bum babies from the blockbuster trades this weekend. And we've been talking about it all morning long. The blockbuster deal that sends Luca Donic to the LA Lakers in return for Anthony Davis, a 2029 first-round pick, and a few other players thrown in. But this truly was the Shams bomb that shocked the world. And shout out to my guy Woj. I missed the Woj bombs, but hey, I'll take Shams Charania with the breaking news that nobody saw coming on Saturday night, because it was reported that the Dallas Mavericks reached out to the LA Lakers and essentially nobody else and said, hey, we've got Luka available. Do you want him? We'll take Anthony Davis in return. And apparently, Jason Kidd, head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, had no idea about this trade. LeBron James apparently had no idea about this trade. And now people are calling collusion. Now people are throwing out conspiracy theories about the NBA trying to save their ratings by sending Luka to the Lakers. Whatever. The trade is done. We can dive into those narratives later on if we want. But the bottom line is the Dallas Mavericks are a bunch of bum babies this morning for trading away the face of the franchise, Luca Donic, who's only 25 years old, who just took that team to the NBA Finals last year, who has already made 5 All-Pro NBA teams, scored 73 points last season, and is truly a generational talent. And the Dallas Mavericks decided, nah, we don't want him. Yeah. They're shipping him out to the LA Lakers.
Can't use
and
that
that's
guy.
why the Dallas Mavericks are bum babies of the weekend.
Breaking news back here on SportsCenter, a seismic trade in the NBA. Shams Charania reports the Mavericks are trading Luka Donic, Maxi Kleber, and Markieff Morris to the Lakers for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a 2029 first-round pick. Utah will also be involved in the deal. We're going to try and dial up Shams to make sure he didn't get hacked. This has been confirmed, though.
J. Kidd didn't know about it, but J. Kidd and I are aligned, and we talk about archetypes, and we talk about the culture that we want to create. So I know the type of players that he likes without actually talking to him. Let's be clear, I'm the one making the decision, and Jay's supportive of it. So it's me, but we really believe in it, and time will tell if I'm right. Well, I think the long term is the time frame. I think he fits our time frame. If you pair him with Kyrie and the rest of the guys, he fits right along with our time frame to win now and win in the future. And the future to me is 3-4 years from now, the future, 10 years from now, I don't know. I don't think they probably bury me and Jay by then, or we bury ourselves.
Yes.
Oh, man, that was the voice of Nico Harrison, the GM from the Dallas Mavericks.
It gets worse every time I hear it. Jason Kidd's like, speak for yourself, bro.
Yeah, dude. I mean, someone's got to tell this guy what the definition of the future is, because he's like, yeah, this is great for our timeline. No, AD, as good of a player he is 6 years older than Luka. I don't know what the hell timeline he's looking at, Murph. But then again, this is the same bozo Nico Harrison that used to be a Nike executive that blew the sales pitch to Steph Curry by calling him Seth Curry. So it seems like this guy has a long track list of making bad decisions.
What a story. And the Jason Kidd performance at the press conference right next to him is unbelievable. I urge everyone to go study the facial expression and body language of Jason Kidd from the backwards cap on down. Like he's like a hostage. He couldn't believe it. And when Nico Harrison's like, Jay Kidd and I are aligned, we talk about culture and the kind of players, Jay Kidd wanted to grab the mic and go, yeah, like the kind of players, like top 5 guys in the world. Those are the kind of guys I like. Oh. And they hand the mic back to Nico. You know what I mean? So, I mean, obviously, do you want to look at it from like any kind of perspective where the Mavericks, quote unquote, know something we don't? Like that's like the old, like people are trying to like sort through the wreckage here and like how the hell did they do this? Paying he was due to make $345 million Supermax.
Pay him. Which,
by the way, he cannot get now with the Lakers, I heard, right? Because of the trade, and now, I think he loses like $100 million. Is that right? I probably shouldn't say that on 50,000 watch without verifying it, but I think that's the case. So they said the ownership group didn't want to spend that much money on a guy who maybe didn't take care of himself. I don't know. Hey, just put him on Weight Watchers for a month. They'll be fine. Dude. It's easy. There's an app. You know what I mean? So it's like,
I mean, I've got a plan for him.
Life,
I've got the plan. I got the secrets to losing weight, Luka, if you need them.
By the way, Josiah Johnson, the greatest tweeter of all time, was a great one. I retweeted it on my timeline of he used some shot from a movie. I'm not even sure what it is, but he's Luka looking at the Roscoe's menu for the first time. Young Tony, you know Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Good man. Yeah. So Luka, because that's a big LA thing. Yeah. I think there's one in Oakland on the way to there's a couple over there, isn't there?
Now we're going to have Luka pulling off the baby skyhook at Fatburger Murph.
Very good.
What's going on?
All right, so
here?
Bum Babies, Mavericks?
Yeah, Bum Baby number 1 is the Dallas Mavericks. Jason Kidd and the entire Dallas Maverick fan base just had Luka ripped out of their hands like it was Michael Finley taking that beer away from Luka last year after the NBA Finals.
How about that clip going around? And also how about the fake funeral they had? Somebody brought a casket out in front of the arena.
I saw that. But man, oh man, the Luka era is over in Dallas, and say hello to the L.A. Lukas. Moving on to Bum Baby number 2. There was more than one blockbuster trade this weekend, and this one involves our friends up in the 916.
It will be lit in Sacramento.
Well, I don't know how lit it's going to be without De'Aaron Fox. And Murph, there's a few ways to attack this trade, and who essentially is the Bum Baby? Is it the Sacramento Kings? Is it the Chicago Bulls? Is it the San Antonio Spurs? Well, I'm going to go with De'Aaron Fox for forcing himself out of Sacramento. And stay with me here, because De'Aaron Fox is represented by Rich Paul. Rich Paul is the super agent for LeBron James. There's been a lot of talk about De'Aaron Fox's future in Sacramento, where he did not sign a contract extension this past summer. Then we ran into the situation earlier this year where Mike Brown gets fired after criticizing De'Aaron Fox for his lack of defense. A day after Mike Brown gets fired, De'Aaron Fox doesn't even mention Mike Brown's name in his press conference. Now, I know Windhorst has defended Fox in this situation, saying he's not the reason to blame for Mike Brown being fired. But Murph, my sources, which is just friends and family up in the 916, all the Sacramento Kings fans I know say that De'Aaron Fox and Mike Brown did not have the greatest relationship, which led to them firing Mike Brown, who, oh, by the way, was just the coach of the year in 2023. And now they're losing the face of the franchise, De'Aaron Fox, because he wants to go to a bigger market. I think this is a bad look for the NBA, as once again, they've got homegrown stars leaving the bigger markets. De'Aaron Fox was vocal about wanting to go to San Antonio. Guess what? He gets his wish. He'll be playing with Wemby. That's great for everybody down in San Antonio, but this is a bad news story for the Sacramento Kings, even though they got a decent trade package in return. But to me, the story here is De'Aaron Fox forcing himself out of Sacramento, and that's why I'm making him Bum Baby number 2.
If you're Sacramento, if you're looking for reasons why he's doing this, look yourself in the mirror. 48-win team less than 2 years ago. 3rd seed in the Western Conference.
Yep.
You got enough firepower. You got to go out there and get a 3-and-D wing player.
And by the way, what's the opposite of the Sacramento Kings in terms of organizational steadiness?
Antonio.
The right people in the right place, making competent, rational decisions. It is literally at the other end of the spectrum. So I understand that he might be craving, in addition to the Wemby factor, which would be enough, he might be craving some of that too.
Yeah, about 5 days ago, I reported that the Sacramento Kings were now open to listening to trade offers on De'Aaron Fox going into the NBA trade deadline. And he lands exactly where that one targeted destination was for De'Aaron Fox. And a lot of it is because the Kings and Fox's agent, Rich Paul of Clutch Sports, they had some candid conversations over the last several weeks, the last several months. And this was the Kings getting out ahead of what was essentially going to be inevitable this offseason, which was a trade of De'Aaron Fox out of Sacramento. He was not willing, as of now, to sign long-term with the Kings. There were real concerns about his future there. And for them, the moment that they could figure out a trade, get out ahead of it, they did that.
That, of course, was Shams Charania breaking down the trade details of De'Aaron Fox being shipped to the San Antonio Spurs. You also heard from Chris Mannix and Rachel Nichols on Fox about why De'Aaron Fox wanted out of Sacramento. Murph, it seems simple to me. He wanted to be in a bigger market, and he gets his wish to go to the San Antonio Spurs.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. I hate that phrase. I can't believe I used it. There's a lot going on there in terms of what he viewed in Sacramento's future. There's actually... I was reading a lot. There's a belief that he not having a good year, like he's not playing his best basketball right now. Why is that? I don't know. By the way, you floated in 1 hour. You floated two. You're a conspiracy guy.
I know, dude. Pull out the tinfoil. I got it going this week.
What are we doing? Mashed potatoes, close encounters? Because you got Luca was orchestrated by the NBA.
Yeah, NBA ratings are down.
And De'Aaron Fox didn't really like each other.
Adam Silver said, "Hey, I need Luca with the Lakers, and I need Wemby to have an all-star point guard."
Next thing you know, Mark is going to pick a fight with Canada,
dude.
All right? So, by the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Well, who knows? I mean, the great thing about conspiracy theories is you can never prove them or disprove them. You just say them for the sizzle. Yeah. But anyway, so you're making him a bum baby.
I am. I don't like the way he handled this situation and put Rich Paul in that conversation as also being a bum baby. I just think it's a bad look for the league where a homegrown superstar can straight up say, I want to go to that team, and that wish is granted within a couple of days.
Interesting, because I know we got to continue on with your bum babies. There's something to get to later in the show. On the way in, I heard Jason Williams say something real interesting, and he thought that the Luca AD trade was a sign that owners are taking back the power. Like the players have been calling the shots for the last 10 to 15 years. KD, LeBron, you name it. Everybody's like, I want to go hit James Harden. They all want, and that this is one they did where the players had none say in it at all. And Jay Will said on the ESPN, it was an interesting take that he's been talking to a lot of owners who said they've had it and they're going to start to take the keys and start driving the car. Interesting. We can talk about it later, but you got to get to Bum Baby.
Yeah, I got to get to my third Bum Baby real quick, and I'll keep it sweet, short, and simple because as we're all sitting here waiting for Super Bowl 59, Murph, I don't know if you had the opportunity to check out the Pro Bowl games this past weekend where Team NFC won with a final score of 76-63. And just for everybody who's unaware, they're now playing flag football 7-on-7 with tug-of-war and punting competitions mixed in between. But Murph, there's only one bum baby I see in the world of football this weekend, and it's got to be Peyton Manning, who for the third consecutive season has now lost to Eli Manning and Team NFC. That's right. It's turned into the Manning Bowl. Shout out to Marshall Manning, by the way, who really stole the headlines this past weekend. But Peyton Manning has now watched his little brother beat up on him 3 times in a row, and everybody's talking about the Kansas City Chiefs going for the 3-peat. How about some people put some respect on Eli Manning's name as the head coach of the NFC Pro Bowl? Riffing aside, it was fun to watch George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk, also Fred Warner and Nick Bosa out there representing the 49ers yesterday. But the losers are Peyton Manning and Team AFC, our third bum baby.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Is that Buddha? Buddha with a house call. All set up by the pressure of Turpin, who's been a disruptor all game long. And there the Cardinals celebrating. Hey! All right, here comes the AFC. Oh, heavens to Betsy.
Wow. That might be it for
Byron Murphy. Everybody. Turpin. Fred. A Muppet. Another Muppet.
Everybody be careful. Nobody jump on anybody's head.
Hey, just another win right here at the Pro Bowl flag games. I mean, it's getting kind of easy now. Like, I don't even know. Everybody knows the NFC's going to win every year, so still feels good, though.
Team morale is low to quite low. The skills challenges hurt them. The tug of war. I thought we had some momentum going in after the punting competition, but the lineman obstacle course and the tug of war kind of broke us, broke our spirit, right? And if you break a team's will, that's tough. So we're
are we teetering on the line of you suck as a head coach?
I think you have to go there at this point. You can't. You just got to own it. You can't run from it. It seems to be the common theme. We've had different players, different quarterbacks, different receivers, the same head coach. So I'm 0-3 against Eli, and I just have to own it.
Peyton Manning 0-3 against his little brother. That makes him bum baby number 3, Murph.
There you go. I look at the clock. I think you just polymacked the bum babies.
I know, dude.
All right,
Kept it going for a while.
All right, let's get, because we got Bassick on the other side. So I got to go. I've been in this situation before. I know how to move fast. Hum babies. Well, listen, sometimes things happen where the same event gets hums and bums. And if the Mavericks are bums for making that trade, then guess who's the hum baby? The Lakers get their star, Luca Donic, and it adds to this career of Lakers, whether it's LeBron James or Kobe Bryant or Magic Johnson or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Jerry West or George Mikan. This is the star franchise of star franchises in NBA history. So the Lakers get Luca Donic. We can talk about chicken and waffles all we want. We can talk about his condition. We can talk about taking beers out of his hand all we want. The bottom line is this guy is a first-team All-NBA talent. He's our problem now. He's 25 years old. He's in L.A. It's driving me nuts. We got to deal with this guy now. Although quietly, AD was harder on the Warriors than Luka is, but still, the fact that the Lakers get Luka and get the star is bumming me out. But for the Lakers, they make hum baby status. So here's Brian Windhorst on LeBron getting a new toy.
LeBron has dreamed about playing with Luka Donic for years. This is something he never thought, but he badly wanted. When Luka was deciding where he was going to go within Nike, LeBron pressed him very hard to come to his shoe brand within Nike. He ended up going with the Jordan brand, but he was trying to recruit him then. He saw a vision of the two of them playing together. A couple of years ago, Kyrie Irving tried to get LeBron to figure out a way to get to Dallas. And LeBron said, no, Kyrie, come to LA. But, the reason that Kyrie wanted to think to see if that was possible when LeBron was a free agent was because he knew that the Luka-LeBron connection was there. So I'd have to think about it and see them play together. But this, while LeBron is losing a teammate that he's won a championship with, and I'm sure when he was brought with this, he was in shock. I haven't spoken to him or heard from him, but I have to assume that he will have a lot of excitement because he has dreamed of this, and I'm sure he thought it was never going to happen in his career.
I mean, we could get into this later because I know we're going to get going for two more hum babies, but wait a minute. So if LeBron has been dreaming about playing with Luka forever and ever and ever, and yet they didn't tell him a word about it? That doesn't add up. That dog don't hunt.
That's interesting.
By the way, who knew that Brian Windhorst would be such a big part of our lives? Didn't he start as like a prep reporter covering LeBron in like Akron, Ohio? He's like one of those schlubs like me covering high school sports. Now he's like, and he's dropping all these bombs straight from LeBron's mouth into his ears. So there you go. All right, that's hum baby number one. Lakers get their superstar. Warriors, we got to deal with the Lakers and Luka now for the next 15 years. That's if Luka can stay healthy.
Fun.
Number two, I'm not going to forget Pebble Beach. Come on, man. I know they killed the clam bake. It's very sad. Young Tone, they used to have a guy named Tommy Smothers doing yo-yo tricks on greens out there. Drove Tiger crazy. But we had the celebrities. We used to have the celebrities. Nope. Now it's a strict golf event. But at least you got great golf. And shout out hum baby Rory McIlroy. Because if you're going to have a golf-only event, you better have a good winner. And Rory McIlroy shoots 66 on Sunday. He's likable. He's excellent. He's tragic. He's Rory Mac. He gets to hold the crystal. He leaves countryman Shane Lowry in the rear view, Sepp Straka. Yeah, it's not the same clam bake, but Pebble looked unbelievable on the TV. And shout out to Rory for making hum baby.
Pebble Beach has a popular champion, Rory McIlroy.
A few close calls at St. Andrews, which is, another one of those important venues in our game. Augusta National being another one too. So to be able to get a win on, one of those iconic venues is awesome. It's a very different test this week than what you would typically expect at a US Open. So, got to take it with a little bit of a pinch of salt. But, I finally feel that my game can travel to any sort of golf course, in any conditions. in any setup, really. You know, I feel like I'm a very well-rounded golfer, and I can adapt to whatever I need to adapt to. And you know, I was able to show that this weekend.
All right, Rory, we love you, buddy. We love you, and congrats on your Pebble. Pebble on a non-football Sunday is what you need for your head. And it's funny because we had a lot of rain in the North Bay. Is the city raining this weekend?
Got a little bit of rain this weekend,
We had a ton. In fact, we had to cancel my match, young Tony, even though we tried to play in the pouring rain, too much standing water on the greens. Had to cancel our match, and I go home and put on the TV, and for all things, it was raining here, but Pebble was sunny. How's that happening? But anyway, it looked amazing, and Rory, always a popular guy. Will he get it done at Augusta this spring? Pardon me. We'll find out shortly. And then finally, Hum Baby number 3 is an unexpected one because while you talked about the Pro Bowl and the silliness, the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama is frequently an interesting game if you're into the X's and O's of who's coming out, who's going to be your third rounder, your fourth rounder, your fifth rounder. But this story is something else, man, something out of a storybook, because if we recall on New Year's Eve when we got the horrible news in New Orleans, the awful terror attack with the car on Bourbon Street, and among the people killed was a former college football player named Tiger Beck, B-E-C-H, who had played at Princeton. And then we found out through Twitter that his brother Jack, his little brother Jack, played at TCU because he sent out a tweet on New Year's Day saying, "Love you always, brother. You inspired me every day. Now you get to be with me in every moment. I got this family, T. Don't worry. This is for us." And people are like, man, I'm just so sad. This is heartbreaking. These two brothers. He lost his brother. Well, it turns out that this guy, Jack Beck, got invited to the Senior Bowl. Okay, TCU wide receiver. You got to be kidding me. It's 19-16, final play of the game. Quarterback rolls out, throws. Who catches the winning touchdown? Jack Beck. The whole team absolutely swarms him. Emotion everywhere. People couldn't believe it. Like out of a freaking movie. And they all had decals with Tiger Beck's name and number on their helmet. He caught 6 balls for 68 yards, caught the game-winning touchdown, and won Senior Bowl MVP. Jack Beck, Hum Baby number 3. What a story.
Last shot as the American team makes their move. Hennigan on the move. Looking. Yes. Got it. Jack Beck has his Mobile moment.
Man, it's simple. My brother has some wings on me. He gave them to me, and he let that all take place. You know, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, Tiger, nothing else but them. They're the reason I did what I did today. I attribute it all to them. You know, I'm just the physical person here doing it, but I attribute it all to them.
It was 1 month ago today that your brother passed away. Take me through just the emotions of coming to this event and then obviously being able to score the winner.
It's been surreal just to be able to come and take place in this game. It's a goal you set for yourself, but if I had the option that if I came here, had the worst week ever, ruined my draft stock, but that means I could give my brother a hug right now, you know, I would take that. But on the flip side of that, I don't think I could have had the week that I had if all that wouldn't have happened. So like I said, you know, his wings were on my side, and him and Jesus Christ are the reasons that I was able to do all of this.
If he's watching this interview somewhere right now, what would be the message you'd love to deliver to Tiger?
Just how proud he is of me. All the big brother does in life is want to see his little brother succeed. He's been my role model my whole life, the person I looked up to, the person I wanted to be. You know, he was the best big brother I could ever ask for. You know, my whole goal in the rest of my life is just live his legacy on.
Jack Beck, what a story, man. What a story. I don't know what his NFL draft stock is. I don't know, but man, what a moment. Because that story from New Year's Eve obviously affected us all and affected him. Obviously, he lost his brother, and then he catches the winning touchdown. Incredible.
Yeah, while wearing number 7 on his back in honor of his brother with 7 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, I mean, it seemed like everything lined up for a story.
What a story. What a story. So Tiger Beck lost in the terror incident, and Jack Beck gets the Senior Bowl winning touchdown. So that on a weekend where not much was going on, I'm glad we got to see that story. So there you go, man. Hum Baby's in the book. Lakers get a superstar, Rory Mack at Pebble, and Jack Beck honoring his brother. What a story. Okay. Back to this mania of the Dallas Mavericks saying, Luca, yeah, no, we don't want him. We don't want him. Or is Anthony Davis the guy? I mean, you know, they got a guy. They got a pretty good guy. Let's talk about it with a radio host from Dallas, Mike Bassick, next on The Sports Leader. All right, we got our guy Steve Moskowitz bright and early on a Monday morning. Steve, you're always here for us on a Monday. Want to tell us about what to do if you can't pay your taxes?
Call us. Here it is. It's February 3rd. The year's just flying by. January's gone. We're just starting to get into traditional tax season. This is when the IRS goes on maximum enforcement. It's like you never drink and drive, but on New Year's Eve, the police are on maximum enforcement. Don't let some IRS agent come in and ruin your life. The bottom line is, if you can't pay your taxes, whether you filed your returns or not, we want to take care of you. If you didn't file your returns, we'll file them for you. If you did file your returns, we'll review them, see if we agree with them. And then we want to go and make a deal. That's what our phone number is all about, making a deal. We've done this for the past 30 years. We have a lot of good solutions for you, good experience, and we'll explain everything to you. Say, look, in your case, you'd benefit by doing this, this, and this. And yes, in so many cases, there is a way out. You're not, that's it, it's over. We want to give you your life back. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
That's it. Give him a call. Tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
A seismic trade in the NBA. Shams, you're on your reports. The Mavericks are trading Luca Donic, Maxi Kleber, and Markieff Morris to the Lakers for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a 2029 first-round pick. Utah will also be involved in the deal. We're going to try and dial up Shams to make sure he didn't get hacked.
Man, oh man, did we get some content, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, shut up, Beyonce and her Grammy win last night. Luka Doncic to the Lakers. Now, the Mavericks get Anthony Davis, but I don't know if Dallas is seeing it that way. We'll find out from Mike Bassick, who, of course, is a former Major League pitcher. We know him very well in San Francisco. Him and Barry Bonds have a relationship. He's also a current sports talk radio host on 105.5 The Fan in Dallas, Texas, where they said, no, we don't want Luka. Send him out. 25 years old, all-world player. We don't need him. Send him out. Mike Bassick will give his reaction on the Yuma guest line. Mike, welcome to San Francisco. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus on KNBR. How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Oh, doing horrible. How are you guys doing?
Well, I mean, listen, you played in the bigs. You've been in a big league clubhouse. You've been in a pro sports environment. You've seen GMs. You've seen owners. Explain this, Mike, how a GM and an owner say, yeah, best player, one of the 5 best players in the world, we don't want him. Explain that, Mike.
Well, you have to understand now, the owners here are the Adelson family, who are just casino owners. They don't care at all about basketball. What they want here is they want the state of Texas to legalize gambling so they can build a brand new arena that is in the center of a major casino in Dallas-Fort Worth area. That's why they bought the team. They have more money. They have way more money than Jerry Jones. They have way more money than most. I think they're top 5 in ownership in the world for a sports owner. So money's no issue for them. This was about, I assume, Nico going, I don't like Luca Donic. I don't like his attitude. I don't like his workout ethic. I don't like his defense. I don't like things that are happening off the court that, we'll see if there's rumors here and there. We'll see if those ever come out. That's not for me to kind of say on these rumors. That's not fair to Luca when you don't really know. And then they decided to make the worst trade in sports history. Fine. You don't like Luka. I see all those flaws. I agree with all those flaws from general manager Nico Harrison. Well, then you put this 25-year-old player who's younger than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and you go, all right, make me an offer. I think you might have got 8 first-round picks. Rudy Gobert got 5. De'Aaron Fox just got you Zach LaVine and 3 first-round picks. You got 1 worthless first-round pick in 2029 and a broke-down player who can't stay healthy to save his life? All right, great trade, dude.
Yeah, and Mike, I think that's why it's so surprising, not just for Mavericks fans, but for basketball fans across the league, because there were really no rumors or speculation about Luka being traded. Now, your boots on the ground tell us, should we have seen this coming once Michael Finley took that beer out of Luka's hand? Like, what was the telltale? Like, what's going on here, Mike?
No clue that this was going to happen, and that might give you a hint on the rumor that Luka might have off the court. So when it comes to this was out of nowhere. The reports were that he was coming back on February 8th, he does not rehab well. He likes eating and he likes not working out. So when he does get hurt, he does not care to do everything possible to get better. He just hopes that sitting on a couch heals it. And it's amazing how great he is, right? I mean, he's one of the best players in the league, arguably the best offensive player in the league, and doesn't work very hard on his game. But he is that talented and that unbelievable. If he ever wants to be the greatest player in the league for this era, this time, he can be, but he has to put in a lot of work to do it. I don't think he ever will. And so that's why I understand Nico wanted to trade him. But we had zero clue in Dallas. This is the most shocking thing. I think they're going to lose 30% of their season ticket holders in the offseason. I don't think you're going to really have barely anybody in this Metroplex, Dallas-Fort Worth, want to buy season tickets for the Mavs. But the ownership now does not really care about that. They care about getting a casino in Texas and probably casinos all around the state of Texas. And if they can't do it, they're going to move this team to Las Vegas.
I mean, I had seen that out there on the interwebs, and I was like, really? Wow. And here you are, Mike. We're talking to Mike Bassick, by the way, who's on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, Texas. Of course, former big league pitcher, just expressing disgust and dismay with the ownership of the Dallas Mavericks. Could you talk to us about Nico Harrison, Mike? Is he just a pawn in the Adelson Group ownership thing? Is he terrible at his job? Is he a genius and we don't know it? Tell us about Nico Harrison.
I guess I'm going to be honest here. I'm not going to watch a second more of the Dallas Mavs this year and probably the rest of my life. So if it works out, great. I don't care. But we were giving him so much praise just last week. Think about what he's recently done. We thought the Kyrie thing was insane. And look how well it worked out. In their first full season, they make the NBA Finals. P.J. Washington, Daniel Gafford, when they ended up losing the last 2 games of the year when they didn't make the playoffs after making the conference finals and losing to Golden State, they make a trade. They get a young, skinny kid named Derek Lively who did almost absolutely nothing at Duke, and he ends up being this very vital player. They get rid of some bad contracts. They pick up another first-round pick. They're in the NBA Finals. They take out Oklahoma City. They take out Anthony Edwards after everybody says he's Michael Jordan. He just beat Jokic. You're done, Dallas, and Luka destroyed that team. And you're like, dude, this guy Nico, like he is just going to work and doing these unbelievable things. And this, I don't mind trading Luka. I want to make that clear. Luka might not have a very long career in the NBA because of his work ethic. But you don't trade him for a 32-year-old broke-down player who can't ever stay healthy and 1 first-round pick. Minimum is 5 first-round picks. I mean, minimum. You got 3 for De'Aaron Fox and Zach LaVine.
Mike, is there any explanation why the Mavs and Nico Harrison didn't shop Luka around and look for that best offer?
Well, what we hear is this. I don't know how true this is, but I'll just say what everybody's saying. Nico was in love with Anthony Davis from the day he met him out of high school in Kentucky and the Nike deals he did with him. You have to remember, Nico Harrison came from Nike. He had never been in the NBA, but he did all the big Nike deals. And Jason Kidd coached Anthony Davis as an assistant coach when they won the bubble COVID championship. So there is a relationship there. And there's like, he just wanted Anthony Davis. All right, fine. Like the Lakers thought this was a joke. You were calling him up. Tell him we're willing to do this as Anthony Davis as a major piece, but you got to find 3 first-round picks for us. They have 2. They could have traded 2. The Mavericks only took 1.
Man, Mike Bassick is the voice. A couple minutes here left. He, of course, former big league pitcher who's now doing radio, sports talk radio down in Dallas, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, and he has had it. He's had it with this trade. He thinks it's terrible and that the Mavs should have shopped everybody around. I guess it's going to end it on this, Mike, just for fun, just to provoke you. You say you're not going to watch the Mavs anymore. Now, Anthony Davis, he's a hell of a player. He kills the Warriors. In fact, the reason the Warriors can't beat the Lakers is because of Anthony Davis. Like, I feel like the Warriors could beat the Lakers now without Anthony. So, can you see any scenario where Kyrie and AD put something together and make a little run this year?
No. Kyrie had to sit out because he's dealing with numbness down one of his legs because of major back issues. Does that sound good? Does that sound like he's going to make it through series after series after series? Has Anthony Davis ever played a whole NBA, like, I can't remember the bubble crap, but like, has he ever made it through a season and helped?
I'll say this: he played 76 last year. He's played 42 out of 47 this year. So something there.
Yeah, well, he's out for a while with an ab injury.
Yeah,
I mean,
he is.
I was just making fun. I was making fun of Anthony Davis. I hate the Lakers more than any sports franchise. So this is why it hurts the most too. Is now Luka's with the Lakers. I was like, oh, I can't believe Anthony Davis got hurt. What a shocker, you know? And now 5 days later, the Mavericks have him. It's fine. This is Nico's deal. Now you have 32 and 33-year-olds. Your window is 2 years. Hell, Kyrie, from what we understand, was not happy about this. He can leave. He's a free agent at the end of the year. So I think this is the total destruction of a team. Guess what? If it works out bad, great news. The Mavericks don't have their picks, and they're not even protected in 27, 28, and 30. If this goes bad, all of those picks go to Brooklyn, Washington, Charlotte. They don't have any of their picks. So if this doesn't work out, you can't rebuild through the draft. It is literally impossible.
So the dark scenario, the dark conspiracy is that the Adelson Group is tanking the team to threaten to move until they get their casino.
Yeah, and I think I didn't believe that till this trade. People were telling me this that know them well, and like, look, this is either going to happen. And Mark Cuban invested in this. He's like, he sold the team. Shockingly, that was a shock to us too. And it was like, I'm going to just keep 5 to 7%. He has nothing to do with the basketball operations. He just sits on the bench and cheers for the team that he has 5% ownership of. And Mark Cuban had nothing to do with this. And they did not buy the team because they like basketball. They bought the team because they thought, and Mark Cuban believed this too, I want to be a part of this because I think this is going to be multi-billion dollars, and these guys are worth, that family, I don't know, you need to look it up. They might be worth $100 billion. This was about getting casinos in Texas, and you stick one in Dallas, and you stick one in Houston, and you stick one in San Antonio, and you stick one in El Paso. I mean, they were going to make billions of dollars, they thought, but Texas isn't passing it. The state of Texas isn't passing casinos. And because of that, when I was at Reunion Arena, this place couldn't draw 5,000 people a game for a decade. Not a year or two, for a decade. It's going to happen again.
Man, Mike, interesting. It sounds like the TV show Landman playing out in Casino Man here in Dallas. So, all right, Mike, it's really fun to hear your takes, and thanks for giving us that boots on the ground, as Marcus said, from Dallas, man. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys, and enjoy the NBA.
Well,
enjoy
we can't
Clay.
enjoy the NBA. We got our own Warriors fans mad. Like, he's mad. We got Warriors fans who's mad because the Warriors didn't get Zach LaVine. They're not going to get Jimmy Butler. They didn't get Luca Doncic, and they played the Orlando Magic tonight. By the way.
know.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to sit here and try to take away from the pain that Mavericks fans are feeling this morning. But they still got Kyrie, AD, and my guy Klay Thompson. I'd like to go out and watch those three guys play basketball.
Interesting here. AD did play 76 last year. Luka only played 70. Interesting. And then the last 3 years, but it's pretty bad for AD. The 3 years prior to that, he played 56, 40, and 36. That's really bad. But Luka, he played 66, 65, and 66, so that's good enough to qualify. But this year, he's only played 22 out of 50. 22 out of 50.
Interesting.
Yeah, no. So there is something to, I don't know, man. Again, unless you're a conspiracy guy that they're tanking for the casino and all that stuff, is there something to the Lakers, the Mavs saying, we don't want to give this guy $345 million. He doesn't care. He doesn't eat right. He doesn't practice.
He drinks too much beer.
Yeah, drinks too much beer. Now, he did, and I did check it. He cannot sign a supermax with the Lakers now.
Good. I hope they don't get him.
I know. Could be Luka. Listen, I'll be honest with you guys, and we can throw this out there. We're going to get to Mike Silver, but do the Warriors have a better chance of beating Luka and LeBron than LeBron and AD? Maybe. AD was a nightmare for the Warriors. When he was healthy and engaged, a freaking nightmare. Yeah. All right, so there you go. Mike Silver to take us from Radio Road. There is a Super Bowl this week.
Super Bowl.
And Kendrick Lamar will play at halftime.
K-Dot.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Signal.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the NBA.
All right, Invisalign. No smiles in Dallas. Lots of smiles in L.A. So hopefully those smiles are enhanced by Invisalign. Invisalign Clear Aligners to straighten your teeth and give you the best smile you can possibly have. 2 teenage boys use Invisalign at the Murphy household. I have grown relatives who use it too, because with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. So says the 13-year-old account executive in our home. Okay, faster than braces, sort of more convenient than braces. It's all about getting the smile that you've always wanted to have. So it's a no-brainer. Choose Invisalign treatment. Invisalign is the #1 doctor-recommended brand in the United States, all over the world. 18 million smiles. Like I said, maybe not a lot of smiles in Dallas, maybe more smiles in L.A. Either way, you're going to use Invisalign to burnish that smile. Why don't you do me a favor? Check them out at the website, Invisalign.com.
Cause I love it, I smile.
faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's KNBR's 49ers insider and The Athletic's national columnist Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, amidst all the NBA mania, there is a Super Bowl. Talked to Mike Silver about it down in New Orleans. He's, of course, our 49ers NFL insider for KNBR, national columnist for The Athletic, author of The Why is Everything. People asking, why did the 49ers suck this year? 6-11. Mikey, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Dude, how's New Orleans?
It is great. You know, it is the best of all Super Bowl cities. They should all be here. And, you know, off to a rousing start with music and great food and drinks and reacquainting with good friends. So, so far it's been great. Now it's very early. You know, it's a sprint and a marathon. So we got to go headlong into this madness.
You're not 25 years old anymore, buddy. You're not Luca Donic anymore, 25, yeah.
No, and Mike, that's what I wanted to ask about, because here on a Monday morning ahead of Super Bowl 59, the biggest topic that we're talking about is Luka being traded to the Lakers. What's the buzz right now around Media Row? Is there more hype about the Super Bowl or this blockbuster trade we saw this past weekend?
I don't know that we're in the hype around Media Row stage of the week yet. But yeah, you know, it's obviously something that anyone who even pays peripheral attention to sports is thinking about and trying to figure out, and obviously all other deals are now seen through that prism. But you know, it's something that I think NFL players and all people who cover it definitely are wondering what's up. But you know, I believe that over the course of this week, though I may be old, I will still come out of it in good shape, and I don't know that that's going to be the same for Luka in his entire career.
I know, right?
In terms of fitness. I mean, some of us just have to play through. We'll see how fit Luka stays in the city where I spent some of my formative years.
To be serious for just a second, I mean, it was just a month ago that New Orleans experienced the terror attack. It was awful, unbelievable. How's that coloring at all Super Bowl week?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was obviously horrific, and one of the horrific things that's happened during this crazy stretch. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's really hard to secure Bourbon Street as it exists, right? And that's, you know, it's going to swell with people as the week goes on into next weekend, obviously. And, you know, it's open all night. So, you know, I think NFL definitely seem to respond and beef up security, and I'm sure local authorities are very, very mindful. But I don't know how that totally translates, you know, until I'm more out and about. But I feel like, you know, this was the place they played the first Super Bowl after 9/11, and we were all kind of tweaked about that. You know, the last time they had a Super Bowl here, as you'll remember, there was a power outage, which some thought was part of a conspiracy to help Colin Kaepernick almost win a Super Bowl. Think about that one. So that was weird being in the Super. You know, I was at I covered I want to say early '90s Niners Saints game in the Superdome. I don't know if you were at this one, Murph, but a fire broke out like in the 400 level, just in the stands during the game, kind of, and it was like looking like it was going to get up in the weird scaffolding, and the game went on, and they managed during the course of the game to put the fire out. But I missed about 12 plays in a row because I was just like, wait, is the building catching on fire? Is it just me? Like I know you guys see that, but it's 3rd and 7, and Pat Swilling's coming off the edge. Don't worry about it.
Mike, when we entered our conversation last week, Murph talked about how all the storylines about Super Bowl 59 are surrounding the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, I will say I am intrigued by the Super Bowl rematch between Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes. So what would you say the biggest storyline surrounding the Eagles is this week headed to Super Bowl 59?
I mean, first of all, what an impressive win they are coming off. It wasn't like, no, put it this way, no one's talking about a call in the NFC Championship game because I don't think one call would have made much of a difference, but they look like a machine. So I think the first thing is we look at comprehensive, strength of team, and they just look better than anyone, right? That offensive line, that, the interior defensive line, the running game, the secondary, it just looks awesome. And you give Howie Roseman, the general manager, a lot of credit. If you remember the Eagles after Big Dom and Dre Greenlaw's thing ended them last year when they were 10-1. This is 2023. And then, they lost 6 or 7 games, including that horrific playoff game in Tampa where you just saw owner Jeffrey Lurie's face and you're like, oh my God, he's going to fire everyone except Big Dom. And, they kept Nick Sirianni. So that's the other thing. Howie Roseman, the general manager, went to work clearly. But Nick Sirianni, a lot of people thought he very easily could have been fired after last year's collapse. A lot of people thought he might be fired if they lost that game to the Rams before Jalen Carter sacked Matthew Stafford a couple weeks ago. So, you look at comprehensive football team and you go, wow, the Eagles are a machine. But then you go, well, head coach and quarterback kind of matter. And I think at quarterback, it is a massive advantage for the Chiefs. And I think at head coach, it's an even bigger advantage for the Chiefs.
Mike, I may be wrong or people can come at me for this, but to me, my take on this is the entire week is about the Chiefs. It's like, to me, it's almost irrelevant who's playing. Like if it was the Commanders, the Eagles, it was the Lions. Well, Lions would be different. Lions would be a story. But the Eagles, they were just here 2 years ago. There's really nothing truly fascinating about the Eagles other than Saquon's season, in my opinion. Again, this is my opinion. This is all about the Chiefs and the history to me, Mike. That overshadows everything. You buying what I'm selling here?
Well, I do think you have to weigh that against what seems to be an overall Chiefs fatigue around the country with football fans, and that's part of the whole, the refs are helping, that nonsense. But part of it is like, man, I'm just sick of these guys winning. And, now in fairness, Patriots fatigue and Brady fatigue was, much more of a thing in theory because they won for so long and so many, and specifically he did. I want to shout out to the, San Mateo kid who also won a Super Bowl with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But, I just think a lot of people are kind of like, I'm sick of them. And, and maybe the Taylor Swift part of that for some people who, there are people, I guess, who don't like Taylor Swift, which is weird. But, I feel like maybe that's the bigger story, but I just think people are sick of reading and watching and hearing it.
Mike, when you look at the two rosters between the Chiefs and the Eagles, how would you compare it to the San Francisco 49ers roster, and how far away do you think that team is from maybe joining back in that conversation?
I think we just don't know what the 49ers roster is going to be next year. So how would I compare it to this year's 49ers healthy? If everyone had been healthy, I would say the 49ers are pretty darn good. I like their quarterback better. And, McCaffrey healthy and Saquon, maybe Saquon this year was a different level, but that's pretty much, a great thing either way. The Eagles would kill them on offensive line, which is a huge, huge thing. And the 49ers don't have anyone like Jalen Carter inside. So those would be the two areas where I think you go, well, Eagles are killing them here.
And then just getting back to my Chiefs thing for the week, setting the theme for the week, Andy Reid, you mentioned the coach and the quarterback. I mean, we're looking at, dude, he's now tied Belichick for most appearances all time with 6. On the all-time win list, he's kind of creeping up, closing in. I mean, I don't know how much longer he wants to do it, and I guess that's my question. You've known him a long time. It's an all-consuming job. I don't know. How much longer does he want to do this thing?
Well, first of all, I think it's going to be weird because I'm sticking up for Bill Belichick, which is weird, but I think he's been to 9, right?
Yes, Reid's tied with Shula for second.
There, okay. So, I don't know. I remember 2 years ago at the victory party, I had to ask him one more time, like, hey, are you sure you're coming back? Because it had become a thing. But I remember, when I think Patrick Mahomes, like, second time I saw him as a starter, I talked to Andy about something, and I go, dude, you're going to coach till you're like 90. And he just laughed, because why would you not if you have him? I mean, it's ridiculous. So I don't know. I mean, I remember I went out there the year where it was clear he was going to get fired in Philly when it all kind of went bad. I think it was 2012 or maybe 2011. Yeah, I think it was 2012. And they, it was clear it was going to end. And I went out there late in the season for like a Thursday night game, and I went and sat in his office the day before, and he'd been through some horrible stuff, right? His son had overdosed and died at training camp, and it was just, and I remember just saying, hey, have you thought about sitting out a year and just like, it might be like a good recharge. And he was just shaking his head immediately, and he goes, nope, I'm not doing that. That's not me. I'm not sitting out. And so if he, obviously he's older now, but that mentality that, he was full speed ahead, I feel like if you add the fact that you also have Patrick Mahomes, I think you keep it going. And, if you look at it like a Warriors analogy, like if Steve all of a sudden was like, hey, man, here's your team, but Steph is done, you might be like, I don't know how I feel about this job. Is it the exact same? I can't speak for him. Maybe he'd want it. But, I think if you're Andy, as long as Mahomes, he has like mid-career Steph or, not quite to the middle career Steph yet. That's what it is. They have a Steph, and it's hard to walk away from that. It's such a once in a lifetime thing.
I mean, we're closing out here, Mike. I'll let you go. He's 66. You'd be like, 66. Well, guess what? Raiders just hired a 73-year-old guy, and the North Carolina Tar Heels just hired a 73-year-old guy. So, I was watching 60 Minutes I was watching the Grammys last night, and 60 Minutes ended right before it, Mike, and Leslie Stahl was on her stool, and she's like, we'll see you next week on 60 Minutes. I go, damn, look at Leslie Stahl. How long I wikied her? Dude, she's 83. Wow.
Oh, my God.
Wow. So,
she's a beast.
This is all by way of saying, I guess Andy Reid's got another 10 to 15 in him.
Well, also, 60 Minutes is a good job.
Yeah, I know, right? So
you want to keep working?
So's head coach of the Chiefs with Mahomes, right?
Yeah, what's the job? You're one of the 60 Minutes correspondents. I like that job.
Anyway,
but I hear you. Listen, man, I don't know. Maybe Andy will shock us all. I think Travis Kelce could walk away after this one, win or lose.
He's got to go nurse the wounds from his gal who got shut out last night. Beyonce taking that album of the year from her. So
long as Kanye doesn't go on stage.
Oh, dude, he tried to. He tried to show up last night. You saw that, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
All right,
I got you, Mark.
You got all of that, Mike?
Yeah, I got all of it.
All right, dude, you are in New Orleans, and obviously our hearts go out to that awful incident. So hopefully, safe. That I remember my first trip to New Orleans. I came back. I was just stunned, and my buddies go, "How was it?" I go, all American cities must answer to New Orleans. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. So you go, dude, and be safe and enjoy the hell out of it and write your ass off, and we'll check in down the road, brother.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Awesome. Good talking to you. Have a great week.
Mike Silver in New Orleans for a Super Bowl. That's knowing that guy for a long time, that's kind of perfect, man. And he's right. After I've experienced Super Bowls in many different cities, they honestly should all be in New Orleans.
Damn,
really? It is the perfect Super Bowl city.
Damn.
Everything's walkable. It's the greatest party city in America. There's really no reason to do it anywhere else. None. So
if only the Niners made it, we would be doing our show from New Orleans right now.
Marcus, it would be. Are you a New Orleans guy?
Never been.
You're a young man. You'll get there.
Yeah.
You'll get there.
Young enough.
All right, buddy. Young enough to heckle old men on 2010's music.
Young enough to be called an ageist.
Yeah. Okay, big hit, man. Luca. What the hell happened? We want to hear from you guys. By the way, do you guys want to take a Warriors angle on this? Because there is a Warriors angle on this. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Monday morning with Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. And right now, it's the most exciting time to play and get some action in on the big game. Because look, I just said it. I wish I was out in New Orleans. I wish the Niners were there. I wish we were all hanging out on Bourbon Street, placing some legal bets on the big game this weekend. But we're here in California, so why not take advantage of Prize Picks and the promos they have going this weekend for the big game, like Patrick Mahomes and whether or not he will pass for more than 1 single yard. Yeah, it's as simple as that. Pair it up with some of your other favorite picks from this weekend, like Travis Kelce having more or less and what could be his final game of his career in Super Bowl 59. All of those options and more are available on Prize Picks, and if you're not on the app, right now is the perfect time to join by downloading the app and using the code word LEADER, and you will get a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. And get this, you don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Hold it now.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
A seismic trade in the NBA. Shams Charania reports the Mavericks are trading Luca Donic, Maxi Kleber, and Markieff Morris to the Lakers for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a 2029 first-round pick. Utah will also be involved in the deal. We're going to try and dial up Shams to make sure he didn't get hacked.
Ladies and gentlemen, the most shocking transaction since I drove a TV to my buddy's garage sale back in the 90s under the orders from my bride to get rid of the TV. So when I put it down on the lawn and the guy walked up and said, "What do you want for the TV?" I go, "I don't know, $5." The guy goes, "I'll take it." He gave me $5. I drove home. I go, "Hey, I sold the TV." Candace said, "What'd you get?" I said, $5. She said, "What are you, an idiot?" I said, "I guess I am." So good morning, everybody.
I don't know, Murph. I'm saying you might have got better value on that $5 TV than the Dallas Mavericks did for Luka.
Marcus, they're calling me the Nico Harrison of garage sales.
Yeah, was that a Nike TV you tried to sell?
You are listening. I didn't think the TV was taking care of itself or in good shape.
Yeah, that TV's got a drinking problem, Murph.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. So good morning, everybody. What does this mean? What's going on? Conspiracy theories. Are there owners of the Mavericks trying to tank the franchise so that they can threaten to move, so that they can get a casino? Or does Nico Harrison truly believe that Luka Doncic is not worth a Supermax contract and was getting ahead of something that will be a problem down the road? That's out there as an idea. Does he truly believe that Anthony Davis, who will turn 32 next month and has a history of injuries, can stay healthy and lead the Mavericks on a deep playoff run? Oh, speaking of deep playoff runs, Luka took them to the NBA Finals last year. And do the Lakers get the next superstar? Do we here on the West Coast, the zesty West Coast, as the Eagles fans will tell you this week, do we have to deal with Luka Doncic haunting us now for the next 15 years? Does this mean that the Lakers are planning the post-LeBron era and getting another superstar? Kobe Bryant, LeBron, Jay, on and on and on. They've always had the guy. What does this mean, Marcus? It's so many different tentacles. I think in the short term, though, here's one weird one. Actually, as a Warrior fan, glad AD's no longer a Laker. He killed the Warriors. He killed them. Of course, now he can kill them as a Maverick, but still, the point is that there's so much going on. And oh, by the way, the Warriors play tonight against the Orlando Magic, and then they hit the road for a 6-game road trip before the All-Star break at the Lakers on Thursday. But Luka's out right now. I don't know when he's due back. He did fly in on a private jet last night and fly an L.A. hand signal.
Yeah, he threw up the L.A. sign.
I was like, what is this? Like the guy's all of a sudden, he's like an Angelino. And then they go at Dallas next Wednesday. So they might play AD, although he's got a little thing going on. So many, I threw out about 15 different angles. It was blinding. People are calling it the biggest shock trade in our lifetimes. For you youngsters, probably is. I mean, Kevin Durant to the Warriors, that was a free agent move, right? Mookie Betts from the Red Sox to the Dodgers, that's up there. But this one, in the era of we're all on our phones 24/7, 365, and every rumor is covered, nobody had Luka Doncic being traded from the Mavericks.
No, and that's why it was so shocking on Saturday night as I'm sitting there trying to watch a boxing match, trying to sober up and just trying to figure out if this is a real tweet from Shams or not, just like trying to figure out the situation. And you mentioned it this morning. I compared it to getting the news about Kevin Durant on 4th of July joining the Golden State Warriors. But at least we knew that KD was a free agent, so he was going to end up somewhere. You talked about Mookie Betts. We knew that the Boston Red Sox didn't want to pay him. Even a guy like Juan Soto, there was always rumblings about the Washington Nationals moving on from him. But this came straight out of left field. It came out of nowhere. And we're talking about one of the biggest stars in the NBA right now in Luka, who's only 25 years old, just took his team to the NBA Finals. And I don't want to hear about, he doesn't have good conditioning, blah, blah, blah. He was well-conditioned enough to go out and score 73 points in an NBA game, so I don't want to sit here and talk about the negatives of Luka. Let's talk about the positives, but that also makes me feel negative thinking about the fact that the LA Lakers were once again just kind of bubble-wrapped handed another superstar, another generational talent, the next face of the franchise. Seems like it was just handed over to the Lakers without the Dallas Mavericks doing the due diligence of at least shopping around Luka and getting the biggest haul that they could get back.
That's why Nico Harrison was next to me on the garage sale, because what a blown opportunity to quietly shop him around and get a monster deal from somebody else. Because as good as Anthony Davis is, bro, that ain't a monster deal. They got Anthony Davis, and they got a first-rounder in 2029. We're literally looking at the Sacramento Kings. Shout out our Light the Beam crew up there. And by the way, shout out Fan Fest Saturday.
Yeah.
Shout out Buster showing up.
Yeah, and I heard it was lit in Sacramento this past weekend.
It will be lit in Sacramento.
And again, not to digress too much off this thing, but and I'll talk about the Kings in just a second. Did you see Logan Webb's kind of odd little selfie video with, "You guys want to see my boss?" And showed Buster, and Buster was like, "Get that freaking camera off me, man." Buster was like,
I did not see
you
that,
didn't
actually.
see it?
Put that in the cooler of
You gotta
content.
see it. Yeah, that'd be a really good one for video.
Yeah, you want to see my boss?
Logan Webb was really, is that a meme or something? I don't know.
I don't think it is.
Because he's just like, he's almost like giggling like a school kid. He goes, "You guys want to see my boss?" And he kind of giggles. And he's got a video, it's going like up his nostril, so it's like a really unflattering angle.
Not the greatest angle, huh?
And he turns over, and Buster's just standing there, and Buster's looking like so uncomfortable. He's like, "Get this camera off me, man." Buster doesn't say a word. And then Logan Webb just giggles, and that's the end of the video.
Light it up, boss.
Maybe this means the Warriors or the Giants will win the West. Anyway, back to Sacramento. They wind up getting significantly more, other than, Anthony Davis. Again, part of this whole deal that we got to guard against is Anthony Davis. This is an incredible player. The Mavericks didn't get nothing.
Absolutely. AD's a great player, but the Dallas Mavericks are trying to defend this move, saying that AD matches up with their timeline more. In what timeline? He's 6 years older.
Timeline means like you're trading 10 years of guaranteed excellence for 2 years of almost guaranteed excellence.
Yeah, and you can't even say like this is a win now type of move because they won the West last year and were playing in the NBA Finals.
Luka. Now, Luka's only played in 22 out of 50 games this year. And again, if you want to just for devil's advocate purposes, because the easy low-hanging fruit is like, dude, this is the stupidest trade of all time. Why would you hand over Luka Doncic and not get a king's ransom in return, right? Like 5 number ones and 2 superstars, right?
I mean, that's like the strategy, too. I mean, and we talked to Mike Bastick earlier this morning, former MLB pitcher, and of course now does Dallas radio. And he's like, look, there's conspiracies going on with the Dallas Mavericks trying to tank the franchise and try to get a casino. If not, they're going to threaten to move to Las Vegas. And I'm sitting there like, well, if they're trying to tank the franchise, why would they still bring in AD right now? Why would they bring in Klay Thompson over this offseason? Why do they have Kyrie Irving still on this roster? So again, the math is just not math in here. Somebody make it make sense because it really is not making sense to me.
Also, by the way, people say, you guys want to watch my boss for a second is a TikTok meme. Okay, it's a TikTok meme. So that's why he did it. So.
I've seen those videos where people say, like, watch my partner or my boyfriend or something, and they kind of record them, and, like, they just set the phone down and walk away.
Okay, that's
I
kind of
think
what
you might be
Logan's
right.
doing.
I think
Anyway.
we're on to something.
So the Kings wind up getting 3 1s and 3 2s. Now, one of the ones is likely going to translate to a 2 from Charlotte. So basically call it 2 1s and I think 5 2s is basically what they got. And they got Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think objectively speaking, they got a way bigger haul than the Lakers did. I mean, than the Mavericks did. Now, again, Anthony Davis is. So here's a guy says, 925 says, you guys are acting like AD is Hassan Whiteside. All right, so
no, nobody's saying that.
And here's 831 says, my tinfoil hat tells me Adam Silver made this move because the NBA regular season is so boring.
Ah, there's the ratings argument. There's the ratings argument.
I mean, listen, our buddy Tennell, all these conspiracy. I don't know.
I need a Paul Tennelly this morning.
I've been a conspiracy guy.
Looking for the show, John Joe.
I've never pulled one off. I've never, it takes a lot. Like, I don't know. We live in a world. There's a whole movie, Young Tone. There's a movie, Mel Gibson, Conspiracy. He drives a cab, and he's got everything plastered on his wall. I don't know, where are you? Are you one of these conspiracy kids?
Yeah, I believe it.
That there are conspiracies in the world?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, a little breaking news here. According to Ian Rappaport, Myles Garrett has requested a trade from the Browns.
Myles Garrett.
Yeah, 408 says, you guys got to shift into the Myles Garrett trade.
Can he play power forward for the Warriors?
We'll pair him up with Nicky Bosa.
Yeah, why the hell not? I mean, sure, I'll take Myles Garrett. I don't know if they can realistically go out and afford a Myles Garrett when they have so many other issues on the team right now.
I wonder what the trade capital would be in the NFL. So, I mean, listen, in terms of shock value, nobody, and I mean nobody, saw this coming to the point where they're saying LeBron James didn't know. Now, here's my only conspiracy. Here's where I will go on conspiracy theories. I believe almost every rumor about LeBron. Like LeBron knew. He had to know. And it's funny because then Brian Windhorst comes on ESPN. He's like, LeBron didn't know, but he's wanted to play with Luka for a long time. Like, wait a minute, that doesn't add up.
Yeah, and also we know that Wendy has always kind of been a mouthpiece for LeBron James,
definitely.
right?
Yes,
And so, like, if he's trying to protect LeBron's image and not throw him under the bus for getting rid of AD to bring in Luka, of course Windhorst is going to come out here and say, look, LeBron had no part of this because he doesn't want to ruin that relationship.
Yeah, I told you guys before the break, what's the Warriors' angle on all this? The Warriors stood by and watched the Lakers get Luka Doncic, but also trade AD now. They stood by and watched Zach LaVine go to the Sacramento Kings. That's a guy a lot of people wanted the Warriors to be in on. And they stood by and apparently heard that Jimmy Butler does not want to sign an extension in Golden State. By the way, let me figure out what's Jimmy? He don't want to play with Steph Curry? What? That makes no sense.
Does it
How do you not want to play with Steph Curry?
Well, that's the big question. He doesn't want to play with Steph Curry. Now, if you got a contract extension, maybe that contract would last past the Steph Curry era. But does that mean he doesn't believe in the young talent of a Jonathan Kuminga or a Brandon Pajemski? Well, hell, who knows who would have been in that trade anyways.
Well, he's 35, though. He ain't playing for too much longer.
I know, but that's the thing. He's looking for that contract extension. He could be with Steph
for the next 2 to 3 years. I don't know. Anyway, so he's out anyway. But as most people say, that's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Probably a good thing.
I don't think the Warriors had to move the entire organization for Jimmy Butler.
So right now, Vucevic is really the only guy that was rumored to be linked to the Warriors that's still out there, and they have until Thursday. But right now, the Warriors look like they're just completely inactive. The Spurs get De'Aaron Fox. The Kings get Zach LaVine. The Mavericks get Anthony Davis. The Lakers get Luka Doncic, and the Warriors had a charity poker tournament Saturday night. So that's where we're at.
And it seems like Mike Dunleavy still doesn't want to push his chips all the way in because we've been talking about this now for damn near a year about what Dunleavy's going to do during the offseason, moving on from a guy like Jonathan Kuminga or Brandon Pajemski. He held those cards over the summer when Lauri Markkanen and Karl Anthony Towns were out there. I mean, hell, we can go back to Mike Dunleavy going back and making the trade from Jordan Poole to CB3, and then the rumors that the Chicago Bulls would have moved Zach LaVine for CP3 for his expiring contract, and now here we are a year later and missing out on Zach LaVine because he's being shipped off to the Sacramento Kings.
Man.
Like there's a lot going on and a lot of missing pieces right now with the Warriors.
Yeah, a couple other things going on with this trade. So Anthony Davis going to the Mavs makes them interesting. I mean, Luka hasn't been playing. He's only played 22 out of 50. They are 26 and 24. They're not having a great season. They're the 9 seed. I think Clay wanted a little bit more. I saw a quote from Clay saying, I really enjoyed the 22 games I played with him. I'm like, dude, you only got 22 games with Luka Doncic. But they have some bigs. Here's another angle of this whole thing. Lakers don't have a big, bro.
Nope.
They do not. Go look at their roster. They have no big. All of a sudden, I'm going to be hot take. I think the Warriors have a better chance of beating the LeBron-Luka Lakers than the LeBron-AD Lakers.
Right now, this season, I would agree with you on that.
They just don't have a big.
Because
Warriors don't have a big either.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if the Lakers go out and make another trade for a big before the trade deadline. But currently, as constructed, I think you're right because LeBron and Luka, I don't know how they're going to match together on the court. Now, again, this might be the Lakers looking post-LeBron to have Luka as the face of the franchise once they move on from LeBron James, which also brings up some interesting storylines about whether or not LeBron James would move on this offseason. Right. And, of course, the storylines connecting him to the Warriors and Mike Dunleavy making that call last year at the trade deadline. But that's another big hit for another day. Right now, they just got to figure out how Luka and LeBron are going to coexist. But I think you're right. Long-term wise, this is a better move for the Lakers, but short-term wise, LeBron and AD were a much better fit together than Luka and LeBron will be.
AD was a freaking nightmare. I was at that playoff game at Chase Center. He was unstoppable, bro. And he was unstoppable in that game Saturday night, a couple of Saturday nights ago.
That's what he does.
Sunflower is checking in from out in the valley on this huge trade. Sunflower, you're on KNBR. Good morning, Sunflower.
What's up, Sunflower?
Morning, Brian and Marcus. How are you guys both doing?
Doing good. And by the way, shout out Sunflower, one of my song requests that obviously drew the ageist jokes from you guys here. But anyway, I digress. Sunflower, what's up, man?
Nothing much. I wanted to point something out. I'm a big conspiracy guy. And it has a lot to do with me studying history. Everyone who studies history knows that Rome never fell. It just became a church. But more to the point, this has everything to do with the NBA stepping in and saying we can't have these salaries. I had a conversation with my brother after Luka was traded saying they didn't want to touch that max salary. And I said, look, the next thing that's going to happen is Fox will be traded because he's the next one in line for that max salary. And sure enough, the next person traded the very next day was Fox. And those are the two that were in line for the $70 million a year salaries. And the NBA said, no, we're not doing it. And they said, you have to get rid of them.
Wait a minute, you think the NBA orchestrated these trades to avoid supermax contracts? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's gotten to a point. You got to understand these inflated contracts have ballooned. I think it's like 700 times.
So when you say the NBA, you mean the owners?
It's.
Well, that
I don't know if you know this, but when you go back to the history, it kind of all goes up back to one. So yeah, they're all definitely in bed together. I hate to point out the obvious, but they couldn't take on the max. It's so obvious. The two players in line for the 5-year, $350 million deals.
Yeah,
the two that hit all the criteria. One was Luca.
Yeah.
And the next one was Fox.
Okay, so you're saying, well, the Sunflower, and we appreciate the call. We got to go because of the clock, but I appreciate it. I told you guys on the way in, I heard Jay Williams on ESPN throw out maybe one of the more interesting angles on this. He said he's been talking to owners lately, and they're sick of players calling the shots. Don't ever kid yourself, by the way. Owners are the worst, right? They're the greedy owners. I sing my Korean baseball song, right? True. And that all the last 10 years in the NBA, players have been calling the shots. James Harden, Kevin Durant, LeBron James, all those guys have been calling the shots. And he said he think owners want to take it back because they're like, hey, man, not you guys, it's us. We're the guys. So this trade, not telling Luka, not telling AD, not telling LeBron is a little bit, that was one theory.
Yeah.
One theory. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, but I think these two theories, real quick before we end, are these two situations are different for me because it sounds like Luka wanted to stay with the Dallas Mavericks and he would have signed that Supermax versus De'Aaron Fox, who did not want to stay in Sacramento and had his agent Rich Paul tell him not to sign the Supermax in Sacramento.
That is interesting, yeah. But yeah, Luka is not now eligible for a Supermax in LA, so which I think is, if I read right, it's $100 million. Dude, if I've lost $100 million, it's going to affect my mood. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But he did throw an LA up when he got off the plane there. So there you go.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Luka
well, listen,
in LA.
That was the big hit, and it will be the big hit for many years. I want to thank the Maverick. I want to thank Nico Harrison and Rob Pelinka because that is literally one of the slowest weekends of the year. The only other argument is the post, the All-Star. There's a weekend in July where there's nothing going on.
Yeah, MLB All-Star week.
Yeah. So, and this is a good one. Another one coming up pretty soon. The NHL All-Star Week or whatever. But we're going to be in Scottsdale 2 weeks from Thursday,
yes,
right?
we are.
But man, they took the slowest weekend of the year and gave us some juicy content.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's talk about it with Keith Smith. Now, he's the contributor to Spot Rack and the NBA Front Office Show. He's a big NBA insider in terms of money. At Keith Smith NBA on Twitter. We'll talk to him next on the Sports Leader.
They probably bury me and Jay by then, or we bury ourselves.
Yes.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. So Luka got traded to the Lakers. Absolutely insane. So how much pressure does this put on the Warriors? Major, minimum, or just no pressure at all? That's crazy. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here on a Monday morning with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Because if you're looking to shed some pounds, maybe if your name's Luca Donic and you need to get in better shape, we've got the answers for you just in case you've been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections. The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has a secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. Look, I was on this program for 3 months, and guess what? I reached my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, the trade that rocked the weekend and beyond. Luca Doncic to the Lakers, Anthony Davis to the Mavs. Heck, we're not even paying attention to De'Aaron Fox going to the Spurs and Zach LaVine going to the Sacramento Kings. Let's talk about it with Keith Smith. Does this for a living at Keith Smith NBA on Twitter. He's a contributor to Spot Rack and the NBA front office show. Keith, this was like your, it was like your fantasy weekend. We get to talk about the NBA and trades and contracts. This is what you do. Good morning, Keith. How are you, man?
Morning, Keith.
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. I assume you guys want to do an in-depth breakdown of that PJ Tucker salary dump. That's why we're here, right?
Man. Yes, that's where we're going right there, man. Okay, so from your angle, talk to me from the Dallas Mavericks. So, given what you know about NBA front offices and ownerships and players and contracts, what would you say, if Nico, he did do a press conference yesterday, but explaining this from Nico Harrison's perspective, trying to either A, make the Mavericks better, or B, save them money. What's the angle here?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think what they're feeling is now they have a little bit more surety with Anthony Davis, meaning he is somebody they know what he's going to be, even with some of the injury issues, which he's largely been healthy the last couple of seasons. But even with some of that, you've got him locked in long term. Because he's already signed, it's not going to be, this contract that's going to be super, high. I mean, it's high. Don't get me wrong. It's a max deal, but Luka is going to make more. And they really seem to believe, and I'm going to take them at face value here, that they wanted to improve their defense, and they believe Anthony Davis is going to do that while adding to their offense. So, if that's your reasoning, sure, great. I get it, but it still is, one of the things where that press conference left a lot of questions unanswered.
Keith, do you think this was a situation where maybe Nico Harrison said, look, I'm only going to trade Luka for AD, and that's the reason why they didn't shop him around the league? Or is there any other way to defend the fact that they did not put him on the trade block to get the best offer?
Yeah, I'm going to give you kind of two answers on that one there. The first is, yes, I think that is what happened. I think this very much was, I want Anthony Davis, and that's why I didn't put him on the market. Now, I will say, I don't think that's the right move. I think you have to, with a player like Luka, you have to at least see, what else is out there. Maybe the best trade is Anthony Davis, in a first, but who knows what else. Reportedly, they approached at least one other team with the idea. Everybody's kind of assuming that was the Milwaukee Bucks for Giannis, because that's the only other one that might, start to make sense here. But yeah, it is, I struggle with the idea that even in, an NBA where teams are being a little more cautious with picks and the like, that Luka Doncic, on an open market couldn't have fetched you more of a return than what you got right now.
We're talking to Keith Smith, who does this for a living, contributor to Spot Track and the NBA Front Office Show, at Keith Smith NBA on Twitter. So talk to us about the Supermax for those of us who don't follow this stuff. Luka was eligible for a Supermax in Dallas and is now not eligible in Los Angeles. Can you take us through all the math there?
Yeah, so that's correct. So you can only get the Supermax, which is the 35% of the cap max, and you get it early by qualifying through, generally it's all NBA appearances. You can also get there by winning Defensive Player of the Year. Well, that's not the case with Luka. You could get there with MVP, but he had already qualified through making All NBA. But you can only get that Supermax from the team that drafted you, or if you were acquired while you were still on your rookie scale contract, meaning you were traded sometime within the first 4 years of being in the league. Luka's out of those windows. So now from the Lakers, they can't give him that extra bump. So they're, shockingly going to get Luka Doncic on a somewhat discounted contract, if you will, which is why you often see a lot of players sign the Supermax, and if they're going to force their way out, they do that. And I think that's part of the motivation from the Dallas side why this happened now was let's get out in front of this before, we're in a spot where we're a couple more years down the road. He's even more expensive. Anthony Davis is a couple years older. Let's get this done now. And from the Lakers side, it is great. We just locked in our post-LeBron, post-AD future here. And AD's obviously out of the mix now, but our post-LeBron future is locked in, and we're going to get him for a little bit less than if we made this trade a couple years from now.
Keith, just to stay on the topic of Supermax contracts, where does that leave De'Aaron Fox with the San Antonio Spurs?
Yep, same boat. So we don't know if he would have even made the eligibility for a Supermax, but he can't get one from the Spurs, so he's to the standard max. Roughly, you're talking about a $50 million difference over the life of the deal is what that is. So, just chump change for these guys. I'd take it, but, they're probably, okay. But it really is, it's one of those things where you start to look at it, and you're starting to see teams and players evaluate, do I want to lock in here? Because the other thing that happens with players is, the long-held belief in the NBA has been, get your money, and if you're not happy, you just ask for a trade. But as we're seeing play out with the Jimmy Butler situation, it's not always as easy as that, right? Sometimes there are complicating factors, especially if you're, start to limit where you're willing to go and other things like that. So that's what, is going to be interesting to watch play out over the next several years is, our guys, just as willing to say, yeah, give me the Supermax, and I'm going to jump on that right away. That when you're entering into that third contract in the league, there may be a little bit more play in there that hasn't existed previously.
Supermax contracts aside, Keith, what was your actual breakdown on the return package that the Sacramento Kings got from moving on from De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah, I think the Kings did pretty well here. Zach LaVine, he's a good litmus test for how much people pay attention to the NBA in season or just repeat things that they've heard in the past. Zach LaVine is having the best year of his career. He's been incredible this season. He looks healthy. He looks, fully ready to go, and really is playing well. That contract's no longer underwater the way, we were maybe thinking about it when he was dealing with some injuries. So I think that's a really good return. It's kind of a funky mix now in Sacramento where you've got LaVine and Sabonis and DeRozan and Malik Monk, no real point guard, but a bunch of guys who can handle the ball and pass and score. So I'm sure they're going to be working through some stuff. Doug Christie's going to have to, kind of retool his offensive plans a little bit. And then getting the picks. Now, I want to be very clear in this. they did not get, everybody's kind of chirping about how they got all these first-round picks back. That Charlotte first-round pick in 2025 is lottery protected. Barring, a meteor hitting the earth and wiping out half the teams in the league, the Hornets aren't making the playoffs. So that's going to turn into 2 second-round picks, and that's, going to be, how that goes. But they still got a couple of firsts. That 2031 Wolves pick could be really juicy, and you got a really good player in Zach LaVine. I think the Kings did well.
Last minute or two here with Keith Smith, who talking to us about what he does for a living, NBA front office stuff, and man, oh man, there was no shortage of it at all going on. Just from the Warriors' perspective, Keith, they didn't do anything, and I saw you retweeted a couple things on your timeline too that didn't. They got kind of denied a couple things too. Jimmy Butler didn't want to sign an extension. They made calls on Vucevic and Zach LaVine. I mean, here in the Bay, there's a frustration that they're not giving Steph one more chance. And I don't know, your view of Mike Dunleavy sort of standing by while all this happens and maybe what he could do between now and Thursday. Vucevic is still out there. I don't know if the Bulls want to move him.
Yeah, the Bulls do want to move him, and I expect he gets moved. Whether that's, the Warriors get re-involved on just him or not, we'll see. I think that's one that may take, down to deadline day to get done there. But, yeah, from the Warriors' perspective, I fully understand and to some large extent agree with you have Steph, Draymond, and Steve Kerr as these guys who have, they've taken your franchise to new heights in places you've never, ever probably dreamed you could be over the last decade. And now here we are, we're at the tail end of it, but those guys are still producing. And I do think to some extent, hey, let's try to maximize it. Now, I don't think you have to go all in and trade all your picks and your kids and everything else. But if there are moves that make sense, even if they are a little more short-term focused and they're going to be, all right, we're going to come out of this, one way or another, you're probably rebuilding anyway after, Stephen Curry is gone. Why not make the most of it over the last couple of years here? This idea of let's try to do stuff for now and be good 5 years from now, it just doesn't work that way in the NBA. As Warriors fans know, the whole 2 timeline stuff already blew up and it's gone. So you're going to be really careful, and I'm always, in favor of let's make the most of what you can, as long as you don't get real silly about it.
Last one, Keith. Lakers don't have a big, huh?
Yeah, it's rough. If you're over, 6'10" and walking around Los Angeles, they might be interested in seeing if you can play at all. So yeah, they're going to do something. They're still going to be extremely active in trying to find, players that can fit in. They're looking at a big. They're now more open to, all right, maybe we could move Austin Reeves in a trade because it's questionable. How is he going to really fit with Luca? Like that's a defensive combo that other teams would be salivating to go against. So that we'll see what they do. And on the Dallas side, they're in a similar boat, but the other way. Now they've all of a sudden got, bigs for days, and they don't have a lot of creators, so they're looking now to see, all right, what can we do now with maybe moving one of our bigs to get an on-ball guy? And it's funny because I had somebody suggest, why don't they just get together again and do a trade that way? It's just really not quite that simple, but yeah, you're going to see these teams continue to be very active. I think we're in for, it's already been a wild weekend. I think we're in for a wild few more days here leading up to the deadline.
Yeah, and Keith, actually, that's the last thing I wanted to talk about. You mentioned the fit between LeBron James and Luka, and with the reports that LeBron was not involved in this trade, do you think this will have any effect about LeBron's future with the Lakers, and maybe it makes it more likely that he does leave this offseason?
It may. I think we're now in a world where that's a lot more possible than it was before. I don't think anything's going to happen before the trade deadline. I think LeBron is fully at the point where he doesn't want to do anything that's going to change his off-court situation at all in season. He's got a son who's finishing his senior year in high school. He's got his daughter. I don't think he wants to be, hey, I'm going to move halfway across the country or all the way across the country to play for another team. So I think we're in a place, and I think the Lakers kind of send a little bit of a quiet message of, we're divesting ourselves so much of the Clutch Sports relationship and tie-in here where, the running joke has been, well, if you play for Clutch, you always have a spot with the Lakers. I think the Lakers are now, we're getting back to being the Lakers. We have our post-LeBron future star in place in Luca Donic, and we're going to kind of start to build towards that, and that then leaves, all right, LeBron maybe this offseason moves along. I mean, he's openly talked about he doesn't know how much longer he plays. I don't know that he'll just retire, but I wouldn't rule that out either.
Keith, it's always a good NBA conversation whenever I have you on. Thanks for hopping on. Everybody follow him on Twitter at Keith Smith NBA, and check out his work on Spot Trek and the NBA Front Office Show. Thanks, Keith. We appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thanks, Keith.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, he's good, man. Good NBA talker. So we could talk about all that stuff down the road. We do have the cooler of content, packed cooler of content. My God, including video for you YouTube and Twitch crowd. Young Tony's working hard back there on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, Provident Credit Union. We have our Yetis that say Provident Credit Union, right? We all do. Young Tony's using his. And that's because we believe in Provident Credit Union, because you can do things like grow your savings. Guaranteed. Yep, Provident Credit Union has you covered with a pick-a-term certificate. So you're going to earn up to 3.75% annual percentage yield with this limited time offer. These pick-a-term certificates offer 3, 6, 9, or 12-month terms with unbeatable returns, all on your schedule. You pick. That's right, a locked-in rate for the term you choose. So your returns are guaranteed. But don't wait. It's a limited-time offer. Start earning up to 3.75% with a pick-a-term certificate from Provident Credit Union. And if you need a little help to get started, that's easy. Provident team is here for you. They make the process simple and stress-free. So visit providentcu.org or drop by your local community branch today. Rate is effective as of January 28, 2025. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler. You are not sending me to the cooler of content.
Yeah, baby! Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, Scotty Barnes. Well, who's he? We have Luca Donic. Come on, man. Although the cooler of content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. That's not all. Everybody wants a piece of the cooler of content, including Marin Health. Yeah, it's sponsored by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. Matt Mayoko joining the afternoon boys at 4:50 this afternoon, maybe to talk about Myles Garrett, who's asked for a trade. I think every team in the NBA wants him.
Yeah, every team in the NFL and the NBA wants him, Murph.
The NBA.
No,
yes.
no, you're not wrong. He played in the celebrity game a couple years ago, and he was throwing down dunks left
He
and
looks
right.
like he could.
Oh, dude, he is a freak athlete.
Maybe the Lakers are going to get him, too.
Yeah, dude, put him as their big man.
All right, guys. Well, the cooler of content, packed here. I said we had video. So we do have video, and it starts Friday night in San Francisco at Chase Center.
Ooh.
Man, what a disappointment. So I told you guys I was down in various places in Southern California. Friday night in Irvine.
Ooh.
So overwhelmed I had to cough. Shout out Irvine, California.
I didn't know Irvine made you feel like that.
And I'm at a nice Mexican joint. It's good. Kind of high end.
Ooh, what'd you get? Tacos?
Yeah, I got
enchilada?
3 tacos. 3 tacos. One was Baja, 3 different tacos. One was Baja fish. One was the tamarindo shrimp fried up.
Oh.
And the third one was carnitas.
Dude. I'd love a nice little taco sampler.
Yeah.
You get one of each.
Nice place.
Good combo.
Good spot. Anyway, so I'm like, oh, yeah, the Warriors are on. And I'm with my son. I say, hey, go check it out. He came back. He's dead Warriors are losing. I go, what do you mean the Warriors are losing? He goes, yeah, they're down by like 20. I'm like, what? They ruined my tacos. Well, that was a very disappointing loss. After they beat Oklahoma City on Wednesday, come on, man.
And we got Murph crying into his tacos.
But the tacos were a good consolation prize. And a couple of Modelo's, you know? Had a good Friday night.
Well, that's not bad at all. I'm just glad the tacos came.
Tacos didn't come.
But absolutely outstanding soundboard use right there. So apparently the only good thing that happened out of it was that Kevin Durant got into a trash talk war with Gary Payton Sr. Yeah, I'll say that again. Gary Payton Sr. last seen dominating the 1990s. Sitting courtside. His son plays for the Warriors. We know that. Kevin Durant. We know Gary liked to talk. I guess Katie likes to talk. So now somebody, do we have a credit on who has the video on this, Young Tone? Do we have
somebody who has
Twitter use or
someone on Instagram? I couldn't tell you.
They actually had courtside seats. So go to your video on YouTube and Twitch and see Kevin Durant and Gary Payton actually woofing at each other in full view of everyone. Here, check it out.
Here, I'm at the ceiling. Hey, look here. I'm on the roof.
Dude, he's going to come out here in a minute, man.
20 years straight. By the time you was my age, you was the 8th man on the bench. Same way. I'm going to do the same way.
Damn, that's cold. By the time you were my age, you were the 8th man on the bench.
Oh, man. And Peyton not backing down. He kept saying same way. I do it the same way.
Absolutely
and then he was
not.
like, see, I don't know, man.
I mean, I'm surprised at that point. Warriors were down 20. GP Sr. should have just got on the court and tried to D up KD. I mean, that's how bad it was defensively for the Warriors.
Really, really funny. And, man, what a bad situation, man. What a bad situation.
The glove. KD ain't got no problem with the glove.
I want to stay on the video tip. We have Nico Harrison, and is this because we're looking at Jason Kidd here, buddy? Is that Young Tony? You can come on the mic and let me know. Guide me here, buddy. This is the one that has where I want everybody to study Jason Kidd's body language and face. Just threw on the backwards hat and standing there saying, somebody shoot me now. He's like, this is unbelievable. I got a phone call Saturday. He's like probably at home in his hot tub having a glass of wine, pondering the Mavericks' future. And all of a sudden, if you can look at your YouTube or Twitch right now, you can see the freeze frame.
He looks like me in the back of class in high school. Backwards hat, hoodie, just putting my head down, like trying to hide my face so the teacher doesn't call on me.
Just give me my C.
Yeah,
just
come on. Just let me cheat off the kid next to me.
And I just got a kick out of Jason Kidd's face and body language this whole time. Yeah, he's chilling on Saturday night, and then Nico calls him and goes, yeah, we're trading Luka. He's like, wait, what? So here it is.
Time frame, I think he fits our time frame. If you pair him with Kyrie and the rest of the guys, he fits right along with our time frame to win.
No nod.
And win in the future.
Just staring.
And the future to me is 3-4 years from now. The future, 10 years from now, I don't know. I don't think they probably bury me and Jay by then. Or we bury ourselves.
Yes.
Yeah, he's just like.
Jason's like, yeah, speak for yourself, chump.
He's like,
they're going to bury you.
Man, oh, man. Poor Jason Kidd.
I mean, Jason Kidd, dude.
Well,
the look of confusion on his face when he's like, yeah, this is not our timeline, not our time frame. And Jason Kidd's like, dude, what the hell? I'm the head coach of this team. Yeah. I'll tell you about my timeline.
I mean, again, Anthony Davis is a dude.
He ain't no scrub.
So, but Kidd's face was incredible. So now you guys have a comedy sketch you wanted to show here?
Ooh,
Young
what do we
Tony
got?
set this up for me, buddy. You found this?
Yeah, I saw this on social media. I thought it was pretty funny. I thought it would be good for the show. This guy's basically just impersonating Nico Harrison and then the reaction in the front office when this trade went down.
His name is Ben Hauselog. Sounds like a German name. Huselog? Whatever. Check it out.
Sounds good. Bye-bye. Boys, we have a trade. Finally, man, we've been needing something to get over the hump. Trust me, fellas, this is the one. All right, so who'd we get? We just got Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a first-round pick. Oh my gosh, that's a haul. Yeah, how many picks did we trade? Here's the thing. We didn't trade any picks. You just pulled off the trade of the century, dude. Yeah, but what players did you give up? Maxi Kleber, Markieff Morris. Oh my gosh, we got a fleece. And Luca Donic. You said what? You traded who? I know it sounds bad, but we had to get Anthony Davis. We didn't need Anthony Davis. Look, we needed strength in the front court, and we have Kyrie. That is Luca Donic, the man who dropped 70 last year. Look, I understand, but this trade makes our team better. Oh my gosh, we're gonna lose our job. Our job? We're lucky if we don't get executed for this. Look, I understand it seems crazy, but people are gonna look back on this and think that you are the dumbest man to ever walk the earth. Yeah, I resign, bro. Hey, good luck, man. I'm out.
All right, one man comedy
Not bad,
in his
not
own
bad.
den with a George Kittle jersey in the background on the wall, which sets up our next sound. Not
I
bad,
like
but
that.
yeah, that was the way he did was funny with the setting it all up and then leaving Luca to the end. All right,
Yeah.
nice work. A little homemade comedy from my man there.
Yeah, not a bad job, kid.
Speaking of George Kittle, he had his George Kittle jersey on the wall. Peyton Manning on Friday on McAfee.
Ooh, this is true. This is after George Kittle stole the show on Thursday night in the Pro Bowl Skills Challenge. He was on the mic chopping it up before they played dodgeball, talking about the 5 Ds of dodgeball. But apparently, after the game of dodgeball, George Kittle was hanging out with our guy Peyton Manning.
Like, would I like to beat Eli in this Pro Bowl? Very much so. He's 2-0. He's talking about a three-peat. That's annoying. It's offensive. And I'm afraid if we don't win, they'll fire me and I won't get to come back. So, look, did I have 10 Bud Lights with George Kittle last night? Yes, I did. But I'm still studying film and putting in a good game plan.
Well, I don't know if you've done that the last 2 times when you've lost. Maybe we up the number.
No. I think you're right, Pat. I think the past 2 years, going to bed early, drawing up plays, watching film, that's out the window. Bud Lights with Kittle. I think that'll be my winning edge this year.
Okay, 10 Bud Lights. That's probably like it's a light. It's like
light
a
beer.
watery. 10's a good number.
It's a marathon beer.
10's a good
It's
number.
a good beer
if you're
pong
having
beer.
a big Thursday night, 10.
10's a good number.
There's a line from the late great Shane McGowan in the band from the Pogues, Streams of Whiskey. He says, "When the world is too dark and I need some light inside of me, I walk into a pub and have 15 pints of beer. I am going where streams of whiskey are flowing." More musical knowledge there, buddy. For anyway, so he says 15 pints. But that's pints now. That's different than Bud Lights.
Yeah, that's true. Now we got to figure out, are these tall cans? Are these regular cans? Are these 40 ounces?
So there I am at John Wayne Airport Saturday afternoon flying home from my big SoCal weekend. And I got that coveted hour and a half because I got to the airport early and there it is. The airport, by the way, John Wayne Airport on a Saturday afternoon, bro, crickets. Cricket. Nothing like an empty airport. Dude, I'm the only guy in security.
Wow.
I said to the guy, he's like, "Hey, take your shoes off." I'm like, "Happily. There's nobody here. I'll do whatever you want, bro.
Take them off for me."
I'm like, "I'll hang out all day. There's nobody here." I'm like, "This is very relaxing, you know?" And anyway, I get in there, and there's the airport bar. The bartender's just standing there. I said, I think you're calling me.
She's just waiting.
So 2 pints of Coors Light while watching a Baylor-Kansas game and scrolling your phone.
Okay.
Not a bad hit at the John Wayne Airport. Not 10.
No, not bad at all. And maybe Peyton needs to rethink his strategy because after those 10 beers, they lost once again. He's now 0-3 versus his younger brother, Eli Manning. But what I'm really concerned about is we just saw Luca get traded after drinking 1 beer. What's going to happen to George Kittle after drinking 10?
Very good.
I mean, is John Lynch going to come rip a beer out of the hand of George Kittle at the Pro Bowl and tell him he can't drink?
By the way, how about Peyton Manning's subject? He gets owned. I mean, Eli does own it. I said flip that. Eli likes to own because he owns Tom Brady.
Yeah.
And then he owns his brother.
Yeah, dude, little brother.
I'm a guy who doesn't think Eli should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but I'm starting to reevaluate it. He's a little bit of an owner.
I was going to say, I've kind of charmed up to Eli. Like when he first started on the Manning cast,
he's
I didn't
great.
think he was that great, but that deadpan humor and for guys like us being the little brother, Murph, it's always good when the little brother gets one over on the big brother.
He's pretty funny, man. Okay, 2 last ones from the Grammys. One is these. You guys know what Babyface is?
Yeah.
Here we go.
So what
I don't
happened
know.
here?
I'm sure young Tony doesn't.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you know what Babyface is? No. Babyface is one of the great producers. He's like, there's no Pharrell without Babyface, right? I mean, Babyface is the dude. He produced everything. Go wiki him, bro. Like Quincy Jones, they paid tribute to Quincy Jones last night. He handed the baton to Babyface, who handed the baton to Pharrell. There's these genius producers. Shout out Phineas. Billy. I kind of get the feeling the entire Billie Eilish phenomenon is her bro.
Ooh, I think you're right about that.
I think he writes and produces everything.
I've heard a lot of those rumors.
Yeah.
I cannot confirm or deny.
She was there last night in her Dodger hat. I got to admit, the LA stuff got me a little bit because I spent a lot of my years down there, man, and I got love. And listen, we hate the Dodgers, we hate the Lakers, but I was like feeling it for my fellow Californians last night, and I thought all the LA stuff was pretty cool. But anyway, back to the story at the Grammys. So the Associated Press has a TV feed. I didn't know this. So here, look at your video on YouTube and Twitch. And they're interviewing Babyface. That's a great get. Man, if we got Babyface, I'd be... Dude, as he's answering, they blow him off for Chapel Roan. Dude, the disrespect. See, Babyface is like me dealing with you kids out here.
Oh, man.
Check this out.
The disrespect.
Check this out.
Yes, I think it's interesting.
Chapel. Chapel.
You guys want to do that? Go do that.
So sorry.
Oh, man.
Bro. Looks even worse on
Come
video.
on.
Duh.
He was mid-answer.
How you gonna do Babyface like that?
Dude.
Hey, and listen, I got love for Chapel Roan. She's cool and all, but let's be honest. There's a strong chance she don't stand the test of time.
No.
You know what I mean, bro?
I mean, I
Strong
understand
chance
she's
in
hot to go right now, but
strong
geez.
chance that in 5 years you're like, you remember that Chapel Roan? Yeah.
Where's the etiquette as a reporter?
My man here has written and produced over 26 number one R&B hits. He's won 13 Grammys. He was ranked as the top 20 greatest producers who ever lived. And they're like, Chapel.
Dude,
That's
the disrespect.
That's a bad. I'm talking to young Tony after a show, and he sees Walter and Greg Silver. He's like, Walter!
Yeah, he's Walter. Let me go get an interview real quick. Is that Adam Copeland?
Right, dude.
Is
Yeah,
that
right.
Copes?
Copes!
Oh my God, it's Copes! I love your hair, Copes!
And then the last one from the Grammys comes from Sean Ono, who's John Lennon's son. They won a Grammy last night. You knew they were good. The Beatles threw some AI thing together. Of course they're going to give him a Grammy.
We got
just to be-
AI Grammys now.
But he turned his acceptance speech into a little current advice here.
And finally, I'm getting older in my middle age, and I just wanted to give some advice to the young people out there. Never get into a rap battle with Kendrick Lamar. Thank you.
He's like, thank you.
Thank you. Phenomenal advice. Someone should have told that to Drake about a year ago before he stepped into all of this.
I mean, I watched the whole show last night. By the way, 3 hours and 49 minutes. I'm like, what is this? Like an A's White Sox game in '96 with La Russa making changes every batter? I was like, come on, you guys got to tighten this show up. But there were some real highlights. The Quincy Jones tribute was incredible. I thought, hey, that Sabrina Carpenter gal, she's got a little sizzle. She's got a little sizzle to it. It's all pop, bubblegum pop. I get it. Kind of fun. But, dude, the Kendrick Lamar wins were definitely good. And I was thinking the whole time, like, Drake must be like, bro, I thought I was out of the woods. I'm not out of the woods. It's back full force. Dude.
I mean, Drake is out here trying to sue Kendrick Lamar's record label to stop him from performing Not Like Us at the Super Bowl. It just won a Grammy last night for Song of the Year. I don't think that song's going anywhere, Drake.
I mean, and now he's got to tune in. There's going to be how many people watching the Super Bowl? 150 million.
And millions and millions after watching the Grammys last night, and the entire music industry screaming at the top of their lungs, A minor.
The whole building shattered. Oh, dude, my boy Mustard in that sweater. He's got kind of a little chunky.
Yeah,
He's like, got the broom out and everything. And Mustard dropped a West Side, too, which I always enjoy as a former West Side resident. West Side. And he got the broom and the West Side. Mustard's the dude. And by the way, he's doing the Heinz Mustard ad now. You see that, Tony?
Dude, that was insane. This guy got a Heinz deal.
Dude, yeah. He's got the mustard ad.
Incredible. But 415 says, what have you done for me lately, Babyface? Dude.
Man, that's rough.
All right, enjoyable cooler of content. And the video component's working out well. Very good. All right, big hit. Well, I shouldn't say big hit. It's like kind of our 850 big hit, which is revisiting the insanity from the NBA over the weekend. And where'd the Warriors fit into all this? Next on the Sports Leader.
Never get into a rap battle with Kendrick Lamar. Thank you.
All right, let's talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Big week, man, right? We got this weekend is a pizza eating weekend. And Amici's is the place to go. The countdown on for Sunday. The question is, who you going to call for your big delivery? Amici's. My friends at Amici's. They're going to deliver the full menu. All your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas. Pour one out for the Lions. Pastas, salads, and their amazing flame-roasted lemon chicken wings delivered direct to your door. I would order the chicken wings in massive bulk. You can even place your order in advance to guarantee your ideal delivery time. That's a wise move. Don't forget, catering menu gives you those options to order those pastas, salads, and wings in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet styles. It's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering them Amici's full range of menu items. So find your closest Amici's Order your favorites direct using the app or at amicis.com, AMICIS.com, and get your order delivered faster and for less money than those mega delivery companies. Perfect football food, baby, for Sunday. Amicis delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
we don't have enough to separate ourselves from, the rest of the West. And so I think the point is, we're not in a position where we can just say, no, we're good. Let's stand pat. That's the reality of where we are. So Mike's doing his due diligence, doing his job. If there's something that makes sense, he's going to do it. If not, then I'm very comfortable going forward with this team because I know what we're capable of, and I believe in the guys, and we'll hopefully try to capture a little momentum here.
Ooh, Steve Kerr, Friday night. Set to the star of last night's Grammys, Kendrick Lamar. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, man, what a crazy, crazy day. And we always say Friday night is where sports talk radio goes to die, and probably a good thing for the Warriors because Friday night they died. Yeah. And Steve Kerr threw a pretty inflammatory quote out there. Inflammatory is the wrong word. Pretty interesting quote out there that kind of died on a Friday night, which was, we don't have enough to separate right now. It's like, oh, you're just saying the quiet part out loud now, right? And again, still no Kuminga.
Nope.
And Draymond maybe next week or this coming week, maybe. But man, oh man, they've been missing Kuminga. And they go out after they follow that OKC win with an absolutely tragic loss to the Phoenix Suns. Remember my whole goal of getting to 26 and 23? Yeah. It ain't happening, boys.
Nope.
The best they can finish the homestand is at 25 and 24, and that's beating a decent Orlando Magic team tonight, which is no guarantee on that because the way they're playing. But you heard Kerr say, we don't have enough to separate right now. You're like, gee, thanks, go team, woo. Yeah, meanwhile, Zach LaVine winds up in Sacramento. Jimmy Butler says he doesn't want to sign an extension with the Warriors, which I think a lot of people were discussing. Maybe better. Maybe I don't know if you want to be tied to Jimmy Butler for the next 5 years.
No, I don't think you want to be tied to Jimmy Butler when he's about to turn 36, and you don't want to be tied to that big of a contract for the next 3-4 years or whatever that contract extension is going to look like, because the dirty little secret that we've been kind of bringing up the past couple of weeks is that luxury tax, is that tax apron, is the reset year for the Warriors, which has kind of stopped them from making that big move this year. And it's why I don't think there's going to be a huge name being dealt at the trade deadline because, Murph, there's essentially nobody left after this past weekend.
Vucevic is still there in Chicago, so they could still get him. Now, what would that do for the Warriors? I don't know. Quentin Post started and had a better game, didn't he? On Friday night, he had a decent game.
Yeah,
the Warriors in general stunk.
And Quentin Post also outplayed Vucevic when the Bulls were in town like a week ago.
Yeah, but still, he's
exactly. He's more decorated, no doubt.
Yeah,
I just don't think that's the move that's going to suddenly put the Warriors into the top six.
Let's say the Warriors got Vucevic and they, I hate to say this, but gave up, I don't know, Peyton and Looney and a pick. I don't know. I'm just throwing this out there. I don't know. How would you feel? I'm just throwing that out there.
I still think they would be in that play-in territory.
Yeah.
I think that's the bottom line. Like, I don't think he's the missing link that's going to make him a title contender.
I'm telling you, man, that game Saturday night, it was it was the Laker game, right? The Geno Smith to the end zone game.
Yeah, with AD getting barbecue chicken in the paint.
Yeah.
He was unstoppable. Anything he wanted. He was T.I. that night, as you were referring to.
The Warriors have had several T.I. games.
You can have whatever you like.
These guys are getting whatever they like. They're grabbing plates and going to the buffet. What happened to the defensive Warriors? Well, Draymond's not out there.
Yeah.
And Kuminga's not out there either.
No, DeAnthony Melton.
Oh, man. And meanwhile, Luca. So, hey, we were talking about this during the break, and I got some hot takes here. Number one, I think people are kind of dissing Anthony Davis a little bit in this whole deal. I understand that Luca is a global talent, and he's 25, going to be 26 in a month. And he could be the Lakers' dude for the next 10-plus years, which is a problem for all of us, right? That said, I just want to acknowledge that right now, this exact minute, the Mavericks with AD are a fairly attractive team because they've been playing without Luka for the last 19 games or whatever. So, I don't know. I love Anthony Davis. And to me, honestly, this is my hot take. The Warriors have a better chance of beating the Luka LeBron Lakers than they do the LeBron AD Lakers. That's my hot take.
I don't think it's that hot of a take because as we've seen the past couple of seasons, the Warriors just don't have an answer for AD.
None.
Not saying they have an answer to slow down Luka, but at least they beat him in the playoffs a couple of years ago, and it's just a different style and a different play when it comes to putting Luka and LeBron together versus what LeBron and AD have already proven that they can do. And I guess that's the real question is, what other moves are the Lakers going to make? They got to go out and sign a big before the trade deadline is over. But when Luka and LeBron are on the court at the same time, These are both guys who want the ball in their hand 100% of the time. So I get the angle you're looking at this season right now. Now, again, I don't know about the overall Warriors roster, but from a strategic standpoint, it's easier to beat the Lakers right now without AD than it's going to be with Luka and LeBron. But I'm just circling back to the fact that we might be talking about Luka being on the Lakers for the next decade because he's still only 25 years old, and that's what puts nightmares in my dreams when I'm thinking about a world without Steph Curry, without LeBron James, and Luka's still out there in a Lakers jersey.
I mean, when the Warriors play Warriors knocked the Mavs out of the playoffs with Luka one year. I mean, it's not like Luka was a Warrior killer forever. You know, he's obviously an amazing player. He hasn't won an MVP yet, and he hasn't won an NBA Finals yet. No, again, he's a baby. He's only 25 years old. He's got many, many years ahead of him. And the NBA is hard to win. So here's Charles Barkley on LeBron and Luka being on the same team. Barkley showed up on NBA TV.
This thing is not going to be smooth in L.A. with him and LeBron because both of them want the ball 100% of the time. I think that's going to be – I don't know if – because, Luka does not move without the ball. LeBron does not move without the ball. There's going to be some serious growing pains when those two try to play together. Now, they're both great players, don't get me wrong, but LeBron wants the ball and Luka definitely wants the ball. So it's going to be very interesting how that work out. And when Anthony Davis is healthy, it's going to be a seamless transition to Dallas, plain and simple. Because, he complains all the time about the five. I don't even understand why he complains about the five. Unless you're playing against Joker or Embiid, do we have any more big guys in the league?
Right, exactly.
Not too many.
Well, the Mavericks, Gafford is really good. Yeah. They have some dudes.
Yeah, and this is going to give Anthony Davis the return to play in the 4 because he was vocal about not wanting to be the 5 with the LA Lakers. I mean, hell, it's just a week ago there were reports coming out that AD is begging Rob Pelinka to go out and bring a center to them at the trade deadline, which again is going to happen within the next couple of days. But it's all about fit in the NBA. But then again, we said this about the Dallas Mavericks when they signed Kyrie Irving, another ball-dominant guard playing with Luka, and they were able to figure it out to the point where they made it to the NBA Finals last year.
Now, I don't know when Luka will come back from his calf strain, but the Warriors do play there Thursday. I don't know. Will it be the debut game for Luka? I don't know. I mean, I got bad news for Warriors fans. I know this Luka trade is so exciting, but quietly the Warriors are just treading depressing water at 24-24.
Depressing water.
They got the Magic tonight. I can't guarantee you anything about the Magic tonight. It's a freaking coin flip game. I mean, it really is. Plus, the 4th, 7th graders will be roaming around, too.
I know. You got the squad out there. Yeah, careful. Yeah, come get Uncle Waterboy's fake ID.
And then they go on a 6-game roadie, guys. I mean, at Utah Wednesday, I mean, you'd like to get that, but it's a road game. Then they go back-to-back at the Lakers Thursday. Then they go to Chicago. Let me see, what's the date on that? Is that, you have the, let me get that for you guys. And then they go to Milwaukee, then they go to Dallas, then they go to Houston. So, bro, they go to Chicago Saturday. So they go Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Utah, Lakers, Chicago. Then next week, before the All-Star break, at Milwaukee Monday, at Dallas Wednesday, at Houston Thursday. Bro, it could get really bad before the trade deadline, before the All-Star break.
You're not wrong.
925 comes in with an anti-Laker. He says, you heard it here first. Unless the Lakers get another big, they will not make the playoffs this year. Well, they're already in the 5 seed. They'd have to fall, but they could. This move is about the future, not about the now, says the 925. Definitely there's an angle that this is the post-LeBron move, right?
I would agree.
That LeBron's ready to retire, and they need their next Kobe-LeBron figure.
Yeah, well, especially when you listen to the reports about LeBron James not knowing about this trade. Now, again, we got to put on our journalistic goggles here and see that those reports also came from Brian Windhorst, who has been a mouthpiece for LeBron James his entire career. So who knows truly how much involvement LeBron had in this decision. But there's also the angle now that maybe LeBron, if he's not happy playing alongside Luka, if the fit's not great, maybe this does lead to LeBron James not ending his career with the Lakers, and maybe this offseason deciding maybe he'll call up his USA buddies, Steph Curry and Steve Kerr, and see if they can work out something up here, Murph.
Yeah.
How about that for an angle?
Sure. Let's do it. At this point, with Luka being traded to the Lakers, it's kicked down the door.
You never know. You never know, right?
Let's freaking do it. De'Aaron Fox is in San Antonio. Zach LaVine's in Sacramento.
Hell, there were reports last week from Brett Siegel, who covers the NBA, that the Warriors called up the Phoenix Suns about Kevin Durant.
Yeah, why not? I mean, that was one. I mean, old Papa in the midday has been talking about that for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind that reunion. And we know last year the Warriors called about LeBron James at the trade deadline. So, hey, I know those guys are getting up there in age, but they hung out together over the summer in Paris. Who knows if maybe there's a reset with those OGs this offseason.
Thursday at noon. I mean, there's a report that LeBron says he wants to play the rest of the year in L.A. We'll see. Thursday at noon is the trade deadline. But speaking of LeBron and the Lakers, here's Charles Barkley's opinion of LeBron's status in the organization now. Here,
I do think this kind of sets the end to like the LeBron James making all the decisions. They're like, hey, we love you, LeBron, but we're going to start what's doing best for the Lakers. That's what I got out of this trade from a Lakers standpoint, because I don't know if they didn't come tell LeBron, because number one, Clutch Sports is Anthony's agent. But it seems like to me, they're like, hey, you know what? LeBron's on his last legs. Let's start getting us a star for the future.
Okay, I mean, that's Charles Barkley saying they are, for lack of a better word, phasing out LeBron. What do you give me for the end of the LeBron James era and the end of Taylor Swift's dominance after she watched? Dude, they cut to her when Beyonce won the album of the year. She's like, wait a minute, I win that thing like 4 times. She was like, wait a minute, am I losing my fastball? What's going on?
First she overtook Beyonce in the pop world. Now Beyonce's bringing it back in the country world.
Beyonce bringing it back. So anyway, but yeah, I mean, there is a time the Lakers have to move on from LeBron, although he looks pretty darn good out there.
I mean, we say it all the time in sports. Father time is undefeated, but man, oh man, if there's anybody that can defy that, it looks like it's LeBron James.
I mean, it is going to be interesting. Did Rob Pelinka and Nico Harrison, and the other story, if Nico called one other team, how did that team not leak? How did this thing stay under wraps? It's amazing. But people are wondering, was the other team the Warriors?
Yeah. Would you move Steph Curry for Luca? 808 KNBR.
Or what would the Mavs have wanted?
Oh, if there was any situation where the Warriors could have made this trade for Luca and not give up Steph, Murph, I would have given up the entire franchise. What do you want? 7 first-round picks, 8, 9, 10, whatever. You can have it.
So I'm just riffing here. So you're interested in big fat guys out of shape who drink a lot of beer? I'm riffing.
Those are most of the buddies I hang out with on the weekend, Murph.
Yeah, but I'm not looking for them to go 40 minutes in an NBA playoff.
Yeah, I don't care. He scored 73 points in a game last year. That's with a beer belly. Let Luka drink. I'm not going to body shame him. He's one of the best basketball players on the planet, and he enjoys a beer.
Did I body shame?
No, a little bit. And it's not just you. A lot of people are body shaming my boy Luka. That right there is the body of peak male athleticism.
Shout out dad bods everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Dad bods are in.
209
Look at me and John Joe Curley.
209 says, as a diehard Dallas Mavericks fan and a Bay Area resident, how about the diehard Dallas Mavericks fan?
Damn.
This was probably one of the hardest things, but I actually believe this makes the Dallas Mavericks better to make a run for the championship. Nico has made many trades fans love. This one better be right. Wow. I mean, listen, so you're going at it with Kyrie, AD, Gafford, Clay. I mean, you don't have, interesting.
Yeah, and I guess if you're a Dallas Mavericks fan living here in the Bay Area, you can still say, even after this blockbuster of a trade, shipping away your face of the franchise, the Mavericks are still in a better spot to compete than the Golden State Warriors.
Yep. 650 says, after tonight, the Warriors have 20 of their final 33 on the road.
Oof.
Ooh, how's that going to work out for you? Yeah. 559 says, T-Swizzle, baby face on line 1.
Oh, no. Life comes at you fast, T-Swizzle.
Oh, man.
That's tough.
All right. Young Tone, is Spears confirmed or not confirmed? I see there's some question.
We are going to be pushing him back to tomorrow.
All right.
Okay, he's in between airports.
So we're okay. May I recommend the Anaheim Ducks Bar at the John Wayne Airport.
Good tacos.
Particularly on a Saturday when there's nobody around. Nobody. I mean, the airport, dude, the empty airport is maybe one of the great unexpected joys in life.
It's such a great feeling when you walk up to TSA and there's no line for the security and you just breeze in.
Bro, I thought the building was closed.
Dude, it's like VIP.
I was like, wait, am I in the wrong place? And they're like, no, come on in. I'm like looking around going, this is awesome.
You sure you got the right guy?
The guy goes, have a great day. I'm like, I'm already having a great day. I'm the only one in security. This is awesome. Okay, guys. So we're open then the rest of the show. So we can continue. Do we ever find that Logan Webb thing with Buster?
I can get it. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, there we go. Okay, what's Loader doing in your office? Get him out of your office.
I don't know. This guy's just Loader. He's
trying to airspace. He's hoping I mention him.
What a surprise. Loader is loitering.
Thank you.
What a surprise.
It's called loadering.
Loadering. That's a good one.
That's what I said, but I got mixed up.
All right, very good. So we're open. 808 KNBR is the phone number. How you guys are feeling about this Luca to the Lakers, man? How are you feeling about AD to the Mavericks? How you feeling about Nico Harrison selling a TV for $5? How you feeling, Kings fans?
Yeah.
How you guys feeling? No De'Aaron Fox. He's been there since he was 19 years old. He's 27. He wrote a little farewell to Sacramento. We can talk about that. They got Zach LaVine. They got a lot of draft picks. So there's a lot of NBA. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And how you feeling about your Warriors? Is it hopeless? Give us a call on KNBR 1045 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. So, you heard all of the news. Luka got traded to the Lakers. That is insane. So, how much pressure does it put on the Warriors? Major, minimum, none? Definitely some pressure. That's my opinion, but you can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Yes, he's definitely ramping up and getting closer. I don't know if they for sure have a date in mind, but there was a feel that he could be back before the All-Star break, which is, in 2 weeks. So it's obviously a worrisome injury. This is the second time he's injured his calf this year, but you're going to be careful with that. But this isn't like a long-term thing. And same with Anthony Davis. He's obviously got this abdominal injury, but Anthony Davis isn't going to be out for months. Both of these guys should be back sometime this month, probably sooner rather than later.
There he is, Brian Windhorst, busy dude, as his guy LeBron James watches his buddy Anthony Davis get traded to the Dallas Mavericks. Here comes Luca Donic. Man, we were just talking during the break. Boy, talk about a sports world sort of, I don't want to say turning on Luca, but there's two sort of arguments going on. One is, man, the Lakers got a generational player. Oh, my God. Oh, the Lakers. The other one is, did the Lakers get a dude who's not taking care of himself, who's out of shape, who the Mavericks willingly shipped out of town? So there's a couple of things going on here. There's a third one is, did the Mavericks ship him out of town because the owners are cheap and they don't want to pay a supermax? Or the fourth crazy conspiracy that they're tanking the team so that they can threaten to move so that they can get a casino from the state legislature, which is straight up like landman stuff with Billy Bob Thornton, John Hamm, and Jerry Jones. So all that, Marcus, on a Monday morning. I want to thank them, by the way, for saving and dead sports weekend and giving us flaming hot content.
I mean, it seems like over the weekend, all of a sudden, Luka turned into Zion 2.0. Like he's eating his way out of the league or something.
Yeah.
I've never seen the slander come so heavy after a guy who, oh, by the way, has already been an all-pro 5 times in the NBA with that body, took this team to the NBA Finals last year with that body, dropped 73 points in an NBA game with that body. That's a body made by beer, and he gets buckets after drinking those beers.
Now, that body's only played 22 games out of 50 this year.
This is true. Okay, maybe that's the beer. Maybe that's the beer.
So, I mean, I don't know. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how this plays out. I mean, by the way, Luca, shout out Marcus's Abundant Life, Church of Abundant Life, and shout out, hey, you get the Weight Watchers app. You can download it, bro. It's pretty easy. You can cut the weight in a hurry, dude.
I mean, I remember when people were trashing Nikola Jokic for being too heavy. Yeah, well, and then he got his life together, lost some weight, and look at him now. He's unstoppable.
Boy, if he turns into Jokic.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, and he's got that type of potential to be a Jokic-type impact player.
See that pass from over the weekend that made the top 10 where he never turns his head. He's kind of near the three-point line on the right side of the court, and he knows, I think it's Christian Brown who's down in the far left corner, and he's just holding the ball. He never looks once, and then he just freaking whips it on a laser right into the breadbasket for Brown, who makes a three. You're like, he never looked. He never looked. ESPN photoshopped eyes into the back of his
He doesn't have to. He's that good. I mean, he's an animal.
So if Jokic can be like, Luca Doncic can be like that, then he'll be something. Is it going to be fascinating to play out? I mean, in the short term, will he get back on the court? How will he and LeBron coexist? What will the Lakers do about a big? Now, they could get a big by Thursday, maybe Thursday at noon. And this Maverick situation, by the way, Clay, enjoyed Clay's quotes where he was just sitting in his locker with that Clay grin. He goes, I love being a Maverick. I enjoyed my 22 games with him. And I'm like, Clay's just giving Clay, look, he might have hit that.
Yeah, Clay's in his own world.
He might have burned one before
rightfully so, yeah. Oh, rightfully so, Clay.
Delighted to be a Maverick. I loved my 22 games with him. Hey, the Bill Simmons. Yeah. And by the way, this guy, Danny Goodwin, this comedian who's doing these send-ups of McAfee and Simmons, I can't recommend this guy highly enough. We did one of them, I think, on the Cooler of Content, and he's hilarious. And so I would just say, look up Danny Goodwin on social, start following him. He's doing really, really. He's like Simmons and McAfee responding to events in world history.
Oh yeah, I saw this.
The one with Aaron Rodgers about they reacted to the. What was it? The dropping of the atomic bomb or whatever.
Yeah,
and
also
like, worried about the. Oh, it was Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor.
Worried about the marine life, and the dolphins and their children. But anyway, the point is now when I look at the Simmons, because he was busy this weekend. This is right up Simmons' alley, like NBA trades. This is what he lives for, right? He's the Mr. NBA trade machine guy. But when I look at the Ringer video now, all I see is that Danny Goodwin guy because it's Simmons' mug. But anyway, who's the guy he has on here, Young Tom, with some slander on Doncic?
Kirk Goldsberry.
Okay.
Goldsberry?
Wait, say that again?
Kirk Goldsberry. I believe he works for ESPN. I know.
Goldsberry.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right. NBA analyst at the Ringer, Murph.
What does he say?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a weeks-long process. One of my sources inside the Lakers was indicating that the deal was bigger. And I think you guys were literally joking about this last night, that there were 2 firsts and there was Dalton Connect. And the deal got whittled down because I think Rob Pelinka was able to convince the Dallas Mavericks that Luka is a lot of risk. Yeah. And you guys are right for trying to look at this way because this guy, is drinking or is whatever, his weight problem, whatever it is. So they were able to convince it. This was a weeks-long process. That's another thing that came out today. And Dallas
almost
started
3.5 weeks.
Dallas started it, dude. This fell in Rob Pelinka's lap, and then he was able to reduce the outward Lakers assets to such. Dude, Mikal Bridges commanded 5 first-round picks.
So Pelinka so there's 2 ways to look at this. Pelinka's either a genius for poker playing the Mavericks down from, because the Mavericks would have gotten 2 1s and Dalton Connect with AD. And Pelinka's did the whole, hey man, I'm the guy assuming the risk here. So this is the burning question to come out of all this is like, how damaged is Luka Doncic's brand in this whole thing? Because we went from thinking, starting last, he was injured during the NBA Finals last year. Remember, he was playing hurt with his shoulder and all that.
Yeah, he was playing through it, yeah.
But we went from a guy who like, man, it's only a matter of time before Luka starts ripping off titles to, that was in June. Yeah. 8 months later, not only is he traded, he's kind of dumped. Yeah. Really, he's kind of dumped. Mm-hmm. I mean, listen, again, I don't want to disrespect Anthony Davis and all this, but to be honest, given their relative ages, Luka Doncic should have fetched a much bigger haul. So they kind of dumped him, and not only is he getting dumped, but people are talking bad about him.
Yeah.
Including us.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I'm talking bad about the trade package overall. And to your point, Anthony Davis is one hell of a player. But I think people would maybe understand it more if they did get more than 1 first-round draft pick, if they would have got Dalton Connect thrown in there. Like, if it was AD and 4 first-round draft picks, then maybe you could justify it from the Dallas Mavericks perspective.
So the other angle is maybe Nico Harrison's just really bad at his job.
Yeah, that's the camp I'm in, Murph.
There are bad GMs.
It sounds like this is bad because we just heard.
But he's done other good things, though.
Yeah, this is true, but we're hearing that Rob Pelinka called up like he's one of your buddies in your fantasy football group saying, look, that guy is so bad on your roster, you should trade him to me.
I know, yeah.
Like, to be convinced that Luka's bad, so you're going to lessen the trade package. I mean, I don't know. Should we go on 50,000 watts right now and say, hey, Cleveland Browns, Myles Garrett, yeah, he's got an anger issue. Yeah, he likes to beat people with his helmet. Maybe you should trade him to the 49ers for a 5th-round draft pick. Like, no, it shouldn't work like that.
I mean, this is a guy, though, who was getting praised for the moves he was doing. You know, I mean, he's the guy who kind of built the team that took him to the Western Conference Finals. I mean, he didn't draft Luka, but still, he hired Jason Kidd, and he made a couple of real nice pickups along the way, getting Gafford. I remember Ron Adams telling us, and we didn't really pay attention to it because we weren't studying the Mavericks depth chart, but they were going in to play Dallas, and he was like, their bigs are playing fantastic. He goes, we have our hands full, and he was right. So, I mean, this guy has been, it's not like this guy has a reputation of being a bad GM. He had a reputation of being a good GM.
Yeah, I will say he does have a bad reputation in general, though, because before he took over as GM, he was working as an executive at Nike, and the story reports that he was the main man giving the pitch to Seth Curry. No, I'm not even joking. It was Steph Curry, but he accidentally called him Seth Curry, then showed him a highlight package of like his face dubbed over Kevin Durant. Like apparently he's the man that blew this entire pitch to Steph Curry to get him a Nike contract, and that's why he's at Under Armour.
Maybe.
So I don't want to hold that against him too much, but once these stories start coming out about how maybe this guy is not the guy you want making these negotiations.
Maybe, but also like I said, he's been making a lot of great moves. He's built a really nice roster. If Luka wasn't hurt this year, they would be I think they'd be squarely in the top 4 or 5, don't you think?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's done a nice job. He got Kyrie, got Clay, convinced Clay to come on over. By the way, I'm checking in on Clay's stats right now.
Clay, baby,
Shooting
Clay.
39% from 3, 41% from the field. It's not his. His numbers are down. I mean, listen, what's Clay? He's 34. He's coming off those major injuries. But actually, last year he shot 38.7 from 3. He's actually up to 39.0. And last year he shot 43% from the field. He's at 41 right now. So, just a slight trend down.
And I wonder how many more shots.
14.7 last year. He averages 11.7.
Yeah, I wonder how many more shots he's going to get now without Luka being out there.
I digress because I was just talking about Clay for a second. But anyway, that's what I'm saying about Nico Harrison. Again, but what does he know that we don't know? And Pelinka, according to that Goldsberry clip, is saying, yeah, man, I'm taking on the risk here.
Yeah, that guy Luka is no good. You don't want him. Trust him. Trade him to me.
Luka went from being one of the top 5 players in the NBA to this guy who's like, I don't want him. You want him?
We should get Buster Posey to call up the Dodgers. Like, hey, Andrew Freeman, you hear about this guy Shohei Ohtani? He's got a gambling problem. He eats too much on the weekends. He likes throwing down the sake. Maybe you should trade him to me. I'm taking on all the risk here.
Oh, man.
What are we doing?
Out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 510 says the Warriors are going to do exactly what the Giants are doing, and that's absolutely nothing.
Ooh.
559 said instead of giving Luka a max deal, the Mavs pulled off a max deal. Maxi Kleber for Max Crispy. Oh, I see. You're making a joke there. I got you there.
Nicely done.
There we go. 707 says tank the team. Oh, tank the team, move the franchise to Las Vegas? That's what you're saying Dallas is going to do it? 707 says, sounds familiar. Anyone want to call John Fisher?
Hey, yo.
Again. By the way, did you see the report on Sutter Health Park not being ready yet? For a Major League Baseball team?
It was ready for FanFest this past weekend, I'll tell you that.
Did we find that Logan Webb thing?
That
quote, that video? Okay, we'll play it for the next segment.
On the other side.
More out there. 925 says, Luca's an old-looking 25. More slander here.
Damn,
more slander.
Old-looking 25.
And other people are saying, man, you guys got to talk about Myles Garrett requesting a trade. Can the 49ers go get him?
Would you trade the number 11 overall pick for Myles Garrett? 808 KNBR.
How old's Myles?
He's got to be around 32, I'd say now. That's just me guessing off the top of the head. Maybe around 30. That would be my main guess.
Okay, so let's talk about this real quick. Well, why don't we talk about it on the other side?
Let's do it.
Let's do it, because we've been Luca all morning.
29-year-old Myles Garrett.
Okay, Myles Garrett's requested a trade. Should the 49ers do it? Next on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, the song of the year was the song of last night. I watched the Grammys. I watched all 3 hours and 49 minutes. I was joking earlier. What was this, a 1996 Tuesday night between the White Sox and the A's with La Russa making about 11 pitching moves? My God.
Yo.
Tighten it up, guys.
3:45 for the Grammys.
I heard that movie, The Brutalist, is like 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh, that sounds brutal.
It's the one that's getting all the love. No. Let Jon Favreau and Swingers tell you. 90 minutes, in and out, baby.
Let's keep it tight, folks.
In and out.
Keep it tight.
So anyway, yeah, man, it was fun watching the Grammys. Shout out Stevie Wonder and Herbie Hancock paying tribute to Quincy Jones. How great was that?
Nice.
And shout out your gal Sabrina Carpenter with a little pop sizzle.
Hey now.
And
I'll enjoy an espresso, Murph.
Eilish with her Dodger hat and
Kendrick Lamar.
But he didn't perform.
With the clean sweep 5 for 5. He's saving that performance for next weekend, Murph.
There it is. And your boy Mustard was up there in his little sweater.
Mustard!
He was wearing like a cardigan sweater, like a button-up. And I mean, you better go buy your Heinz mustard because he's now the pitch man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he is.
I told you, I'm a mustard over mayo kind of guy anyways.
Yeah, how about mustard and mayo?
Yeah.
Mixed together.
If I only had one choice to put on my sandwich, I go mustard over mayo.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Hot take. We're going spicy hot takes. You're saying the Lakers are easier to beat with Luca instead of AD. I'm saying mustard over mayo.
Mayo considerably more flavorful because fat is flavor.
That is key. Fat is flavor, which means Luca is plenty flavorful, Murph.
Matt Mayoko joins Dirty Work with Copes and Depop at 4:50. And they'll ask him about the story that we're going to talk about here, and that is Myles Garrett requesting a trade to kick off Super Bowl week, just in time for Radio Row. If we were down there, and Monday, Tuesday's a little light. If you're down there on Monday, Radio Row, you're like, thank God we got. If we were doing Radio Row, every single guest we would ask about Myles Garrett.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
without question.
And so Diana Rossini, who's really good at this stuff, said she talked to a NFL exec. She said, "What do you think?" And they said, a first-round pick. She said, people are going to say 3 firsts, but that's ridiculous. So a 1 and maybe something else. So if you're the Niners, it's a simple question. And again, they're going to get in line because every team's going to want Myles Garrett. It's not like the Niners are the only team bidding on this thing. But if you're the Niners, would you trade the first-round draft pick to the Cleveland Browns for Myles Garrett?
Abso-blanking-lutely.
Yeah, if you're the Browns, do you accept that?
I mean, that number 11 overall pick is enticing. Now, assuming that they will not do what the Dallas Mavericks did and actually shop Myles Garrett around to get the trade package, I think maybe they could get more than the number 11 overall pick. But if you're the San Francisco 49ers, I know there's going to be questions about his cap space and where he fits in, especially when you have to pay Brock Purdy. But put all that aside. If you have the ability to go out and get a talent like Myles Garrett, absolutely, you say yes to that.
By the way, let me reread, correction, needle across the record, what Diana Rossini's full tweet said.
Skirt.
Not just a 1 and a 2, or a 1 and 2 threes with a player. So now you're talking about a lot more.
Yeah.
A 1 and 2 threes and a player. Okay.
I think I'd still do it.
But the Niners, here's the only thing for the Niners is that they are, while they have a great roster, they need to beef up the trenches. Now, this helps beef up the trenches, right? Myles Garrett plays D end, right? So that's the thing. It's a guaranteed hit versus, you don't know what you're getting. Now, if you trade your 1 and a 2, now you're getting Myles Garrett. You're not helping your O-line until the 3rd round. If you trade a 1 and 2 3s, you could maybe pick an O-lineman in the 2nd round, but you're missing 2 3s. So, man, oh, man. But you now have Myles Garrett and Nick Bosa, and you are a ferocious. All of a sudden, Robert Saleh became a much better coach.
Yeah, that would be the best bookend pass rush in the league, without question, in my opinion. Now, as I alluded to it earlier, Myles Garrett is also a man that makes upwards of $20 million. You throw that in with Nick Bosa's contract. Can they afford that on the defensive line? And can they afford to give him a bigger contract than maybe some of the other teams out there that do have more cap space this offseason?
Yeah.
Those are like the actual, like, in details that we need to talk about. Like, it's fun just to think about Myles Garrett on this team, but is that the correct move to make when we're already talking about shedding the salary of a Trevarius Ward, maybe a Talanoa Hufanga, maybe a Dre Greenlaw, because you don't know how you're going to be set up financially post Brock Purdy contract?
Here we go, guys. Here's somebody saying, how about your 11th and Debo? Okay. Would the Browns be interested in that?
See, I would say yes to that trade.
Yeah, I know.
If I'm the 49ers, the question is, will the Browns say? Will the Browns say yes? What will the Browns do? That's the question.
So interesting, man. Interesting. Well, listen, that's not the only NFL thing going on right now. Do you have any sound on this Chip thing? Chip, dude, this is unbelievable. This happened over the weekend.
Yeah, and we haven't talked about it.
Chip freaking Kelly, the Niner head coach who keeps on giving, and you guys know how I feel about him. I hated him at UCLA. He was checked out. He ran our program into the ground. He didn't bother recruiting at all. Yeah, he can call a play. I'll give him credit. He can gain a yard. I'll get you that. I'm not going to dog the guy. He can gain a yard. But you do not want him as your head coach. You do not want him as your leader. Man, now, do you want him as your O coordinator? Maybe. Maybe you do. And look who hired him. The Las Vegas freaking Raiders. Now you got Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly. Yeah. Dude, you guys are getting a full makeover. A full makeover with, like, proven coaches.
Dude, the Raiders are bringing in the Pac-12 Avengers to take down Jim Harbaugh and the LA Chargers. Yeah. Maybe they should have their sights on San Francisco State's own Andy Reid instead of paying so much attention to Jim Harbaugh. But all riffs aside, I actually like this move because you pointed it out perfectly. Chip Kelly is not a great leader of men. We've seen that as a head coach with multiple organizations. But there's no question in my mind that he's one of the best and brightest football minds out there. And so when it comes to calling plays, when it comes to scheming up different looks, I mean, look at Ohio State's offense this past season. They were unstoppable. So Pete Carroll went out, got one of the best offensive minds out there, paid a pretty penny, around $6 million per year for Chip Kelly. So I like the move as an offensive coordinator. The one caveat I will say, I'm a little concerned thinking about the future 3-4 years down the road post Pete Carroll and whether or not this is the guy that he's going to hand the baton off to become the next head coach of the Raiders.
I don't know if Chip wants to be a head coach anymore. I'm just speculating just on him. But the way he mailed it in at UCLA, he just didn't really care. Like I said, he called, but did nothing on the defensive side of the ball. Nothing. I don't know. I think maybe he's happy just making. By the way, you guys are paying him $6 million.
How about the fact that he was able to get out of being the head coach for UCLA, goes to Ohio State for a year, wins a national championship,
made $2 million,
and now is making $6 million per year, which I believe is the highest contract for an offensive coordinator, similar to the contract he had at UCLA.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's an interesting threat that you bring up him as your head coach. That is scary.
That was the one negative that I thought of right away.
I think, listen, I can't predict what Mark Davis would do because he's Mark Davis, but I would think that maybe he would transition from Pete Carroll to somebody a little younger, hand the baton to somebody a little bit younger.
I'm with you.
Chip is 61 right now. Which I think we found out these days. My God, I told you guys. I was watching the Grammys last night. I turned on 60 Minutes. Leslie Stahl's like, "We'll see you next week on 60 Minutes." I go, look at Leslie Stahl still doing it. I go, how old is she? I looked it up. 83.
Damn.
She's freaking 83, bro.
Damn.
And I was like, so these guys, Pete's 73, Belichick's whatever, north of 70. Got a couple presidents up there too. So
that's a big game, man.
so Chip, who knows, 61 spring chicken. He might have another 20 years in him. But
61's into 21.
I don't know if he wants to be a head coach. I'm sure he'd like the head coach salary.
Yeah, exactly. But I know I'm getting too far ahead of myself. As it goes for coordinators, I love that Pete Carroll signed Chip Kelly, and I'm a big fan of bringing back Patrick Graham. I think he was underrated. Probably deserves more credit for the Raiders' defense being something over the past couple of years. I'd put him ahead of AP in that category.
So here's a question. Do the Raiders go get Myles Garrett?
I would absolutely love them to pair him with Miles Crosby on the other side, Murph. The Raiders do have the second most salary cap this offseason, but you did just bring up a thought in my mind because I've already started to think about a Khalil Mack reunion to the Las Vegas Raiders and whether or not that would be possible. But I actually think Khalil Mack would be cheaper and maybe a better fit for the San Francisco 49ers if they are looking for a bookend and aren't able to trade for Myles Garrett.
But what about the idea of the Niners getting Max Crosby? Now, listen, here's the deal.
Demo floated that out on Twitter the other day.
He did. That's been mentioned before. The other thing I'd say is, like, maybe some of these NFL GMs will be inspired by Pelinka and Harrison. Like, why not? Like, I mean, listen, go do it. You know, but, that's a big trade. We can't do that. No, yeah, you can. They just freaking traded Luca Donic to the Lakers.
Are you telling me that John Lynch is about to call up Tom Brady and be like, look, this Max Crosby guy, he's got a lot of tattoos. He was smoking a backwood on TV once. You don't want him. Let us take away that problem for you.
It would be a savvy move.
It would be, but they shouldn't do that.
Oh, man.
They need to extend Max.
All right, out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, what you guys are saying. 831 says, Murph, didn't you and Chip get into it years back? Yes, of course. I got into it with my own coworkers today.
Yeah, earlier this morning.
I like to get into it with everybody. 385 says, restructure Debo so there's no penalty for trading him. Trade him and a first for Myles Garrett. If you're the Browns, do you do that? You get Browns. Now, the Browns need to do what Nico Harrison didn't do, and they need to shop around.
Yes, and try to get some value for Myles Garrett.
They need to shop around and do their thing. 707 says Lombardi just tweeted out, Myles Garrett's contract is cheap. $1.3 million base and a $5 million roster bonus, $1.3 million base and a $5 million roster bonus the next 2 years. Salary caps of $6.3 million for the acquiring team, and he might not demand a new deal since his main goal is winning a title.
Well, I will say David Lombardi is a smarter man than I am, but I'm staring straight at the Spotrac website right now, and yes, his base salary would be around $1 million for next year, but his cap hit would still be $19 million and $20 million for next year.
Yeah, that's okay.
Again, like I'm not the guy who should be here talking about salaries and cap hits and stuff like that, but I'm just staring at the screen in front of me.
I lose all this stuff. Here we go.
I don't think you're getting Myles Garrett for $1 million.
831 says, Waterboy, do you put mustard in your guac like you put mayo?
Mustard! No, just mayo in the guac.
A lot of mustard over mayo crowd coming in.
The mustard army.
One guy said my mayo having more flavor than mustard was a scalding hot bad take.
Ooh.
He's just inaccurate on that. The mayo is definitely more flavorful. The mustard is kind of a tangy spice that doesn't please. The mayo is a fatty flavor that pleases the tongue.
Although I will say, shout out to like North Carolina barbecue. They do a lot of mustard sauces and mustard bases out there, Murph.
All right. 916 says no on Myles Garrett for your number 11 pick. You need youth and you need to keep salaries in line. Okay, so there you go.
Oh, I'd take Myles Garrett for damn near anything.
559 says, you're just talking about the best and brightest NFL mind who's not a leader of men, who's better suited as an OC than a head coach. Were you guys talking about Chip Kelly or Kyle Shanahan?
Kyle catching ricochets this morning.
Oh, man. All right, guys. Well, that's the news, the NFL news. It's Super Bowl week, man. Are we getting ready? Are you getting your mind right for the bowl?
Absolutely not. The only thing I can think about is Luca on the Lakers for the next decade.
Well, and again, I don't know when's he going to play? Like, I don't know. Like,
great question.
I mean, he's been out for a while. See him get off the plane. Colin Cowherd tweeted, he already looks like he's in better shape. It was a slimming sweatshirt he was wearing, I'll say that.
I mean, man, oh man, again, people are acting like he's Zion 2.0 about to eat himself out of the league.
What a weekend for this guy. He went from being one of the 5 best players in the world to, I don't want that fat bum.
Nah, dude, I'd still want to drink with him. Come get a beer with me, Luca. I won't take it away like they did.
There's no question that he's doughy. There's no question. Even when he was out there dropping bombs, he was always a doughy guy, and he didn't play D.
No.
He never was.
That's the one knock about his game, but again, I don't think the Golden State Warriors should have moved on from Steph Curry because he doesn't play lockdown defense either.
I was going to say that about Steph.
Yeah.
And I can't believe I'm throwing this out there at 9:43, but what the hell? It's a free radio show. What are we doing here? We're just talking. We're entertaining. We're getting you through your morning. I was watching a few sequences of a Warriors game recently, and I was watching Steph on D and how they were like kind of attacking him on D. And I was like, listen, I mean, the guy's honestly one of the most incredible athletes in the history of the Bay. I'm not dogging him, but I'm just saying you can't, because people are like, he's the greatest basketball player of all time. I'm like, you can't be the greatest player of all time if they're targeting you on defense, bro. You can't.
But
so I mean,
you can't. But think about the fact that he's in that conversation without being a lockdown defender.
Which I think is a little overblown. There's nothing wrong with being a top 15 guy, top 20 guy. But you got to play some D.
Absolutely. And look, Steph Curry, without the defensive greatness, is still a top 10 player of all time. Yeah. And that's kind of how I view Luka. He's not in that category yet, but his offense is so good that he's going to be one of the all-time greats despite the fact that he's not a lockdown defender.
Okay, there you go. You rushed to his defense like a gallant gentleman.
That's it, dude. I got to stand with my beer drinkers.
You do.
Not like John Joe Curley, who's still doing dry January. It's not even January anymore. It's February. Have a beer already.
What is he doing?
Come on.
Somebody wake him up. Dry January's over.
It's over.
Will you go to the game tonight?
I might have to check it out. It's a Monday night. Not a lot going on.
Keep an eye on my kid.
Yeah, that's right. I got to make sure they don't sneak up to the Modelo Club.
7th grade birthday party and 4 unsupervised 7th graders roaming around.
That's
I think they'll have a good time. I think they know what they're doing. At 13, you can handle your business, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Smart
you can handle your
kids.
business. Yeah, you're a teenager. In the Jewish religion, you're a man.
That's right.
Come on,
I'm a man.
Yeah.
I'm 13.
They hoist you up on a chair and everything? Or no, that's the wedding. Never mind.
No, breaking glasses, that's a wedding also.
Young Tony, you been to many bar mitzvahs in your life?
I have not, actually.
You, buddy?
A couple, actually.
They are rocking. Generally, bar mitzvahs go off. I've only been to 2.
Yeah.
And they were blazing hot. I was like, man, these guys party.
Now, bar mitzvahs were great, but I was more a fan of the quinceañera. Those things would get popping.
Okay, that one
15-year-old
I have not been to,
birthday
yeah.
with the Latina
Isn't
crowd.
That's a female birthday.
It is, yeah,
That's
exactly.
why
Which is why I enjoyed going as a 15-year-old.
me, as a 15-year-old, getting an invite from a girl, not happening, bro.
Oh, Murph didn't get the invite to the quince?
You want my game with girls at age 15? Not happening, bro. They said, yeah. I
understand.
I have a riff, but I'll save it.
Yeah, we don't got to go into that.
all right.
I'm not going into that.
What do we got for young Tony today?
So what did John Joe Curley learn today as well? I wrote down mashed potatoes, close encounters. I did not get that reference.
Okay,
We're talking
we'll get into
conspiracy
it.
theories.
Okay, we'll get into it all.
Yeah.
And then also John Joe. Yeah. We got some stuff.
We had some sayings that John Joe did not know.
We got some stuff.
We got some beer that
And
John Joe won't
it
drink.
led to a cartoon character you guys didn't know, but again, I find myself on this island a lot.
Careful with that one.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Oh, yeah, nothing left to do but smile, 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 said the Grateful Dead. And we got Invisalign telling you to smile. We got Shanice saying, we love your smile. So what are we talking about smiles? We're talking about Invisalign clear aligners to straighten your teeth and make your smile beautiful. So let's talk Invisalign brand. It's the only choice you need for your smile. Okay? Faster than braces, more convenient than braces. And both of the teenage Murphy boys have Invisalign clear aligners. And Rory Murphy, budding account executive, said, Dad, tell him with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. I said, why didn't you send that to the ad guys? We'll get you a cut. Here's the deal. Invisalign also is available for grown-ups. You don't have to be a kid. Maybe you've had a thing where you're like, you know what? I always wanted to fix my teeth. Well, there it is. Even if you're grown up, you can go do it. So, #1 doctor recommended brand, also transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. Check them out at the website Invisalign.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, it's Kendrick's world. We're just living in it. He's playing Sunday at the Bowl in New Orleans, man, which we will ramp up, obviously, as the week gets going. We'll start getting these guys on. It's product placement time, Super Bowl week.
Oh, yes, it is.
I remember old Pat, old Peaches. Oh, and by the way, just a quick digression. You know, Pat used to book for us back in like the 04, 05, 06 days. One of the guys he used to call to book all the time just passed away. Former MLB Commissioner Faye Vincent died over the weekend. I hadn't seen that till this morning.
I didn't even know.
And he was the guy who succeeded Bart Giamatti, and he was the guy who he was an interesting character because he didn't kowtow to the owners at all. He was like, I'm here to work for both the owners and the players and be good for the game of baseball. And guess what? The owners are like, well, get your A out of here then because we want somebody who works for us. And listen, Bud Selig, I'm going to go on a digression here, but he was an owner pawn. He was an owner. So all of a sudden it became the owner's game, and then it led to the freaking strike. So anyway, I digress. But rest in peace, Faye Vincent. He was a good man, a noble man, and he used to come on the radio and talk to us. He was great. Old Pat would call his house in Florida. He would answer, yeah, I'll come on. So anyway, we lost him over the weekend. But there you go. So I forget what I was talking about, but the point being is that there were a few things that happened over the weekend I wanted to hit.
Yeah, we're getting ready for Radio Row product placement.
Pat, one time at the end of Super Bowl week, strung together like 16 straight product placements from the guests we had. A couple that stand out. One, I remember Dan Reeves, the great Super Bowl winning coach for the Denver Broncos. Or actually, he lost Super Bowls with the Falcons and then lost him with the Broncos and the Falcons. Coming on with like Minolta copiers. We were like, what's going on here? And the all-timer, your guy, Marcus Allen, for avocados, pitching his guacamole recipe.
Damn.
He's like, yeah, guys, it was called over-the-top guac.
Wow, over-the-top guac.
Because he was famous for his goal line leaps. He would always go over the top, Marcus Allen.
Well, the question is, do we still have that guac recipe? Because there's been a lot of debate about what goes in guacamole over the last couple months on this morning show. I wonder if Marcus Allen puts mayo in his guac Murph.
I just Google searched it, and it does not come up.
We got to find those files.
It was a brief. Although, you know what came up? Something that I wrote for ESPN Page 2. I must have made a reference to the over-the-top guac in it, dude. Page 2's Brian Murphy reflects on Marcus Allen's career.
This is insane.
Oh, my God. And I immediately made a reference to OJ.
It stuck with you.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Anyway,
Ooh.
let me see if it says here.
That's a hell of a reference.
See if I get it in here.
I'm just saying.
It couldn't have been over the top guac because it happened after I wrote for Page 2 before I was on the radio. Anyway, point is that get ready for product placements this week.
Absolutely. I'm wondering if John Joe Curley will able to track us down Kendrick Lamar and maybe DJ Mustard on behalf of Heinz.
All right, young Tony, what do we got, buddy?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, well, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Couple things happened today. Young Tone, what do we got? What's our first one here, buddy?
All right, so Curly was talking earlier in the show, hums and bums. We played some sound, and there was a specific phrase that the great Scott Van Pelt had said Curly had never heard.
All right, here comes the AFC. Oh, heavens to Betsy.
Wow. Heavens to Betsy?
That's making me laugh because Van Pelt's my age, so he grew up with a mom who said that, certainly. By the way, no clue on the origin of that one. I even tried to do some research. No clue on what it means. It was just something our moms used to say whenever they were exclaiming, like, oh, I didn't expect that, or that's out of my hands, or I don't know what to do now. Heavens to Betsy. I don't know. And for another generation, Snagglepuss, anybody? The cartoon Snagglepuss?
Oh, you lost me there, Murph. That's a cartoon?
Snagglepuss was quite the, shall we say, a theatrical.
Doesn't sound like a cartoon.
Oh, my God. Yeah,
I'm just saying, all right.
He was very, shall we say, theatrical, Snagglepuss. Yes, he was very theatrical.
I understand.
Your buddy Paul used to have sound for that, you know?
Yeah, he did.
And, but he used to say a couple things. He used to say, exit, stage left, or he used to say, heavens to Betsy. That's how our generation knew it, from our parents and from Snagglepuss. So there you go. And again, no clue on the origin of it. It just means, oh, heavens to Betsy. Heavens to Betsy, the phone line dropped.
Heavens to Betsy.
We don't have Keith Smith on Spot Track. All right, what else we got, Tony?
And then we were talking some conspiracy theories earlier in the show.
This is the guy over here.
You
This
guys
is Marcus.
mentioned mashed potatoes, close encounters, and I had no
Marcus
idea.
said that. What was your conspiracy theory?
Oh, well,
that
the
NBA
conspiracy
forced the trade.
that the NBA forced the trade to save the ratings.
Yeah.
And that De'Aaron Fox and Rich Paul forced themselves out of Sacramento to
You
get to a
had
bigger
two
market.
today. You had
I had
two
two
today.
conspiracies.
Yeah, so-
One I believe more than the other.
And I said, you're a real mashed potatoes close encounters guy. And Young Toe, and that one's...
I saw the clip. He's just playing with the mashed potatoes on the dinner table? That's like building a tower, like a sand castle?
Well, you're accurate.
Was
You're
it making like
describing
a
it
volcano
accurately,
with the
yes.
gravy or something?
Have you seen or heard of the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
I've heard about it. I've not
so
seen
this
the
would
film.
be one of Steven Spielberg's babies, and Spielberg was making his bones with Jaws, and it was post-Jaws, pre-E.T., and it was about aliens coming to visit. And this was a guy, Richard Dreyfuss, famous actor at the time. He was convinced that he could see and know that this spaceship of aliens was coming, and nobody believed him. And he said that they were making a tower, and he was so obsessed with it that one night at the dinner table, instead of talking to his family, he was making an alien tower out of mashed potatoes. So there you go. There's the reference.
And his kids are just look at him like he's crazy.
Well, he is, because it's like Marcus
He's like
saying
crying.
the NBA forced the Mavericks to trade Luka to the Lakers.
That's last night. I was staring at my steak and potatoes, just thinking about the NBA trying to save the ratings.
Did you put mustard on your mashed potatoes?
No, I won't put
Okay,
mustard
all
on my
right.
mashed potatoes.
Can we join hands on gravy at least?
Oh, I'm down with some gravy.
Yeah, all right, good man, good man. All right, well, there you go. That's a good Young Tony, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. What a day. And again, I want to thank Nico Harrison for saving this. Otherwise, what would we have been doing? Talking about the Niner interior line?
Yeah, we would have talked some Senior Bowl offensive linemen.
All right, so thank you, Nico Harrison. Now it's time to hand it over to Papa and Silver, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that, and you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
By the time you was my age, you was the eighth man on the bench.
They probably bury me and Jay by then, or we bury ourselves.
Yes. Did I have 10 Bud Lights with George Kittle last night? Yes, I did.
Never get into a rap battle with Kendrick Lamar.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
I'm not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
The inbound will come from Washington. Reed is jumping up in front. Doncic has the ball. Down by 2. There's the switch. Gobert is out there. Doncic maneuvers for the lead. Got it! Got it! What a shot! Dallas has taken the lead. Just what Reggie Miller said. Go for the win. Timer is down to 5. Doncic can't find any space. 3 seconds. 2. Deep one. Doncic! Oh my gosh. Bingo! It brings you back to the Western Conference Finals when he was joined with the Timberwolves fans. He is the Don.
9 members of the media had a vote for this year's Magic Johnson Western Conference Finals MVP award, and all 9 members, including our own Corey Alexander, voted for Luka Donic.
Oh my. Yeah, thought we had a nice little uneventful weekend with no football except for the Pro Bowl games going into the Super Bowl week. We haven't gotten into spring training. The Warriors lost on Friday, put that in the back of my mind, and then they didn't play again until Monday, so I'm thinking it's all good. Saturday, I knew what plans Papa and I had. We went to the Ricky Henderson Celebration of Life. That was a great event. I grab a beer with Derek. Papa goes out to Cal Syracuse, and then lo and behold, Luka Donic is a Los Angeles Laker. Good morning, Papa.
Yeah, one of the all-timers. First of all, Ricky's memorial on Saturday was incredible in every regard. And so many great people, so many Hall of Famers were there. And one thing about Ricky, we'll get into a little bit, but he played for 9 different teams. Sandy Alderson gave one of the great speeches of all time. Sandy, I guess the number 24 is fitting. He traded Ricky twice, reacquired him 4 times. So if a guy, the greatest of all time as far as leadoff hitters, can be traded, and he was traded in his prime due to financial reasons certainly and other factors, anybody can be traded. Wilt Chamberlain, the Warriors traded Wilt Chamberlain in his prime. Willie Mays, the end of his career. Joe Montana, the great one. Wayne Gretzky was traded. So we've had Luka's a hell of a player, and so is Anthony Davis. We've had better players be traded in their primes or throughout their careers, but I cannot recall a trade in the history of American sport where you have players of this acclaim. I mean, at this stage of their career, Luka's in his mid-20s and AD is in his early 30s. They are going to the Hall of Fame. There is not an NBA Hall of Fame. It is a basketball Hall of Fame. Luka's been playing professional basketball since he was 13 years of age. He is going to the Hall of Fame. Anthony Davis, the unibrow, what he did at Kentucky, the one and done, what he's done in the NBA. I mean, he is in the Hall of Fame right now. He may not be in his prime, but he may not be far out of it at age 31. Can you recall players? There was a time years ago where the owner of the New York Yankees and the owner of the Boston Red Sox went out one night and got liquored up. And they actually, for a little bit, traded Ted Williams for Joe DiMaggio. And it seemed to make sense, right? Let's bring Joe to Boston, big wall, he'll hit over the monster, bring Ted to Yankee Stadium, short porch. You don't have to worry about Williamsburg and big left field at Fenway at the time. Then the light of day came, and they sobered up. And they thought, we cannot do that. We cannot. I mean, outside of that, what have we done here? I mean, Dave DeBusschere for Walt Bellamy in the late 60s. DeBusschere, great player, Hall of Famer, was 28. Bellamy was 29. Dennis Johnson for Paul Westphal in 1980, 28 and 30. Grant Hill, more recently, for Ben Wallace, 28 and 25. Chris Paul for Russ. They were early 30s, 33 and 31. He had a Chauncey Billups for AI, and not this generation's AI, but Allen Iverson. We had a Ray Allen for Gary Payton. We've had big trades before, but this one just took us all back. Have we ever seen a trade, first of all, more sudden? Nico Harrison and Rob Pelinka, they didn't tell their coaches or anybody else in the organization. I'm sure you told your owners. I'm sure Jeannie knew. Beyond that, that one seems a little odd to me. Why didn't Nico Harrison make Luca Donic available to the entire league? Was he worried about it leaking out? I mean, you just traded the guy. And I personally think the Dallas Mavericks on the short term got the better end of the deal. We will get into it. But as far as the suddenness of it and the spectacular nature of these players, Luca on the cusp of a 5-year, $345 million extension to pay him $69 million a year, and Anthony Davis, the two-way force that he is and how he changes the game. Obviously, it impacts the Warriors. And then De'Aaron Fox getting dealt is a major trade going to San Antonio for both the Kings and the Spurs. But I can't recall, Greg, and I've been doing this a hell of a long time and researched it all, outside of a Joe D for Ted Williams deal, which was never made. I think this is, and we don't want to just be a prisoner of the moment here, but this is the most sudden, out of nowhere superstar in this day and age when everything's leaking out. How did Nico Harrison and Rob Pelinka, Rob Lowe lookalike, keep this to themselves without someone talking about it? And then it had to start with Nico saying we would trade Luka, and then how do you put a package together? What other teams would have made I mean, if you dream the dream, the Warriors don't have enough right now. But San Antonio, will they even get up Wembanyama to get him? Giannis, Jason Tatum, and Jaylen Brown. I mean, and I think Luka has some issues. He's got, and this is a real, sound across the bow to him and his great agent in the Bay Area, Bill Duffy. The guy lost $114 million, $116, whatever it was, by not getting the Supermax from Dallas. So he lost a lot of money. He's got to get in better shape. He's a great player, but he can be greater. He's got to play both ends of the floor, but he's still Luka Donic, who refused to go to Sacramento to start when Bill wouldn't send the medical records. Donnie Nelson swooped in and took him. I wonder, I've been texting Donnie all weekend trying to get him on. He was the Mavericks GM with Mark Cuban before Nico, but they got a new owner coming in Dallas, and obviously Nico has taken over. So we'll get into it over the next several hours, but I cannot recall two players on their way to the Hall of Fame, and we know that they're in their Hall of Fame, in their primes of their career or very close to the prime in Anthony Davis. And he may play another 10 years. The guy's been playing forever because he was one and done, with the Kentucky Wildcats. But this is the most wow trade as far as star for star. Wilt got traded for everybody. We've had big trades where it's been lopsided. We'll give you, Kareem going from Milwaukee to the Lakers. You got 4 or 5 players back and picks the other way. But and we'll get into it more, Max Christie is a hell of a player. I'm not sure if Klay Thompson finishes games for Dallas anymore with their lineup right now. How does this impact Kyrie? But if it was just Luka for Anthony Davis, it would be maybe the most significant trade in the history of the NBA. And the fact that other people are involved, the way it all went down, this is, if not the biggest trade in the history of professional sports as far as players traded in their primes for each other.
It is crazy. A few thoughts on what you said. Number one, Rob Pelinka is a total Rob Lowe lookalike. That gets me every single time. But on the more serious side, normally the De'Aaron Fox trade, and we'll get into that too, it would be the big news of the weekend. But you have this Luka Donic news, and I was going through yesterday about some of the craziest trades that have happened in sports. Many before my lifetime or sports watching consciousness. Herschel Walker, big example. You mentioned Kareem, obviously Babe Ruth, Wayne Gretzky to the Kings. In my lifetime, the Russell Wilson trade was a big deal, and also the way it aged and the falling out of all that in Denver. But, I mean, this day and age, and I think Murph said this really well in the morning, where there's always rumors getting floated around. I mean, there's more information to sort through online and in the news than we even know what to do with and than we want to do with. And there was just nothing out there, no notion that Luka Doncic was going to get moved from Dallas. And what's crazy about this to me, Papa, is that the Mavericks' trajectory, the timeline of it all is really, really stunning because the year before they made it to the finals, they intentionally tanked their last couple games so they could get a lottery pick. That turned into Derek Lively, and they weren't a playoff team with a 10-team play-in tournament. Then they nailed the trade deadline last year, got P.J. Washington, got Daniel Gafford. It worked out great, filled it around the margins, got hot at the right time, went all the way to the Western Conference Finals, and won the Western Conference Finals to get to the finals. And now we're going to trade the 25-year-old. So I'm not saying Luka Doncic isn't without his issues. I'm not saying that the conditioning factor isn't a concern, but to not get a greater return price on this was mind-boggling to me. And, normally we tease the guest list at the top of segment number 2, but actually going to go ahead and do it right now because we have John Ireland, the radio voice of the LA Lakers, joining us next. 10:50, we're going to have Zach Harper of The Athletic, and then Larry Krueger will join us at 11:50 because even with all this trade deadline chaos, there is still some football to talk about. Yeah, we got this game called the Super Bowl later in the week. And on top
Myles
of that,
Garrett asked for a trade. Are you kidding me? How do the Niners get Myles Garrett? And I don't think Cleveland will trade him, but if you make him an offer they can't refuse, maybe they will. If Luka can get traded for Anthony Davis, Wilt Chamberlain, Willie Mays, Joe Montana, Wayne Gretzky get traded, anybody is tradable. So we'll talk to Krug, and he knows sports inside and out, just the magnitude, the largest of this. But we reached out to John Ireland. The other side of it is LeBron. You telling me you didn't tell LeBron anything, that you were trading his guy Anthony Davis away and you were getting Luka? How did that go over after the game in New York and he played so well on Saturday night, which leads to a year ago at this time, the big rumor around the NBA, Ramona Shelburne dropped it, that Joe Lacob picked up the phone and called Junie Buss about LeBron's availability. LeBron is saying he's staying there. We'll see, how this all plays out. And we got a trade deadline coming up on Thursday, 1 o'clock our time. How does it impact the Warriors? Jimmy Butler is saying no to a contract extension with the Warriors, which is interesting. But now we'll talk to John about a lot of factors here. AD is a Laker, how it works with Luka and LeBron. But is there a way to get your hands on LeBron James, and how would you do that to pair him with Steph Curry?
He's Greg Papa. We got Walter back in the studio today. I'm Greg Silver. John Ireland joins us next. And by the way, when we're not doing guests, phone lines are open all day. 808 KNBR, that's 415-808-5627, to share some of your thoughts and take a Warriors angle on this as well. Trade deadline coming Thursday. John Ireland next on The Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, Luca is now in Los Angeles in a trade that shook the nation over the weekend. How should the Warriors respond? Give us a call at 808-KNBR to chime in on the conversation. Also, join the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
Good morning. Greg Papa here from my friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. For over 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction. Do you struggle with distance vision, need reading glasses, or wear bifocals like I did for years? CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision, and do it now. The Laser Eye Center offers LASIK, Smile, Evo, ICL, or the procedure I had, CLR, which is custom lens replacement. It's the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you'll never develop a cataract. After tens of thousands of procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center have the experience to tell you which procedure is best for you. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. So book your free consultation today at modernvisioncorrection.com. That's modernvisioncorrection.com.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver. We are starting half the week with a bang because the NBA trade deadline is already making some waves. We'll see what the Warriors do between now and Thursday, but the big news over the weekend is the stunner that is Luca Donic and Anthony Davis swap with a whole bunch of other picks. Doncic lands in L.A. last night, throws up the little L.A. logo you can see on the stream on YouTube and Twitch, and it is time to welcome in the radio voice for the Los Angeles Lakers, John Ireland. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. John, thank you for joining the Gregs. Happy Monday, and how are you recovering from all this?
Greg, I'm good. Thank you for having me on. We were in New York when this happened. It was kind of weird. The Lakers had just played a really solid game against the Knicks. The Knicks had a 5-game winning streak, and LeBron basically went into the Garden and went full LeBron. Max Christie probably had his best game as a Laker. He locked up Jalen Brunson. He scored 15 points himself. We interviewed Greg Papa. I know you've done this before. We interviewed Max right after the game, and we were so complimentary of him. And within an hour of that interview, the news broke that Max was out, Anthony Davis was out, and that Luka was coming. So it's been a whirlwind 36 hours for us.
Yeah, I think that's an underrated part of this trade. Max Christie, we saw him on Christmas Day and recently with the Lakers, just how good he can be along with Anthony Davis. But did you guys fly? Did you leave? Your Grammy road trip is over, and the Grammys were great last night, and you're back to play the Clippers, and we'll see you on Thursday at Crypto. Did you guys fly? Were you in the air when the trade went down?
No, we normally did, Greg, and I don't know if the Warriors are doing this as well, but about maybe a year and a half ago, the Lakers did a sleep study, and they figured out that we consistently, I've been doing this for 22 years, after a game, especially at the end of a road trip, we fly straight home. Sometimes we get in 2, 3, 4 in the morning. So a couple of years ago that changed, and they now fly for East Coast trips. They fly us back. So we were all in the hotel. We played the game at the Garden. We went back to the hotel, and as we were all getting off the bus, that's when the trade broke. And it was obviously nobody knew this was coming. And when I say nobody, guys, LeBron didn't know. AD and JJ Redick didn't know until Rob called them together on a conference call and told them. So this went down. A lot of this has to do with the friendship between Rob Pelinka, the Laker GM, and Nico Harrison, the Mavs GM. I think most of your listeners probably know that Nico came from Nike, and his biggest client in the entire time he was at Nike was Kobe Bryant. And Kobe's agent was Rob Pelinka. So Rob and Nico have been friends for 20-plus years, and I think because of that, they were able to keep this quiet. Rob didn't tell anybody, Rob Pelinka. There was nobody when it came time to, okay, are we going to do this, he huddled with ownership. But I know people way high up on the team level that never knew.
Yeah, we're talking to John Ireland here, just trying to process all of this. And I want to ask you about Anthony Davis for a moment because by the way, of all the times of LeBron James didn't know, this is the one where I'm like, yeah, actually, I fully buy it because it seemed like nobody knew outside of Nico Harrison and Rob Pelinka. But Anthony Davis was called street clothes by Charles Barkley, and he was never available enough. But then last year, he plays 76 of 82. He's all-NBA first-team defense. And this year, he's played 42 out of 47. Is there an element to being around LeBron James and how seriously he takes the physical health and maybe a vision that Luka Doncic and any of those conditioning concerns is going to get on track by just being around a LeBron James at this age who's still doing what he's doing?
Well, first of all, and I think you guys know this, LeBron is an athletic freak. I mean, this is a guy that gets up no matter what time I get. Greg, Papa, I know you've traveled with teams before and you just kind of sleep when you can. No matter what time I go to the hotel gym, LeBron's in there. 6 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, 11:30 at night. LeBron's always working on something. He's the most disciplined. And by the way, that's why he's able to do this stuff at 40. If you guys watched the Knicks game on Saturday, he was the best. He looked like the most conditioned, best athlete on the court. And he was out there with a bunch of 25-year-olds. So I think, Greg, that's the dream, to have his work ethic rub off on Luka. But going back to, you asked about AD. I've always thought the street clothes nickname was unfair to him. He did miss a couple years. He had a low overall game total, but there was a time last year, guys, like in 2024, where somebody from the NBA called me and said, if you go year to year, like February 1st to February 1st, 23 to 24, nobody in the NBA played more games than Anthony Davis. And, partly because we were in the playoffs and we were going deep. Mikal Bridges for the Knicks never misses a game ever, but AD had more games because of the playoffs. So I've never bought that street clothes nickname. I thought it was unfair. And I think what you will hear today, and actually we just found out that Luca, Rob, and JJ are going to talk at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we won't hear from them until tomorrow morning. But I think what you'll hear from Rob and from JJ is nothing but glowing praise for Anthony Davis and for Max, for that matter. I don't know anybody in our traveling party who would have a bad thing to say about AD. And I don't think anybody in our group buys that street clothes thing. I think Dallas is going to love him.
No, I mean, he got hit in the eye a lot. He had some injuries. Luka's injuries are a little different with a soft tissue. But I remember Anthony Davis's first game as a Laker was with the opening at Chase Center, a preseason game. And you guys were up like 12-0 right away, and he scored like 10 of them. He was the best player on the floor, and you guys won that bubble championship, and he just dominated. So we appreciate his ability. The other side of it is, LeBron brought him there after a year or so as a Laker, and they were quite a duo. We just saw them pick the Warriors apart right from the elbow with that pocket pass over and over again. LeBron on social media has backed it. You were around him traveling home. The word is he's not going to ask for a trade. He and Bradley Beal, the only two guys in the NBA, John, as you know, don't have a no trade clause. Do you think LeBron stays a Laker, Thursday at 1:01, and does he stay a Laker throughout the offseason, do you think?
I do, Greg. And by the way, this is just my personal opinion. As you know, by what we just talked about, the Lakers, they don't consult the radio play-by-play guy, shockingly, before they make a move. But my personal opinion, just kind of observing from at least a little, if we were an onion, I'm a one or two layers in from the average person. I would be surprised, personally, if LeBron wasn't on our team come Friday. I think that he looks at this as, I'm at the end of my career. I've got an opportunity to play with an ascending global superstar who's 25 years old. Let me see what this looks like. I don't know anything. He could walk in. I just heard Stephen A. Smith go on ESPN and suggest that LeBron should drop his no trade clause and try and get traded to the Warriors. So those opinions are out there. But the people I talk to, the observations I've made is that LeBron's going to embrace this and he's going to go for it. Guys, he kind of has the perfect situation here. His son travels with us. We have 3 or 4 people in our traveling party that came with LeBron when he came from Cleveland, that the Lakers hired all these guys to make sure LeBron was comfortable. If he gave this up, I think it would be a hard time recreating what he has here anywhere else. But is it impossible? No. We just got to kind of wait until Thursday to see what happens.
Yeah, John Ireland joining us, voice of the Los Angeles Lakers for the radio. The Warriors and Lakers are going to face off on Thursday, and who knows what the Warriors team is going to look like. And the Lakers, we'll see Luca Donic out there eventually, although he's still nursing that calf injury. So it's all just kind of a whirlwind for everybody. Now, I guess the question I keep having for everybody, John, and I want to get your thoughts on this as well, being so connected to the team and being around the league for a long time, is, Luca Donic is 25 years old. He's in his prime, and he's just coming off an NBA Finals. Are you pretty stunned that the asking price from Nico Harrison was not much higher than it ended up being?
Greg, I don't think stunned is a strong enough word. I am flabbergasted, floored. Like, if you would have told me 3 days ago the Lakers are going to trade for Luka, and and Austin Reeves is not in the deal, Dalton Connect's not in the deal, they didn't have to give up both of their number 1 picks, I would have thought you were drunk. I mean, there's just no way that we were able to keep those assets and land Luka. Having said that, go back to what we started up with on our conversation. Nico and Rob go way back. And Anthony Davis was one of Nico's guys when Nico was at Nike. He loves AD. AD is like, Greg, you were talking about how you guys got to see him, a week ago Saturday. This dude has no weakness. You can't foul him because he shoots 80% from the free throw line. He was 6'1" when he was a sophomore in high school and grew 9 inches between his sophomore year of high school and his freshman year at Kentucky. So he grew up as a guard, and he can guard all 5 positions. I mean, I've seen him switch on to Steph. AD is a unique talent in this league. And I think Nico saw that and he went, okay, I can go one of two ways here. I can take Luka to auction. I can get 1 million picks. I can get a Rudy Gobert type haul, or I can target a guy who can help us maybe win the title this year. And anybody who's coached or been around Anthony Davis knows that he's elite defensively, he's elite offensively, he's a great guy to have in the room. And I think the only way Nico could get AD to Dallas is to dangle Luka. So when I look at it after the fact, I can see Nico's side of it, but man, I would have shopped him. To your point, Greg, I would have shopped him and seen what if Mikal Bridges can get 5 number 1 picks, what could Luka have brought in? So I was shocked by that they didn't take him to market.
Yeah, and obviously AD played so well with LeBron. I mean, their skill sets just meshed in every regard, both offensively and defensively. Austin Reeves likes to handle the ball a little bit, but he's not ball dominant like Luka. So the obvious question is, and LeBron can play off the ball a little bit. John, you would know more than I, but just how does it work when Luka does get healthy off the calf strain and come back, where you have 2 ball-dominant players at the highest level in the history of the NBA, Luka and LeBron playing simultaneously?
Greg, it's a great question. We're going to have to wait to see how it plays out, but I'll just leave you with past evidence. When LeBron went to Miami, they said there's no way that he can play with Dwayne Wade. They both need the ball. Well, they went to the NBA Finals 4 years in a row. They figured it out. And they had Chris Bosh in that mix, too, who had the number 1 usage rate on the Raptors when he went down there. Then he goes to Cleveland, and Kyrie's there, and they trade for Kevin Love. Again, 2 guys who need the ball, Kyrie and Kevin Love. And LeBron takes him to the finals and wins a title. When we had Russell Westbrook, he was, at the time, the most dominant usage rate guy in the league. And LeBron figured that out. Guys, LeBron's the smartest player I've ever seen. He's an elite passer. I think that this narrative, and this is just my opinion, that LeBron and Luka can't coexist is an insult to LeBron, because he's coexisted in this scenario 3 or 4 times already in his career. He did it with Wade. He did it with Kyrie, and now they're going to ask him to do it with Luka. I can't wait to watch it, guys. I kind of feel like, as the play-by-play guy, I'm going to get to announce what the All-Star game used to be, when you had like 2 of the brightest stars playing on the same team. I mean, the All-Star game now is, they should cancel it. It's terrible. But back in the day, it was really fun. And now when, I had Shaq and Kobe, and then I had LeBron and AD, and now I'm going to get LeBron and Luka. I think it's going to be fascinating. I can't wait.
John, we're 13 days away from the All-Star game being here at Chase Center, all right? Let's wait to say let's cancel it until after that, and then I'll be on board with you. No, but in all seriousness, so all the people that I've been talking about this trade, and it's stunning, and how did they let this happen and let go of Luka Doncic, things that keep getting brought up. Well, he's not conditioned. He can't play defense. He doesn't have good habits off the court. And I'm thinking, well, geez, must be nice if you can have all those issues and still be an unequivocal top 5 player in the league. But I will ask you, with that note in mind, do you expect there to be some defensive growing pains for the Lakers now that they lose a guy like AD? They're a little bit undersized with the roster as is, kind of like our Golden State Warriors. I mean, this is a team that very much is fighting in the mix to be in a playoff series and win a playoff series or 2.
Greg, I think you're actually kind in the way you phrased that question. There's not going to be a little bit of a defensive challenge. It's the number one thing they have to solve. We didn't just trade our best defensive player, AD. We traded our best on-ball defender in Max. Christie, I mean, if you watch that game on Saturday, he locked up Jalen Brunson. Just frustrated him the whole night. So now, and so think about our lineup. We're going to have Luka, not an elite defender. LeBron, he hasn't really defended well for the last several years. And Austin, who other teams target. And even though Austin really grinds on defense, you guys saw when we were up there on Christmas, when they put him in pick and rolls with Steph, Steph lit him up. They have to either make another move before Thursday to get some size, or they're going to have to tinker with what they've got. I wouldn't be shocked when Luka gets healthy if it's LeBron, Luca, Austin, and then they would, if we don't make a trade for a big guy, they might start Jared Vanderbilt and Dorian Finney-Smith just because both of those guys are defense first. But it's a huge question mark for us how they're going to make the defense work. I think it's the biggest part of the puzzle. And we may have, think about this, guys, we may have games that don't go overtime that are like 140 to 135 because, you know, and the Laker, I wish Luka was playing on Thursday because the Laker Warrior game would be awesome with guys just like jacking up threes and because the Warriors want to run, the Lakers want to run. Neither one of them are elite defensively. And we'll get that game later in the year. We've already played our 2 games at Chase Center, and then you've got the first game here. And how about if they meet in the playoffs? If the Warriors get in and the Lakers get in, it'd be a really fun series. But that you're being kind saying, might they have a defensive challenge? No, it's a glaring, flashing red light.
Now, they did play a couple of years ago, and Anthony Davis was the most dominant player on the floor on both ends of the floor.
Just killed him. Yeah,
so you mentioned, John, they need a center. The Warriors are in the market for a center. Vucevic, now that Zach LaVine was traded by himself to Sac in the De'Aaron Fox deal, he's not coming here. But Vucevic, May, Miles Turner. What is a big name you think Rob Pelinka may be looking for before Thursday at center?
Well, he would love to get what Rob has kind of said privately is he doesn't want a plotter because of like what I said before, these guys like to run, they like to be athletic, they like to switch everything on defense. And by the way, as you guys know, the Warriors created that switch everything on defense with that death lineup with Draymond and Iguodala and Steph and Clay and all those dudes. And when they started doing that, when they started switching everything on defense, because Draymond is so versatile, other teams tried to copy that. So, Greg, the names you're going to hear, big guys that might move, aren't necessarily guys that the Lakers or Warriors would want. Like Valanciunas is a big plotting. He can be had from the Wizards, but he's a big lumbering plotting guy. Same thing. Yusuf Nurkic is available in Phoenix. Big lumbering plotting guy. The guys I would keep an eye on are the guys who are young, athletic, and can shoot threes. Because as my partner Michael Thompson would say, Clay's dad, guys, was 1 for 13 in his career from 3. He was terrible at it, and they didn't have. Now every big guy in the league shoots threes. So I would keep an eye on, and I know some of these guys have injury history, but I would keep an eye on Robert Williams in Portland, Walker Kessler in Utah. DeAndre Ayton is still up in Portland, not playing much. He might become available. So there's think young, athletic guys who can run and guys who can shoot threes. I think that's the phone calls that both the Lakers and the Warriors are making. The league's moving away from these big lumbering guys. So I don't know if that's a fit for either team.
Well, we're going to be on our toes for sure. And, John, I really appreciate you stopping by, taking some time with us today. Great nugget on Michael Thompson, by the way. We were talking about a father-son three-point competition for the All-Star Weekend the other day, and we're like, I don't think Steph and Dell versus Clay and Michael is exactly playing on even ground. So,
no, as a matter of fact, Greg, you would have that competition would be better if Julie Thompson, Clay's mom, who was a volleyball player in college, was shooting. You do not want Michael out there shooting threes. Either that or even Trace, Clay's younger brother, who is a baseball player, would be a better three-point option than Michael.
John, really appreciate you coming by. Awesome answers from you and great way to kick off the week for us. Hey, good luck processing all of this. I mean, we're going to be on our toes up until Thursday at noon here, right on the air.
Have a great show, guys. Thanks for having me on. Greg Papa, I'll see you soon. All right, you got
brother.
it.
Thank you, man.
Bye-bye.
Be good.
Man, he is John Ireland, play-by-play voice of the Los Angeles Lakers. Great way to get things going for us, Papa, on a very chaotic start of the week. And we got Zach Harper coming up, so quick little reset on the other side. And by the way, Shams Charania putting something out just minutes ago about the Golden State Warriors. We'll talk about that next on The Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Warriors are legitimately calling about every all-star player. You just name the all-star player. The Warriors have probably called it. And Paul George, they have called it. They made calls on every star. And that, of course, includes players like LeBron, players like Kevin Durant, players like Jimmy Butler. They are making calls. They are dead set on trying to find another star player, superstar player with Stephen Curry. That is another subplot to this trade deadline as well.
That is Shams Charania on the Pat McAfee show just about 15 minutes ago, put out there. The Warriors are aggressively calling about every all-star or even superstar player. Now, that doesn't mean they're necessarily going to get it, but Papa, it's been a lot of, well, we'll see. Warriors have taken some swings. They've also sat back. They haven't made a big move. And now we've got about 72 hours for something to change. They're aggressively shopping, but what will the roster be? And that's the big question.
Well, I mean, we've been talking about the big names for weeks and weeks. Zach LaVine, being traded independently of Nick Vucevic is interesting. And they got a little bit back there, but San Antonio won that trade, getting De'Aaron Fox, to be sure. Now you got Zach with DeMar DeRozan. They were Bulls teammates before. But, we've talked about Vucevic. We've talked about Miles Turner. When you get a trade like this that happens over the weekend, it just explodes your thought process on players. That guy will never be traded. And Luka, there's reasons why they traded him. You have to evaluate your own players. So he is overweight. We've been talking about it forever. I mean, he just needs to be in better shape. He does not guard well. You got to give him all that money. But the other, big name out there, we didn't know about Luka, obviously, is Jimmy Butler. And I wouldn't touch Jimmy Butler, but Joe Lacob, likes to chase stars, and he's in that business. And Jimmy's an older player. I'm not sure how he fits, but the Warriors are trying to go after him. In fact, Brian Windbag sent it out over the weekend. The Heat's Jimmy Butler has communicated to the Warriors that he's unwilling to sign an extension there, and therefore the trade talks to send him to Golden State have ended. For now is the operative phrase. You can always sweeten it later. The name that no one's, Bradley Beal, two guys in the NBA have a no-trade clause. LeBron James, and for whatever reason, Bradley Beal, when he signed the extension with Washington, that's still there. We just watched Bradley Beal play. And that the game on Friday night against Phoenix, why was Gary Payton, the original, the glove, yelling at Kevin Durant? Would you just shut up and don't get him going? Did he make those 3 threes to end the third quarter right after the glove got him going? You're not guarding him. Your son's trying to guard him. No one can guard him. Leave him be. And then, drive home safely, game over. But the other side of it was Bradley Beal in that game, and I watched him so closely. He's the one. He's got a no trade. Will he drop the no trade to be traded? Miami does not want him back. He's not a Riles kind of player. But if you facilitate a 3-team deal, can you not get Bradley Beal cheaply here between now and Thursday at 1 o'clock? He got trapped into a couple of spots on the floor, and he committed some bad turnovers. One, baseline out of bounds, he lobbed to Durant. That was like a helium ball, and it got intercepted, and Durant shot him a glare and spun back. He had one where he tried to drive the baseline, hit the baseline drift the other side, and he threw the ball away. But he does handle the ball. I think if he came here with the culture of the Warriors, you would get him to guard. He's a big-time scorer. The guy twice has averaged over 30 points a game. He's a better offensive player than Jimmy Butler. He's not the complete player that Jimmy is. He's had some injuries. You got to look into it more. But, how would you feel if when everything started to move around here, the Warriors wound up with Bradley Beal? And I'm not sure what you'd have to do. Dennis Schroeder would have to go, I think, just for the salary. Either, I don't know if Riley would take him or not, but, Bradley Beal, if Jimmy's going to get traded somewhere, and it sounds like Phoenix and Ishbia and James Jones are locked in on him, is there a scenario where Bradley Beal just falls into the Warriors' lap and you could get him? You could even get teams to give you future first-round draft picks to take Bradley Beal. It's the salary, and he's got to waive the no-trade, and then you got to move players to add up the money. But you can make an Iguodala deal, give him back to the roster guys that would add up there, and you get future draft picks. Why not Bradley Beal here?
Here's the short answer to your question of how would I feel about Bradley Beal coming to the Bay. I would feel good, and I can elaborate on that a little bit later in the show. Also, the phone lines are open, 415-808-5627. That's 808-KNBR. But we are going to talk to Zach Harper of The Athletic coming up next. He writes The Athletic of The Bounce, the newsletter. So we'll do that and keep this thing moving. It's Pop and Silver with Zach Harper next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver, opening up the week on a Monday. It's been heavy NBA trade deadline news. The deadline, of course, will be during our show on Thursday. But over the weekend, if you decided to just check out of all of it, big splashes were made. De'Aaron Fox is a Spurs. Zach LaVine is a King. Luca Donic is a Laker. What is going on? And here to help us make sense of all of it is The Athletic's Zach Harper. You can read him in The Athletic and subscribe to the free daily newsletter of The Bounce, which I do and read every day. So Zach joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. How's it going, Zach? How's your heart rate?
I don't know if I've slept all that much in the last few days, but it's great. This is the time of year that we love.
Yeah, it sure is. And I guess I'll start by talking about the big trade of the Luca and Anthony Davis trade. And I know that you, just from your writing, are confused, much like the rest of us, which includes Mark Cuban, according to Chandler Parsons. But if the Mavs were even looking to move on from Luka Doncic, a 25-year-old who just led them to a Western Conference title, why would they not shop him for way more? Like, does this really come down to the relationship that Nico Harrison and Rob Pelinka have? I mean, I just think that if you're looking to get rid of a star like that, how could you not want to get the maximum return possible?
Well, it's not just the relationship that he and Rob Pelinka have. It's the relationship that Nico Harrison has with all these Nike athletes, right? Like he was one of the guys, like he was the main guy that was working with Anthony Davis when Nico was at Nike. He's the main guy that was working with Kyrie Irving. He was like Kobe Bryant's, like one of his few friends, and was Kobe Bryant's guy. So that's where that relationship comes from. And I don't think it was simply, I wonder what we can get for Luka Doncic. It was, I want that guy on my team, and I know that this is what it's going to get, and this is the identity I want, and I don't believe in Luka. Like, I think that's the entire mentality. Like, I've been telling friends this in group chats and stuff. I was like, you got to stop looking at this logically. Like, there's bias in this, and that doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. But there's bias in this with this move, and he wanted Anthony Davis. It wasn't about what can we get for Luka Doncic. It was, I want Anthony Davis to shape this team.
Yeah, we were just at John Ireland, the longtime radio voice of the Lakers, on Zach, and he kind of said it that way, that he wanted Anthony Davis, and then Luka came involved. They also got Max Christie in the deal as a tremendous on-ball defender. Just your thoughts. Obviously, the difference in the age of the players. Luka's 25 and AD's 31, but for here and now, the balance of the year, maybe even into next year. Who is the better basketball team right now? Luka and the Lakers got to make a move, you would think, to get a center or another move between now and Thursday. But who's the better basketball team right now after this trade? The Dallas Mavericks with Anthony Davis on it, or the LA Lakers with Luka Doncic on it?
It's the Mavericks. They're more well balanced. I mean, the Lakers are going to play Jackson Hayes as their full-time center, and not to be mean here, but my God, like that's going to be an absolute disaster. Like he's not. I wouldn't even have him as my backup center, let alone my full-time center. So it's the Mavericks, but the problem with that is I believe that the Mavericks were title contenders if healthy before this trade. After this trade, like I think they can make the second round. I don't think they can go deeper than that.
Talking to Zach Harper here of The Athletic, and Zach, I want to pivot over to Jimmy Butler for a moment because he told the Warriors he would not sign an extension there. It seems like Phoenix is about the only destination that's left for Jimmy unless he doesn't get traded and then gets, suspended for the rest of the year. Who knows what would happen there. But if Jimmy Butler does end up in Phoenix, they work out a trade, how will other teams in the West, or maybe even just the league as a whole, play into this? Because we saw the 3-team deal with Fox yesterday. I can't imagine it would just be a straight up between the Heat and the Suns, because Bradley Beal is not a very touted target for Pat Riley. So how would a Jimmy Butler to Phoenix move kind of impact the rest of the Western landscape?
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd be looking at 3, 4, 5 teams in that deal, but I mean, it's still so funny to me that it doesn't matter what these teams agree to. It doesn't happen without Bradley Beal saying, okay, I'll go. He and LeBron are the only players with no trade clause. So, we can come up with all these trades and everything. It doesn't matter if Bradley Beal says no. That's the crazy part about all of this. And I think that's got to be so frustrating for Jimmy and for Bernie Lee, his agent, because they have zero control in this. They can try to control the other stuff, like saying, hey, I'm not going to sign an extension here. Hey, don't trade for me. I won't re-sign here. But ultimately, he can't just go where he wants. And we don't often see that in these situations.
Bradley Beal obviously is a power broker in this whole scenario with the existing no trade. And apparently Pat Riley, Zach, does not want him back. And you mentioned it would have to be a third or maybe fourth or fifth teams involved, and could be one of the biggest trades in NBA history. Bradley Beal, from a Warrior perspective, does intrigue me. They're apparently in on Jimmy Butler, but he doesn't want to sign an extension here. With Bradley Beal, he's making $50 million a year this year, next year $53, the player option for the following year at $57. What are you hearing about Bradley Beal? Now, the waiving of the no trade is essential in all of this, but I'm wondering if there's a scenario where the Warriors could wind up with Bradley Beal.
Yeah, I don't know how many. I think teams like him. I just think teams don't want anything to do with that contract in this collective bargaining agreement. Right. And I think we saw a hint of just that big money. I mean, Dallas balked on that with Luka for a few reasons, but that was part of it. Right. It's do we really want to pay $345 million over 5 years with the Supermax deal to Luka if we don't fully believe in him? And in the past, it was just you pay the player and you figure it out later. Bradley Beal was part of that line of thinking. And I think people like Beal as a player. I think his Q rating went down with teams a little bit during this Phoenix era. But it's mostly do you want to pay $120 million, whatever that is, over the next 2 seasons after this one for a guy you're not certain will bring you to a higher level? I think it's all about the contract with him and not about the play on the court.
Great stuff here from Zach Harper. As I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Zach, kind of curious to get your take of what's going on in New Orleans, because that's a team that's been relatively quiet, and they have had a disaster of a season. Just lost DeJounte Murray to the Achilles. Zion has been healthy sometimes, hurt sometimes. They just seem to never get it right with this core. I mean, are they on the brink of blowing it all up here?
I mean, here's the thing is, like, you have to pay, right? Like, you got to hit that salary floor. So they've got to pay the money anyway. I think that pretty much every move David Griffin has made has been a good move and been defensible. They just haven't worked out for, I don't know if the team's cursed. I don't know what land it's on that might be cursed. Like, whatever it is, there's just something wrong with this organization, and it seems to be outside of their control. I've had a lot of people tell me, they should blow it up. I'm like, I don't know. They're doing a pretty good job right now of having these players paying this money and still ending up with a top draft pick. So I don't know. They do need to blow it up. I don't think there's a market for Ingram. I don't think there's much of a market for CJ McCollum. Zion gets interesting, but do you risk giving up on him and then he gets it right somewhere else? I kind of think they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. I wouldn't fire Griff. I wouldn't fire Willie Green. I think Willie Green's a good coach, and I think he's actually done a good job, just had bad circumstances this season. But yeah, I mean, I don't have any answers for the Pelicans. Like, blow it up, sure. Don't blow it up. You'll get a chance at Cooper Flag, but whatever I saged the entire arena, the practice facility. I don't know what you got to do, but you got to do something with that.
No, we know Willie well, being a former Warrior assistant coach. He's a solid coach there. You mentioned Zion, and obviously Luka got dealt for a number of reasons. The bloated contract extension, the bloated body. Zion's the same way, even bigger. And you knew it coming out of college. He just had too much weight on that frame, and that's where all the injuries come. Luka, did they get enough in return? I mean, is it out there? If somebody did like Zion's ability, and who doesn't? It's just the body and being able to stay on the floor, Zach. Could somebody get Zion on the cheap here as far as compensation going the other way to David Griffin?
I don't know about on the cheap. I mean, in theory, yes, but I also think, we can talk about the basketball aspects of it all. There is a PR element to all this stuff, and you're seeing that with the Dallas move, right? The PR of it for Dallas has been horrendous in terms of selling this to the fan base. Fan base held a mock funeral yesterday outside the arena, and they weren't even playing there. So, I mean, they're not handling it well. I think if you do move Zion, you do have to kind of do some hardline negotiating in order to bring back a good haul, because you're still trading on that potential of Zion, even though the reality of Zion has fallen short. But I mean, we saw him at the end of last season. Last 3 months of last season, he was one of the 5-6 best players in the world. Then he got hurt. He came into training camp in great shape, then got hurt with that hamstring again. So even when he seems to approach it the right way, you're right. Like, his body just fails him, whether it's a good body or a bad body.
So, Zach, I want to get your take on where things stand with the Warriors, because it's always good to get people's outside perspective who kind of cover the league as a whole and not just sitting in it every single day here in the Bay Area. I mean, how important is it for them to look to make an impactful move this week as opposed to in the offseason? Like, I look at 8-12 in the West right now, and that's a 3-game difference between Phoenix, who's 8, then you got Dallas, Sacramento, Golden State, and San Antonio. All of those teams either are about to, if we're talking about Phoenix and they can get Jimmy Butler, or already have made very notable moves over the weekend. I mean, I just think if this is the roster that they have heading into the season, like, I realistically don't know if play-in is on the table. So just kind of want to get your take on Golden State, where they're at, the current state of everything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I just got fooled by the first few weeks of the season, but I mean, I really believe in this Warriors team with what we saw, those first 10 to 15 games. And then, like, I know injuries hit. I know Melton got hurt. I like the move for Schroeder. Like, I think that was a smart move. I can't believe they're this bad offensively, right? Like, we knew they were going to be a defensive team, but this bad offensively just doesn't make sense. And I truly believe, like, look, I understand you got to guard against your future and you got to do all these things. And Steph has said all the right stuff because he's the ultimate franchise guy. But I think you owe it to Steph, like, your future, your timelines, all this stuff. Like, you gotta throw that out the window. Like, Steph has earned another shot at this, whatever that takes. Now, I don't know that there's that move out there at this point. They talked about Vooch and Levine as maybe like a package deal. Now, obviously, Zach's in Sacramento, but if there is a move, maybe that is risking it with Bradley Beal, or maybe it is risking it with Jimmy Butler and saying, I bet we get him in here and he'll like it. Whatever that is, I think you have, like, Steph's earned that, right? Like, Steph's just so amazing, so historically amazing, and I think it would be a real disservice to him and what he's brought to this organization to not throw everything at this problem to try to fix it and put one more contending team around him.
Yeah, we mentioned Vucevic for a long time, but the real guy, Vuce is a good scorer. He'll get you 20 and 10 in the sleep. He's a pick-and-pop guy, but Miles Turner from the Pacers is not only a scorer and a three-point shooter, but a shot blocker, which they need on the other end. His contract is up. What do you think the Pacers do with Miles Turner between now and Thursday, Zach?
I think they believe they can re-sign him. I don't know how realistic that is. I don't know what his motivations are here going into free agency, but I think because they've been on such a tear the last month or two, they've seemed to look more like the team we saw last season after a real tough start. I think because of that success, they're looking to not just be what they are. I think they're looking to add instead of subtract. So I can't imagine they move Turner unless it is part of a bigger deal that brings them a bigger player. I expect the Pacers to go after someone like Cam Johnson, maybe one of those role players that's on the block that can give a significant boost. But I think if Turner leaves, he's leaving in free agency. I don't think they move him between now and Thursday.
So Zach, one of the sound bites that we played today was Shams Charania on ESPN today talking about the Warriors desperately shopping around for another star, and he mentioned Paul George by name. I kind of want to get your take on that and if you found it surprising. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that the Warriors would go and reach out for Paul George now that Steve Ballmer is not the owner and they're not dealing with that transaction in their division, but also Paul George has had his fair share of injuries. He's been known as a little bit of a PTO guy at times, so kind of curious if this is a move that has a little bit of notes of desperation, or if it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it makes sense in that he's still a great player, right? I've never been a huge Paul George guy, but he's great defensively. He's become a really smart offensive player of not trying to do too much, kind of just taking what the defense gives him. Doesn't try to take over too much, which I think is good just in terms of fitting into the system. It seems crazy that Daryl Morey would already punt on that, because they do just kind of have to hope they show up to a postseason scenario healthy and then Embiid can carry them, which is, banging your head against the wall over and over again, trying to knock it down. I don't know if that's the right approach, but it is interesting that Paul George's name has come up in some of these rumors and negotiations over the last few days, over the last week or so. I don't think they move him, but I do think, that's the type of player a team like the Warriors should be going after, right? Or really anyone who's trying to make that boost, even if you're not keen on that contract. He's 34, 35, going to be paid for the next 3.5 seasons. It's a lot of money to a guy who's in the older part of his career, but I still think at least for the next season or two, he's going to be able to make a significant contribution as long as he is on the court, because he is a bit of a PTO guy.
Yeah, the Warriors were all in on him. They tried to get him, as Greg alluded to, in the offseason, and Ballmer just wouldn't give him up. We'll see if Daryl Morey loses his job and Bob Myers takes over for Josh Harris there. That could be interesting. So Lakers and Dallas make the seismic trade, one of the biggest in the history of sport. They're both ahead of the Warriors in the West. There was also a deal that ordinarily would be a huge trade in the NBA. Two teams involved are one ahead of the Warriors, one right behind. Sacramento has the same record as the Warriors, 24-24, and San Antonio 21-25 right behind. But the Spurs look like they got better here. How do you evaluate De'Aaron Fox going to San Antonio with Victor? Sacramento did get Zach LaVine, but mainly it was the 3 first-round picks they get in the 3 second-round picks. So how does that change the teams around the Warriors, the Kings and Spurs, Zach?
Yeah, and it's really 2 first-round picks in 5 seconds, because that one of those picks is Charlotte's top 14 protected pick this year, and that's going to turn to 2 seconds in the next 2 years. So, look, I get why Sacramento did it. You kind of had to do it. I think getting LaVine in there, if you want to stay competitive, is good. He's had a great season. He looks healthy. He can really shoot the ball. So I like the LaVine addition. I just don't think they have the table setter. Like, yes, they run a lot through Sabonis. Yes, DeMar DeRozan can play make. Yes, Zach LaVine can play make. Yes, Malik Monk can play make. But we went through a lot of that with a more talented Suns roster, in that, hey, you realize, you need a table setter. You need a point guard. And so, I would expect them to fall off. They've already kind of subsided a little bit after that boost with Doug Christie coming in. For the Spurs, I think that's such an excellent trade. I think Fox is a perfect complement to Wemby. I think he can take over in late games. He can be such a good scorer, such a good shooter in the mid-range. He can, his percentage is down this year, but I think he can get better looks in San Antonio for some of his outside shots. He's great at going to the basket. And then defensively, I know Fox is a little hit or miss defensively, but there is a big difference being aggressive and going after forcing turnovers with Sabonis behind you and then with Wemby behind you. So I actually think he's going to thrive defensively. I just think they set themselves up so great for the next 5 years, assuming Fox stays there, and you're just putting weapons around Wemby, and this kid, I mean, he hasn't even begun to scratch the surface of what he's going to be, and he's already this good. It's just, I don't know that you can make a bad move around Wemby at this point other than put him on the bench.
Yeah, last one for you, Zach, and we're talking to Zach Harper of The Athletic. You can catch him every single day in the free newsletter, The Bounce, to give you all your NBA trade deadline drama. And, Kevin Durant, there's rumors out there about maybe Phoenix is listening to some offers, and after what happened over the weekend, I guess we just got to take everything seriously now. But I know a lot of this hinges on, does Bradley Beal approve a trade? But do you see any likelihood of KD ending up outside of Phoenix come Thursday?
I think I would have said absolutely not before the weekend, and now, yeah, I think a lot of players took notice of the Luka Donic thing. Obviously, KD had a lot of comments on loyalty and everything over the weekend, but I think a lot of players, like, that was some eye-opening stuff for them with seeing Luka move the way he was, and I do think it's, if it was a 0% before, it's probably a 20% now, which is still not an overwhelming likelihood, but it's a significant improvement in terms of a player potentially being moved. So, yeah, I do think everything's on the table for Phoenix. I still think Matt Ishbia is going to try to get Butler in there, and he's going to try to make this work the way that he's designed it as the owner of the Suns. But I do think Kevin Durant at least has to be looking elsewhere and wondering, all right, maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Maybe I should find a new spot.
Really appreciate you coming by with us today. Tons to process, and we're very lucky to have a lot of news. And keep doing your thing. You can catch him in The Bounce, and I hope you can get a little bit more sleep in the coming days.
Oh, I'm so ready for Friday. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Zach. He is Zach Harper, and was reading his stuff last night as I was trying to keep my own eyes open, Papa. And man, what the Luka Doncic, it just really has set every possible rumor, every just notion that's floated out there is like, oh man, maybe I got to take this seriously now.
You think Phoenix is going to trade Kevin Durant, though?
No,
I don't think that's happening. Ishbia loves that guy. I think it was, well, it's hard to say. John Ireland kind of thinks they targeted Anthony Davis, and because Nico Harrison went after one guy, was the motivation to move Luka at this point in time before, he moves into free agency, and it would have gotten contentious in the summer if they didn't extend him, and then he becomes a free agent the following year. It's just interesting. What could they have gotten if they would have just made it available that Luka Doncic is, made it public that he's available? What kind of offers would you have gotten from? I don't think Pop would have traded Wembanyama, but beyond that, you can get one of the, Jalen or Jason or both of them. Giannis, he's an older player. I like Anthony Davis, his ability all around as a player. But, I mean, you could open it up to the whole league. And what return could you have gotten? I don't think there's a scenario where the Warriors would have gotten him without trading Steph Curry. But I don't think they take Steph back in the deal at his age. I do wonder how this trade impacts Klay Thompson. Mm-hmm. Dallas is really strong defensively. We'll get into it more. Chuck Cooperstein, their voice, will join us later on. But I mean, for the short haul, I like Anthony Davis as a player better than Luka Doncic. Luka is a one-dimensional player. That one dimension is he can score 30 a game and drop 10 assists on you as well. He gets everybody involved, but he's so ball dominant. And then offensively, it ends there. He's not a good defensive player. But I do wonder, just putting a player like Luka and the marketing ability of Luka, the Q rating of him and what he does. I wonder if Bill Duffy, his agent, knew it all, but probably not, because if you tell Bill, and Bill does keep things on the dime low, it's going to get out there right away. But you do wonder if Nico really put Luka on the open market and let it be available, and known that he's available, what you may have been able to get back in return for him.
Yeah, Bill might have been a little bit hit over the head by the loss of $116 million potential dollars by not being able to sign that Supermax. I have a question for all of you. What is your level of impatience with the Warriors front office and ownership? Do you appreciate that they're taking a little bit more of a calculated approach? Or are you sick of the way they are sitting back and watching teams like the Lakers end up with a Luka Doncic? 415-808-5627, the number to call in, or text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We'll talk Fox, we'll talk Wemby, We'll talk Luka, AD, and yes, the Golden State Warriors. That's all next. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, Luca is now in Los Angeles in a trade that shook the nation over the weekend. How should the Warriors respond? Give us a call at 808-KNBR to chime in on the conversation. Also, join the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Thanks for hanging out on a Monday. Hope you're having a nice start to the week. staying dry out there. Not too bad in the city today after a nice wet and rainy weekend. And making big splashes was also the NBA trade deadline market. That's what we've been getting into. And Papa, the question I teased to everybody out there for the phone lines, 415-808-5627, is what's your level of impatience with the Warriors front office now watching other teams make big moves? Maybe it's not at all. Maybe you like the calculated approach. Maybe there's just nothing out there. And maybe you don't want to give up too much and be reckless. But at the same time, this is a team, and the version we saw on Friday night against the Phoenix Suns, really from the mid-second quarter on, they were kind of out of that game, and they just had no offense going. And that is on a night in which Buddy Hield shot the ball well.
Well, I mean, it was the moment they could make the Dennis Schroeder trade, almost to the minute on that Sunday. They made the trade, after losing to Anthony Melton. So Joe has always been bold. I don't think you can say that Joe Lacob is not bold, and I'm sure he's involved in a lot of these conversations. You heard Sham say they're talking about all different types of stars. They didn't wind up with Zach LaVine. Do you want Zach LaVine? I mean, De'Aaron Fox went the other way to get him, so you got to pass on that. As far as the Luka deal, there's no way you could possibly get Luka Doncic. Who on this roster would you be able to trade? You don't have an Anthony Davis. You have Steph Curry, but Steph's going to be 37 coming up on Pi Day, March the 14th, where Anthony Davis is 31, the shot blocker that he is. It's just different. And putting together, they didn't want, and, Max Christie, as we've been talking about, was quite an addition, a bonus there, but he was just included in the deal because they had to make it all work financially. There were other factors involved. What they wanted was Anthony Davis, who's a great player. You can criticize Anthony Davis and call him street clothes all you want. He legitimately gets hurt. A lot of it is in his eye. We've seen it against the Warriors where he takes a shot Christmas Day. He only played a couple of minutes of that game and then left for the game, and they wound up winning anyway. He's just an impactful player. When he came into the NBA as the number 1 overall pick, Rick Pitino, who coached him in college, said he's going to be Bill Russell. He's not quite Bill Russell defensively, but damn, I think he is the best defensive center in the NBA when you look at it as far as switching out on guards. He and Bam were quite a duo for Team USA. He's much better than Gobert. And then offensively, he's a really good player. He can shoot that mid-range shot, and he can go in the post, and he's not going to get you 30 every night, but he'll get you 20 and play lockdown defense on that. He makes winning plays. So, the Warriors have gotten Anthony Davis? Hell no. How are you going to get Anthony? The way the roster is right now, you don't have a chip to be able to go out and get these guys, whether it's Swipa or Luka or Anthony Davis. You just, unless you're willing to bring Steph into the equation. And Steph's value is uniquely to the Warriors. The business model, Brandon Schneider may just quit. Bring Rick Welts back to market this team without Steph. So that's almost a non-starter. Basketball-wise, we could have that conversation about trading them all. Steph, Draymond, everybody. But from a business model, Steph Curry is the Warriors. So you can't, how do you even entertain that? Luka's just different. So I don't know, fans are fans and they get fanatical about things. I don't spur into a bad trade now by reacting. In my opinion, the Dallas Mavericks got better here. And they went to the NBA Finals last year. I do wonder about Klay. I think Klay went there specifically to play with Luka and Kyrie. Now it's all different. I think they're better, but they may be so much better. Klay doesn't now. Starting him is one thing. You don't want to insult him. But I'm not sure he's in your finishing lineup anymore. I could come up with a better fivesome for the Dallas Mavericks and Jason Kidd to go get. So we'll see how the Warriors react here. Is there a trickle down where LeBron is truly available now? Some people say maybe. Most people think that's not going to happen right now. He's going to ride out Luka. Maybe you could get him in the summertime. Is there an avenue now to get Bradley Beal to fall into your lap? I do like Bradley Beal. He makes a lot of money. But you tell me, if they're in on Jimmy Butler and his salary, why would they not be in on Bradley Beal? Now, maybe they don't like Bradley Beal as well as Jimmy. He doesn't guard like Jimmy, but he's a tremendous offensive player. And right now, so many nights, you're just not strong enough offensively. So we'll see what the fans say. But Joe's in on it all. I think right now, this is a very different roster that Mike Dunleavy Jr. has than Bob Myers had. during his run, where you could dangle a star here and there and still have plenty back and be able to make a bold move like that. And they made the boldest moves to build the championship team. I don't know what they have left between now and Thursday at 1 o'clock, but as far as getting Luca, Anthony Davis, De'Aaron Fox, they just don't have that guy on their roster right now.
So here's what I would say about the Dallas Mavericks trade, because I haven't really gotten deep into it. We had John Ireland on, asked a lot of questions. We just talked to Zach Harper. Great to have a conversation there. Dallas right now has been missing Luka since he got injured on Christmas with the calf injury. They are at 26 and 24 and currently would be hosting an elimination play-in game, the game that Sacramento hosted for the Golden State Warriors this last year. But so it's not that I don't think they're going to get better in the short term. I think Anthony Davis is a great player. It's not a horrific trade because of Anthony Davis or Max Christie. The timeline of having just won the West, however, with a 25-year-old franchise cornerstone and the lack of return on investment that you got is insanity. I really don't think it's hyperbolic to say that if they don't win a championship in the next 7 to 10 years, or if somehow Luka Doncic's career takes a nosedive immediately, that this move is going to be looked back on as a failure on their part. Because even if they get to another finals or they're a successful team and they play winning basketball, if Luka Doncic is still doing his thing out in LA, regardless of how much they win, and you don't get a ring, the question's always going to be, well, we just traded our franchise cornerstone, who is 6 weeks older than I am, and coming off of finals, and you're always going to have a what if. So I just don't get how Luka Doncic doesn't go for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and 4 first-round picks. And the cross-sport analogy that I'm going to give here is with Brock Purdy and how much money he's going to make. And the talk is, is he going to reset the market? It's not Brock Purdy's going to make the most money because he's the best quarterback in the NFL. Nobody thinks that, but it's just that the market keeps increasing. So it's all relative. Mikal Bridges went for 5 first-round picks. He's a nice, solid player. He never misses a game. Paul George went for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 5 first-round picks, and 2 pick swaps in 2019 to go enjoy Kawhi Leonard. Rudy Gobert went for 5 players and 5 picks to go to Minnesota, and that was a disaster the first year. And now that Twin Towers setup with Karl-Anthony Towns is now blown up. So when I look at the other trades that have happened, for Luka to go for that price to me is just beyond mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I personally would rather have a basketball team with Anthony Davis on it than Luka Doncic. And if you're going to give me Max Christie as well, I understand. Nico Harris, you got to also understand, Jason Kidd was in the bubble with the LA Lakers when they won. He knows who Anthony Davis is. They know who Luka Doncic is. They're the ones that got him. He wouldn't go to Sacramento. The trade with Travis Schlenk, Donnie Nelson pulled that off. It's a different owner. It's a different GM. They know Luka. Why is he constantly out of shape? I think that the main thing is Luka Doncic's career starts right now. You can consider this to be one AD. One day after the Anthony Davis trade where they gave up on you. Why'd they give up on you, son? You've been playing pro basketball since you were 13. You play with grown men. You can't show up at 265. I remember Mully showed up one camp at like 272, but he was an alcoholic. He had to get his weight down to 225, whatever it was, 215 with Mark Grabo, and he took off. He became the player he needs to be. Luka is not the player he needs to be. He is in spurts, but he rests on defense a lot because he's tired. And to have Michael Finley take the beer out of his hand that's gone viral, is it his drinking? Does he need to stop drinking during the season? There's a lot of questions. I appreciate Luka. His ability is unreal. You've never seen anybody quite play like him. Now, there is a trade-off to that. But we'll see where it all goes. But I do like Dallas's team very much. Now, they're going to have to give Kyrie a max deal in the offseason. Kyrie's been on his best behavior the last couple of years after not being previously, and he's missed a lot of games. But their lineup right now, and Oklahoma City's a good team, but outside of SGA, do they have a star on that team that'll get them over the top? Houston's a good up-and-coming team, but do they have a star? Dallas with Kyrie Irving and Clay and P.J. Washington and Anthony Davis. The other factor is AD's playing the 4 now. He does not need to play center. Reminds me so much of Chris Webber. His whole rookie year, he just bitched and moaned about having to play the 5. They got Ronnie Cycle. He finally could play 4. Then he forced a trade. But they got guys that can play 5. Gafford and Lively. Powell, the Stanford jumper. Christie's not even in their lineup. I do wonder about Clay. How does Clay feel about this? Is this the best situation for Clay right now? I mean, Irving,
I don't think
Max
so.
Christie, P.J. Washington, they got a better finishing 5 there. He'll figure it out. But I like Dallas's team right now. Could they have gotten more picks or not? It's just, where you evaluate Luca versus Anthony Davis. I think if they were comparable ages, they were both 28. I like Anthony Davis better. And the reason he misses games is he gets legitimately hurt, where Luca's body is soft and he gets soft tissue injuries. And it must be frustrating for them to put a weight, whatever number they had to come into camp or after the calf injury, you got to be at this weight, and he continuously blows it off and doesn't do it. The biggest evaluation, the most essential one in sport, is your own players. You have to know who your players are. For you to say, we're not going to give this guy a max deal that pays him $69 million a year, we cannot do it. Now, there's a new owner coming in. Are they just not like Mark Cuban and Shark Tank? That's debatable. But they know this player, and they decided to just go ahead and take this deal. To me, the spotlight is on Luka Donic. You've been a great player since you've arrived. You won games on the offensive end by yourself, but you haven't won a championship yet. What do you need to do to get better? Bill Duffy's got to talk to him sincerely. He lost $116 million Saturday night. He'll recoup it over time, but maybe not, ever get that kind of money back. What did the sport and your guys that know you the best, Jason Kidd, the Hall of Famer. Now, ultimately, they say he didn't know anything about it. There had to be a point where they had to bring Jason Kidd in, and you got a medical. The trade's not official until they pass physicals and all that. For them to just say we're willing to give up this transcendent offensive player because we didn't think he was a well-rounded enough player, I mean, that's something that Luka Donic has to look inwardly at his own career and where he wants to go. This could be the motivator to truly make Luka Donic the player he needs to be.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you're saying on the health. I mean, my thing is more with the internal Luka Donic concerns in this new ownership group and Nico Harrison. But for league circles to be as stunned as they were, and for it to just kind of be this thing that happened and not like even a slight buildup into Luka Donic getting shopped around and seeing what offers are out there. Now, you bring up a fair point. The soft tissue and those kind of injuries are an absolute concern. That's why the Mavericks are the 9 seed right now, because since Christmas, they haven't had their star player. But on the other side of that, I think about last year. I think about if Luka Donic is healthy, you just need to get in the playoffs. They were a road team in their first series as a 5 seed, and they won 3 consecutive road series to get to an NBA Finals because everything clicked at the right time. And when the Western Conference is as jumbled as it is, I kind of think the goal isn't so much get a top 2 seed because then you're in contention. I think it's you just got to get in the mix and have all things click at the right time. So for the Mavericks to just have had everything click at the right time last April, May, and June, and then fall in 5 games to the Celtics, and they were overmatched in that series. I'm not denying that by any means, but I just think the timing of that was so shocking about this trade, whereas if it happened the year before when they sort of were out of the mix and they kind of tanked their season to secure a lottery pick, I would have maybe understood a move like this a little bit more.
They needed a little more time to get closer to his contract being up. They did not, and maybe it's the ownership, they did not want to pay him that max extension. And the goal is to win the championship. Forget about the seeds and all that. You're just jockeying for pole position on race day, and then you go. He did not play well in the finals, and the Boston Celtics targeted him, and he wore down. He got tired. So it is what it is. But Anthony Davis, when he's on the floor, to me, is a better player. To me, the Dallas Mavericks are a better team. And from the Warrior perspective now, damn, this team went to the NBA Finals last year, and they just got better. Now, they got to get Anthony Davis back, off his abdomen injury, but it does change things. So what a huge story in sports. We are going to talk to Larry Krueger coming up.
Yeah.
The other one, De'Aaron Fox trade would be huge. I got a trade swipe at a Fox, and we heard that last week. What? And then, the NFL's obviously convening, and New Orleans for the Super Bowl and the Pro Bowl over the weekend, and we watched it all. And Myles Garrett, what a smart guy he is, how engaging he is. But he issued a statement this morning to the Flying Jays in Cleveland, Jimmy Haslam, that he is, and it's all in, it's not capitalized, but it's bold-faced print. He wants to be traded from the Cleveland Browns. How do they deal with that? Do they just say, no, we're not trading our best player? Luca just got dealt. Everybody's tradable. And if you were to go get him, we'll talk to Larry about it. Do the 49ers have enough on the roster and in draft capital to at least entice Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam to consider? Can you imagine a defensive line where Nick Bosa's at one end and Myles Garrett is on the other end?
Woo! Yeah, we'll get into that coming up next because we will talk to Larry Krueger here at 11:50, and then we'll get back into basketball later down the show when Chuck Cooperstein will be joining us at 12:50. So a whole lot to get into. Walter's already driven crazy, and that's how I know we're doing our jobs well here on a Monday. It's Papa and Silver. Talk a little football next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and each new year beckons new beginnings, so now is a good time to consider upgrading your home's exterior and property. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials work with contractors and professional builders to satisfy homeowners' desire to add decking, pergolas, fencing, and other attractive features. Requests for quotes are coming in now for completion this spring and summer, so get ready right now. Build better with Golden State brands such as TimberTech and Trex. They both offer high-performance natural wood products for a variety of decking preferences for attractive rot and mold-resistant siding. And we don't want rot and mold. We resist that. Golden State also partners with AZEK Exteriors. They offer beautiful and durable trim, siding, and molding products for timeless beauty without additional maintenance. For an enviable property that will increase the value of your home, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Talk with your builder or contractor to start your desired New Year project soon for enjoyment in the coming months. Family owned since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out, getting into the NBA trade deadline madness, but going to do a little pivot before we get to Larry Krueger coming up, talk a little football. The Pro Bowl games happened over the weekend, and I thought that was going to be our big, juicy 4-hour-long topic. All right, okay, maybe not that far, but news making this morning from Diana Rossini when she put out there that Myles Garrett has requested a trade from the Cleveland Browns. Now, the 49ers and Browns met this past season, which feels like forever ago, when the Niners got out to that 5-0 start, and then they went into rainy Cleveland. Sorry,
that was 2 years ago.
Well, yeah, that's right. I still think we're in the middle of this season. I haven't gotten over it. They met in the 2023 season there to solve the technicality. Rainy game in Cleveland, handed them their first loss. Jake Moody missed the kick at the very end. Jim Schwartz did what he did against Kyle Shanahan, which was give him trouble. And a big part of that defense, Papa, was, of course, Myles Garrett.
And Jordan Elliott was really good. Dalvin Tomlinson was the guy that blew that game up. But Myles Garrett is a terrific player, obviously. Saw him in the Pro Bowl games over the weekend. They had a little trivia question with Fred Warner and answer 5 questions.
Yeah.
And so did he. Myles Garrett, so intelligent. He just nailed them all with whoever the quarterback one who was throwing with him from the AFC. We know who Myles Garrett is. I mean, this guy, Nick Bosa's transcended. T.J. Watt was a great player in Houston for years, 3 Defensive Players of the Year. Now his brother is reigning now. There are a lot of good defensive ends and players that dominate from the edge in the NFL. Nick is so good because he plays the run so hard. Myles Garrett is right there. He is that kind of a player. So when you get a report and he issues a statement out there that he wants to be traded, he sent out a letter and sent it out, and he went through it all. And the main reason that he wants to be traded is because of the situation where, I think a lot of players feel this way when you leave the Pro Bowl and when you go to Radio Row and, now you're dealing with the Super Bowl and Cleveland's just not there. They were a playoff team last year with Joe Flacco taking over. The quarterback's hurt again. He made it clear that he wants to be traded because of he's not winning a winning situation. Now, when you look at it a little closer, he does have 2 more years on his contract, but neither one next year is guaranteed, or in 26. He's going to make under $20 million next year, 19.8, and then scheduled to make $25 million in 2026. The Browns would incur a dead cap hit of over $36 million. This is a surprise to those of us that don't cover the Cleveland Browns, every day. Even in the league, the people around didn't know that he was going to formally ask for this. But the Cleveland Browns apparently have been made aware rather quietly that Myles Garrett would want to be traded, and now he made it public. So the question is, Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Browns, Andrew Berry there, D. Podesta, our guy, Paul D. Podesta. I saw Billy Bean over the weekend in Sandy, and Paul D. Podesta was the Jonah Hill character in Moneyball. He runs their football analytics along with Andrew Berry. Could you entice them, kind of a Luca trade, to trade him? And it would be very team-friendly as far as the cap money, and the Niners do have a lot of cap space. I don't think Cleveland's going to do it, but let's just see how Myles Garrett plays this. The draft is coming up, one pivot point, the new league year, and then if he just boycotts training camp and he makes it difficult for them, could you get them to make a Khalil Mack when Khalil forced out of Oakland at the end there and went to Chicago? Multiple ones were involved. I know the Niners, and Adam Peters was there then. They offered 2 round 1 picks for Khalil Mack right away.
Yeah.
The Raiders wouldn't take their call. They were the Oakland Raiders then. They were not going to trade their best player off a Defensive Player of the Year award of the San Francisco 49ers. That was not going to happen. Cleveland's in Northeast Ohio. They're in a different conference. Maybe they would be willing. It would be, do they get forced into making a trade? And Anthony Davis just got traded. I know it's the Luca trade, but Myles Garrett to me is an Anthony Davis kind of player. He is like Anthony Davis, he plays all aspects of the game. You don't want to run his way. You don't want to run away from him. He's going to chase you down. You have to slide all your protection his way. Niners do have cap space. They do have draft picks. So if you're John Lynch right now and Kyle and Robert Saleh back in the building, how do you do it? Who would they want off your roster? Who are you willing to give up off the roster besides Debo? And then all these draft picks. You've been, 11th overall pick you got. Are you willing to give up the 11th overall pick in the draft?
I would.
A future round 1 pick in the draft. Other players off the roster. And then give Myles Garrett a contract extension. It'd be a lot like when you traded for Christian McCaffrey because Carolina just redid his deal. The cap hit, what you were taking back was an inexpensive player. Nothing is guaranteed. He's going to want the money guaranteed, the non-guaranteed money guaranteed. And then he's making less than $20 million a year. You can't have Nick on one side making 30 plus and him making less than 20, so you're going to have to balance that out. So we just saw a seismic trade, one of the biggest in the history of American sport, go over the weekend. And now Myles Garrett is saying he wants out of Cleveland. How do you get him from Northeast Ohio to Northern California?
Well, I want to see if we can track down Diana Rossini later in this week because she is one of the absolute best in the business at her job. And she put out there this morning, in addition to her report on Myles Garrett, she said one NFL GM said to her on what a trade for Myles Garrett could look like, probably a 1+. Can't wait for the it will be 3 1s crowd. Not happening. Says a 1 and a 2, a 1 and 2 3s. Throw a player in there. So we'll get more into that topic of what the asking price could ultimately be for a Myles Garrett. And we'll keep discussing this next with our buddy Larry Krueger. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Time to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz here on the UMA guest line. And We've been talking all day about the unpredictability of the trade market in sports. So let's get into another unpredictable topic, which could be what you do when you can't pay your taxes. Steve, how are you going to help us out today?
First of all, it's incredibly frustrating. You feel like you have this 1,000-pound weight on you, and it's just going to crush you. And you don't know what to do, and you say, there's no way in the world I could ever pay these taxes. What am I going to do? We know what to do. There's a lot of good solutions. We've spent our professional careers dealing with this. I've been dealing with this for over 30 years. We know what to do to help you, and that's what we want to do. We want to take over, we want to help you, and make this nightmare go away. There's good solutions, whether we make a deal, if you qualify, to just pay part and the government forgives the rest, or if we get monthly payments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, or if we get the penalties forgiven. Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes, or a lot of other things too. Or maybe switch it from you to your ex-business partner or ex-spouse because they're the ones that caused the problem. The bottom line is there's a lot of good solutions. We have a lot of experience in this. We'll explain it all to you during our free consultation. The only thing you have to do is call for your free consultation. Say, hey, Steve, get this problem off of me.
Well, if you want to talk to Steve Moskowitz and have him help you out, you can give him a call today at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Greg Papa, Greg Silver, hanging out with our buddy Larry Krueger because, we've been talking a whole lot of basketball, NBA trade deadline, but there's also this game called the Super Bowl that's coming up this week. I think Krug knows a thing or two about that. What's happening? Happy Monday.
My favorites, the Gregs. What's going on, fellas? Good to see you guys.
Yeah.
I like that hat, Pop. I like that championship
just to
hat.
remind everybody, although Philadelphia technically is the defending NFC champions, or the reigning NFC champions, the Niners have went to the Super Bowl last year. And the stunning news this morning was the trade request of Myles Garrett. And he said, when he wrote his letter, the reason he loves Northeast Ohio, but he wants to win, Can you imagine him coming? The Niners get healthy in the offseason, Larry, and you add Myles Garrett. But how do you do it? First of all, tell me your evaluation of him as a player at 272 pounds. Can you imagine him on one end and Nick Bosa on the other end? And when Khalil Mack got traded from the Raiders, I remember September the 1st, that Labor Day Saturday, Jet McKinnon tore his ACL that day, September the 1st of 2018, the Hall going back the other way. And the 49ers tried to get Khalil Mack. They offered 2 first-round picks for him, but the Raiders were not having any of it. What would you be willing to give up? Because the Bears did give up 2 ones, a third, a sixth. Khalil came back the other way with a second and a conditional 5th-round pick. Would you be all in if you're John Lynch, Kyle, and Robert Saleh to try to get Myles Garrett, Krug?
I mean, he's so great. I mean, first of all, from a scout's perspective, what really makes him great is that he, like when you watch him, you would swear you're looking at a 250, 260-pound guy. He moves like a much smaller man. He's literally a 250-pound version, but he's at 285, and it's all muscle, and he's physically one of the most dominant players I've ever seen. He was amazing at Texas A&M. He's way, way, way better now. And he's just I think he's physically as dominant a defensive end as we've seen since maybe Bruce Smith. He's just really, really, really special. Now, the Niners, that's a great question, Greg, because I kind of think that the 49ers wound up in this spot where they're in, where they need a volume draft and they need some greater depth. And the problem is they went all in on Trey Lance. And then on the heels of that, they went all in on Hargrave. And those 2 moves that both took the volume of picks and made it, all into one. And then that one player's got to really play. Trey never played well, and Hargrave only had, I think he's been good, but not spectacular. So I don't know that the 49ers are at a point in their history that they should want to trade lots of assets for one. It would make me really nervous. I think in this draft, based on especially what I saw the last 2 All-Star games with the Senior Bowl and the Shrine Game, I would try to trade down from 11 into the 20s. And I think this is the draft to absolutely replenish the defensive line for the next 5, 6, 10 years. And I think this is a phenomenal defensive line draft, and I think I'd want to kill it with numbers more than just the one guy. But I have great respect for Garrett, and Garrett and Bosa would be spectacular. But cap-wise and numbers-wise, I don't like the idea of all the eggs in one basket in football.
So, Krug, I want to stay on this topic of the draft and the picks for the 49ers because they do have 10 picks coming up, or at least the latest that I read. It's going to be a first, a second, 2/3, 3 4s, a 6th, and then 2 in the 7th round. Now, with Myles Garrett, we teased right before you came on that Diana Rossini was saying it's not going to cost 3 1s. It might be a 1 and a 2 or a 1 and 2 3s, according to the GM that she spoke with and put out there on her social media account. So, I mean, how much should they covet these draft picks coming up? And I know that it's all circumstantial as you go down the list in April and it's a frenzy, but I never liked the notion that the Trey Lance thing was a wash when Brock Purdy came in at 262 and was the guy, because it's like, well, yeah, it solved the quarterback problem, but you saw what happened when over time you didn't have a first-round pick. They got injured this year, and then not having all these young players like a division rival in the Rams and what they've done to replenish their defense kind of came back to bite them. So, I mean, it sounds like you're on the more cautious end of how they should treat these picks, even though they got 10 of them.
Well, I mean, just think about it this way. The 49ers, in the 3 drafts prior to the last one, blew 10 picks in the first 3 rounds. If they had blown half that, let's just say they took 5 players that weren't good. If you put 5 more players that were drafted in the 21, 22, and 23 drafts in the first 3 rounds on the 49ers roster right now, they'd be a much better football team. So I just really believe that, I think you need depth. I really believe that depth is the way to go. And I think, go find greatness. I mean, it's more difficult to do, there's two ways to go do things. You can draft guys, or you can sign free agents, or trades. And signing free agents just requires cash. But I mean, draft picks require some kind of personnel vision down the road. If the 49ers were going to consider trading, a bevy of picks for, including their first round draft choice for Myles Garrett, I guess my plan would be I'd want to trade down from 11 once or twice, see if I could get a pick in the 20s, and then throw that pick. Once I used my draft capital to maybe give myself a few more day 2 picks, then if I got down to 22, I'd be willing to trade 22 and some other picks, maybe some future picks or a player in a package for Myles Garrett. But I don't think that's the right way to go, to be honest. I think the right way to go is there's so many great players that I've seen in the last few days that I think I would rather take my shot on drafting these guys and building up my team through the draft. I think that's the better way, the smarter, safer way to go.
All right, so over the weekend we had one of the most blockbuster trades in the history of American sport, where you have two players, 25, 31. I think Anthony Davis still has some prime years ahead, but in his 31 age season, they're going to go to the Hall of Fame in basketball. There's no doubt. So my mind is kind of exploding on the thought of this. So you're saying no, you would not make a trade for Myles Garrett, even giving up number 11. Let me throw something at you.
I mean, I have to know what the trade terms were for sure, but I'd rather not.
Let's just go this way. Along the line of Nico Harrison talking to Rob Pelinka and doing an Anthony Davis for Luca Donic trade. Andrew Berry, I hear you. You don't want to trade Myles Garrett. What if we offer you Nick Bosa for Myles Garrett? Nick he grew up in Florida, but he played at The Ohio State University. You got him already under contract. It's going to cost you more money. And if you gave up Nick Bosa to get Myles Garrett, would Cleveland give you back a pick the other way for the younger player? I mean, we're talking on the radio, but I'm so Luca AD out of my mind right now. Is there any – you said he's the best defensive end since Bruce Smith, who could play inside, outside, be covered up, 200 sacks in his career. Is there a world we live in where you would have a conversation, Andrew Berry and John Lynch, Nick Bosa for Myles Garrett, and we get a pick back the other way?
I'd absolutely have that conversation. And I love Nick Bosa. I think Nick Bosa is really good. And I think Nick Bosa is really, really good against the run. I think he's very underrated. But yeah, if you could make that trade, Myles Garrett, I think no doubt better than Nick Bosa, no doubt. So, and if you could get a pick in addition, yeah, I would do that, especially considering Nick's injury history. Nick had a hard time late in the year with injuries. Yeah, I absolutely would consider doing that.
Yeah, so Larry, well, first I'll tell everyone that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. And we actually just had the announcement 4 minutes ago that the Texans have filled their offensive coordinator void with the Rams tight end coach and pass game coordinator Nick Caley to be their new offensive coordinator. So I don't know if you have a strong instant reaction on that, but just kind of wanted to get your thoughts because Bobby Slowick getting let go was obviously one of the big storylines we'd been following.
I don't know enough about that guy to tell you if that's a good hire or not. Is Slowick? Where's Slowick wound up? Is he still on the beach?
He's still out there. So is Rand Carthon. I wonder about both of those guys coming back to the Niners in a role. Rand in the front office
especially
with John
Rand,
and Bobby on the offensive staff.
Yeah, I mean, haven't they given Slowick's job? I mean, Slowick his job's filled, but as far as Carthon, I could see Carthon definitely being added to the front office. I think he was a trusted agent for sure. And to be completely honest, I didn't feel like Rand got a legitimate opportunity there. Come on, they pulled the plug way, way too quick on Rand. I mean, I think he did some good things there. So
That's the owner
I don't know. I was very surprised that Rand Carthon that ended so quickly for him. But
totally.
Yeah, I mean he's a really solid personnel guy, and I think John would bring him back. And And those things can happen kind of informally between now and any time, really. Could it be going into the draft? I would love to see the Niners hire a draft consultant just to give themselves somebody who's maybe not familiar with their thinking or is familiar with another organization's thinking, like a Ray Carthon, just to give them another sounding board from a guy who's really skilled, who they trust, but didn't necessarily go through their entire process. And so maybe he's a little bit more independent. I think that could be of real value. So I'd love to see Rand back in some kind of, even if it was a part-time role, I'd love to see him back.
Yeah. Well, today's the day we kind of dreaded. We knew it was going to happen eventually, but it is. Everybody's going to New Orleans for the Super Bowl, and they'll be opening night tonight and all the media. And it's a rematch of a game a couple of years ago. It's hard for us in the Bay Area to watch this game again like it was in Super Bowl 57, but here we go. The Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles. Just your thoughts. We talked about it a little bit last week, but we were still in the Championship Sunday hangover. Is there a world you live in where the Eagles and their defensive line, to some degree, can dominate Kansas City's offensive line, much like Tampa Bay's offensive line did in 2020 and beat the Kansas City Chiefs this time, Larry?
I like Philadelphia to win the game. I really do. I think Philadelphia is going to win this game. Philadelphia is running really well. I mean, just look at the numbers. They just ran for 229 yards, 6.4 a carry. They've got a dominating offensive line. The Mekhi Becton addition at right guard has been huge, absolutely huge. I mean, he's just he was a liability as a tackle, but as a guard, he is just he blocks out the sun. I mean, he's just a massive man. He's got Lane Johnson on his right side. They've got the best back going right now. They've got healthy weapons, and they got Fangio on defense. Jalen Carter's never played ever at this level. Zach Bond is playing at a really high level. And give Fangio credit. Not only did they come in and add, Cooper DeJean and Jalix Hunt, and they signed C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and they drafted Quinyon Mitchell, but then he also brought in, Fangio's getting great play out of Oren Burks. He's getting, I thought Reed Blankenship looks like a much better player this year under Vic Fangio than he did a year ago. I mean, this Philadelphia team is, I think, going to win the game. Hurts obviously had a costly turnover in the last Kansas City Super Bowl, and he's going to have to play clean football. But I think this is going to be a heavy dose of the run. I would say it's 60-40 run pass. Eagles are going to run the ball on Kansas City. And, Mahomes is incredible, but I think Arrowhead is also a real advantage, and this will not be that. And I think it's very, very, very hard to win 3 in a row. I think the Chiefs are kind of limping towards it. If you look at their box scores, they haven't run the ball as well. They're not stopping the run as well. They're doing just enough to win these games, and I think the Eagles are going to get them in this game. I like the Eagles to win by a comfortable margin.
Yeah, Larry Krueger there with his bold Super Bowl prediction. And so you're saying the NFC Championship didn't come down to a call that everybody was talking about the next day because the Eagles went and ran for 7 freaking rushing touchdowns. Okay, so back to the draft again, because I listened to you and JD get into it, and I know this is like a wheelhouse for you guys. It was the best. I never wanted to get out of my car in that segment, but you've been very adamant about rebuilding the line, specifically the defensive line in this draft. If somebody like a Tyler Warren is available at 11, do you go and take that swing in the first round?
Love Tyler Warren. I mean, he's like Gronk. I mean, he's really Gronk. I mean, he's the closest I've seen to Gronk, and I'm not even sure if he's the best tight end in the draft. I mean, this kid Loveland from Michigan is a spectacular player, and Harold Fannin from Bowling Green had an amazing productive year. Guy catches everything, and then the Miami tight end Arroyo dominated the Senior Bowl and looked fantastic doing it. But Tyler Warren is big, fast. I don't know if I like him at 11. Greg, but I'll say this. If I could move from 11 to 15 and I wanted to start my draft with a real safe pick, I mean, I don't know that there's a safer pick than Tyler Warren. I think he's strong in the run game. He can catch the ball. He can move people at the point. He's been a Wildcat quarterback. He's got good foot speed. I think he's going to test well. I think he's, in a lot of ways, he's like Kittle. I mean, Kittle's a dominant inline blocker who ran 4.5. And I think this guy's going to run really well, and he's a dominant inline blocker. So, yeah, I mean, it would give the 49ers, I mean, they would be running 12 personnel an awful lot. It would be fun to watch. Very safe pick. I'll say this about the draft, too. It's like, don't get caught up on who, where, what position and this and that. Just keep drafting great players. I think if there's anything that we should learn from, the Lions GM, it's just that he is just so good at just finding stars. I mean, they're Brian Branch and Sam Laporta and, all these guys. These guys are just great
Campbell
players.
And Jahmyr Gibbs. He got criticized for those two picks.
Right. Especially the Gibbs pick. I mean, they got criticized heavily. So, there's a lot of great players. Just keep drafting great players. Don't worry about the position as much. And even if you feel like there's so many injuries in pro football that, you never know. You're going to need everybody. So just keep drafting great players. And even if it's not at exactly the position you want, I've heard people say, well, they need to go tackle in round 1. They need to go defensive tackle in round 2 and then come back in round 3. It's like, you got to see the way it plays out. You got to go for value. I mean, if Tyler Warren is staring at you and, you don't have an offensive tackle you like at 11, just because you need an offensive tackle in your mind, I don't think you pass on the great player.
He is an offensive tackle. The guy's a monster.
Exactly.
And he reached George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk, and Taysom Hill all rolled into one. He can play anywhere. He would change your game. So I do want to get your thoughts on what happened over the weekend. You've been covering sports, not just the NFL, for as long as I have, just about. You're not as old, though. But just this trade that we saw, Larry, I'm just having a hard time wrapping we've seen better players than Luca and AD be traded for a bevy of players and picks. Wilt got traded. Willie got traded. Joe Montana, the great one. Wayne Gretzky got traded. They all get traded eventually, just about, but never Hall of Fame players in their primes, 25 and 31 years of age. How do you make sense of the Luca for AD trade over the weekend?
I hate it. I hate everything about it. Why would you trade a 25-year-old superstar to a team that is literally maybe your number one competitor in your conference and you're going to take back a 31-year-old guy? I mean, it would be like, since we're talking football, the Bengals saying, we're getting rid of Jamar Chase, we're trading him to the Buccaneers, and we're getting Mike Evans and a second-round pick. It's like, okay, wait a second. Mike Evans is a Hall of Famer.
I could see Mike Brown doing that.
Nice.
He's cheaper. I could see that being done this offseason.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, but could you imagine though? I mean, if you're Joe Burrow, if you're a Cincinnati Bengal fan, you're like, what? We're trading for Mike Evans. He's already had his career. So I
was thinking like a Lamar Jackson for Matthew Stafford wasn't a terrible comparison.
Exactly. My first thought was, is it possible that the league is orchestrating this because they are in such ratings nightmare? I mean, the NBA is in a crisis situation right now with their audience. I don't know that we necessarily have discussed that or if it's being discussed coast to coast, but look at the numbers. I mean, they've just totally become irrelevant, and those numbers are just dramatic. Would the league get involved to try to get Luka to dream of some Lakers-Celtics potential finals that could uplift the entire league and jumpstart the rating? I don't know, but it's just, I had to think, I mean, at least the idea crossed my mind, because otherwise I don't understand this. You're telling me, I know the guy smokes cigarettes, I know he drinks beer, I know his weight's wrong. They went to the finals last year with this guy. He's 25. You don't see trades like this. You don't, and why you would make this trade without, I don't know, saying that the player was available, and maybe what do you think that would do? If all of a sudden,
thank you.
Don't you think there would be like, I don't know, 27 offers for?
Maybe they wanted Anthony Davis. That's the player they wanted. And I mean, your conspiracy theory. Wow. David Stern did nix a deal when the Pelicans or Hornets, whatever. Yeah, the Chris Paul deal, and it was Dell Demps made that trade. But that was a different scenario. You're going out there with your conspiracy theory.
I know otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Your team is not more marketable without Luka. Your team, I don't think, is going to be better without Luka. You were in the finals last year with Luka. It's not like he can't get you there. You're going to shortchange yourself by that many years for an older player. Not only that, Anthony Davis is not just 31. We've seen a lot of Anthony Davis and civvies through the years. This guy sits out games. He's had knee problems. I don't know, man. I think it's a horrible deal. Plus, you took a long range success proposition in Luka and turned it into, we have to win a title in the next 2 years. With this defensive center, otherwise this is a bad trade. It really does put an enormous amount of pressure on the Mavericks to win a title in one of the next 2 or 3 years. And I'll say this too: if I see the Dallas Mavericks win the NBA draft lottery in the next 2 or 3 years, I and others are going to be saying, "What the heck?" That's not going to make me feel good either. That's going to make me feel like the conspiracy was in. But I hate conspiracy theorists. I don't even like conspiracy theories. But when I can't make any sense of it on the surface, and there is no basketball reason, either Luka told Michael Finley off, he told the owner off, or he's got some serious health issue or some serious dysfunction issue that we're not aware of. There's something. Let's just say this: when you see something like this, it screams out, there's a backstory, and we just don't know what it is.
I am with you, Larry, in the sense that the headline alone of Luka Doncic, the Dallas Mavericks are looking to trade Luka Doncic, that alone would have been a shocker and a big talking point today. So the fact that it happened, and to Papa's point, maybe they did want Anthony Davis. He is a great player when he's healthy, which he's been for the last season and a half. But I don't get how you're not calling the other 29 teams just trying to leverage a bunch of draft picks out of this. I'm talking with my brother, and we're like, this trade is making it seem like the Lakers had all the leverage here when it very much should have been the opposite. So I get what you're saying on some of this.
De'Aaron Fox netted 6 draft choices, Zach LaVine and Sidi Sissoko. De'Aaron Fox you can get 6 draft picks for De'Aaron Fox, but you can only get Anthony Davis for Luka Doncic. And why would you not open it up to the rest of the league? Were you afraid that you would get too many good offers, or that then you wouldn't be able to deal them straight to the Lakers? All I'll say is, man, it sure helps the league, I'm sure, to have the Lakers, a marquee franchise, an iconic franchise, have a transcendent superstar, and it would do a lot more for the league if the Lakers were in the finals with Luka than the Mavericks. But still, only reason I have to even bring up conspiracy theories is because I don't get this deal. And there has to be some kind of story. And I heard the quote from the owner saying, hey, we want to be more of a defensive team. We feel like we have Kyrie. We feel like, AD will bring us defense, but wow, that's I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. I can't see where this would be a good deal for, unless Luka's got some kind of health problem that we're not aware of, or some kind of, there are guys that have bad injury histories, and we're all not privy to the medicals. I was thinking of Brandon Roy. Remember how great Brandon Roy was before the microfracture knee thing crept in? And it was like, if you had traded Brandon Roy at one point before everybody kind of knew about that knee, you would have been, what? They're trading this guy? But he had a crushing knee problem, and he had a very short-lived career. But I don't think Luka's in that category, but it makes you wonder. Do the Mavericks have some knowledge of something regarding Luka's physical state that the Lakers are unaware of? Otherwise, I don't get that trade at all.
Well, regardless of it all, we really appreciate you coming by with us today. Talk a little football, talk a little Luka, get into the conspiracy theories of it all, and we'll do this again soon. We'll see if your Eagles Super Bowl prediction comes to fruition on Sunday.
It's going to be tough rooting for those Eagles fans because they're really loathsome. But you know what? Fly, Eagles, fly, I think, come Sunday.
Though. Yes, the alternative.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Larry.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you, Larry.
You know, my theory, Papa, if I'm going to come up with my outrageous theory on Luka Doncic, is that the front office and Nico Harrison just panicked because dry January was over and Luka Doncic was going to go back to beer.
Yeah, well, ask Chuck Cooperstein. You're all of the opinion. I mean, just based on age here, I think Anthony Davis is a better all-around basketball player than Luka Doncic, and I appreciate Luka's ability, but Anthony Davis impacts winning more. But Chuck Cooperstein, who's a good friend, has been calling Mavericks games for a long, long time. He'll give us the Dallas side of the story here, why they chose to trade Luka Doncic at age 25. Did they get enough back? Why exactly did Nico Harrison do this?
Well, if you have your own thoughts, I'm going to open up the phone lines before we get to Chuck Cooperstein coming up in about a half hour. That's 415-808-5627. We've also got the YouTube chat. Shout out to Shaw, SD, Buco Sports, one of the regulars there in the YouTube chat. And Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open as well. We'll unpack the Kruger stuff on the other side. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Earlier today, defensive star Myles Garrett has requested a trade from the Cleveland Browns. Now, my question to you, 49er faithful, is are you willing to do what it takes to bring in Myles Garrett opposite of Nick Bosa? And if so, who is on the chopping block? Give us a call at 808-KNBR to chime in on the conversation. Also, join the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you on a Monday here. The talk we just had was with Larry Krueger. He went deep into the Luca Donic trade, but he also talked about the San Francisco 49ers, their offseason, and the news that broke this morning that Myles Garrett has requested a trade out of Cleveland. Now, that in and of itself isn't all that surprising. The discussion here is more, can the 49ers realistically bring him here, and what would that look like alongside Nick Bosa? Papa, we've gotten into how deep are you willing to go on the sacrifice in terms of players, contracts, maybe draft capital, and I think that a lot of fans, if we're talking about players for a moment, a lot of fans would probably be willing to throw Deebo Samuel into a mix in a trade package. Now, Brandon Ayuk, we were looking over his contract in the break here, and there would be $39 million in dead cap to get rid of him. So it's probably not likely with the front load on the guarantee. What about someone like a George Kittle? Just had a great year, 1 year left on the deal. That's one where I'm kind of thinking, would they do it? I don't know if they go that far, but Myles Garrett, the asking price is not going to be anything cheap.
Yeah, when you're talking about players coming off the roster, that's where it gets difficult. And you would ordinarily look at a trade like this, and the most common reference, and that's how they work these trades. Not just in the precedence is what drives our legal system, but it drives trades. NBA teams, NFL, Major League Baseball, hockey, they look at what was given up before, and that sets a precedent. And the Khalil Mack deal was done by giving up draft picks. I was a little surprised listening to Larry, and I appreciate Larry's ability to evaluate. And Myles Garrett is listed at 272. I did acknowledge he's heavier. 285. I mean, we're talking about a force here.
Yeah.
For him to be able to rush around the edge and bend and then stay home as a run player, he really does have a D-tackle kind of body that can play end. But he's an end. You can line him up anywhere. So for Larry to say he's the best defensive end, rush guy, edge guy, whether you're one of the 3-4 or whatever it is, since the great Hall of Famer Bruce Smith, and Bruce Smith predominantly played tackle. He had a linebacker, whether it was Darryl Talley or Cornelius Bennett, Biscuits, somebody lined up outside of him, so he was covered. That's different. For him to get to 200 sacks, wow. So he's saying he's that good of a player, but then at the same time, he's not willing to give up number 11 in the draft for him. What he's saying is he wants to build from within. So the last time the Niners, chose this high is when they traded DeForest Buckner. They wound up with the 13th pick. They wound up trading back to 14, giving Jason Light in Tampa, Tristan Wirfs to go up, and they wound up taking Javon Kinlaw.
Mm-hmm.
So, Myles Garrett, to me, he's going to take you more than the 11th overall pick in the draft. So, I think we're going to have to see as we get deeper into the offseason. It's February the 3rd. The combine's a month away, later in the month, obviously. Then you get in the new league year. Let's see how Myles Garrett behaves here. He sent a letter out, and he's asking to be traded. The Browns have already seen this, whether it was Andrew Berry or Jimmy Haslam, Paul DePodesta, who we know well. How do they react now? And they, Andrew Berry shot right back. We're not trading him. He had the response to Mary Kay Cabot, who's been covering the Browns forever, that he's not going to trade Myles Garrett this offseason, no matter what they are offered. So then it's up to Myles Garrett to make it untenable for them and to force the trade. Well, we'll see if he does that or if he backs away. Now, what if they just sweeten his contract? He does have 2 more years on his deal, but neither a year is guaranteed. It's a lot like Trent Williams had last year. Trent didn't ask to be traded. He just held out and did it somewhat quietly until it became public, and he's not making a lot of money. So if the Browns just say, we'll redo your contract, will you stay here? Or does he really want to get traded? And we're in a trade happy mood now in light of what happened with Luca and AD over the off. Let's trade everybody. So I just threw this out to Larry because Larry was saying essentially he would not trade for Myles Garrett because the Niners need volume. You don't think Leonard Floyd is a way better player if you get him? Yetur Gross-Matos is not a much better player if you get Myles Garrett with Nick Bosa? You don't think Jordan Elliott, Malik Collins are all better players? Evan Anderson? Maybe we don't need DJ Jones now. You don't think they're better players? Who do you double? When you break your huddle, you could feign out to go get 97. What do you do with 95? Now, it's hard to go get a guy like this, I understand. So, off your roster, just to play along with Larry on the radio, I propose giving him Bosa, because Bosa's making more money. If I can get Myles Garrett and a draft pick back, it'd be cheaper. I could get maybe multiple picks. Maybe then Cleveland, we're not trading him. Do you want someone from The Ohio State University there in Cleveland? We'll give you Nick Bosa. Now, I'm just playing.
Right.
But I'm saying I'm willing to take it to any level you want to be able to get this guy. So players off, is that what Cleveland wants? Do they want, they have a pretty good tight end in Cleveland, and Njoku's a great player. I think you're looking, they'd be willing to get draft picks back, but I think you're willing to talk about anything to get someone like Myles Garrett. He is a difference maker, and I agree with Larry. You want to come at him in waves and be TWO deep on the defensive line, but this guy does not come off the field. He is a 3-4 down player, great durability, availability. He's a force, and he would change. I mean, D Ford was a nice player next to Nick. Myles Garrett is a game wrecker. He's arguably better than Nick, and that's how well we think of Nick. So as far as what do we have to give up, if they're serious about it, you tell us. What do you want off the roster? Make us. We're going to make you an offer you can't. Will you make a? You said you won't do it. Well, what would it take to do it? You tell me what you want, and then we'll tell us if you're willing to do that the other way. But you're talking about a transcendent player. And then, how do you redo his deal? It is non-guaranteed. He's a cheaper alternative than Nick. And while you got Trent under contract at left tackle for a couple of more years, you are looking for the combination of a game wrecker for a little bit less. But I think Myles Garrett doesn't want his deal done. Can you extend the deal and just guarantee the 2 years, fully guarantee both those years at, 19.8, whatever it is, and then 25? It'd be a lot like going to get Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey's deal was friendly because they just restructured it. This is a friendly deal financially, so teams are going to be lined up to get him. With Christian, you got him for a second, third, and fourth, and a future fifth. Miles is going to cost you more. It's going to be more like the Khalil Mack model. But I would give up what you gave up for Khalil Mack. If you want a player, we're willing to talk about it. Which one do you want? Hell, I even thought you don't want to give up Bosa. You want them both, but this is Myles Garrett here. And if you ever can get them to trade this guy, you got to entice them. So I think you're willing to give up anything to get this guy.
No, I'm with you, Pop, on that. Like, when the question went out of would you trade the number 11 pick in a package to get Myles Garrett, I was like, is that a joke? Like, yeah, what else is in the package? This is a number 1 pick who plays very much like a number 1 pick in the NFL draft. This isn't some guy that was underperforming expectations in Cleveland. He's been the bright spot on a roster that has just been messy for the better part of his time there. So, yeah, and, it's funny when you talk about other players looking better. If you could bring a Myles Garrett in and somehow Nick Bosa's still on the roster as well. Remember Dante Fowler? I think he's on the Falcons now. Decent player.
I think I remember him, yes. Dante Fowler Jr.
Dante Fowler Jr., that's right. When he was on the Rams in, I want to say 2018, when they went to the Super Bowl with Jared Goff the first time around, I was like, wow, this Dante Fowler guy is a really good player. You think it has something to do with, I don't know, all the attention that goes to Aaron Donald all the time? Like, yes, bringing in a Myles Garrett, I think you got to go and take a swing if you're serious about it. Now, maybe you're not. And then there's the what kind of players do you give up discussion, and that's where we get into someone like a George Kittle or someone that has some serious value. But, again, the trade game, yeah, we're trade happy, it's trade talk, but you got to give up something to go and get something if they are serious about this in the end. So
I mean, just because Larry was unyielding to give up 11, I'm like, would you give up Nick Bosa? And then he said, yes, he would do that. So I don't know where we're going here. But Myles Garrett's a game wrecker. I mean, the real players ask for trades all the time. It's just the nature of sports. But for them to make it public does put a little pressure on the organization. Cleveland's done some things that is very unpopular within their own building, their own community, within the league. They kind of go to a different, they do their own thing, especially with their owner there, Jimmy Haslam. I don't think they'll ultimately trade him. I think they'll find a way to appease him. I don't think it'll happen. Now, this will also impact. It's not going to happen, I wouldn't think, at the beginning of the new league year. So how do you proceed with free agency and DJ Jones and DJ Reed and Dre Greenlaw? You go get those guys anyway, and then if you can add Myles Garrett, you figure it out later. You may have to give some of those guys up to get them. I don't know what the timeline is here. Cleveland's probably going to wait this out a while. But believe me, it's not just here with the 49ers. The other 31 teams are all, even Philadelphia. I don't think Howie Roseman's thinking of a way to get Myles Garrett or Andy Reid and Spags. Everybody wants a guy like Myles Garrett. He's a game wrecker.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Maybe we'll make it a multiple team trade deal where Myles Garrett comes to the Bay Area and then it's going to permeate the KNBR offices. And Walter, we're going to trade you to dirty work for Cole and a second-round pick or something like that. No, it's all jokes. But I teased the phone lines earlier. Paul in Folsom, please hang tight. He's a friend of the program. We will get to you coming up next. And then we got Chuck Cooperstein joining shortly after. Papa and Silver, more coming up on the other side on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Earlier today, defensive star Myles Garrett has requested a trade from the Cleveland Browns. Now, my question to you, 49er faithful, is are you willing to do what it takes to bring in Myles Garrett opposite of Nick Bosa? And if so, who is on the chopping block? Give us a call at 808-KNBR to chime in on the conversation. Also, join the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
What could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple of $100,000? If you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Loan Pronto is the leader in quickly converting your home equity into cold, hard cash, so you can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisals. Listen, the average homeowner now has over $300,000 in equity. That's your money. Use it. One client got $150,000 out and paid off all their credit cards, 2 car loans, and a personal loan, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. You can get approved as little as 1 day, so act now with no hard credit pull up front. LoanPronto.com. 415-808-5721. Get the money you need for anything. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What is happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you. We're going to talk to Chuck Cooperstein coming up in just a moment here. And I said we'd go out to the phones. That's where we're going to start it up. Paul in Folsom wants to talk about the LA Lakers. He's a friend of the program. Don't think we've ever had you on the airwaves, Paul, but good to interact with you in the past. And welcome to Greg and Greg. How's it going?
Hey, guys. First off, Greg, Papa, Greg, Silver, you guys are doing a great job. The chemistry is great. Have thoroughly enjoyed your guys partnering up, and it's a real joy to listen. So great job, Greg. Welcome to radio, and I know you've been around a while, but you're doing an awesome job. So
appreciate that.
Congrats to you both. Real quick, I'm going to do the unpopular opinion on this trade and probably side with Papa. I do think that the Mavericks got better. And if you look at the Lakers defensively, they're ranked 21st. And if you think about Luka as a defender, probably not one of the stronger on-ball defenders in the league, maybe one of the, poorer on-ball defenders. Does LeBron play great man-on-man defense? Probably not as good as he used to play. So in many ways, Lakers get worse defensively, and they don't have a paint protector. The flip side, if you look at the teams now competing for a championship, Oklahoma City's number one in defense. Minnesota's up there. Cleveland's up there. I think Dallas gets better defensively, and I think they have ample offense to compete. So I like the trade. Long term, 3 or 4 years down the road, I'm sure you may play out differently. But I think for the near term, I think it's a trade that may surprise a lot of people and benefit Dallas. And then just the last comment question, it's about the Warriors. Look, if they don't do anything, or if they do anything, I think the person we haven't heard a lot of is from Joe Lacob. And I do think that the Warriors are due to tell the fans, the rest of the basketball community, what the strategy is. Where are they taking this organization for the next 2 to 3 years? Curry, and Draymond are signed. They're at an inflection point, and curious what you guys think about, what are we looking for from the Warriors, even if they don't make a big splash here? Is it incumbent upon Lacob and Dunleavy and the brass to really tell everybody where they're taking this team?
Not before Thursday at 1:00. They're going to wait and figure it out then. He may leak something out to Kawakami, but I think you wait till the deadline to come and go, and then we'll just see what they're able to get done. Steve Kerr did talk before the game against Phoenix, and it was a disappointing effort against Phoenix. They beat Oklahoma City because they took that game from them. The Phoenix game, just so many 50-50 balls in the air. Phoenix just physically dominated them. They just went up and got into their body and took the ball away. They played harder. And Phoenix, Richards has added some toughness to them in the middle. There's no doubt. But they're more of an offensively gifted team. Durant can play physical, and Booker and Bradley Beal, but that's not their strength. I think that was disappointing the way they played. We'll see how they play against Orlando tonight. Draymond hopefully will come back tonight, Greg. What do we want the Warriors to do? I mean, honestly, I don't want them to get Jimmy Butler, but Joe's in on Jimmy Butler. He's big game hunting like he always is. I don't think Jimmy Butler fits here. If you can take on Jimmy Butler's salary, why can't you take Bradley Beal's salary and make Phoenix pay a portion of it? I don't know. I mean, what is the ultimate thing? We're talking about Miles Turner, but Zach Harper said, look at Indiana now. Why would they trade him now? Wait for his contract to expire. They were in the Eastern Finals last year, and after a slow start, they're playing great. Will Vucevic flip your team that much? Do you want Valanciunas? What do we want? Outside of going to get LeBron, I'm not even sure we want that. What do we want the Warriors to do between now and Thursday at 1:00?
Well, I will leave the conversation to after Chuck Cooperstein because I do want to be mindful of the clock. First of all, Paul, really appreciate the call. Do not make this your last. Really good call there from Paul. And I got to agree with him in bringing up great points that I think Dallas is better in the short term. I absolutely am on board with that. I think the issue I've had, and I'll probably say it over and over, is it's so hard to get a franchise player because you consider guys that seem like they could be the franchise player, like a Ben Simmons in Philadelphia or a Zion Williamson down in New Orleans, or even a Ja Morant who had to sit out because of off-the-court issues and then an injury, and now Memphis is getting back on track and everything. But Luka was a proven clutch, offensively unstoppable, playoff, big-time performer commodity. And so I think to just not really shop him around and get a massive return on investment for him, I think that's what has me a little bit flabbergasted. As far as the Warriors, I would just say this, in that I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but I do think they have behaved as if the two-timeline plan and vision from Joe Lacob never really went away. You traded Jordan Poole for reasons that were beyond giving up on the two-timeline plan. I think they believe in Jonathan Kuminga in a major way. They have voiced their belief in Brandon Podziemski. Moses Moody, they gave him a decent size, nothing crazy, but they gave him the 3 for $39 extension over the offseason. And at some point, we're coming to a crossroads where you either fully commit on the next generation or you go and take a swing. So that's kind of where it's all hinging. Doesn't mean they have to do it by Thursday, Papa, but it does mean that by this offseason, there's going to have to be some decisions made one way or another.
Yeah, we'll have Marcus on tomorrow. He wanted Zach LaVine. He was all in on Zach, and now he's not coming here. He's a Sacramento King. Chuck Cooperstein will join us in a moment. So you're hung up on YAD. I think the interesting thing is, and these guys have known each other forever, Nico Harrison and Rob Pelinka. When Nico worked with Nike and Kobe, and obviously Pelinka represented Kobe before he became the GM of the team. When they met a couple of weeks ago, and they're having a coffee, how did that conversation go? Was it Nico Harrison initiating to Rob Pelinka, would you ever move Anthony Davis? And Pelinka went, hell no. LeBron, what would we do with LeBron? So you're saying no. What if I gave you Luka? He went, what?
Oh,
what'd you say? My most trusted friend? You're going to trade Luka? Is that the way it went? You're so locked in on why not opening up to the whole league. And John Ireland kind of said it this way. Nico Harrison wanted Anthony Davis. That's the guy he coveted. And Anthony Davis is one of the best two-way players in the NBA, and the defensive side that he plays is switching out on guards. He's a 5 who can guard 1. He doesn't like playing 5, but you are. Now he'll play 4. He could obviously shot block. He's a good post defender. The guy does not have a weakness. He's a tremendous two-way player. He impacts winning on both ends. So Chuck may have more insight into this. How did this go down when they first had a coffee a couple of weeks ago? Was it Nico saying, hey, Rob Lowe, would you ever trade Anthony Davis? Hell no, I'd trade Anthony. What if I gave you Doncic? Now what would you do?
See, I like this back and forth that we've had, and that's a perfect segue into Chuck Cooperstein, who joins us next, Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here from my friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. For over 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction. Do you struggle with distance vision, need reading glasses, or wear bifocals like I did for years? CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision, and do it now. The Laser Eye Center offers LASIK, Smile, Evo, ICL, or the procedure I had, CLR, which is custom lens replacement. It's the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you'll never develop a cataract. After tens of thousands of procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center have the experience to tell you which procedure is best for you. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. So book your free consultation today at modernvisioncorrection.com. That's modernvisioncorrection.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, thanks for hanging out with us on a Monday. I'll tell you all that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we wrap up hour number 3 here on the program. And we are now joined by the Dallas Mavericks radio play-by-play voice. So we heard from John Ireland around 10:15, and now it's time to go to the Dallas side of things with our buddy Chuck Cooperstein, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Chuck, Greg Papa, Greg Silver out in San Francisco. Thanks so much for spending some time with us today.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And I know that this has been a stunning trade over the weekend, and it shocked the internet, it shocked the media personalities, and we're working through all of it here to start the week. I guess what I will ask you to start things off is, we know that this was unexpected on many fronts, and even Jason Kidd was reportedly not told about any of this. But did you, from being around the team a lot, sense any sort of internal frustrations building with Luca Donic and his conditioning?
Well, not so much the conditioning. It was thought that he might come on this trip because he appeared to be pretty close to making a comeback. There was a goal of having him return before the All-Star break. But he didn't make the trip. And, I'd heard there were some people that weren't real happy about that, but nothing that would suggest that you would completely detonate what occurred here. I mean, that's the ultimate anvil killing an ant, if indeed that was the catalyst, which I can't say that it was.
And Mark Spears, our friend and Hall of Famer, just reported he thinks Luka is going to be able to join the Lakers next week when they play Utah there at home or in Salt Lake City, Chuck. So just give us your thoughts on this trade. Everybody's trying to come up with a reason why Nico Harrison would make a trade like this and trade a 25-year-old in his prime. You've watched Luka from the start, the good, the bad, the indifferent, the missing time, the weight, just everything. Have you been able to figure out in your own mind and talking to Maverick people why they traded Luka Saturday, Chuck?
I mean, Nico Harrison made it clear what he believes, and he is the man in charge. And that's very evident. And that's, it's interesting because in Dallas, obviously, with the football team, we have, the owner making major personnel decisions, acting as the general manager. But the Mavericks have a very traditional business approach where you have an owner, if you will, hiring a CEO to run the operation and run it as he sees fit. And, you then take stock of the results. And so Patrick Dumont, who is the Mavericks governor, basically he's given Nico Harrison the carte blanche to do what he wants to do in order to, in his mind, make the team better. I'll admit, I'm not a huge fan of trading 25-year-old generational players. But he clearly, Nico Harrison, has an idea in mind of what he wants his team to look like, and he went ahead and made the deal.
Talking to Chuck Cooperstein here, and of course, being out in the Bay Area, Chuck, we do have to ask about our guy, Klay Thompson. Now, I think this trade, as stunning as it was, I don't disagree with any notion that it helps them in the short term. And Anthony Davis, who's been healthy for the last season and a half, I mean, when he's right, he is one of the premier two-way forces in the league. It helps the Mavericks in a lot of ways, and not to mention Max Christie just had an awesome game against the Knicks. So what does this mean for Klay? I mean, it seems like he came here to play alongside Luka and Kyrie. Luka is the focal point of that offense, and now it seems like the future's up in the air for the second time in 2 years for Mr. Thompson.
I don't know if the future so much is up in the air. I mean, he signed a 3-year deal with a player option. But I will say that, Jason Kidd is fond of playing the hot hand, whoever that hot hand is. And there are a lot of players that are built like Klay Thompson on this roster. So, Klay has a game like he had yesterday where he goes 1 for 10, and he's had more than his fair share of games this year. And, even going back, to last year where he has scored fewer than 10 points in a game on some poor shooting. But overall, I mean, you look at his shooting numbers and they're really pretty good, but he hasn't always gotten a lot of shots. But again, he hadn't played a lot with Luka. So, I don't know what that means. We had a great game the other day against Washington, and granted it's Washington, but they really tried to do a lot more stuff off the ball and get him going off the ball, and he had the huge first quarter where he scored 21 points and made 7 threes. So it's still within him. It just doesn't appear as if it appears as often as it used to. But, they've got a lot of guys who are around 6'6", and 6'5", and 215 to 220, and most of them can shoot. And a lot of them can guard. And Klay, at least to my eye, has shown that he can still guard. He may not be what he was in 2016 or 2018, before all the injuries hit, but he can still get in front of people and he still makes some things happen. But his shooting has been inconsistent, and I can't tell you that it's the beginning of the end or even really where it is right now. I mean, they've played 50 games, and it seems like when they play in Philadelphia tomorrow night, it'll be the first game of the year.
Yeah, I mean, with this trade, obviously you're getting Anthony Davis, but you're also getting Max Christie, who can really guard. You put him in the backcourt with Kyrie. Klay can play some three, and I think he's better served to be by the sideline of the baseline. But you got P.J. Washington, you got Anthony Davis, you got Gafford and Lively. I mean, you have an overload of really good players that can guard the wing and can really get up into people. Do you think Nico Harrison just stays put with this Chuck, with this roster, or might he look to move someone like P.J. Washington?
Oh, he's not moving P.J. Washington. That's it.
Damn, I wanted that.
Not at all. Not at all. He's not moving him. They need a point guard, though. They really do, because Kyrie, I don't think it is the guy that goes and gets you into your offense. And that, they've tried to mix it up this year with guys even like Klay or Najee Marshall or Quentin Grimes, as it even related to Luka, where a lot of the Mavericks actions would begin with Luka on the baseline and then getting a pin down screen and coming up and get the ball. So he didn't have to bring the ball up the floor all the time, because there's a lot that is taken out of you when you do that. And I don't think they want to do that with Kyrie at age 32 and with a bulging disc in his back, and he's been playing monster minutes. I don't think they really want – they've asked too much, I think, already of Spencer Dinwiddie. So I really think, they probably need a point guard. Now, who that player is, I don't know, but I would imagine that in the 72 hours we have left until the trade deadline, that they'll be looking at that and seeing what
Dennis
they can
Schroeder?
work.
You like Dennis Schroeder at all, Chuck?
You know what? I do like Dennis Schroeder, and especially if you want to play pick and roll basketball. He's an outstanding pick and roll guard. And I remember when the Mavericks were in San Francisco in mid-December and they just made the trade for Schroeder, I asked Steve Kerr directly in the news conference, how does he fit? because he doesn't play the way you guys play. He's a pick and roll guy. He's not a movement guy or anything like that. And they tried to put the best face on it and say that, he can just take some pressure off of Curry. Well, from my eye, and I haven't watched the Warriors play every game, but I've seen them play, quite a bit. It hasn't worked. I mean, I really do like Dennis Schroeder quite a bit. He would fit very, very well. I think. And the only problem from, overall would be just if you started him and Kyrie together, you'd be so small. Just so small in the backcourt. So, for what that's worth.
Yeah, talking to Chuck Cooperstein here, radio play-by-play for the Dallas Mavericks. And, Papa, I appreciate you trying to give Mike Dunleavy a helping hand here with a little Dennis Schroeder, a little P.J. Washington. This is the work we got cut out for us here in this week. But in all seriousness, Chuck, I do want to ask you about something we haven't brought up on the show yet, and that is Giannis Antetokounmpo's comments on the trade and kind of going into detail about wanting to see Europeans in big markets kind of as future faces of the league. I don't know if you had any profound thoughts on that one.
Well, I read it, but I almost thought that it was tongue in cheek. I didn't take it literally.
Yeah.
Because I think we've already seen. I think Jokic gets a lot of love. Giannis gets a lot of love. Luka's gotten a lot of love. So I don't think that that's really the issue. I mean, maybe the NBA feels, it's an issue that the best players are European, and thus they feel, for whatever reason, that they can't market them. I don't know why, but what I took from his words after the game was that, to fans, don't be mad at us when we decide we want to leave, because teams will cut you off at a moment's notice. Even if we don't want to go, they'll make a trade. They'll do what's in their best interest. We have to do what's in our best interest.
Which is true of all players, no matter where you were born. Jason Kidd, just his thoughts on this. Obviously, he knows Anthony Davis from being on the Lakers staff when they won the title in the bubble a couple of years ago. He coached Luca for a couple of years now. We know what he's saying publicly, just being around the coach of the Mavericks, who is a Bay Area treasure. What is Jay Kidd's thoughts on this trade for Anthony giving up a Luka?
I mean, it's hard. I mean, it's like, are you robbing Peter to pay Paul? What ultimately is your philosophy? And, and I do think that he and Nico Harrison are aligned in the idea that, they need to be a good defensive team. They don't necessarily need to be a great defensive team. And, last year when they got to the finals and, they had made the trades for Washington and Gafford, they became a very good defensive team in the last 2 months of the season. And they really haven't been all that bad this year, although of late the three-point defense has been terrible. But I think deep down, I think he believes it's probably pretty hard to not have a generational point guard. I mean, I remember when the Mavericks lost Steve Nash to Phoenix, and the Mavericks didn't do much to try to keep Nash, who had been suffering with some back issues and whatnot. And the Mavericks just didn't want to pay what Phoenix ultimately did pay. And I remember seeing Don Nelson that night, and he looked like he lost his dog. Now, I don't think Jay Kidd is quite at that point, not even really close to that point, because he knows that they can be really good defensively with Anthony Davis. And it's just going to be different. And he knows he's got to work real fast to try to get it all together. And we know how, difficult that can be. 2 years ago, they brought Kyrie in, and as well as those two, Doncic and Kyrie played together, the team wound up missing the playoffs after being third in the West at the time of the trade. Last year, the Mavericks lost 5 out of 6 and looked really bad after they had made the deals for Washington and Gafford, and then ripped off 16 wins in 18 games. So, I mean, clearly they're capable of getting to something good. I think he knows that, and he does believe that, but he also knows that it's kind of fraught with peril here.
A few more minutes here with Chuck Cooperstein, talking all things Dallas Mavericks after the trade of at least my lifetime here. So, Chuck, I want to ask you about because we did this to John Ireland too. What do you kind of envision as some of the growing pains, if any, really, for Dallas here in this new look roster? Because AD and Luka, two very different places, and when you look at the Western Conference, I mean, really that 8-12 bunch right now between Phoenix all the way to the Spurs, there's a lot of potential movement going on right there, and it's a 3-game difference here. So should be a really, really fascinating home stretch of the season.
For sure. I mean, I can't imagine the Mavericks playing, a whole lot of pick and roll basketball, which is, Luka was a pick and roll master. And how does that affect somebody like Lively? And maybe even to a lesser degree, Gafford, who wasn't quite the roller and the finisher. I mean, he's a great finisher, clearly, but they're not throwing it up to him all the time and dunking it the way they did with Lively. And again, we don't even know when Lively's coming back. I mean, we're not clear on that right now. I think you'll be playing a lot through Davis at the high post, I would think. And Davis is obviously he's more than an acceptable fulcrum. I mean, it's not like he's Jokic or anything like that, but I mean, there are things that he can do off of that can allow their offense to be good. And clearly, he's terrific in the mid range. There could be a spacing issue, especially if he and Gafford and Lively are playing, Gafford/Lively are playing together, because Davis is not going to stretch the floor. And at least he shouldn't stretch the floor because he can't make threes. And you're playing with Washington too. And so it could be a little clunky at the start. But you gotta play with each other, and you gotta figure out who does what and where they do it well, and hopefully you get it together fast enough that you make a big run post All-Star break like they did last year.
Chuck, can't thank you enough for coming on today. I know this was a bit last minute, and it's been quite the chaotic few days, so we don't take it for granted, and we'll do this again sometime soon when hopefully things are just a little bit more settled down.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Chuck.
He is Chuck Cooperstein. Great to hear from him. And, still just a ton of processing going on with this one. But I did like hearing his thoughts on kind of the short-term effects and just kind of what led to all of it. You asked him about Jason Kidd, and there's going to be a lot to unpack here for the next coming days. On top of that, you mentioned Mark Spears' report. Luka could be returning a week from today.
Yeah, he won't play against the Warriors on Thursday.
Thank goodness.
You can hear it in Chuck's voice. He doesn't like this trade, and he works for the Mavericks. He doesn't want to say that. They can run pick and roll. I mean, are you kidding me? Kyrie goes on the ball. To me, they're a better basketball team, more of a traditional team now with Anthony Davis on this roster. Kyrie handles up top, and then you run pick and roll with Davis, and you put Clay, ready to shoot in the corner. You got the two bigs and a dunker, and P.J. Washington can play in the baseline and slash. And then I don't know if they truly know how good of a player Max Christie is. That guy can score offensively. And he's a get-up into you kind of a defender. I know what he said about P.J. Washington. Their finishing lineup, I'm assuming Christie's going to be involved in that, which would move Clay to 3, but Washington's at 3. Davis doesn't want to play 5. I don't know how they're going to do it. They'll figure it out. And they're not all able to play right now. But this allows Kyrie to get back up on the ball and play pick and roll. Anthony Davis can play pick and roll. He doesn't have to shoot a 3 to play pick and pop. He killed the Warriors at the mid-range elbow over and over and over again with LeBron James. So I'm a little surprised. For the long term, you can debate this. I think for the short term, in my mind, they're a better basketball team, the Dallas Mavericks. We'll see where they go from here. The big thing for both of these guys is going to be availability. We know what their ability is. I think Davis is a more complete player. He is a force defensively. You put him on the floor with P.J. Washington, Max Christie, and Lively and Gafford, or one of the two. I mean, this is going to be one of the best defensive teams in the NBA.
Well, I like what you said earlier in the show, Papa, about Luka's career. It is 1 AD, Anthony Davis. His career starts today.
He lost $116 million Saturday, and the people that know him the best did not want to pay him. And the Lakers are chasing star. He's a star. He'll be fine in L.A. It's like getting 99. They got 77 now. But he's got to. When Bill Duffy told him you just got traded, and I'm sure it was Nico calling him or maybe Pelinka, when he did he have any idea he was going to get traded? And they told him, and Chuck may not have known the staff, but the people on the training staff in Dallas were very frustrated with him. He did not make weight. How often do you have to miss the weight? I wonder if the Lakers will put a weight clause. We'll give you a super max, but you can't be a super max body anymore. You've got to play whatever figure they want to put him at. He has got to make weight. That your career is at the crossroads. You just got traded. All NBA 5 times don't matter. Going to the finals don't matter. They just told you in Dallas they'd rather have you play for somebody else. They are moving on. This is going to be a tipping point in his, I think, who knows? We'll see. The guy's been, he's been playing with grown men since he was 13. But he just grew up over the weekend when they traded him. And in professional sports, you don't really grow up until you get traded or cut. He just got all of that, and he lost $116 million. So it's time to get in shape and take your career seriously. That bodes to he just may take the league over. He gets into the top shape and is able to actually move his feet. You know what this is like? The Joker. And I blame Draymond. Draymond called him out when he was hurt that one year when he was working for Turner. He's breaking down at the telestrator how the Joker can't guard. We all know he can't guard, but don't call him out like that. And then he got into shape. I don't know what he did to get into shape, but after that and the Warriors won that title in 2022, the Joker's been a different guy where he is guarding a lot better, and he's that guy offensively. If this trade just pushed Luca to give up alcohol during the year, make his body hard, I mean, he just may take over the NBA as a Laker.
Yeah, rumor has it that Jokic was running alongside his horses, and that's how he got in shape. If Luka ends up getting in shape and taking over the league, and as a Los Angeles Laker for the next 12 years, I might actually go crazy. It might happen. So you know what? That's a perfect way to cool down a little bit. Deep breath, timeout, Silver Linings playlist. On the other side, it's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, Luca is now in Los Angeles in a trade that shook the nation over the weekend. How should the Warriors respond? Give us a call at 808-KNBR to chime in on the conversation. Also, join the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
So actually Friday, when Walter was out, it was a rare day of no Silver Linings Playlist because we had the Celebrini hour and the 1 o'clock hour, so we just didn't get around to it, and that's perfectly fine. It means that I just had a little extra time to think for Monday. I was trying to think about, do I want to go Grammys route? Did you watch any of the Grammys, Papa?
Did I watch any of the Grammys? You know who one of the producers of the Grammys is? Depop's younger sister, Alexandra Papa. My daughter's she works with Ben Winston, who's been producing the Grammys for years and years. She's one of the producers. Right there, beneath the credits, it's Beyonce, Cowboy Carter. Beyonce, congratulations, Album of the Year. Thought it was Andre Iguodala for a moment. Think it's Jay-Z was behind her. Anyway, did I watch any of the Grammys? I watched it from start to finish. I think it's one of the best Grammy shows I've seen. It was so good, and obviously with the fires in L.A., Bruno Mars and Lady Gaga and California Dreaming. They updated what the Mamas and Papas did in the 60s. I mean, there were so many. The tribute to Miles was incredible, but that was, Bruno Mars is a psycho talent. I saw him in Las Vegas on a New Year's Eve a few years ago, and Gaga's marrying a guy from Marin. So we run into her every now and then. But anyway, yeah, I watch the Grammys from start to finish. I watch them every year. Will Smith with a comeback at the Grammys.
Yeah.
Not allowed to go to the Oscars, but he was there last night, so it was riveting. What a great show. And Taylor Swift got shut out, so that was good news for us.
That's right. Shout out to Beyonce. Maybe it's an omen for the Eagles. Larry Kruger's right. They're just going to run all over them. T Swift shut out, and Beyonce taken away. So we'll see what happens there. So anyway, I did not actually take a Grammys route for the song today, but it was great to watch. Congratulations to your daughter, Alex, by the way. That's very exciting. So I was thinking about this. I go, I could do something new. Sabrina Carpenter performed last night, Chappell Roan, Billie Eilish. I mean, hey, a couple Chili Peppers went up to introduce an award. That was fun. But in the end, I'm just sticking with old reliable, old American Billy Joel. Now this, of course, Moving Out, also known as Anthony's song. And Anthony Davis has to be doing some moving out right now because of the trade that shocked the NBA world. If that's what you had in mind, if that's what you're all about, good luck moving up, because I'm moving out. You're on your own now, Lakers, with your new European toy, Luca Donic, Anthony Davis. That's right.
This trade gave me a heart attack.
It almost gave me a heart attack as well. I was at a Holy Moly down in the Mission, little like mini golf bar type of place. You know, I'm having the old Coors banquet, and then my friend calls me about 5 minutes after this frenzy of like, is this real? I just got if you watch me on YouTube and Twitch, I got the phone pinned up to one ear, working on the little lefty putt I got going. And we're just like, how is this real? Did this actually happen? Did Shams get hacked? So anyway, it ends up being Anthony's song is the theme of today, and he will be doing some moving out today. So no immediate Grammys theme, but here's the deal. We got so many Silver Linings playlists ahead. Kendrick Lamar sweeping it all, going for the fiver, and he's going to be performing at the Super Bowl, so we'll have some Kendrick coming later in the week.
Do you think Drake watched the Grammys at all last night, or what? And what's he going to do at halftime of the Super Bowl? put on a CFL Grey Cup rerun and go that route. It had to be an ugly night for Drake, don't you think?
Absolutely. I mean, I think Marcus Boucher was saying this morning that Drake's trying to sue Kendrick for Not Like Us and also have it prevented from being played at the Super Bowl. I'm like, it was the number one song. It's not going to happen, buddy. It's not going to happen. Anyway, Billy Joel.
For Anthony's song. Got it.
Yeah, so there we have it. It was a very shocking trade. Now, were you at the Cal-Syracuse game when this happened in the news?
It was over. I was at Johnny Love's place, Ranchwater, when it came on, the lower third. I mean, it stunned me. I honestly, I can't think of we're two players in the midst of their Hall of Fame career, and for Luca Doncic, he's just starting his Hall of Fame. We've had bigger players be traded. I mean, the Warriors traded Will Chamberlain right after he scored 100 in a game and averaged over 50 for an entire year. They traded him the next year. So there have been better players traded. Willie Mays was at the end of his career when he got traded, Joe Montana. Wayne Gretzky, when he went to the L.A. Kings, and that was for financial reasons, was still a dominant player. In L.A. Kings, Bruce McNall, the owner, got him there, and they had a good run. But whenever you make a trade with one Hall of Fame player, you're getting a bounty back. You know, the Herschel Walker trade, and Herschel was a good player, but not along the lines of the players I mentioned. But when you're looking at, and I saw Joe Torre at Ricky's memorial. There were so many Hall of Famers there. We haven't talked about that ordinarily. We talk a lot about that. Joe was there, and Joe was traded for Orlando Cepeda. And then he went, had a monster career later on. But as far as a player, they're going in the Hall of Fame. Luka's just a kid, but with his international exposure in what he's done and what he's done in the NBA, and Anthony Davis clearly with his college basketball run, these are Hall of Fame players.
Yeah.
And Luka could play another 10, 15 years if he gets his body right, and Anthony Davis could play another 10. I mean, DeBusschere for Walt Bellamy Bells, and Dennis Johnson for Paul Westphal, Grant Hill for Ben Wallace, Chris Paul for Russell Westbrook. They were in their 30s. Chauncey was traded for Allen Iverson and Ray Allen for Peyton later in their careers. But as far as you had to do a double take, that you're like, whoa, Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis, then the other players involved make it even bigger. But just those two players, we've never seen a trade like this in all of American sports history, in any sport. The Yankees talked about it, Joe DiMaggio for Ted Williams' deal with the Red Sox, but their owners got drunk one night and concocted that. But when they woke up with a flaming hangover, they thought, we can't do that. You imagine if they did that and changed. I mean, you just don't see trades like this made in the history of American sports. So this one was one. It's not even a basketball trade. It's one of the biggest trades. If not, in fact, when you're thinking Hall of Famer for Hall of Famer with still good years left on their careers, we've never seen anything like this, I think, in American sports history.
You imagine if Nico Harrison got so drunk when he executed the trade and then he woke up the next morning and was like, well, I just got to live with it. I got to back it up now. Jason Kidd, I'm sorry. There's a reason you didn't know about this. I got really, really, really hammered, and here we are today.
Now, they did it over morning coffee. I don't know if they went Bailey's coffee or not, but that's where this whole thing started, was a coffee between Nico and Rob Pelinka. And I do wonder, I know you're wondering, why would they give it up and not get more? I think the driving force was the Dallas Mavericks wanted Anthony Davis. Now, when is he going to play for him? We're hearing Luka may play with the Lakers. He's not going to play against the Warriors on Thursday, but Luka may play next week. When is they're in Philadelphia? They didn't play well last night in Cleveland, but they're probably in shock, their whole team. When is Anthony Davis going to get over the abdominal and play for the Dallas Mavericks with Klay Thompson?
Yeah, we can expect Luka in about a week and AD coming up at some point soon, and it's going to be riveting basketball to watch. I got to tell you that much. And by the way, congrats to your Syracuse Orange. I know you were complaining about the loss to Stanford. Stanford's quietly 6th in the ACC, and 6th place in that conference definitely does not stink.
2-0 at Cal this year. The football team won, and they took it to them right away. It was like 9-0 Syracuse, and there was a little push there early in the second half. Dave Pasch was there after the Warriors and Suns. He stuck around for a game on ESPN2, but and now Syracuse has Duke and their great star coming up on Wednesday, so we'll watch
so
that
good.
one. Cal's game turned Rightus Petritis. Are you from the greatest name in the history of sport? The guy's last name is Petritis, and his mom and dad gave him the first name Rightus? Rightus Petritis. He was the whitest guy on the court. He got into a little foul trouble in the first half. When he came back into the game, he started making some baskets and got Cal back into the game. But is that the greatest name? Petritis, we'll call him Rightus Petritis. That is not wrongest. Love that name.
Now that NIL's a thing, I might have to get a Rightus Petritis jersey to wear on the show. That's incredible. So anyway, yeah, Syracuse 2-0 at Cal, and maybe I'll hunt down the other silver because he does owe you some sushi, and now he's hiding away in New Orleans, but he does owe you some sushi.
We're gonna see him in Indianapolis.
Oh yeah, we're gonna track him down in the end of February, the end of this month.
St. Elmo's Fire.
Up.
He can buy me a shrimp cocktail at St. Elmo's.
There we go. So yeah, that is our Silver Linings playlist. Moving out, Anthony's song, and that trade gave a lot of the NBA community a heart attack. Anyway, coming up next.
You ought to know by now.
Should we just? I don't actually want to pause anymore. I want to let him keep going on the vocals.
William Joel.
All right. Well, William Joel it is, and we'll share a couple of obscure stories that kind of slipped through the cracks amid all this madness that's coming up. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for hanging out with us with the Gregs on a Monday. By the way, Papa, before we get into Ricky Henderson and the celebration of life, as you can see his new hat, shout out to our friends at the Last Dive Bar and his Oakland jersey. Story developing here in the MLB from Jesse Rogers. Umpire Pat Hoberg has been fired for sharing betting accounts with a friend who bet on baseball, even though there was no evidence that he himself bet on games or manipulated any that he worked. He also deleted messages central to the MLB's investigation. So the sports gambling thing, it was don't talk about it forever. You know this better than anyone working in this industry for so many years. And then the second the switch flipped, it's like, I wonder why we have all these betting scandals now. Oh, maybe it's because it's constantly thrown in the face of everyone.
Well, this was a story, and Pat Hoberg got fired, last year, and he's obviously not going to be rehired. So, it's just he shared information with someone who was involved, and his quote was he's taken full responsibility for the errors in judgment that are outlined in today's statement, and the errors will always be a source of shame and embarrassment for me. So, they had a lengthy appeals process, and they decided to uphold their firing. He was fired last year for sharing sports betting account with a professional poker player and a friend who bet on baseball. There is no direct evidence that Hoberg bet on baseball, but that's why, someone like a major league umpire or me in my role as a broadcaster, you come across insider information, intel that you can share with other people. We saw a young man lose his career in the NBA. Terry Rozier, a really good player in the NBA for a long time, is up against a similar situation. So, the NBA years ago was Tim Donaghy and the one rogue official. You do wonder about other players, other officials being involved. And with umpires, that's why, when you get a guy in the NBA at the end of the bench that's making a good living, but not a generational wealth, and especially when you get into these, bets on whether or not they play or not, the exotics in the specific bets. And we got in the Super Bowl, you got all kinds of them coming up, where every different player has got something attached to them where their own direct behavior can result in it. So it is unfortunate. It is the world we live in now, and you're obviously legalized gambling. And how many states in this country? 35 out of 50 or more, and not California yet. And then what happened to Shohei last year, his interpreter, what he did, pretending to be Shohei on phone calls to get money transferred. So it's all out there. I remember Ricky's, I saw Andy Dolich there, and Sandy Alderson was there, and Tony and everybody. But I remember Andy, working in football and basketball, baseball for years and years, laughing at the thought of a baseball team or, a football team or a basketball team or a hockey team being in Las Vegas. But the reality is you don't have to go to Vegas to bet anywhere. You go anywhere in our country, just about big cities. So it's a big story, but it really is a continuation of what we saw last year with Pat Hoberg. And you have to wonder, Greg, there's going to be more of these. There's going to be something in every sport that'll trickle out. Jamison Williams, the young star of the Detroit Lions.
Mm-hmm.
He had an ACL coming out of Alabama. He got suspended for 6 games. The Lions, that one-off season, had like 10 of their players. Now, they cut them all right off the roster. They kept Jamison Williams because he's a great player, but the rest of them all got taken off the roster. So we've seen it in just about every sports league now, and to have it, impact the firing of an umpire, and Pat Hoberg was a good umpire for a long time. Yeah, there's going to be isolated situations like this, but this is the price you pay. But there's so much money involved, not just in fantasy leagues and fantasy sports, but legalized sports gambling around our country. I couldn't believe that they took the Super Bowl to Las Vegas last year. Who would have thought something like that? But the Raiders do play there.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought for sure last year at the I'm walking around. I'm not supposed to be in casinos. How are you supposed to do it when you're walking into your hotel? It's all a casino. You have to walk through a casino or a sports book to get to even to Radio Row. We had to go. That's like the hypocrisy involved here. But I was amazed last year at the Super Bowl that no NFL players got in trouble just being in Vegas.
Yeah, and I mean, you think about Jonte Porter and his lifetime ban from the NBA. I almost think that decision was in part to set a precedent because it was Jonte Porter and preventing somebody from, like, I don't know, because if you don't discipline and put the hammer down hard enough, what if it's Anthony Edwards that gets in this kind of scandal, or new LA star Luca Donic, or LeBron James, or Bronny James, future of the league, right, Walter? Anyway, that's all to say it's kind of crazy, the transformation of it, and I obviously have been in sports way, way, way shorter than you have, Papa, but even just kind of noticing the instant switch from we're never going to talk about it to, oh, now Vegas has some sports teams. We're going to host the Super Bowl, and you can't do any betting, but we're also going to sponsor this message by FanDuel and shoved in your face. It is a very fascinating era, and like the NIL era of college sports, we're all learning to navigate it together. I don't love it, but that's just me, and I do want to kind of pivot over to your attire and Ricky Henderson and the celebration of life. Now, you mentioned Andy Dolich. I decided to take the BART into walking route there, take me back to my roots. Had not been in that arena since 2019 when the Warriors last played there. So really trippy moment, and just walking around the Coliseum, over the BART Bridge and everything, through the rain, got the wet socks and all. And as I'm pulling up, Andy Dolich pulls up in his car, and I say my name. I go, hey, Greg Silver. He goes, oh, hey, Greg Silver, Andy Dolich. I was like, oh, thanks for joining the show right after this passing. So that was a cool full circle moment. But the guests were incredible. Derek and I got a real kick out of Fred, the last speaker of Ricky's good longtime friend and everything. So, I mean, just to be there, be at an event, and just kind of absorb the type of impact that somebody like that had on a local community, I think is always going to be something to marvel at no matter what your age is.
Well, the crowd was less than 3,000. It was 2,845 because of the rain. I mean, it rained hard. It's been raining since Friday, but it absolutely was a monsoon. It was pouring. And I admire you trying to get there through BART and walking through. Everybody got drenched to get there. But we're talking about Ricky Henderson here. This is the greatest athlete in the history of Oakland sports. Bill Russell certainly would be in that conversation. Joe Morgan, Veda Pinson. We go on and on. There's been a lot of great ones. But Ricky, when you combined Oakland Tech, and Stu was there, and then he played for the Oakland A's. And he is, I think, there's a lot of great players there. Reggie was there. But most people want to call Ricky the greatest player in the history of the Athletics franchise. He left a number of times, came back 4 times, but I mean, the place is called Ricky Henderson Field. So there were so many Hall of Famers there to honor him. Ken Griffey Jr. was there, and Ricky played with his dad in New York. He played with Senior, and he kind of raised the kid. And Dave Winfield. I mean, that lineup, when they had Ricky, Dave Winfield, and Don Mattingly, look at the numbers those 3 guys put up. Mattingly and Winfield finished 1-2 for MVP. And look at the RBI total they had because they drove in Ricky. I mean, it went on and on. And then you had basketball represented. Gary Payton was there, the original glove, after yelling at Durant and getting him going. And you mentioned Fred Atkins, his lifetime friend who gave that speech at the end. It was supposed to be 6 minutes long. He went about 60. I love Sandy Alderson's speech. Sandy was in bad health for a long time. He had to take a leave of absence from running the New York Mets because of a cancer situation. But Sandy looked great, talking to him and Wally Haas and Andy and obviously Tony. To me, the Haas family put together that trio. I mean, what an organization to have Andy as the president, Sandy the GM, and Tony in the dugout. Wow, that's why the A's were so good. And then Reggie was there, Atkins, Stu, and I saw Barry Lamar Bonds. He looks in incredible shape. Frank Thomas was there. Jose was there. Connie Lansford was there. Joe Torre was there. Dwayne Murphy. What an outfield. When he had Dwayne Murphy in center, the 6-time Gold Glove Award winner, Ricky in left, and Tony Armas. Remember, Tony was an A before he went to the Boston Red Sox. And then powerful. My first Oakland A's game I ever did was the return of Mike Norris, after being away for a long, long time. And Mike was there for the Billy Ball era, and Mike's still in a wheelchair, but he's looking strong. And then have Hammer Don't Hurt Us, MC Hammer and his wife Stephanie, performed Going Up Yonder. It was all magnificent, and it was surreal. I haven't been in that arena like you since Game 6 of the finals when Clay got hurt and lost to Toronto. but I haven't been there for a memorial. And there was one when the 4 Oakland firefighters lost their lives. Monty Poole reminded me there was a similar ceremony. But I hadn't been there for a memorial like this since Bill King's. And that was a tough one. They had the stage set up, and Rick and Al Davis and everybody that Bill worked for, all the teams were represented. So it was tough. And then the highlight to me was just the constant playing of Ricky's speeches, whether it be in the all-white suit in 2009 when he went into Cooperstown, when they retired his number 24. And to me, Ricky, was number 35 to start with the A's, but then he went to the Yankees and came back at 24. And then when they retired the field, to have Ricky Henderson Field be dedicated, and Ricky nailed every single speech starting with 2009. But just thinking of Bill King all day, and the last time I was there to honor someone's life, it was Bill, who we lost way too young, like we lost Ricky. And then playing, Ricky breaking Lou Brock's record and Bill's call. And I had forgotten, Lon Simmons is such a gracious man, like he had done, with the Tony Phillips last out of the 89 World Series. That inning when Ricky broke that record against the Yankees, and Matt Noakes was the catcher and Randy Velarde was at third base. We didn't do the game on TV. It was a day game. But Lon Simmons allowed Bill to call that play, knowing how much it meant to Bill and the historian that Bill King was. And Bill nailed the call. Obviously lips the third base flag from the moorings, and the whole thing was vintage Bill King. But it was unbelievable that Ricky's been gone so long, to see older men that we grew up idolizing, walking in and out. Joe Torre was there. Joe's getting on. And to lose Ricky with easily another 25 or 30 years to live, lost him at age 65. So I think it's fitting that we end today with just like they were chanting at the Coliseum on Saturday for Ricky Day. Run, Ricky, run!
It was an incredible experience. And I was not able to attend the Willie Mays Celebration of Life out at Oracle, but we lost both of the Bay Area 24 icons in the same year. And I think just kind of reflecting there and sitting at that, it's kind of your moment of realizing, like, okay, this is goodbye. It happens. There was the original shock. We had a show after that, got a bunch of guests on, and we've had Tony on a couple of times ahead of his events and everything. But then you kind of have the big celebration and the big moment in the arena, and you realize, like, you're getting handed this little card right here. And, the legacy always lives on, as it goes with any athlete or legendary figure in this world, and in the world of sports in particular, as Papa's got his 24 right there. But
and you know who? So we had on that day, and Andy did call, and it was great seeing Andy. Great to see Sandy. Sandy is just so lucid. His speech was so funny.
It might have been my favorite. Him and Stu were awesome.
Who called that day? Shooty Babbitt and Bip Roberts. And Rennell, Oakland's own Rennell, wearing all A's green, emceed it. But really, it was a lot of Shooty and Bip Roberts that really handled that show on Saturday. So it was great.
Yeah, no, Shooty and Bip, I can't thank them enough for coming on right when we learned about Ricky's passing and everything. Those were great interviews. And so it was kind of cool for me to see them go up and speak multiple times, give it a little intro speech, but then kind of repeatedly come up and guide that conversation along. So I had a blast, as sad as it was, but it was cool seeing the emotional outpour and the support as we had a nice little torrential downpour in Oakland this weekend.
It was tears for Oakland's finest, the great Ricky Henderson.
Absolutely. So what we're going to do is wrap up the show on the other side, close out a Monday. Lots to get into ahead of the week, and get a little bit more into some Super Bowl talk as we move along. Eagles or Chiefs? Ugh. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, Luca is now in Los Angeles in a trade that shook the nation over the weekend. How should the Warriors respond? Give us a call at 808-KNBR to chime in on the conversation. Also, join the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. The faithful knows all too well. Sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tariq, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas Law doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURED. That's 1-800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We're about to hand it off to Dirty Work in 5 minutes or so. Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Hope the start to your week is going well for everybody out there. And I guess one piece of news to kind of close the show with, Papa, is the NBA announced their honorary coaches for the Rising Stars tournament. It's going to be Team T for Tim Hardaway, Team M, Mitch Richmond, C for Chris Mullin, and for Team G League, Jeremy Lin. Who knew?
Linsanity! Was he a Warrior ever so briefly? And we are going to have, not this week, but next week, we're going to have a in-studio run TMC reunion. When Timmy comes into town, we've already contacted Timmy and Mitch, and Mully's on board. So that'll be terrific. So got good news for the Warriors. Draymond Green is probable tonight. Left calf strain. It was the last time Draymond Green played. And when he did come back that game against Memphis, he played like 4 minutes. So
yeah.
take
That
those
was
4 minutes away.
I want to say the Washington game.
No, it was the Memphis game. The game they won against Memphis when he came back and played like, well, maybe he played that game. That was the game Kuminga got hurt. You're right.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, he hasn't played much lately. But Draymond Green is going to play tonight. He is probable. So, and the Warriors they didn't have a shoot-around this morning. So they're going to have a walkthrough right before the game. So they haven't really publicly, except for on social media, commented on this trade. Luca Donic now and they're going to see the Lakers on Thursday. Luca probably won't play in that game. It'll be next week, but it'll be interesting to hear their thoughts, Steve, pregame, and then hopefully after the Warriors win. Banchero's going to be a tough cover tonight, but you get Draymond back. We'll hear from Steph and see what the Warriors do. Also, there's just a report that the Warriors are still, reportedly, believe they are still in the mix for Jimmy Butler, even though the word over the weekend is that Jimmy is out. That Jimmy is out because they will not do a contract extension. We can still trade for him and then figure it out later. I don't know. I'm not a Jimmy Butler proponent that they should go get Jimmy at this stage. I'd rather wind up with Bradley Beal if that could happen, but we'll find out. But the word now is the Warriors are reportedly still in the mix for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, that's I'm a little surprised to hear that one, because once Butler said, I don't have an interest in signing an extension. But then again, maybe it's his only way out of Miami in the end of all this. It went from I'll play anywhere but Miami, and then it was I'll play anywhere but Miami, but not Memphis. And then it was like, I'm only going to Phoenix. So I don't know, man. It's exhausting. The Jimmy Butler thing alone is exhausting, but if he does end up in Golden State, then I guess I'll just, revoke all that and pretend I never said any of that. But yeah, that's kind of a reaction Monday. I know they do overreaction Monday in other areas, but that's a reaction Monday with Anthony Davis being a Maverick, Luca Doncic. We didn't even get much into De'Aaron Fox. Perhaps we'll get some Sacramento-connected guests coming up later in the week, and we'll see who we can get out in New Orleans if they're not partying too hard on Bourbon Street.
Well, it's just hitting me now that we're not there, and this is this game we don't want to watch the matchup. But Will Gavin, our friend from the UK, just sent me a text. You here in NOLA, brother? He's devastated, is the word, that we didn't make the trip. And we know Will well. I actually hung with him last year for the Super Bowl in Vegas, and then the year before for the one in Arizona. So we'll watch the Warriors. We'll lock in on that tonight. But we do have opening night at the Super Bowl tonight. So, and how much are we going to be locked in on that? Chiefs again, and then the Philadelphia Eagles. I did see the commissioner's press conference, and there was a pointed question about the major conflict of interest involving Tom Brady, who was working the game on Fox for the Super Bowl and still being much more than just a investor in the Raiders at 10%. He's the one, Pete Carroll just kind of gave it up, that he's instrumental in all of it. And the commissioner just kind of pushed it aside, said it's something the owners will look at in the offseason. But we'll get into the commissioner's press conference more. But that was asked about the conflict of Tom Brady being the lead analyst for Fox, working the Super Bowl, and also being the guy that essentially hired all of the principals with the Raiders.
Perhaps more coming in the Sounds of Silver tomorrow. Appreciate you, Papa. Appreciate Walter and everybody to make the show get going at the start of the week. And it is time to hand it off to Cope's Depop Tim Webb. And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb with you, and happy Black History Month, boys. Yeah. I've been waiting. By the way, I've been here for at least an hour. Nobody said Esther. Well. Nobody's going to wish me, the one, heard Murph getting ready to file a lawsuit about ageism or something going on here. I've been looking around for years being like, where my brothers at?
Oh, Copes, come on. Luca got traded. It's a big deal today.
So that's what we have to get into today?
Yeah.
No. Black History Month can wait. We got to talk Luca.
Yeah. We got to talk white history with Luca being traded.
Yeah, right. European. Hey, yeah. Okay. All right, now we got to jump. See, now quickly we got to get off of this. It is a Monday in February. We got lots of trade news to talk, not just Luca. De'Aaron Fox, Zach LaVine. Hey, they did make a trade, the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, but not the one the Warriors wanted, obviously.
Oh, the Warriors are said to be calling everybody, just making phone calls. Mike Dunleavy's panicking now. He's like, what the hell's going on? Everybody's making moves, and we'll talk about what it's actually going to cost. I mean,
probably should have made the moves in the offseason.
There are teams that are they tried. They tried to land Paul George. They talked about Karl Anthony Towns.
I'm not talking about Paul George. We'll get into more later. But the Lauri Markkanen or the Zach LaVine trade that was on the table in the summertime, supposedly, where you had
Chris Paul is still the problem. Here.
Yes,
letting that option expire.
No, 100%. Like you brought it up, I think it's a great point that. Just because, we got to do what's right for Chris Paul and just release him out of his contract. No, you don't.
Who cares?
No, you don't.
We didn't do what's right for Chris Paul for like 20 years, and now we care?
You think P.J. Tucker, which was another huge trade this weekend, P.J. Tucker getting traded to the Utah Jazz, you think he's going to stay there? No. Sometimes guys just get traded, and then they find their way out of there. The Warriors made a huge mistake.
Paul George didn't want to be on the Thunder, so he forced his way to L.A. as soon as he got there.
Exactly.
For a very short period of time.
Well, Chris Paul was on the Washington Wizards for, a month? Oh, a couple weeks? Like, come on.
Yeah. Where does this rank for you in terms of, when I saw this news, I was like, I think everybody had the same reaction. When you're getting, reaction of players on the court, and you see the Blazers team, finding out on the bench, somebody on the bench found out, they were told by a broadcaster
I saw Kevin Durant with his phone during the game telling everybody, Luka just got traded.
Yeah, it was crazy. During the Blazers game, somebody on the Blazers roster found out from when they were checking it out of the game or something, somebody yelled it to him or whatever, some fan, and they all are at the end of the bench talking about it. Then they all kind of figure it out and find out what's going on. Everybody's reacting to it. I mean, around the sports world, they had Adam Schefter on NFL Today this weekend, being they're give us an example of what this would be like in the NFL.
Okay,
who cares? I don't need an NFL
tired of that.
It's the biggest news the NBA's had in a decade,
dude. I am and you already know this about me, but the audience will know once we get to free agency time. I am a huge NFL free agency guy. But nothing will compare to what happened on Saturday night.
No.
You think we're going to go crazy for Trey Hendrickson getting traded this offseason?
Trades are always crazier, and rarely ever do you see an A+ for A+ trade, right?
Yeah.
Type of player. And we'll get into who won this thing, because I think the Mavericks come away far and away.
It's hard. It's hard to say, but
they got a first-round pick and they got Anthony Davis.
But just the shock of it, as far as shocking news in my lifetime of seeing something on my phone or just seeing something reported sports-wise. I was asking people this weekend.
Kevin Durant's up there.
We knew that was coming, though.
I don't think we knew it was coming. I mean, the fact that
there were rumors. There were rumors.
It was, you're right, but it was shocking because it was July 5th or something, wasn't it?
It's July 4th.
July 4th. It was that day, so we wake up on 4th of July. And
Joey Chestnut was
mouth and dogs.
Yeah, mouth. I was going to say something else, but mouth deep in some hot dogs.
Throat deep.
Throat deep, whatever.
He was stomaching 60-plus dogs. Is what you're talking about.
Yes.
Not quite as shocking news to wake up to on 4th of July. That before you wake up on the 4th of July, Joey Chestnut's already put away 70.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Kevin Durant, for me, was up there. That was up there in terms of shocking news.
Okay, what about...
Because of where the Warriors were at the time.
I heard this weekend...
again, free agency not nearly as big.
Yeah. What about, for the brief period of time, Aaron Judge going to the Giants?
Yeah, that was big news. That was a big surprise to me. But again, free agency is different because you know there's a groundwork for it. This is out of absolutely nowhere.
Exactly.
This came from nowhere.
I would say the closest thing to me...
To the point where Shams Charania had to say, this is real.
Yeah.
He was like, this is real. This actually happened.
This is real.
This is real. Two of the biggest players in the league, two of the biggest All-Stars, right ahead of the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Luca Donic and Anthony Davis get traded for each other, and picks involved in stuff, and other teams. And what it was a 3-team deal, I think, is ultimately how it shakes out.
Yeah, the Jazz were involved, but as far as that part of the trade,
picks went to each team or whatever it was.
Yeah. No, I was shocked. The closest thing I could think of was when in the middle of a preseason game, Andrew Luck retired. Now, he didn't retire himself, but there was news during the game that
was
broke,
pretty big.
And he was going to announce that after the game.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, that one to me was the most surprising. I was like, Andrew Luck, the starting quarterback of the Indianapolis Colts, that's going to... That's going to happen this this season. Go ahead.
What about O.J. Simpson? Well, how about when O.J. started innocent? Everybody, do you remember when O.J.
Yes.
His comments on Andrew Luck?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because Andrew Luck
hosting a draft, right?
He was hosting a draft party like in some Vegas bar.
Oh, come on, Andrew Luck.
I just drafted you like a half hour ago, man. He was infuriated.
Have a little getting even to do with
and
you.
Everybody was like, it was a funny day for Twitter. Everyone was like, Andrew, you better hide, dude.
Yes.
You better duck and cover from the Jews. In terms of like all-time shocking sports news to get on your phone, it's up there. Tim, do you have one that comes to mind for you? No, Tim said nothing comes to mind.
No, I mean, like, I brought up Aaron Judge, but we kind of like knew like there was rumors about him going to the Giants, but then that was quickly debunked. And about 2 minutes later by John Heyman being like, hey, this isn't happening.
I can tell you what my reaction was on Saturday when I saw it.
By all means.
Oh!
Literally yelled that out loud. Just, oh!
Well, if I could be real for a second and candid, smoked a big J right before this news broke.
Nice.
Saw the news and I was like, I got to be incredibly high right now. Like this is not real.
Oh!
This is not real.
Yeah, it was.
So I texted like 5 people being like, I'm not just hallucinating right now, right? And yeah, it's insane. Absolutely insane.
Did you get it as a push notification?
Yes, I did. Popped up on my phone. John Curley had it in the KNBR group chat.
John Curley had it first.
Yes.
In the KNBR group
Greg
chat.
Silver right afterwards. We were like, this is fake, right? Like this isn't real. And yeah, it is real. It's the most ridiculous trade I've ever seen, to be quite frank.
I'll give you another one just that relates to the Bay Area. Tom and I were on air when Christian McCaffrey came to the Niners.
Were we on air for that?
We were on air.
No.
It was like traded during our show, wasn't it?
No, it was during like the Thursday.
No, it was definitely
during the show.
Arson Judge thing.
I think it was. I mean, we knew.
How do you not remember? We blew the entire show out.
Yeah, we made it promos out of it.
We had to immediately. We had breaking news.
Nah, the news didn't break during the show.
This is bad. I think this is bad by Derek. Are you with me on this, Tim? I'm pretty sure it happened during the show.
It was during the show because I was sitting right here when it happened.
Well, we were in the old studio when it happened.
This is the way that I remember it.
No, Tim?
Tim Kawakami wrote about the possibility of the 49ers trading for Christian McCaffrey. And news didn't break until the Thursday night game where Al Michaels said during the game, Christian McCaffrey has been traded to the San Francisco 49ers.
No.
Then we went all day with it the next day.
So?
That's how I remember it.
Yeah, I'm confusing it with the Arson Judge thing. I'm sorry.
No, that was when we were here. No,
Tim, you want to just hit your first one of the week, dude? You want to just right off the rip?
That's on you too.
Well, no. But Tim's
that's
confusing
not Tim by himself.
Tim's confusing two. He was like, I guarantee you, I was here.
Mistake of the day.
Tim goes, I was sitting right here. I was like, we weren't. Because we were talking
Speaking
McCaffrey.
Of smoking a J.
We were talking McCaffrey at the old studio.
No, Copes is culpable in this as well.
No, but Tim is saying he absolutely was here for it. So I was like, okay, that's what I was calling.
No, the Arson Judge, I remember it
that
very
was definitely
well.
During our show.
You announced that. I was sitting right in that studio with Tim. Roger Gleason comes down and goes, oh, you guys hear this? Arson Judge is coming to the Bay. Book it. And I was like, oh, you need to calm down. And then 2 minutes later, it was not real.
Anyway, where does the McCaffrey news rank for you in terms of shocking news or exciting news?
I mean, I was a little shocked by that one, but we heard rumors about it earlier in the day from Tim Kawakami, so this came out of nowhere. And I'll ask you this. We'll definitely get into this all day today. What's more shocking? Luca Donic being traded to the Lakers or Kanye West's wife, whatever that dress was at the Grammys last night?
Bianca Censori?
Good Lord.
Dude, that was, wasn't a dress. Dude, at some point,
she was just naked. And believe me, I'm a fan of naked, but good Lord.
For anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, go check it out. Not safe for work, not safe for kids.
No.
You can't show it on television.
Not safe for public.
It's literally, she's just naked in a see-through dress. And my thing is like, kind of like how I respect art. I respect however people want to.
That's not art.
That's kind of where I'm at. Is I'm like, you can't. This is as ridiculous as it comes. Just be like, this is fashion. Like, this seems like some...
No, she was naked.
I was like, she was wearing anything. She was just naked. You can't say that's fashion.
That's like in Not Another Teen Movie where she's like, you're wearing the same dress as me.
Yeah, they're both
she's naked.
Yeah, they're just naked, dude. It's exactly it.
I mean, dude, like I made the riff yesterday, like Little Kim
That's not fashion.
Little Kim...
That's just nothing.
Little Kim with the blue pasty boob is more classier than that.
It's true.
And I'm not knocking her because it seems like Kanye's forcing her to do this crap.
Well, do you think...
It looked like she wanted to be there.
Yeah, I don't know, the whole thing
I felt bad. Like, I feel bad for Jason Kidd and Kanye's wife.
That's why I didn't send it to anybody. I was like, feel kind of bad that this has happened, you know? Feel kind of bad that this is going on. And he was like, no, you stand up there. I'm going to step to the side. It was all just creepy and kind of weird. And it's not art. Like,
It's not art.
That's just it's nothing. It's nothing.
Yeah, she was wearing a plastic bag.
I don't get it. Did you see it, Tim?
I saw it, and I saw her face, and she didn't look happy to be there. It made me uncomfortable.
She might have the model face going,
Who was more uncomfortable, Jason Kidd during Nico Harrison's press conference or her yesterday?
Had to be Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd more. He was
I don't
clothed.
know.
He was clothed, and it might have been more uncomfortable.
Yeah, but also, like, I'm not entirely buying that he's like, oh, I knew about this right beforehand. Like, I'm not buying that whole thing.
No, not at all. I think these are power players making moves and not telling anybody what's going on. And the text line's going crazy right now. 415 loves your. I'm a fan of naked. So I'm gonna get that. Also, a 408. I said the McCaffrey news before anybody ever.
Great Papa.
No.
Great Papa had
I
it
knew
all
about
first.
Chip Kelly going to the Raiders before anybody else.
5-1 from the Niners got Jimmy G. I was pretty shocked that one came out of left field.
Jimmy Garoppolo?
That's kind of in talks for that. Weren't they?
I don't know about the shock in that, but like that's believable. Like this is like if you told somebody, "Hey, Luca's gonna get traded for Anthony Davis." Okay, how many draft picks? Just one. No. That's never a thing. Absolutely not.
Why it is shocking like what went in return, but you think the Lakers got the better end of this? We'll talk more about it, but
I just think it's ridiculous to not get as many draft picks as possible. Like it seems like this was rushed. It seems like it was just done between Rob Pelinka and Nico Harrison. And we'll get into it more, but you definitely, like, for a player of his magnitude, you shop him around. You let Shams know. You let Windhorst know. You let everybody that covers NBA know that this guy's on the trading block to maximize what you get in draft picks. It's insane to me that Rudy Gobert went for 4.
It seems to me that
Mikal Bridges went for 5. Like, come on.
Yeah, but there was what player of that caliber went in return?
I know, but
what I'm saying is Anthony Davis is like he's one of the top players in the world.
Yeah, he's also 31.
Yeah,
and he's injury prone.
And Luka's heavy, and they're clearly.
So you think it's even?
I think they're I think the Mavs could have got the better deal of this
on the court right now,
and they got a first-round draft pick.
Yeah, but you should get more for Luka.
And it's down the road. The Lakers may stink by the time. I mean, who knows? Luka is still going to be there. You should get more for Luka, says you. Like, I don't think that the Mavericks got, like, fleeced or anything. I think they wanted to get rid of Luka, and they found a quality player and a first-round draft pick to get in return. And the draft pick is a few years down the road.
I think you get more for Luka.
Okay. Well, they didn't. The point is the trade went down. It doesn't – to me, that's not that – to me, the shock wasn't the price of what of the draft pick. To me, it was the big-time player swap is what I'm shocked about. I don't think as many people are shocked about one pick going back.
Yes, dude, everyone's talking about the trade compensation.
Man. We'll talk more about it. Who got the better end of this deal? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. I think this is an awesome deal for the Dallas Mavericks to have Kyrie Irving and for the Lakers to say, hey, I think both teams did well on this, to say, we think we can win right now. We're going all in on this. However, if you did this without LeBron's consent, questionable decision-making. To say
I'm not buying that either.
I'm not buying that either. LeBron had to be involved in this. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. It's not art. She was just naked.
I'm a fan of naked. I'm a big fan of naked.
On these sports leaders.
I'm a fan of naked, but...
Well, that was a wild NBA weekend. Holy shit, Maxi Kleber was dealt. The Warriors are still looking to make a deal. Pitch us your craziest trades and moves today on Dirty Work at 3:30 and all day. Let's make a deal on KNBR, the crazy leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right. We've got good news for you with the big game coming up on Sunday. You can play Underdog right here in California. It's the best app for your big game party, and it's actually on your phone. It's called Underdog Fantasy. Underdog is the best place to cash in on all your takes during the big game, which players are going off and which ones are ice cold. You can make your entries in just a few taps. They've got all your favorite leagues and stars and teams to choose from. You can go cross sport. You can go with the big game on Sunday, put it with some NBA, and put it with some college basketball. Plus, every dog deserves a second chance with Underdog Rescues. You can get your money back and receive a promo if an early injury causes your entry to lose. All you have to do is create entries with all the football picks or mix and match. If you think like Patrick Mahomes will have more passing yards, you can go higher in the number of passing yards than, say, Jalen Hurts will have in the game. Cook up some entries for a chance to win real cash prizes. Plus, with Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and still turn it into a W. Underdog is the best place to play Pick'em. And you can do so simply by downloading the app to sign up with promo code KNBR. Again, promo code KNBR and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KNBR. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb talking about the most shocking news of the weekend. Luca Donic traded to the Lakers.
Shocking.
For Anthony Davis and a first-round pick. Officially, along with Maxi Kleber and Markieff Morris, it's Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and the 2029 first-round pick. 707 checks in. Actually, it wasn't 707. Yeah, it is a 707. Says, Cope's take on the Luca trade verifies one thing for me. He really knows baseball. What do you got for me, Derek, on the Luca trade? I don't think they got fleeced in the way everybody's talking. Seems to me like this is kind of more NFL salary dump-like than it is anything. I mean, they were due to potentially have to pay Luca this offseason a 5-year contract extension.
Yes.
And he'd be due to make the Supermax extension, which you only hit with certain qualifiers. Usually a guy has to be in the league for like 10 years with the team that drafted him.
Yeah.
And you're eligible to make like 30% of the salary cap. Because he's not been in the league, I think it's only been 7 years he's in the league. But he hit 2 first All-NBA teams in the last 2 years. And so that like hit other qualifications. He's already eligible for the Supermax. He would have been due this offseason to hit a 5-year, so he's in the middle of a 5-year 215.
Mm-hmm.
He's in year 3 of 5 of 215. He was due this offseason to sign an extension potentially of 5 years, 345.
Yeah.
Which was the Supermax. Now, because he's been traded, he's not eligible to do that. So the most he could sign now for is a 4-year extension this offseason at 228.
Still not bad.
Still not bad.
But
the Lakers are in a different position here than the Mavericks are.
In what way?
In that I think the Mavericks look and say, if we had Anthony Davis to pair with Kyrie Irving and the roster that we have, we can still make a run in the West right now. Not that the Lakers can't, but LeBron is looking around and LeBron's pulling strings still. And LeBron, as much as they want to act like this was all done with Pelinka at that coffee shop that he took what's his name to? The GM of the Mavericks?
Nico Harrison.
Nico Harrison. He takes him to some coffee shop. That's where this all started.
Well, the crazy thing
in
about
the Dallas
this
area.
Well, the whole thing is like Nico Harrison, like he's been on, the job for quite some time now. But I got to believe Donnie Nelson, the former GM of the Mavericks, and Don Nelson's son would never entertain this. This is like I understand what you're saying. It's a player for player, and they're 2 all-star players, but they're at different points of their career right now.
Sure, I'm not disagreeing with you on any of that. What I'm saying is I feel like the Mavericks have other reason to not want Luka there.
Obviously.
I mean, this is more than just what's happening on the basketball court.
They think he's fat and he drinks too much. That's the truth. And for the first time, I did not see this clip. After they won the West, somebody from the Mavs takes away Luka's beer and he's all pissed.
Yeah, he's all pissed.
I've never seen that clip before.
They walk by him and they take the beer out of his hand.
And I also thought about like Brian Windhorst. Remember during the finals, I think it was Game 3, the Celtics are up 3-0, and that's the game where Luka fouls out. He like screams to the sideline, challenge it. And Windhorst went on TV and he's like, he acts like a child. This needs to stop. This needs to stop.
He's the biggest complainer in the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
Without question.
No, it's clear to me that the Mavericks didn't think that Luka was the face of their franchise going forward. And that's honestly a little.
Michael Finley says the 310 who checks in. Says Michael Finley.
Oh, Michael Finley. It's clear that Luka Doncic or the Mavericks just didn't think highly of him.
So how can we say they got fleeced if they look at their roster, they look at their team, they look at their future, and they go, are we going to hitch our wagon to this again? Nobody likes dealing with this? Are we going to do this again?
I don't blame them for making the trade. I don't. If you want to make the trade, I would prefer you do it in the offseason, not in the middle of the season. I think it's insane to do this. I think that you try to maximize as much draft capital as possible. I understand what you're saying, that yes, and none of those trades of Rudy Gobert and Mikal Bridges got you a all-star player in return or a player like equal to Luka Doncic. But Luka is in the prime of his career. He's 25 years old, and Anthony Davis is 31. I understand like there might be a little bit of comparison there and that might be equal, but I think you should get like what De'Aaron Fox got yesterday. Like it was Zach LaVine, it was a bunch of players, but it also was 3 first-round picks and 3 second-round picks.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Nico Harrison did his due diligence when it came to this trade. I just think that he wanted Anthony Davis because he likes Anthony Davis with whatever shoe company he had in the past. I definitely don't think Jason Kidd's innocent in this whole thing. I think that he stood silent in that press conference, but the way that it sounds to me, we'll play it later in the Sound Soiree, it sounds to me like Jason Kidd just didn't want to deal with Luka's crap anymore, because the way that it sounds to me is He knows what type of player he wants. I think that everybody in the Mavs organization was tired of Luka's crap, no doubt. But you definitely can't trade away a generational talent like that just willy-nilly. And I think that's what they did. So I hear you on Anthony Davis is a big player. But when I see their team, yes, on paper right now, Kyrie Irving, Anthony Davis, and Klay Thompson is way better than just Luka, LeBron, and Dalton Connect, or whoever else is on that Lakers roster right now. The Lakers definitely are not winning this season right now. They're not, because they have no rim protection. They have no big man, unless they want to go with the guy that was filling in for AD on Christmas Day against the Warriors, Christian Coloco, not to be confused with the lovely Kaylee Cuoco. But
go on, forget it. He's rolling.
I just think kind of naked. Thank you. I just think that it's insane. I think that yes, the Mavericks right now are set up for success in the here and now with Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving. I will say also Klay Thompson, not great right now. Like yesterday, I know it's just one game, and they were, I'm sure, down in the dumps.
Which tells me everything I need to know about how this is a bigger deal with a problem with Luka than it is entirely about basketball. If they were this desperate to get a deal done this quickly, I mean, you're talking like you're a Mavs fan right now. I'm surprised you haven't said we yet. This upset as you are about he didn't do his due diligence. I don't care about the shoe contract.
No,
I'm not saying he didn't do his due diligence. I'm saying I understand people are checking in going, yeah, they got fleeced. But I'm like, that tells me that there's a bigger problem
Of course there
with
is.
Luka, and they were not going to hitch 35% of their salary cap.
But it's a problem you can't kick down the road.
It's year 7.
They just went to the finals last year.
It's year 7. I don't know. I'm not in the building. I'm just saying. There's a reason they did this, and there's a reason that...
Of course there's a reason, Copes, but also you have to do your job as a GM.
Okay, we'll see how it plays out.
Well, of course we will.
We'll see how it plays. I mean, I don't know. My take is that I don't think it's as bad as everybody's making it.
Don't you think there's just certain players that are not tradable? Like, come on.
No, I did never. He got literally traded on draft day. I didn't think anybody was not. I didn't think he was an untradeable player, especially
that
in the
happens
NBA.
all the time on draft day.
Show me the superstar, with the exception of Steph Curry, who just sits on their team now. I didn't think anybody's untradeable.
I still don't think Giannis is ever going to move from Milwaukee.
The Celtics right now, maybe Giannis.
Jokic.
Well, I saw the report today.
Those are kind of the longest tenured, right?
Did you see the report today? The Warriors want Giannis? Yeah. No S. Of course they do.
Everybody wants Giannis.
Of course they do.
Everybody wants Giannis. Yeah. That they've called on everybody.
S.
Yeah, so
seriously.
So can the Warriors top this?
I don't think they can.
There's no topping.
There's no topping.
This is the most shocking trade of all time.
You'd have to trade Steph Curry away for somebody else, or you'd have to trade Draymond with pieces to get something huge.
Basically, they have to get Giannis. They have to get somebody that's in their prime, that's this young. I mean, how old is Giannis? What, 28, 29? Like, no one's this young getting traded like this in the prime of their career that just took their team to the finals. I understand there's a lot of baggage with Luka. I get that. But there's some times where you just got to make something work. Like, you can't just, like, and also, if you want to trade somebody away, sure, but you got to do it a little bit better than that. And from what, I forget who it was with Yahoo News, reported that initially Nico Harrison wanted another player. Like, there was talk about trading
Dalton
all-stars.
Connect. They wanted Dalton Connect.
Yeah, Dalton Connect and 2 first-round picks.
Giannis is 31.
Okay.
He's 30.
Yeah.
30. He just turned 30.
Okay, so I don't even know if that's comparable, but just staying on that, yes, they wanted Dalton Connect and 2 first-round picks. And Rob Pelinka, his smooth Rob Lowe charm, told Nico Harrison, hey, look, we're taking Luka off your hands, all right? He drinks, he's fat. Come on, we're doing you a deal here. Which is like, yeah, you're right, okay. Anthony Davis,
Are you on the call? What is this about?
What? I said,
with his smooth Rob Lowe charm. I mean, this is what he said. He was like, just give him. We're taking Luka. He's fat, drinks too much. It's crazy, too. Were we hearing this Luka's fat? I mean, the fat stuff, yeah. The drinks too much? Were we hearing this before the trade?
I did not hear anything about that.
Yeah, now we're hearing all this. It's interesting.
It must be true. Yes, there must be something behind the scenes.
There must be something behind the scenes. It's problematic. The weight thing has been an issue for him. Some guys figure it out, some guys don't.
Well, my favorite thing over the weekend.
Pablo Sandoval bounced with it for years. Eddie Lacy did not. You know what I mean?
Pablo. Look at the exploding belt situation.
I mean, yeah, but then, guy made it back, though.
No, that's the thing.
Like, got on the ring with Atlanta.
You don't think LeBron's going to be like, you need to get your ass in shape? Like, and the funniest thing I saw.
How much longer is LeBron here?
Yeah, that's the thing, too. But
they're hitching their wagon to this.
This is why I think L.A. gets the better of this deal, because they are looking at it going, okay, how much longer is LeBron here? Anthony Davis is not going to be the pillar of our franchise. We need to have that guy, especially L.A., the way that they look at themselves as, we're a superstar town, we're a superstar team. Now they have that guy, and they don't have to pay the Supermax to keep him. So
That's the craziest thing in this whole thing because I don't know why NBA trades are like that or NBA deals are like that, where if you're not on the original team that drafted you, can't get a max deal.
It's an incentive to stay with the team that drafted you.
It's to let the team that drafted them to have the capability.
But now the Lakers skate by without having to pay him, and they will pay him, but not the max that they should. Like, it's insane to me.
It's not their fault.
Oh, this is to me is the genius of Rob Pelinka because he sees that as the potential
I know,
and goes, trust me, it pisses me off too.
But as a Warrior fan, it's like, okay, they found their two-time
As a Warrior fan, I'm Mr. Mav over here. You hear this guy too? This guy's all pissed about the Mavs.
Can we also say this?
Well,
I know
the Lakers landed Luka. What are the Warriors doing?
He's more mad than anything the Raiders have ever done.
We just need to put one thing to bed. Yeah. The idea that LeBron didn't know about it is so stupid.
It's so dumb.
I agree.
This guy he never has his hands in anything, but he controls everything. Like, come on.
The only way this is
sick of that.
Like when I saw this trade, when I saw the notification from Shams, I thought like legitimately there's only one way this goes down, and that's Maverick Carter and Rich Paul have a gun to the Mavs GM's head saying, give us Luka right now.
They're on the front. They're like, we're on the front porch of Mark Cuban's house.
Seriously.
Dude. They're out front of Cuban's house.
Oh, dude, if Cubes was still the majority owner of this team, he would never allow this. He's taking away your superstar. Like this what separates you from the Cowboys in some way. Like, Cowboys are always going to be bigger, but like this is what put asses in the seats. I think it's insane. I really do think it's insane. Like, the funniest thing I saw over the weekend was the first triple-double that Luka's going to have in L.A. is his first order from In-N-Out. But, like, it's...
No, come on. You got to gong that one. I don't like
That's
that
not
one.
me.
No,
it's not me.
Thank you.
Wasn't me.
Let's take a quick break. We got another trade to talk about. Zach LaVine off the table. As soon as that one was gone, too, I was like, well, even once this one went done, I was like, well, that LaVine trade doesn't look sexy at all, like, anymore, except that it gets moved in a deal that sends De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio.
It doesn't look sexy until you saw the Warriors didn't get him. You're like, oh, crap. It goes to the Kings.
I'm telling you, Wemby's coming, dude. Warrior fans, get ready for an era of darkness in the Western Conference.
And like De'Aaron Fox went to the Spurs for nothing?
Now Luca's down in L.A., get De'Aaron Fox in San Antonio for nothing. There we go. We'll talk more about this next as the Warriors, really nothing they can do now short of trading Draymond Green, in my mind, for a superstar with a bunch of first-rounders to say, we're back on the table here.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll talk more about this.
There's options,
we'll
but
talk more about it as we get through the day. Plus, the other news today, Myles Garrett demanding a trade. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. But back into some NBA, De'Aaron Fox to the Spurs with Zach LaVine involved in the trade as well. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon, talking about the NBA trades that went down this weekend. Good text here from the 925. Says, come on, Copes, don't act like you wouldn't trade Steph and a 1 for Luka. Would you, as a Warrior fan, would you do that, Derek? As a pretend Warrior fan, we know you like the Mavs. Derek's Mavs.
That's me. Yeah, sure. But, again.
Yeah, sure.
Steph and a 1? That's it? Come on.
Derek's still more mad at the Mavs for doing this deal
than
he would be for Steph.
Okay, I know that a lot of sports radio hosts, they think that they could still play sports, or that they lost out on their athletic ability from back in the day, and then they realized, okay, I'll just be a broadcaster. I think a lot of sports radio hosts think they could also be a GM. I just think that we know a bad trade when we see it. Like, you know you could get more value for something.
You're talking about yourself.
Yes.
That was a hell of a way to get there. I'm going to talk about me for a minute, what I think. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. I can't be alone here. I think this is a bad trade.
A lot of people think this is a bad trade. I'm just not, up in arms about it, because I think Dallas got something out of this, and I don't hate what Dallas got. And you know what? Maybe part of it, and maybe it's about me. I don't think I like Luka that much.
That's fair.
I don't think I've in talking to Tom in the couple of years we did the show together, hearing him talk about Luka and the kind of player he is, I think we were all impressed with how easily he and Kyrie work together.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a fun watch, so I don't like watching him. I don't know if he's a difficult guy to play with as a teammate because he holds the ball for so long, because he's the guy who has to have the ball. That's why Steph is so great, right? Steph doesn't have to have the ball in his hands, but then you need different types of players that can work around him, that can move the ball in order to get him open. You need to be able to create space for Steph to play without the ball. He doesn't have to run with the ball in his hands. LeBron is like a point forward. He has the ball in his hands. Anthony Davis, a guy who doesn't need that, and you've got one of the greatest distributors in the history of the league in Kyrie Irving down there, and a guy who can handle the ball in Anthony Davis and can play and pull guys out. You can size up better, I think they can now, with teams like OKC, teams like Denver in the Western Conference. So I don't hate the trade for Dallas. I'm not up in arms about it for Dallas. And if there is more off the court that they don't want to hitch their wagon to Luka on, I get it. That's I think that's more to my point.
It's kind of like, to me, I don't know the details of the trade, but it kind of reminds me a little bit of in the 90s when the Niners had Charles Haley. And he was an amazing pass rusher. And he got, what was it, I believe 2 Super Bowls at that time? Yeah, 2 Super Bowls. And they just couldn't make it work anymore because he was a loose cannon. He was crazy. He was so mad that Ronnie Lott wasn't on the team anymore that he went to the locker room and busted his arm up full of blood because he punched the mirror. And then eventually they traded him to the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know what they got in return, but that turned the Cowboys into a dynasty, and the Niners got 1 after that. So, yes, there must be something going on behind closed doors where they were like, we can't do this anymore. And that's why I don't think that Jason Kidd is just sitting there being like, I wanted Luka. What the hell's going on here? No, he probably went to Nico Harrison and said, I don't know if I could coach this guy anymore.
Well, it's not a great comp, but after 2007, when Barry didn't retire, still hasn't, by the way.
I haven't retired?
Thank you. When Barry hadn't retired, and nobody signed him, he had 28 home runs in his last year.
Yeah.
You telling me that there were DHs that were better than Bonds at 43 or 44
No,
years?
of course not.
No, and he was down to play, but nobody wanted him because there was too much baggage that came with it.
Yeah.
And so, at some point, your ability outweighs that baggage for some teams who then get worn out on it.
No, I totally understand that.
We don't know if that exists right now. We don't know to what extent. There's all this other crap with the drinking stuff. I don't want to accuse people of things that are not true like that. However, if it's being reported and that's what's out there, or there are rumors about it.
I think it's more like he hasn't played since Christmas. Why? Because of soft tissue injuries. It's self-inflicted stuff. He's not training properly in the offseason. Now, if he thinks they could just let that fly in L.A., if LeBron's not going to put a foot up his ass, that's definitely going to happen. But again, this is more about Luka and the future of the Lakers than it is LeBron, because we don't know how long LeBron will be here. This is basically Luka taking over L.A., taking over the Los Angeles Lakers.
Would it be funny if the Warriors got LeBron now? He was like, actually, I had nothing to do with this, and I'm down to leave.
But that's my thing, too.
No trade.
But why would LeBron want to leave that situation right now with Luka, with an aging Steph Curry? I think it's more appealing. This was a little bit of Rob Pelinka taking his team back a little bit and saying, okay, LeBron, This is a trade that I know. I know you love Anthony Davis. I know he's your boy, and I know that you guys.
You got him here. Yeah.
Yes, I know that you guys were in Space Jam together, but I can't say no to Luka Doncic. I can't, and this guy's going to be the face of our franchise well after you're gone. So this is something that the Warriors are trying to do with Steph Curry right now, and I just don't see it. Like the Lakers are always going to be the Lakers. I do legitimately wonder what the Warriors are going to be once Steph Curry is gone. Obviously, they're the highest valued franchise in basketball right now, but I wonder what that's going to be once Steph is gone. That's why you don't trade him right now.
So late last night, and by the way, this trade cost Luka, if you're just joining us, about $100 million. Yeah. Just shy of $100 million potentially. In the extension, he was going to be able to sign unique to the Supermax with Dallas than the one he would have been able to sign with the Lakers this season, which will be a 4-year, $228.5 is likely what it would look like. De'Aaron Fox late last night, here's what goes down. Last night, the Spurs, Kings, and Bulls worked out a 3-team trade. First time the Bulls made a trade in 4 years. 2021 trade deadline.
At the deadline, though, right?
At the deadline. It was the last time the Bulls had made a trade. I ran through their transactions. It might have been off-season, too.
Are we still counting the
sign-in trade? We're not really counting because that's not a true trade. That's a sign-in.
But it was like multiple pieces, though.
Yeah,
I hear
it's them working out the contract ready to make the whole thing just fit.
He picked the Kings.
It's a little bit different, right? Yes. Exactly. So the Spurs get De'Aaron Fox and Jordan McLaughlin.
Yep.
The Kings got a haul, dude. Zach LaVine, CD. How do you even say this name?
I don't know.
It's Sissoko.
Yeah. There you go.
CD Sissoko,
yeah.
3 first-round picks, 3 second-round picks.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
What are the Bulls doing? Zach Collins trade. What are the Bulls ever doing?
Exactly.
That's why Zach Collins trade Jones, Kevin Huerter, and a 2025 from the Spurs.
That's why they can't be serious when it comes to we want a first-round pick for Vucevic. Really? Okay.
I think I saw that the Bulls got their own first-round pick back from the Spurs, or their own pick back from the Spurs.
Yeah, whatever it is.
I think the Spurs owned the Bulls pick, and they just got their own pick back.
Well, to me, right on that? I mean, I know the Kings got a haul in a way, but it's also like, what do we do? So this is just the Chicago Bulls on the Sacramento Kings now? And yes, you got Malik Monk and Sabonis, but, I mean, it's DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine again. Like, this is a huge move for the Spurs. This is finally someone going out of their way to say, I want to play with Victor Wembanyama. And this is where...
He's coming, dude. This is the kind of guy to play with him, too.
This is what you were talking about when I was having the argument that maybe there's not enough superstars in the NBA. Now, if he wins, the Spurs...
You were asking, your question was, who's the next... When we were saying Steph and LeBron were the number one... It's still the number one ticket in the NBA. Those are two of the best guys going head-to-head with each other. What's the next thing coming? Who's the next must-see, must-watch? And I said I think it's Wemby.
Yeah. If they start winning,
but Marcus Thompson made a great point in that he's like, but he doesn't know yet if Wemby's that type of superstar. Like Luka's not a league superstar in terms of face of the league type guy. Cares about the vision of the league.
He'll get bigger now in LA.
Yeah, but what he's talking about is Steph and LeBron viewed themselves as they had that responsibility.
Yeah,
they had the Jordan gene.
I hear you.
Like the point he was making was about guys like not Luka specifically. He mentioned Jokic. It's like he hit that 80-foot shot. He said he turned around like he bought a sandwich, which is a great line from Marcus. Like he didn't care. I just want to play and get back to my horses. That's all he cares about. Like he's not going to be here to be the face of the league. He's just not that guy. Like I don't know that Wemby has that ability, but he does have the talent, and I think he's on his way to being the face of the league. Like Giannis kind of has been at some point, or throughout points in his career, I guess. But when he won, now when you're not winning, it's harder to do that. When the Warriors aren't winning and the Lakers aren't winning and Steph and LeBron are still the top ticket, that's something to be said.
No, definitely. But yeah, this is the first stepping stone to make Victor Wembanyama part of a competitive team or a team that has a chance to win a championship, really. They got to make more pieces here, but they got good players in Chris Paul and Harrison Barnes. But to me, when I saw this move and Zach LaVine goes to the Kings, I'm like, well, this is a missed opportunity for the Warriors. And I don't know if they have the draft capital or the assets right now to make these moves because it's basically trading big name for big name at this point. And right now in a Zach LaVine trade, yeah, Andrew Wiggins is a big name, but it's not the same as De'Aaron Fox and all these other guys. To me, the missed opportunity is in the offseason when we heard, I don't know how much validity is there to this, but if it is true that Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul were on the table for Zach LaVine, they should have pulled the trigger on that. That should have been a deal that would have been that should have been done. And I know that it would have sacrificed some defense on Andrew Wiggins' part, but you're talking about trading him now. So,
hindsight's 2020, my friend.
No, seriously, and you made a great point. Why just give Chris Paul what he wants? I understand, Joe Lacob is in the business of making his players happy, But at the same time,
he's not your player anymore, no matter what.
Yes, like to me, there's so many missed opportunities. I'm not blaming Mike Dunleavy for not landing Paul George. I am kind of blaming him for not pulling the trigger on this, or not at least Joe Lacob saying, like, Chris, we hear your concerns about going to Chicago, but we're doing what's best for us business-wise. You'll figure it out later on. Your contract is way too big for us just to wave you off the team, and then you sign with San Antonio. You'll find your way to San Antonio your own way. We need to trade you to Chicago so we can recoup back a great player in return, or just get a gain of player in return with Zach LaVine. I also think about the Lauri Markkanen trade. If that was legitimate, I know that some people say, like, Danny Ainge was asking for way too much. If it is simply Kuminga, Moody.
They didn't want him, though. Marcus Thompson said to her, he's like, Steph don't want Lauri Markkanen.
Then what do you want then? Giannis?
I don't know. We're not going to know. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We're not going to know unless they make the move. Right? I mean, we don't know. And now they've got to be more desperate. Now Lakers can't be choosers.
At this point, it's either the Warriors get a superstar, or I think you just settle for...
I don't know that Lauri Markkanen's a superstar. It's kind of my thought. Like, he would have made you better.
Okay, but you got to think about what
I mean, they had the Kuminga issue, too. And you're also like... Who says it was just Kuminga and this? Because then you've got to make sure the Jazz want to sign Kuminga to that extension. Then they're in the exact same position. We talked about this. If the Jazz,
but hypothetically,
the Jazz could have hypothetically been in the same position with Kuminga, and it's sort of like, devil you know. Why don't we just go with the guy who we know?
I don't give a damn what they wanted. As far as, like...
You're saying if it was on the table, you should have done it. It takes two teams to make a trade.
Absolutely.
We don't know what was on the table ever.
Okay, but hypothetically, let's just say Danny Ainge was like, I want Kuminga, I want Moody, and I want Podziemski, and a couple of picks. Would you pull that trigger for Lauri Markkanen?
And then you have to sign Markkanen to the extension.
Yes. I would have done that deal.
Probably.
Yes.
But it wasn't on the table, it doesn't sound like.
Maybe not.
Well, honestly, it doesn't sound like that was on the table. Well, like, what's the point of that?
If you asked Mark Spears, it was. If you asked Marcus Thompson, it wasn't. I don't know. So that's the truth of it. Like, there's conflicting reports. So
I'm with you.
To the main thing with Zach LaVine. Yes, you should have done that deal. I feel you waited too. Like,
the bottom line is Dunleavy has not made the Warriors better to this point.
No.
I'm not saying he's a bad general manager. I'm not saying he won't find success. I'm saying to this point, he has not improved the roster to the point of contention.
It feels like, doesn't it feel like the Warriors are just saddled with all of this stuff that they can't move on from? Meaning, like, they don't want to move Steph or Dre, obviously, for their contributions to the organization. But they also don't want to move on from Kuminga because they're like, okay, well, that's the future of our team. If you're looking around the NBA, it doesn't seem like anybody's attached to anyone at this point. Except the Warriors, where it feels like, well, we can't move on from these guys, but we can't get the young guys, but we got the salary cap problems, but we don't know. It just feels like a lot, and it just feels like they're just running in mud. Whereas, like, other organizations, like, you can say the same thing about LA, and they're like, nah, screw it, AD, gone.
Because no other team has done what the Warriors have done and had the commitment of players that the Warriors have had.
I know,
they haven't in the last generation, and so the Warriors are in a unique spot because they were a unique team and a unique level of success.
And this is the back end of it.
This is it.
Of course. But I feel like there has been some instances where they favor the past of the team that they remember. And... like, for whatever reason they did with Chris Paul, they barely know him. They knew him for a season. Honestly, looking back on it, you probably should have traded Clay after that season where they lost to the Lakers in the second round. I thought Clay was diminishing as a player then. I don't think he performed well at all in that playoff series, and people just want the good feels and Captain Clay back. I love Klay Thompson too, but just to have him run it back and have that awkward season where he came off the bench and was pissed off at the team.
Yeah, but it was worth a title. You got a title again out of that contract. You got one more in 22 out of him. So how could you be upset about that now? To me, that's all worth it. That's what you pay for. You paid for another title.
Sometimes
you didn't like the
he was expiring contract.
You're saying this in hindsight, though, dude. They got 4 championships. Nobody else has done that in this window of time. You can't say, yeah, but. No, that's what happened. They got 4, and this is the brunt of that. This is what Tim is saying. We're in a unique situation with the Warriors because that nobody else is in. You're like, the Lakers can cut ties with everybody because nobody's there to feel nostalgic about. They got a title in the bubble that people weren't there to see.
Yeah, but if you
know what I mean, like it was a different feel for them.
Yeah, but if one of the things you said is I don't care by the rules, I want to keep winning, then you can't just be nostalgic the whole time.
Well, and how do you think LA fans are going to feel about Anthony Davis in 10 years? They're going to be like, all right, well, that happened.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Captain Street Clothes. Like that's how they referred to him and Charles Barkley. But like that's at some point you got to start making moves that benefit you for the future. So I understand. Like, yes, it is totally hindsight. I get that.
They tried.
I know they did.
Yeah, and I'm not saying they don't have to keep trying. Again, my point is that Mike Dunleavy's not improved the roster. I'm just saying they don't really have the pieces to go do what any of these teams are doing. They don't have the luxury flex. Or
So what the hell do you do then?
The tax flex. That's what I'm saying. That's what I said 2 weeks ago. How bad does Joe Lacob want it? That's what I asked 2 weeks ago. I said if he really wants it, he can pay out his ass for whatever piece of player, for whatever player to go over the cap that he wants. If he really wants to do it, he can pay for it. But if he's not willing to say, I don't care what the rules are, and then go blow up the line and say, I'll come over the top to try to be better than what Los Angeles is pulling off, then he, go do it or don't. But it doesn't sound like that's the road that they can get on right now. However, there are reports that they're saying that they're calling everybody around the league.
Everybody?
Did you call Hammer? No.
Well, who'd you call? Everybody. Did you call Hammer? No, I did not call Hammer. Well, then you didn't call everybody.
Should have had a stay great movie. Trying to find a vice president, presidential running mate. What can the Warriors do now? Does Jimmy Butler even move the needle at this point? Zion, do they stand pat? What do you want to see the Dubs do?
Talk about weight issues.
Noted Mavs fan Derek Papa tells us his thoughts next. What can the Warriors do after this weekend's trade? We'll get into it next on the Sports Leader.
I haven't retired. Thank you.
No, your phone wasn't hacked. Neither was ESPN's Shams Charania. Luca Donic is a Laker. Anthony Davis is a Mav. De'Aaron Fox is a Spurs. Zach LaVine is a King. Derek Papa is irate. Adam Copeland is apoplectic. And Tim Webb is hungry. Stay tuned for what could happen next on KNBR, the trade leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb, reacting all day today to the Luca Donic trade that I'm irate about. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So what do the Warriors do now?
Completely ridiculous.
Completely ridiculous. What the hell do the Warriors do now? How do you top that? You can't top that.
Could trade Steph. That would top that.
Yeah. Does that make sense at this point?
No, just to top the Lakers.
Exactly.
And trade
All right, fine. You know
what
what?
we did. Yeah.
Yeah, God. No. So now what are the options? And the latest are that Jimmy Butler, they approached the Miami Heat about trading for Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler came back and said, I'll gladly go to you guys.
But I won't sign an extension.
I won't sign an extension.
To which I thought, good deal. I don't know what the problem is.
Well, you want to know if he's going to be here for the long haul.
But he said he's not. So, like, at least you know what you're getting. Then does it change your trade value? Right?
Absolutely. Well, what do you have to give up to get him?
I don't know. Is that just about what the Heat are then asking for still?
I think so. I mean, it all depends.
If he's only wanting to be here for like part of a year and you don't have to give up that much, I'm like, that's even better.
Well, I'm curious. Is he saying no to the Warriors for an extension, but yes to an extension with the Phoenix Suns? If that's the case, then what the hell are we doing here?
Right. Yeah.
So
well, the Phoenix Suns can't do it until somebody's willing to take Bradley Beal's contract, and nobody is.
Yes, exactly.
Bradley Beal won't waive his no trade unless it's to Milwaukee.
Well, what happened to that?
Milwaukee doesn't want him.
Good Lord.
That's what's so funny. I'm not waiving it unless that team says they'll take me. And they're like, we didn't even ask. We don't.
So is this going to end? Is this going to end up with the Warriors? And Anthony Slater does right that despite Jimmy Butler not wanting to sign a contract extension with the Warriors, they're still going to weigh the options of trading for him. So is this going to end with a begrudgingly thing of the Warriors trading for Jimmy Butler and Jimmy Butler not wanting to be here for the long haul?
Yeah, like
that's a beautiful situation when Steph Curry and Draymond Green don't want him in the locker room to begin with.
Like, we didn't want you anyway. Well, those are the reports. Maybe that's why he's like, well, then I don't want to sign an extension there.
Yeah. Well, I told. Can you blame him for all the baggage he comes with?
No.
Exactly.
No, I can't.
So this is Shams Charania on Today with Pat McAfee saying the Warriors basically are asking about everybody.
The Warriors are legitimately calling about every all-star player. You just name the all-star player. The Warriors have probably called it. And Paul George, they have called it. They made calls on every star. And that, of course, includes players like LeBron, players like Kevin Durant, players like Jimmy Butler. They are making calls. They are dead set on trying to find another star player, superstar player with Stephen Curry. That is another subplot to this trade deadline as well.
Of course it is. Of course it is. That's been the case for a long time now.
So the likes of LeBron, KD.
They asked again about Paul George, who like right now, like the 76ers just signed him to a contract, and now the Warriors are like, okay, we want him initially. Trade us Paul George. I don't know what you could do right now during the season for a huge trade like that. Do you want to gut the roster kind of like what the Lakers did? Like the Lakers were winning. They were the 5th seed. They had a great win on Saturday night against the Knicks, and now they pretty much, they still got some players. They got Austin Reeves and Dalton Connect, but like now they have to go find a center. Like I think the Lakers right now are in a better position to get Vucevic than the Warriors are. But if you could get Vucevic, like right now, my thing is
the Lakers like Vucevic too.
I know.
Feels like they might.
They might. But like my thing is at this point, either you trade for a superstar, and that's going to have to include, yes, Warrior fans, I'm sorry, Jonathan Kuminga, Andrew Wiggins, and a lot of other guys. Are you willing to do that right now? And if you're not, or if no one's willing to pick up the phone and make that trade with you, then at this point, the best option probably would be just to trade for Vucevic, if that means just moving off of expiring contracts in Kevon Looney.
Yeah, so what you're saying is it's multi-pronged here.
Yes.
If you're not going to get a superstar, and the only way you're doing it, like everybody we talked to on Friday and even Thursday last week, we asked Danny Emmerman, we asked John Dickinson, we asked everybody, Marcus Thompson, we asked Mark Spears. All of them were of the belief that, I think where they are right now, based on the lack of movement and ability to pick up a big-time player, maybe in the way they want, sounds like Kuminga's going to stay. And we talked about how the Warriors could play, for lack of a better term, playing hardball, huh? With Jonathan Kuminga. You got it for me, Tim? Playing hardball, are you? With Jonathan this offseason. In terms of his contract, we keep going, 140, 170 million. May not have to offer him that. It's only if another team offers him that. Right. He comes back, and then you have to match it. That's what'll have to happen. So if you don't believe another team's going to offer him that, you can kind of just say, all right, we'll see what you can go get, and then we'll go from there. Right. If nobody offers him that, then you can decide sort of maybe you can keep him in the 100 million range, 4 years and 100 million, something like that. Except now that because of the magnitude of some of these trades, there's no doubt in my mind that if the Warriors are to pull something off, it will have to include first-round picks, Jonathan Kuminga and Wiggins, and probably other pieces.
Absolutely.
So you just have to weigh the option of, I've always said to you, dude, I will trade any player that I think I'm getting value for.
Right.
I'll give up anybody if I think I'm getting value. And value comes in a lot of different forms. In Steph Curry's form, it comes in terms of his value to the organization, to the fan base, things like that, right? I know Dallas fans love Luca, but they didn't love Luca more than they love Dirk. You know what I mean? It's not like that. They would have had he been there for the entirety of his career. Dirk
you're
was there
right.
for like 20 years.
No, you're right.
It's not like that, right? It wasn't that level. That's where Steph's at. Steph's at the Kobe, at the Dirk.
Absolutely.
At the all-time fan favorite of the organization. Plus, he's got the 4 titles. He's the MVP. He is the Golden State Warriors. So the value of that is much different in terms of what you're going to get.
It's a franchise.
You have to get like Wemby in return, and they're never going to do that because the value there isn't the same for them.
And the age discrepancy.
Exactly, right. But for me, that's what the value would have to take. Give me somebody else who can do what Steph is to the organization. So right now we're talking about 2 different things. If you can't land the superstar, do you still use the if you don't use it, you lose it contracts on your roster now that are expiring contracts to give yourself an opportunity, not to get yourself that much better with Vucevic necessarily, but to give yourself an opportunity to do something with Vucevic or somebody else.
That would be the smart thing to do.
If you can't do it now, you've got to do everything in your power at the deadline to make sure you are capable of making an earth-shattering or a world-breaking move come this offseason.
And that's what they're doing right now. Like, they're making calls to the Lakers about LeBron James, which they did a year ago. And as I said earlier, I don't think LeBron James would look at this Warriors team right now and be like, well, that's more intriguing than the Lakers. I know that they don't have a big man, but I'm sure LeBron's like, I can't go the rest of the season without having a 5 on this team. Like, who's going to play center right now? So they have to get somebody there. But I think that he's more intrigued with playing with Luka at 25 years old than Steph Curry right now. So to me, like, yes, we talked about it on Friday with Kevin Durant coming to town. And, now you want to make all these moves, and then it's funny that we talked about it last week where it's like, is anything going to change for you? And you were right, because this was the same old team. The Warriors got kicked the crap out of and lost by 25 to the Phoenix Suns. And Kevin Durant's calling out Gary Payton.
Cashed that ticket too, didn't I?
Yeah. So if you can,
Kevin Durant's calling out Gary Payton. Yeah. Whole
Seriously.
thing's I know, talking trash, getting too small. All that.
Yeah, and then
foul me just like his day.
Yeah,
like his son does.
He's calling out GP2.
He's GP2 and GP1. It was terrible. I was like, geez, this is rough.
No, it's about the same level as Michael Jordan is laughing at the glove. The glove. I wasn't scared of the glove.
Got the whole family.
Yes. So, yes, if you can make a move right now to get a superstar, like why? Like everyone was so adamant. You gotta hang on to Kuminga. Kuminga's your best trade asset right now, along with Wiggins. So use that to your benefit.
Trade them all. Trade them all. Everything must go.
That's kind of how I feel at this point. Like the expiring contracts, it's the same thing I just said before. Like I don't to not get sentimental about guys in the past. I love GP2. I love Kevon Looney. I even love Wiggins. But it's time to move on. These guys most likely will not be here for the long haul. You're not going to sign these guys back. So it does make sense to trade them away right now. If that means getting Vucevic, cool. But if you can also find a way... Like, yes, they want Giannis. I don't think Giannis is getting shipped to the trade deadline.
Well, here's the other thing, too. Like, who got way, way, way better?
So far with these trades?
The Spurs got much better.
Spurs is the one.
The Spurs got,
did.
Like, of all these teams, the magnitude of all these trades.
To put them in order? Spurs, Mavericks, I would say Kings, Lakers. But for the long haul with Luka and
Luka, but I don't care about the long haul. We're talking now because all we care about
as of right now for this season, it's that order.
That's why maybe when you're talking value of this trade for the Lakers, you're like, but they got to play. And I'm like, who cares? I'm worried about the Warriors right now. I'm worried about what can the Warriors do right now or by the trade deadline. So to your point, if you were going to rank them, Spurs are the one that got much
Absolutely.
better. They can make a run.
Yes.
Spurs can get into the playoffs now.
Yeah.
Like Spurs have a weapon and they've got enough pieces to do so. Spurs. And then you said
Mavericks.
Mavericks. I agree with you there.
Kings, Lakers.
Yeah, because the Kings, while getting rid of Fox, I don't know if they got better, but who is like? How would you rank the success rate of each of them after the trade? Yeah.
Well, yeah,
the quality of the team.
No, absolutely, and then that's why, like, I understand Rob Pelinka being like, "Well, we're playing really well right now," and Anthony Davis is actually killing it. A week ago, when the Warriors were playing the Lakers, he's like, "I need another big man on this team," and I'm sure Rob Pelinka's like, "Dude, you're supposed to be the big man." Like I've been telling you since day one. When we got you from New Orleans, you got to be the 5. But for whatever reason, he's hesitant to do that. So when Luca Donic falls in your lap, are you willing to sacrifice this season? I guess so.
It's also about having, like you said, they don't want to get any gap time like after Kobe before you get LeBron.
And that's what the Warriors are facing right now when Steph is gone.
Most franchises face.
No, I know.
It's hard, yeah.
So that's why, like, when you look at the options, I know, like, with Zion's a name right now.
I
know, and I'm thinking about that, and I'm like, he's young. He has the potential. At one point, he
never
did.
plays.
And like, I'm thinking about, like, would you trade Zion and Brandon for, like, both of them, Brandon Ingram and Zion? And that's just, like, I did that in the trade machine last night. Basically, that would have to be $72 million. So in order to equal that for the Warriors, you'd have to trade Andrew Wiggins, Dennis Schroeder, GP2, Buddy Hield, Kevon Looney, and Jonathan Kuminga to get Zion Williamson and Brandon Ingram. And I just think that's, like, would you do that? Maybe, but you're gutting the whole roster right now. So, and that's the same thing that's going to be for Kevin Durant or LeBron James. And if you want to gut the roster right now, I'm all for it. If that means you're landing a superstar for the future. But if we're living in reality, and I know, like, it's hard to say right now because the Luca Donic trade doesn't seem like in reality, but right now the most feasible thing seems to be just trade the expiring contracts of Kevon Looney and GP2 for Vucevic. If you can land that, unless the Lakers come in with a better deal because they need a center.
Let's go out to the phone line. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Let's go to Coach in San Jose. What's up, Coach? You're on the Sports Leader.
What up, Coach?
Gentlemen, how we doing?
What's up, Coach?
I don't know.
So I understand what you're saying, but, you know, when you said, hey, we need to do what's good for now, that's how you sink our franchise for 20 years. We need to trade Steph. We need to trade Draymond. We need to trade Wiggins and get picks like the Kings stocked their team. Like, are you kidding? All those picks?
Well, right, but Coach, hold on real quick, though. Like, De'Aaron Fox is a much younger player. Also, the difference in this is that the Warriors already extended both of those guys. They decided in the last year with Steph and 2 years with Draymond, we're hitching our wagon to these guys for a couple more years. So they already made that decision to go for the now. So since they already made that choice, I'm like, just go in on now.
But now they're so far down, and the other teams that have never won a championship, you don't think some of these teams might part with some young pieces and picks to have Steph when he is still good enough to win the championship? If he had anybody with him?
Possibly, yeah.
They would make that move.
No doubt teams would trade for Steph Curry right now, but I just don't think that. I hear what you're saying. Like, it's hypocritical to say, like, you're hanging on to the past too much.
He's also making $60 million a year.
Hey,
like, you got
if Bill Walsh was willing, if Bill Walsh traded Ronnie Lott and Joe Montana, do we know more than Bill Walsh, boys?
No, but Bill Walsh had, hold on, but Bill Walsh had Steve Young waiting in the wings. There's no Steve Young waiting in the wings. We knew who the guy was after Joe Montana.
I'd like to say Kuminga, Steve Young, but I can't say it.
Don't disrespect Steve, my man. Come on, Coach. Come on, Coach. Don't do that to Steve. All
right, guys.
I appreciate the call, brother. All right, brother.
Oh, man. I'll never make a Steve Young, Jonathan Kuminga comparison.
Anyway, can't be honest. Steve Young and Jonathan Kuminga. That's tough. Can't even go that route.
Well, no, but that's the best trade asset you have. So I don't want to hear anymore. Like, you can't trade Kuminga. Yeah, you can't trade Kuminga.
But if they weren't going to before, if they weren't going to on Friday and everybody said that, why do you think they have to now?
Because everybody else is playing chess, not checkers at this point.
We didn't say everybody, but we did just agree that the best team, the team that got better, is a team that is one game back of the Warriors in the loss column.
Chess, it ain't checkers.
Thank you. No, but like down the line now, I know divisions don't matter anymore in the NBA, but you got to see Luca Donic a lot now.
Yeah, you can see it whenever. You see LeBron. You were seeing the same with whatever.
Yeah, I know, man, but it's the Warriors and Lakers. It's different.
You're going to see him the same amount you saw him before.
Regardless,
you can see him the same amount of time.
You don't think Joe Lacob saw what was going down? And was like, well, we got to do something. Like we can't just stand idly by.
I hope that's what he felt like, but also the blockbuster nature of the move didn't move worlds of what's going to happen in the Western Conference. I don't feel like.
Not right now.
That's what I mean. So again, we're talking about the Warriors because we're talking about now.
Yes.
I don't really care about what the Lakers look like in 4 years. I could give a damn. We'll deal with that in 4 years when we don't think the Warriors are going to be good anyway. That's why I'm like, whatever, man.
All right.
It's down the road. What I'm talking about is the Warriors for this year, nothing's changed. They're still a team that's not good. They're inconsistent, wildly inconsistent. Started 12-3, are 12-21 since then, and they're out of the play-in now. So their scope or their vision for this year hasn't really changed from Friday when we last saw our heroes, right? And then they play again tonight, right? They're at home tonight against
Utah?
Utah tonight, is that right?
Yep. I believe so.
No, it's Orlando. Excuse me. They played Utah last Tuesday. It's Orlando tonight, and they're on the road for Utah. You'll see Luca on Thursday, by the way. Against the Lakers in Los Angeles.
He's still injured.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You won't see him. You'll see him on the bench in Los Angeles.
I saw that on the schedule. I was like, ooh, debut. I was like, oh, wait a minute. No, never mind.
You won't see Dallas next Wednesday, though, as part of that 6-game roadie into the All-Star break. Utah, L.A., Chicago, Milwaukee, Dallas, Houston is the roadie. So Texas two-step.
I mean, I think you and I are in agreement. I think right now it's better to shop Kuminga in these next couple of days here, if you can, than hoping that he does a sign and trade in the offseason. I would, I know, for whatever reason, fans just love his potential and what he's going to bring to this team. He's a superstar. I don't see it. I think that you can trade Kuminga. You ask, everybody that has a superstar, you try to make every phone call you can and see if people are willing to take on Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins. If you can't, if no one's willing to do that, then you save those trade pieces for the offseason and you move the expiring contracts for Vucevic, and that's the best you could do right now.
If the Bulls will do that trade. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Let's get off of some basketball into some football. Myles Garrett, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year for the Cleveland Browns, has demanded a trade out of Cleveland. We'll talk about that next. The question has to be asked, would the Niners be in? John Lynch picks up the phone for everybody.
Of course they would.
He picks up the phone for everybody. They better be. That's the dude I want, man. Maybe show Nick Bosa a thing or two on how to get to the quarterback. We'll talk some Myles Garrett next. That's coming up only here on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
According to sources, Jimmy Butler won't sign an extension with Golden State if the Warriors trade for the recalcitrant star. And if you don't know what that means, look it up. Keep it locked all day for the latest breaking news on KNBR, the recalcitrant leader.
It sound right, boys.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we are getting into tax season here. Just got one of my forums in the other day. What happens if people file their taxes and they can't afford to pay them? What should they do?
They should call us and not go into panic. I know it's frustrating. You feel like you got the weight of the world on your shoulders, 1,000-pound stone pressing you down, but there's a lot of good solutions. So talk to us. We have a free consultation, and we'll tell you what applies to you. Whether we can qualify you to just pay part and the government forgives the rest, or paying monthly installments you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, or get the penalties forgiven. And sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or shift the burden back where it belongs to your ex-spouse or ex-business partner, or a lot of other solutions. We've been doing this for 30 years. We're really familiar with it. We want to take care of you. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone for your free consultation. Say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 188-TAX-DEAL, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
It sound right, boy.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. I'm excited for a Tuesday. I don't know about you guys.
Hey.
Mondays are cool, but I'm a Tuesday guy on the show.
For a little grab bag and a little, was it triple T? It's
Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
Quadruple T.
Tim's Tuesday Takes and
Only
Trivia.
quads here. I don't know what that means.
Oh, you haven't seen my quads,
Yeah,
baby.
Tim never skips leg day.
Quads for days.
I never miss a workout, as you can tell.
Always skips spine day.
You use that one a lot for a lot of people.
I like that one. I usually use it for one person specifically, and it's not Tim.
I'm a fan of naked, but
I'm a fan of naked, but it's pretty good.
that was in context.
A lot of people checking in on you want to stick with some of this trade stuff before we get into Myles Garrett?
I mean, whatever you want to do. We can.
Let's get into the Myles Garrett stuff.
Okay.
Sick of the NBA. Sick of their nonsense. All their trade.
Yeah, I know. Rigging this whole thing, manipulating a trade to get Luca Donic to LA. You know what I think, Coops? It's a big old conspiracy theory.
Yeah, why don't we talk about
the ratings are down. Adam Silver wants to do 10-minute quarters. No, we're not doing that.
LeBron doesn't know anything about anything.
Exactly.
Shut up.
We're sending Luca to LA to get the ratings up.
I don't buy it. By the way, great text here from the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 415-808-KNBR. 808-5627. 707 checks in and says, if we get Scotty Barnes from Toronto, do we have to pay tariffs on him? It's a pretty good line from the 707.
Scotty Barnes is best player in NBA.
It's pretty good.
Thank you.
Frankly, Scotty's going to cost you. It's going to be these guys, they don't know if Scotty Barnes is expensive. Out of tariffs. All right, so Myles Garrett.
Not a big Raptors guy.
Not a big Raptors. I liked when the Grizzlies were in Vancouver.
I like T-Rexes, Jurassic Park, all fake. It's fake dinosaurs.
I don't know if you know the Stegosaurus was not alive when the T-Rex was. Many people have, I don't know why we're going Trump on dinosaurs.
Yeah, it was the tariffs.
Talking dinos.
It was the tariffs.
The dino tariffs. That's what goes. Most dinos found in China. All right. Four-time All-Pro, and the reigning defensive player of the year, Myles Garrett, released a statement this morning saying that he's requested a trade from the Cleveland Browns.
It was like a nice, the most nice way you could go about requesting a trade, I guess. Like he had like a whole statement and everything, and he didn't have his agent contact Rappaport or Schefter. He just released it himself.
So Browns GM has shot down any talk about trading Myles Garrett for a while now, including last week at the Senior Bowl. What's his name? I don't know what you're saying here. Barry? It's just Matt Barry?
Andrew Barry. So
Andrew Barry.
He's the GM of the Cleveland Browns. And someone asked him last week, hypothetically, so if someone sees you at dinner and says, we'll give you 2 1s for Myles Garrett, do you say, I'm not interested? And Andrew Barry replied, correct. You could put that on record. So basically...
Which is exactly what I would say if I wanted to raise the value of Myles Garrett. That's so funny when they ask specifics like that. You always, as a GM, say you would say no. Because then the next answer is, well, what about 3 number 1 picks?
Well, just like if you're out to dinner, like it's like, oh, if you happen to get into a Lyft or an Uber with another GM and they're like, hey, hypothetically, would you trade Myles Garrett? It's just like, okay, yeah, of course. Of course you're going to say that right now. But I remember Pete Carroll years ago at the Combine saying, we're not right now trading Russell Wilson, which turned out to be we're trading Russell Wilson.
Yeah, exactly. Myles Garrett is a free agent in 2027.
Yep.
He gets paid $19 million and $25 million over the next 2 years. Not only will he go for multiple firsts, he's also going to get a new contract when you sign him.
Absolutely he is.
This is going to be one of those situations like the 49ers had with DeForest Buckner, where they were like, yeah, we need X, Y, and Z in return, and you go find a team that's willing to pay you that extension, and we'll pull the trigger on that. The difference is that he's got more years left on his deal.
Yes. So I think right now, as far as pass rushers, as far as highest paid, I'll pull it up here. I want to say it's Nick Bosa.
I think it is.
And then it's Josh Allen Hines. Don't forget the Hines from the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yep.
Look, I know that a lot of people are running with the idea today, like the Niners could do this, and it's like...
Brian Burns is third. So Bosa's at 5 for 170. average of 34.
Yeah.
Hines Allen, actually. Joshua Hines Allen.
Hines Allen.
Is at 141 over 5. That's 28.25 a year.
Wow.
And then Brian Burns, now of the New York Giants, formerly of the Carolina Panthers, 5 years, 141, 28.2. So you're looking at paying him in the point. Nick Bosa makes way more than anybody else.
I know.
Like far and away.
I mean, and you look at Myles Garrett's numbers.
Much better.
Well, like, this isn't simply just, hey, Cleveland Browns, make me the highest paid defensive player in football. I think it's a mix of he wants to win, but also, yeah, I'm sure he feels disrespected that Nick Bosa won Defensive Player of the Year with 18 sacks, but I think we all would agree that Myles Garrett has been more consistent as far as getting to the quarterback. And he had pretty much the same stats he did a year ago as DPOY. It's just that his team only won 3 games.
Sure.
So, yes, I think, no doubt, like everyone's saying today, like, oh, would you trade the 11th overall pick of the San Francisco 49ers to get Myles Garrett?
Yeah.
No, yes, you would.
That's a better player than any, but it's not just going to cost that.
No, it's going to cost you multiple first-round picks, probably some second-round or third rounds after that. And on top of that, you're going to have to make him the highest-paid defensive player in football. So you really want, as far as a defensive line, Nick Bosa and Myles Garrett making the most money in football when you got to pay Brock Purdy as well. And I don't believe that Dan Graziano article on Friday that said that, what was it, like $40 million a year, $49 million a year
for Brock?
I don't think that gets it done.
He said he thought that was. He said if you were going with the structure of the Dan Jones model and you went higher than that, he was thinking 49. I would take the over on 49.
Absolutely.
I would take the under on 60, though.
I like the idea of Myles Garrett on the 49ers. I think it's just highly unlikely
I do too. The question
given
is,
the money.
The question is, can you if you were going to do that, if they were able to somehow pull this off and pull off the contracts and whatnot, you wouldn't have a lot of money to spend elsewhere, but you'd be completely redoing your defensive line with just him, basically.
Yeah.
He'd be the piece. So I'm wondering, do they have enough? I don't know what it would cost.
And Bosa.
Would you have enough? Yeah, of course. That's what I mean. Is you're adding him to Bosa. If you have enough equity elsewhere to rebuild the line, to fix everything else you need to fix.
No, because there's so much that the Warriors need to fix as far as
the Niners need to fix.
Oh, sorry, yeah, the Niners need to fix as far as their defensive line and the linebacking core. I mean, like that this offseason, it pretty much will be about Dre Greenlaw.
Every team could use this guy, which is why it's intriguing. Every radio station for every team in the country is having this conversation today.
Absolutely.
Because he's a player that everybody would want. He's a guy that immediately helps every single team at a key position, but it comes with baggage. And the baggage is you're going to have to pay him to probably be the richest defensive end in football.
Oh, absolutely. And the baggage is different than, like, Jimmy Butler being a locker room cancer probably. But as far as Myles Garrett, he's a team guy. Like everything you see about him, like in the Hard Knocks or like the Hard Knocks originally with the Cleveland Browns with Baker Mayfield or this recent Hard Knocks, he's a team guy. And there was talks about, like, I saw that clip of him saying this to the Cleveland Browns writers about how I want to have some serious talks about the offseason here and what the plans are going forward. I think at one point he was cool about everything, but I guess something happened in the recent days here. Maybe it's their philosophy of quarterback or who they're taking second overall, where he's like, I don't want to be a part about this anymore. So, yeah, I no doubt. Of course you would trade for Myles Garrett, but the money, like, it just doesn't add up. Like, you got to pay a quarterback. And, like, if you're trading for Myles Garrett, you're definitely getting rid of Deebo Samuel this offseason. Like, there's no way you can make it work. You probably get rid of George Kittle as well.
I mean, is football such a domino effect thing that to say it's impossible you can't do it, I won't buy into that. Because I bet there's a way. And it's an expensive way that would cost you in other places. That's why I ask is, what would it cost? We'll talk to Matt Mayoko about it at 4:50. What would it cost? Would you have to do it all this year? Can it be tacked on as an extension? Can you move stuff around to pay things? Like, there's so many weird cap things with football. Cap's going to go up. We don't even know what it's set at yet for this year. We don't even know what the cap is set at yet.
Right.
So to say nothing can happen or this can't happen here, it's
like my riff from last. It doesn't matter because the idea is you could sign. You could be like, okay, well, we acquired you, but we're going to convert all of your money into a roster bonus
yes, exactly.
or whatever. Now, that being said,
all the time.
That being said, there is a cap number that is coming, and that is an expensive player, and you do have other holes. But
absolutely.
I'm sort of with Adam in this respect, where it's like, you could do it.
Yeah, I'm not saying
it could be done.
Yeah, I'm not saying it can't be done because
you'd have to move off other things.
I actually think it could be done. You'd have to move off of other things for sure, like you're talking about, and there'd have to be a lot of restructuring, I'm sure. You have to restructure things in his deal and figure that out. Let's ask Matt Mayoko about it at 4:50 and see what it would take. And would you have assets left afterwards to fix what else you need to fix?
I'm sure it could be done, but I think, like, the way, like, it's different than the NBA where like you can just trade away like what we saw with the Luca trade. Like sometimes you just make a deal for the sake of making a deal and you want a guy off your roster. With the Cleveland Browns who are so adamant about not wanting to give him up, you'd have to move heaven and earth to move this guy.
But isn't he worth it?
Of course he is.
But the problem that they have is they're saddled with that horrible contract that Deshaun Watson has.
Absolutely.
And so, to me, that's more of a motivator because I think they know they can't get out of that. And so to have to pay all of that would probably motivate them to be like, okay, well, where can we get younger and cheaper, especially since we're not really competing right now?
No, I mean, I think that there is a way for the Cleveland Browns to get into this idea because you can recoup back those picks that you lost with Deshaun Watson. But as far as the Niners, I hate saying this because
they were a 3-win team with Garrett.
Yes.
They need to rebuild.
They do. And I would even like...
What better way to do it than this?
I know the cap hit would be ridiculous and everything they gave up to get Deshaun Watson, but at this point, this guy tore his Achilles getting out of bed the other day. So, like, I was
actually doing a dance.
What's that?
You remember he was seen doing a dance without the boot on?
Was he?
So here's what happened.
Is that real?
Yeah. No, I don't know. That's not where he tore it. But what they're saying is there could be some money that he has to give back potentially if the Browns come after him.
He was dancing?
Because he was seen after Deshaun Watson had his Achilles surgery. He posted a video like weeks later, maybe a month later, whatever. It was under the amount of time he was supposed to be out of the boot. He was supposed to still be in the boot. He's doing a little YouTube or a TikTok video dance with his girlfriend, like on the side of a road.
Wow.
And then a week later is when he gets out of bed and he popped it again.
You got to be kidding me.
So the question is, if he wasn't wearing it during the TikTok dance and he was supposed to be, and it was inside the window of time that he was supposed to have the boot on, there could be a grievance on behalf of the team to get some money back.
Even if it costs you whatever.
That's all it's a bunch of.
I would cut ties with Deshaun Watson for a lot of reasons at this point. But
I would have never had ties with him, but they did. They decided to.
I know. As far as the 49ers, this sounds very attractive. At the same time, I hate saying this because I love this guy and I would never want to see him in a 49er uniform. There's better options this offseason as far as free agent. Not better options. I shouldn't say that. There's cheaper options. You can go and sign Khalil Mack, and to me, that's a pretty good move to do with Nick Bosa. But I would hate that so much.
If Khalil Mack was a 49er.
Oh, God.
You're a Niner guy now, dude.
Stop it. Nope.
Come on.
What if he came on the show? You'd be like, hey, I love you, brother.
Come on, remember when you were a Raider? He's like, yeah, but I'm a Niner now, Derek. I'm sorry.
No, I was
like Khalil Mack, by the way. I have no idea what he sounds like.
Yeah,
We've clearly never heard Khalil Mack.
Hey, it's me, y'all, Khalil Mack.
Yeah, no, you make it sound like OJ. It's like, I'm sorry to let you down.
I'm sorry to let you down.
Hey, you know what, Derek? When I sacked Derek Carr as a Chicago Bear, I threw up the O for Oakland.
I threw it up
like
for
that.
Oakland. Didn't you like that? That's just me and you, Derek.
Just doing all your impressions.
Just like old times.
Dude, you're
do Khalil Mack as Donald Trump.
Yes,
okay?
You're making Khalil Mack. You're making Khalil Mack sound like he's this old man when he's like 2 years younger than you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sitting on a porch sacking quarterbacks. So, E31 checks in. By the way, Myles Garrett, Andy was the only player to ever take off his skate and try to stab someone. Talking about his helmet, of course. We'll stay away from that one.
It's not the whole story of why he.
I ride with Garrett on this one. Yeah. Happy Black History Month, y'all. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Yeah, look at that story. It's a wild story. When we come on back.
Well.
More on your calls.
I'll be quiet on that one. I'll be quiet on that one. I'll be quiet on that one.
I know the story. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Craziest trade pitches for the Giants, Niners, and Warriors. Do you have one? Would you trade Steph Curry at this point? If so, what do you want in return? I'm talking tangible, not, just trade him, we'll get some picks.
No.
What do you want?
No, what I want from the callers is I want you to call in, give crazy-ass trade pitches, and me and Copes will figure out if it's crazier than what the Mavericks gave up for Luca Donic. Because at this point, anything's on the table. We're living in la-la land when it comes to trades, in my opinion. So by all means, everybody out there, you're listening?
Giants, Niners, Warriors.
You have a trade idea for Myles Garrett? Pitch it. You have a trade idea? You want to trade away Steph Curry? I'll hear it. I want to see what the craziest things you could come up with and if it's comparable to what the Mavericks did with Luka Doncic.
808 KNBR is the number to call. 415-808-5627. We'll take your calls and your crazy trades next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, T-Dub.
Okay.
We're taking your calls because nothing is real anymore when it comes to trades. If you have a crazy trade idea...
What do you mean by that nothing's real?
Just the Luca trade is just insane to me.
You went Bill King there.
Nothing's real anymore.
Get your big butt out of there. Hey, no.
Everything's made up and the points don't matter.
That might be my favorite call of all time, Bill King. Get your big butt out of here. He does.
It's real.
If I thought if you were to show me the Luca Donic trade, I would have been like, well, there's no way anyone's doing that. And they did it. So I want to hear from fans. Pitch us crazy ideas, and we'll decide if it's crazier than Luca's or if it's on par with that.
Well, it would have to be one that like our team was getting hosed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
That would be an easy one. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Let's go to Ben in Sacramento. Ben, what's up, man? You're on the sports leader. You got a crazy trade idea?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Good to be back on Dirty Work.
Good to have you, Ben.
So, yeah, I know that our minds are all thinking about trades right now. And, of course, with the news with the Lakers and the Mavs trade, and along with Myles Garrett saying, hey, I want out of Cleveland, I really don't know that this is what the Niners need to be playing around with, especially with that 11th round pick, because as good of an idea as it sounds, and believe me, Myles Garrett, Nick Bosa, dude, that sounds like a dream. I really think that, they can't just grab the first thing and listen to the, all of those offers that they might get, that they might try and have for them, because I really think that they just need to be more, well-rounded and just be a little more strategic, rather than saying like, hey, let's go out and get Myles Garrett, spend our first round pick. And even though we, are 3 first round picks short in the Kyle Shanahan era, it's 3 or 4. I can't quite remember here, but yeah, I mean, that's just my opinion. I don't know that the Niners need to be messing around with this, but yeah.
I hear you, Ben. I mean, I'm with you. If it was just the first round pick, I would be into it, but everything that comes with it, and they have to improve their offensive line, it's not just 11th overall. If it was just that, then yeah, no brainer you make this trade. But with so much, with so many other needs, I'm with you. And not to mention the cap stuff, I just don't think it's feasible at this moment.
Right. And of course, I think we've got bigger fish to fry here for the offseason, specifically with Brock Purdy's contract, how we're going to restructure all the other guys and all that. So, I'm feeling confident in the Niners, but I would really rather they not try and mortgage the future just to get a guy who, for all we know, could even be a rental hypothetically. So yeah, I just don't want another Chase Young, so to speak. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents on the whole trade thing.
All right, thanks for the call,
Ben. Thanks so much, dude. Not crazier, no. No, we do have one here. Here's an interesting one. People are checking out the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials.
By the way, Myles Garrett is not Chase Young.
No, he's a better player than Chase Young has ever been. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. 650 checks in, says, here's one that might do that. At least in the football world. Khalil Mack and Jim Harbaugh from the Chargers for Debo and Kyle Shanahan. Yeah. Harbaugh back to the Niners in exchange for Kyle Shanahan? Yes, absolutely. It would be big as Anthony Davis and Luka.
Oh, man, well, God.
In the NFL, if 2 coaches were traded for each other and one of them's coming back to a place he previously was.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way to make that more crazy.
That's a pretty good one. You asked for a crazy one. That's up there.
No, that's crazy. I mean, a quarterback for quarterback. Also over the weekend where NFL people were trying to have a comp for this. And I guess Adam Schefter tweeted out Joe Burrow for Lamar Jackson. I don't think that's the same.
It's not the same.
It's not the same.
Quarterbacks are just different in general. But we'll talk about untradeable players.
Khalil Mack and Jim Harbaugh for Kyle Shanahan and Debo Samuel.
Not would you do it? Would that be crazier than?
Oh yeah, that'd be crazy.
Absolutely, that'd be crazy. Your question was, can you come up with a trade crazier than Luka and Anthony Davis?
Well, yeah, and not to nitpick it, but Khalil Mack's a free agent, so you couldn't trade him. But yes, just for the sake of the game, yeah,
it's your game.
Yeah, no, well that would be insane. Absolutely, that'd be crazy. And that's feasible. Yeah, That would be on the level of Luka, absolutely, yes.
This is crazy.
801 says Curry, Wiggins, Kuminga for LeBron and Luca. Yeah.
After all that?
Curry for LeBron, yeah. They were just setting themselves up so they could get Wiggins and Kuminga and Steph for the Lakers.
If Luka came over to the Warriors, then you have your answer for the next, like that's the next superstar that's going to keep the Chase Center afloat. As far as Steph and everybody going to the Lakers, who was it? Steph, Kuminga, and who else? Wiggins?
And Wiggins, yeah.
I mean, Steph for 2 more years at Chase Center, or at, where they
People
play
will be
now?
so mad.
Crypto, whatever the hell they call that place now?
Crypto.com arena.
Yeah, I mean, people will go for Steph for 2 years, but then, like, that's it. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, Luka keeps, like, no matter what, the Lakers are always going to be the Lakers. But them getting Luka, I mean, that's the next big thing for them.
Right.
They always get the superstars.
But your question was simply come up with a crazier trade than Anthony Davis for Luka.
Yeah,
Not who would win the deal or why would they do that. The question was, is this as crazy?
Oh, yeah. No, that'd be crazier. If you just acquired Luka Doncic and you're trading him away to the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry goes to the Lakers, that's crazy as hell.
Here's another one that's interesting that somebody puts up. Would you think about trading, and I wouldn't, but this is an interesting one. Would you trade Brock Purdy for Myles Garrett? I think the Niners should make that happen and then pick up a free agent quarterback. I don't think that's going to happen. That would be wild.
I would consider it.
They need a quarterback.
Yep, they do.
They have a pick. You get Myles Garrett in return.
But who's your quarterback for the Niners?
Exactly. That's the hard part. But you have the money to do it. That's up there.
Now, just to live in reality.
I think the Browns would have to think about it.
Well, of course they would. But at the same time, the Browns are not in a position where they can sign a quarterback at this moment because even if they move off of Deshaun Watson, they got so much dead cap. So they couldn't sign him to like a $60 million deal a year. But then again, you don't know when that kicks in. Yeah, I mean, if Andrew Berry calls or if John Lynch calls and throws us at them, I'm sure they're talking about it. I don't know if it just goes quickly like Rob Pelinka and Nico Harrison. But yeah, yes, that would be – both teams need that. The Niners need a pass rusher, and you get that in Myles Garrett, and the Cleveland Browns need a quarterback in Brock Purdy. I just don't think that's going to happen. But yes, if that were to happen in NFL terms, like – the Luka trade is incredibly big because he's a superstar, and so is Anthony Davis. We go crazy over little trades in the NFL too sometimes. Where you're like, oh, that guy got moved. Like I'm trying to think of like the last couple of years here, where you're like, oh, that's pretty big. But just like in NFL terms, for this, like Myles Garrett and Brock Purdy, yeah, that'd be pretty much on the same level in my opinion. A premier pass rusher for a quarterback, yeah.
408 says I'd trade Bosa for Myles Garrett right now. So would I. I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Just straight up like
that? He's better, yeah. Myles Garrett's a better pass rusher.
But Myles Garrett's older, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
I'd do it.
Yeah.
Just putting up better numbers.
No, man, that's tough. Just straight up's tough. Like I'm trying to think like the last like straight up trades in the NFL. Like you remember when Nick Foles got traded for Sam Bradford?
Yeah.
And like that was terrible.
It's just like, what are they doing?
For both sides.
Yeah, and Foles went out and won a Super Bowl, dude.
He did because he had to get bounced around a lot.
Yeah, he did, of course.
And then retire and come back. But like Sam Bradford didn't fit at all with the Chip Kelly Eagles. By the way.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back, Chip Kelly, to the NFL.
It only took $6 million of the Raiders' money.
That's wild. After some huge investor money popped in, they said.
Yeah,
fusion of cash.
Fusion of cash over the offseason.
Yeah, Robert Saleh is the highest paid coordinator for like, what, a week?
Yeah, that was it.
And then Chip Kelly becomes the highest paid coordinator because he goes to the Raiders.
Well, yeah,
the most Vegas thing ever, by the way, an infusion of cash. What casino owner kicked in some money? We're like, oh.
Well, we don't know what Robert Saleh got, though, do we?
We don't, but I think it was along the same lines of like a Spags who makes like $4 million a year, so we got like 4.5.
I thought they said Fangio was like the highest at like 4.5.
Yeah, something like that.
It's probably something in that range. But 6 for an offensive guy, they're paying more to offensive guys than they are defensive guys. Sounds like in general.
I like it. I just don't want Pete and Chip to not get along, and I don't want Chip to feel like he's got an ego now. Where like I'm the coach of winning now. I don't know about that either.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. You want to get involved in this conversation? Who are the most untradeable players in sports? Are there any anymore? There's like one guy that comes to mind for me, maybe two. I don't know that anybody in sports, like in the NFL, I feel like you could put a price tag on just about anybody. We'll talk about it next. Untradeable players across the NFL. 415-808-5627. Dirty Work rolls on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Reigning Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett has requested a trade from the Cleveland Browns. Yes, he would look good on the 49ers, as well as every other team. For that story and all the latest, check out KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the sports leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Monday afternoon. We're going to talk to our guy, Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. He'll join us at 4:50 in about an hour or so on this Monday afternoon. We're reacting to, of course, the trade news from over the weekend. Somebody very upset at us on the Golden State Lumber.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Building Materials text line going, you know it's Super Bowl week, right? It's like, yeah. Yeah, I do. You want to just talk that game for 5 days? This is big news this weekend. This is some of the biggest trade news we've ever seen.
Yeah. We got all week. Come on, we got an NBA trade deadline, and you want to go over Chiefs and Eagles right now? We got plenty of time for that, my friend.
I can't tell you who I think is going to win that game yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's a tease, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go. Stay tuned. All week long, 2 to 6 on Dirty Work. By the way, because of the topic that we're going to talk here, are there untradeable players left in sports? Did you think Luca was an untradeable player?
I did. I was such in shock when I read his name in that tweet where I was like, you can't trade Luca. But it does make sense. It from all the details.
It didn't shock me to that end. It shocked me to the magnitude of the trade itself. Because I guess I'm just, in the NBA specifically, I don't know if there's anybody that's untradeable with the except, I think Steph's on that list. Just because of, again, what we talked about, what he means to the franchise, what he has meant to the franchise, what he means to the fan base, to this region.
But you don't think Luka had that power as far as being the face of the Mavericks organization?
I kind of did, but he hadn't had as much success over as much time. Yeah. So maybe I wasn't there yet. In terms of players' tenure with their team in the NBA, it's Steph.
No, of course, but
I wouldn't be shocked still at this point if Jason Tatum's ever traded out of Boston or if Jaylen Brown's ever traded out of Boston.
Well, now I'm thinking about that differently, but for a guy that just took his team to the NBA Finals, and I know they got routed.
It's surprising, absolutely. I'm with you. It's as shocking as it could be.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know that I had thought about Luka as an untradeable player before. Because in the NBA, guys, so many big superstars get moved in the NBA. I just don't really ever anticipate anybody staying with their team.
I mean, I would say, for right now, it was shocking. Down the line, later on in Luka's career, yeah, I could have saw that. But, right now, when he's in his prime, and, I don't know where he's finishing, but he's in contention for MVPs. Yeah, that, to me, okay. We were talking about Ohtani at the trade deadline just because the Angels weren't going to sign him back and he was expiring contract.
That was a situational trade.
Right now, will the Dodgers ever trade Shohei Ohtani?
He's the main guy at the top of my list, if there's any list. He's the one that I look at and I go, he's untradeable.
Absolutely.
He's untradeable. Because I don't know how, again, I will trade any player ever. I don't care any one of my favorite players on any team. Tim Lincecum had his Cy Young season in 2008. And I remember there was talk, I don't know if it was ever a rumor, but there may have been talk on KNBR about moving Lincecum to Toronto for Alex Rios, who had just had a huge season, was a 20-plus homer guy, outfielder, speed, looked like he was sort of a diet 5 tool guy. And I thought, boy, that's intriguing. It's an everyday guy for a front-of-the-line pitcher, and he's only going to play every 5 days. And I was like, is that enough value? It's however you deem there to be value, right? And I guess it's before now, to your point, there may have been guys that I thought of were untradeable that now I'm like, well, if Luka can get traded, anybody can get traded, right?
Yeah.
So if you were going to trade Shohei Ohtani away from the Dodgers, you were going to make an offer to the Dodgers of any team in baseball, any amount of players in that system, what could you give up? In baseball, it's so hard to gauge that value because all of the prospects, just like draft picks, but at least with draft picks, you're making your own selections based on what you think is out there. With prospects, you're just whatever's at hand and what you think they may project to be.
Right.
It's all just perceived talent until it's tangible talent, right? So you know what they're doing for your team. Is there any package across baseball? Could the Yankees put together a package? Could the Mets? Would it have to include Juan Soto plus other things? That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing.
Two positions at an elite level. He just went 50-50. Well, that's what possibly could you give up? The top 5 prospects in your organization and the top 5 players on your roster? Is that what your value is on Ohtani?
I mean, that's what that's what I think prevented the Angels from pulling, or not pulling the trigger. But I think that they probably were. I know they were because of all the reports. People were giving them trade proposals for Shohei Ohtani, and nothing was nothing was adequate. Nothing was good enough for what they needed to do to pull the trigger on that deal. So, the way the NBA is set up, you're trading Luca Donic because you're giving away Anthony Davis. And still, I don't think that's enough. like for Shohei Ohtani, like, yeah, you have to trade superstar for superstar. You have to trade Aaron Judge and, you know, I don't know what would equal the value of a Shohei Ohtani that pitches and hits. So I would say he's number one on my list. I don't think he is tradable because there's nobody out there in baseball that does what he does. So you're not getting equal compensation. I would say he's number one on my list. Steph Curry, just because of what he means to the organization, but like if we don't take that into account, you can of course you can trade Steph.
Well, yeah,
but it's not the same anymore. The whole point of doing this in the next 2 years is to win a championship, and your chances greatly decrease if you trade away Steph Curry.
209 says, seriously, you guys are comparing Shohei to Luca? No. No, we're not.
No, we're not.
What we said was, is there an untradeable player left in sports after the trade you saw?
I would say Ohtani.
With Luka Doncic because of what we thought he meant to that organization. Yes. That's kind of the thought. It's like we thought he was going to be their Steph. I thought, wouldn't shock me at this point if Luka had been there forever. It's just in the NBA, players get moved so frequently.
Yeah.
And this one seemingly coming out of nowhere. It was such a bomb drop, like that it was just shocking. It says Luka's not a top-tier superstar. Luka's a second-tier superstar. Then why has he made 5 consecutive All-NBA first teams? How would, in my mind, make him a first-tier All-Star?
If you don't like his game.
5 consecutive. I don't like his game. I'm not even a Luka fan. Follows up saying he's not good on defense, doesn't try on defense. I'm with you. That's not the point any of this is about.
Okay, the whole
That's
thing.
not what any of this is about.
Sorry, like the whole thing, like he doesn't play defense. I hear you. Yes, his defense was atrocious in the NBA Finals, no doubt.
He averaged like 34 points a game last year.
You don't trade
Played the
away.
league.
You don't trade away guys of his caliber because they don't play defense. I'm sorry. Like there's been plenty of Hall of Famers in the NBA that didn't play defense. Like Steph Curry is a damn good, like better player than Luka Doncic on defense. He gets rebounds, he hustles. Yes, he's a better defender than Luka Doncic. But are we really gonna single out Steph Curry for his defense? No. So I think that's a like.
We're talking about two totally different things here. We're talking about, is there a player who's untradeable?
No, I know.
It's like that's not. You said we're comparing him to Shohei and then making this case.
No, we're not.
We're not comparing him to Shohei. I'm saying if you believed there to be untradeable players in the NBA prior to this weekend, I think Luka would show up on a lot of people's lists.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I didn't really ever think of him that way, but yeah, the more you look into it, the more
Victor
you think about it.
Wembanyama's on that list right now.
That's what I'm saying. Is Wemby's on that list, and you got to think of the nature of the trades too. Like if you're going to trade Wemby away and you're San Antonio, it's not like you can get a team's next 5 straight first-round picks. You can go swaps, you can go every other, things like that. But you're not going to guarantee yourself finding a generational talent in 5 drafts or 10 drafts, no matter where you are. So Wemby's got to be on the list. He's got to be close to that list. Does Patrick Mahomes sniff that list?
Yeah, I would say so because
of what the Chiefs do and how they do it. Like they can get by with inferior talent at positions that we thought were more important and are viewed as more important by dollar amount by other teams around the league. Hence receiver, running back, whatever it may be on the offensive side of the ball. They're like, we'll pay a tight end, we'll pay a quarterback, and then we'll just figure it out on offense.
Yeah, but
but you can't do that with anybody.
No, you can't replace Mahomes. So down the line,
look at what Brock did with lesser talent this year relative to what Mahomes has done with lesser talent for 3 straight.
Absolutely. So I don't like it down the line. If it's kind of like an Aaron Rodgers thing, if it's where you draft his replacement and he's an aging player and he's not the same guy he used to be, then yes. Same like Joe Montana was traded. You can always trade guys at the end of their careers, but in their prime,
Willie Mays got traded. He was old though.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, we're not comparing Shohei to Luka as far as a player, but
the magnitude to his team and impact on this. Not impact on the sport.
But like in the prime of his career, that's the thing.
Talking about assets.
Yeah.
You don't see players this young at 25 what they've accomplished and their potential to be traded like that. So yes, I'm not comparing Shohei Ohtani to Luka Doncic as players, but it would just be the kind of the same crazy thing where like you don't want to make things happen with Luka with Shohei Ohtani. That's insane.
Is there a trade that rattled you as a fan? Like not of another team like that. Khalil Mack, any trade that one kind of shook you?
Absolutely.
Oh, it's like an adult that shook you.
Yes, because he was in his. It was all about money. It was, and also he was in his prime. He was coming off a Defensive Player of the Year award, or it was in between that. But yes, to trade 2 first-round picks for him, like at the time, like we're talking about Myles Garrett and the trade compensation you give him. Like with the NFL now, we don't talk about like players involved in a trade. It's always
compensation.
It's always about draft compensation.
Yep.
So at the time when the Bears traded for Khalil Mack, I was like, okay, are we getting Eddie Jackson Jr., the safety, in return?
No.
What about Roquan Smith? What about Leonard Floyd?
No, they were getting rid of money. That was what they thought the value was in that trade.
So, but to me, that was crazy at the time because there's so many stars on that Chicago Bears defense. You don't want any of them. To me, it wasn't the value of the 2 first-round picks, but that's what everybody values now. When you're talking about NFL trades, it's rarely players. It's always what's the draft compensation. So at the time, I was crestfallen because I was like, they're trading away Khalil Mack in his prime because you can't pay for him because the Raiders are so broke? That's ridiculous. And, yeah, I mean, now the Raiders can pay for guys. They can throw Chip Kelly $6 million, or like any of the A's trades. Like trading away, I don't know, like in recent years, Matt Olson or Matt Chapman or...
Those were devastating to you, though, because those are more
not devastating. Like, I was expecting those. Those are
more intense. What about you, Tim? A trade that maybe shook you, rocked you to your core?
Not really, honestly. I mean, I was more thinking along the lines of like untradeable players across sports or like what they would be. I mean, Wemby, you can't trade him.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
And I would probably say the same about Josh Allen because he's young. And I mean, again, you can throw the caveat in there of saying, okay, well, at the end of the career, you can trade him. But if we're just talking about right now, I don't think you can move off either of those guys, Wemby
okay, so then
or
if you're saying Allen, then does Burrow make that list?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's got to be all quarterbacks in football. There's got to be. It's the only position I would say. Is there another position in football you'd even think is
absolutely not?
Saquon, like absolutely. You call with 2 firsts.
Oh, yeah.
Saquon? In a heartbeat.
You definitely could trade a running back.
Yeah, what I'm saying is...
Eric Dickerson was traded in the 80s at the peak of his power, too.
I'm just saying, like, Saquon
and that was financially motivated as well.
But I'm talking about Saquon in this era, even with what he's doing now, where he makes your run game look like it's a passing offense.
Oh, you trade Saquon, yeah,
absolutely. Trade him for firsts. He's 28 years old.
Yeah. I mean, like, I know, like, we're talking about...
They'd welcome an offer like that.
Like, I know we're talking about, like, in the last couple of years here, like, the position of running backs have been devalued, and Saquon proved that they're definitely important to your franchise. At the same time, if you're a GM, you're like, well, yeah, he's a running back. We can find another running back.
Yeah.
But he is the reason why they're going to the Super Bowl. Another trade that shook me to my core, Cespedes. Cespedes getting traded.
That one was rough.
In the middle of the A's.
That bombed the clubhouse, too.
It killed the season. And then that offseason, they traded Josh Donaldson. And at that point, it was like, that sucks, too. But it's expected with how the A's do business. The Cespedes one, you're like, whoa, we're rolling here. I want to say they had the best record in the AL at the time.
They traded for John Lester.
Yeah.
Who was an expiring contract.
Yes. And also,
Cespedes still had a year left, I want to say.
And Lester, he pitched that playoff game.
So he pitched the
they had the lead
wild card game against the Royals in Kansas City. One of the craziest wild card games you'll ever see.
Yep.
That might have been the first year of the wild card.
Was it? Oh, yeah.
It was like year 1 or year 2.
The new format of that?
The new format of the one-game playoff. 209 says this trade was only shocking because nobody knew it was going to happen. Well, yeah.
Absolutely.
And the magnitude of the players involved.
Yeah, of course.
Again, Luca had never been moved from Dallas before. He got traded on draft day for Trae Young. Right? He and Trae Young were drafted by opposite Atlanta and Dallas. Yeah. They flipped. Atlanta's got to be kicking themselves.
But at the same thing with, like, Shams last week saying the Kings are willing to trade De'Aaron Fox. I feel like the same thing should have been done for Luka. Like, not now, that offseason, or like there's like build-up, or like you're hearing rumors where they could be trading Luca Doncic. Instead, it just came out of nowhere, and you're like, what the hell happened here?
It should have been done that way.
To garner more interest, to garner more teams.
We never know how much interest and value there is.
To be honest, I prefer this 100 times over the Jimmy Butler thing. The Jimmy Butler thing, just like, I demand a trade, I want out, we're suspending player, and then we just have to speculate. This is like...
I know. I don't know that it should have happened.
I more appreciate the straightforward nature of it.
The reality is because like it's just like with Jimmy Butler, like there's so much back and forth. You're like, I don't know if I could do that. When Nico Harrison, I know that's been going on for a while now, but when he calls you and says, I'm willing to move Luka Doncic, and Rob Pelinka's like, are you serious? Yeah, okay, I'll do it. Like, I'm not going to think twice about that.
Yeah, you don't want that out. If you think that's going to change the value, why would you want that out?
Because then you could have more teams involved. Again, we get better value.
If you're on the Dallas side of things, if that's what you want to do, or if you think Anthony Davis is my guy, then that's my guy.
Yeah, but I don't think it's enough.
They might have specifically targeted and said, this is where we want to go. They're a team that this fits with.
I get that. They wanted Anthony Davis. It appears that Jason
I think they're better right now after the trade. I think long term, obviously they're not going to be as good without Luka. They don't have a cornerstone of the franchise
they're better
for the next generation.
They're better than what they were with Luka right now?
Yes, with Anthony Davis, I think so.
You think so?
I think so.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. Luka's not even playing, so yeah, I do think so.
Well,
he's not even playing.
Yeah, I
know.
know.
What's there to judge? Last year's NBA final run, yes, we've known
when
they've
he's
gone to the
healthy,
finals.
though.
Okay, I think that they're going to be. I think this team is going to be solid in the West with Anthony Davis.
They're a better team than what they were last year in the Western Conference Finals and in the NBA
That's not
Finals.
what you asked me. You said right now.
I'm changing the question.
No, I don't know. I don't remember the team that went to the NBA Finals and lost, by the way. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Let's go to Reggie in Berkeley. What's up, Reggie? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing well.
Yeah, I would like everybody in the sports world to take a big, deep breath and say, it's all good. I mean, it's a trade. Come on, man. One trade. Yes, it's two Hall of Fame kind of players in the trade. But since then, I mean, just listening to you for the last little while, everybody's talking about making a trade in football and making a trade in basketball, making a trade. The Sharks made a trade. Don't panic. It's just a trade. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Got it, Reggie. Yeah, I got you. But we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it, though, right?
Don't trade the fortune. Don't trade to get Myles Garrett if you have to trade too much. Now, I wasn't even calling about that. I was calling about basketball. But now since don't trade, no. And you want to know a trade I can make in basketball?
What's that?
No, this is ridiculous.
All right.
Trade Steph Curry for the contracts of all NBA officials.
Reggie, it's just a trade. Settle down, Reggie. It's just a trade. Thanks for the call, Reg.
I don't know where he's going there.
It's just a trade, man. It's just a trade. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? I was like, me and Derek each other like, I know
it's
it's
a trade,
but I don't know what we're.
Trades are sexy and injury.
Let's go to Watchdog.
Interesting.
Hey, Watchdogs in San Francisco. What's up, Watchdog? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Watchdog?
You know, these days it's all about production, right?
Yep.
So, I'm because if Cleveland's going to trade him, they need to get something in value back, and I would say Nick Bosa straight up for Myles Garrett. I think the Niners would be getting a very, very good player that's very productive, and that's what we need on that D line. We need to rebuild that D line. I think Myles Garrett would be a cornerstone.
Hey, dude, are you with me? Are you with me that he's better than? I mean, you're willing to give up Bosa, but are you with me that Garrett's better than Bosa?
Garrett is straight up better than Bosa.
Yeah,
everybody knows that.
Yeah,
it's not even a question.
I agree
unless
with that.
you're just being a homer. We love Nick Bosa here in the Bay. He's been a good player.
But I'll take
but
better
he's
players.
not a Myles Garrett.
Nope.
I agree with that. But I don't know if Bosa for Garrett is feasible in that way.
If I could do it and get them both, that's what I'd rather have. You know what I mean? That would be the way to do it.
Yeah, that'd be a monster D line if you get them both. But if it took trading Bosa to get Myles Garrett here, I think it's a move in the right direction.
Yeah, I do that.
Rebuilding for the championship, you got solid, and now you got a player that is more guaranteed to give us that production. Because Bosa's been kind of hit or miss since he got paid, and the people, we just have to keep it real about that. That ever since he signed that big contract, he hasn't been as productive.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call, Watchdog. Thanks for it, man. I did mention that earlier. I was like, somebody said straight up. I was like, I'm down.
I mean,
do that one.
I'm in agreement with you guys that, yes, Myles Garrett has proven to be the better player, but I just don't. I know we're all reacting to the Luca trade, and you trade players for players. That just is not done in the NFL anymore. So I think that the Niners would value having Nick Bosa with Myles Garrett more than just trading one away.
Shout out our guy AJ Cruz on the YouTube chat. It says, man, get Reggie out of here. Mondays are for freaking out over the weekend.
There you go.
AJ knows what's going on.
It's just a trade.
Back out to the YouTube chat. Jay Tan says, dude, Reggie, the NBA trade deadline is on Thursday.
Yeah, seriously.
We got to talk about it, man. That's pretty good.
Can't be breaking down Warriors and Magic all day long.
808 KNBR 415-808-567. You know what, though? I'm on the Dubs tonight.
Are you now?
Money line Dubs tonight.
Okay.
They were laying 3, I want to say, was the spread. I get it on a money line, so see what happens.
All right.
Had to get a little weekend. I was face down on my
Underdog fantasy.
Yeah, Underdog fantasy. You can get some fire picks is what the read says.
Okay.
Fire. Cash in on some real cash prizes. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We'll ask Matt Mayoko about the Myles Garrett stuff when he joins us at 4:50. Derek went out to the Ricky Henderson celebration of life, and he'll tell us about it next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Well, that was a wild NBA weekend. Holy shit, Maxi Kleber was dealt. The Warriors are still looking to make a deal. Pitch us your craziest trades and moves today on Dirty Work. Let's make a deal on KNBR, the crazy leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right. We've got good news for you with the big game coming up on Sunday. You can play Underdog right here in California. It's the best app for your big game party, and it's actually on your phone. It's called Underdog Fantasy. Underdog is the best place to cash in on all your takes during the big game, which players are going off and which ones are ice cold. You can make your entries in just a few taps. We've got all your favorite leagues and stars and teams to choose from. You can go cross-sport. You can go with the big game on Sunday, put it with some NBA, and put it with some college basketball. Plus, every dog deserves a second chance with Underdog Rescues. You can get your money back and receive a promo if an early injury causes your entry to lose. All you have to do is create entries with all the football picks or mix and match. If you think like Patrick Mahomes will have more passing yards, you can go higher in the number of passing yards than, say, Jalen Hurts will have in the game. Cook up some entries for a chance to win real cash prizes. Plus, with Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and still turn it into a W. Underdog is the best place to play Pick'em, and you can do so simply by downloading the app to sign up with promo code KNBR. Again, promo code KNBR and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KNBR. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb. About a half hour before our guy Matt Mayoka joins us for his weekly conversation. Derek, you were out at the Ricky Henderson Celebration of Life on Saturday at the Coliseum. How was the turnout?
It was, I wish the turnout was a little bit better than what it was, but a good amount of people showed up. And you asked me on Friday what I was going to feel when I went there. And honestly, I didn't have an answer because I don't know. I didn't know at the time what I was going to feel. I just knew that I wanted to go to the Coliseum for one last Oakland celebration.
What do you see? What do you feel? Sorry, go ahead.
And so I put on, my Ricky Henderson jersey and my shirt that says everything I learned about stealing I learned from Oakland. It's Ricky on the front. And I kind of treated it like going to a game because I didn't go to the last game in Oakland. I missed out on that because I had to do this damn show. But I went the night before.
Sorry.
No. But no, I did. I went to the last night game at the Coliseum. Wasn't able to go to the last day game, and just treated it like a game, like I was going to another A's game or the last A's game, and just kind of like cherished it. Like to me, like just getting on BART and going over to an A's game. It hasn't hit me yet that I won't have that opportunity anymore, which sucks. So I kind of just felt like
I got an Amtracker.
Yeah, exactly.
Go a couple hours.
So that's kind of how I treated it. I got on BART and soaked it in and got in there with A's fans. And no, it was a great ceremony. The MCs, not surprising, Ricky's close friends and guys that idolized him. Bip Roberts, Shooty Babbitt, very similar situations where they grew up in Oakland and became Oakland A's. And they just had great stories about Ricky. Surprising to me, but it shouldn't be because she's a great master of ceremonies. Renell Brooks Moon.
Hell yeah. What up, Renell?
Yes.
We miss you. We love you.
Yep. And, Giants fans, take note. She was wearing the green and gold. And Renell Brooks Moon.
She reps her Oakland.
Yes, she does. She
reps the town.
She worked for the Giants for 24 seasons. But she's Oakland to the core, diehard Raiders fan, and she told stories about.
She's more Oakland than the Raiders now.
pretty much. Yeah. But she talked about how close she was with Ricky, and it was just a great ceremony. Dave Winfield was the first guy to speak.
Oh, Winfield, dude, drafted in all three sports.
Yep. Oh, was he?
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
Wild, right?
I did not know that.
I'll pull it up for you. Keep going.
Dave Winfield spoke. Sandy Alderson, the former A's GM, spoke. And he's the guy that's famous for trading away Ricky and also trading for him again. And he had a great line that brought the house down where he said, when I traded away Ricky, I made one of the biggest mistakes of my career, traded him back, and then made Ricky the highest paid player in baseball history. Think about that. Think about that in Oakland. I made him the highest paid player in Oakland. Think about that.
In baseball, and it was in Oakland, yes, at the time.
Yep, and everybody cheered for that. Ken Griffey Jr., spoke. I forgot that they were teammates for a little bit of time in Seattle. And then Gary Payton, fresh off of his trash talk with Kevin Durant, spoke about how he and Ricky were friends. Dave Stewart was the best speaker of the day, where he didn't talk about Ricky, the teammate, or Ricky, the baseball player. He talked about Ricky, the person, and his friend. And he told a great story. He tried not to get emotional about it because out of anybody, except for Ricky's family, obviously, I mean, that's his buddy. Like, they grew up together, and they were teammates on two different teams, the A's and Blue Jays. But Dave just wanted to keep it lighthearted and funny. So Dave told the story where Ricky and him will go to A's games a lot, and they've been a suite together. And I guess for a little bit of time, Ricky wasn't showing up to A's games, and Dave was like, where's Ricky? Ricky hasn't shown up in a while. So one day, Dave keeps calling Ricky, and he can't get a hold of him, and then Ricky calls him, and he's like, Rick, where you been, man? And Ricky's like, oh, yeah, I was, I met some weird white guys in the booth the other night, or the suite. And, they want to take me hunting. And then Dave's like, what? You went hunting with random white guys? And then Rick's like, yeah, they want to take me boar hunting. and then Dave had the good line. He's like, Rick, next time you go hunting with some random white guys for Boers, you tell me because you may not come back.
You drop a pin. Yeah. It's pretty good. That was Stu who told that?
Yeah, that was Stu.
That's
Ricky's friend, Fred Atkins, spoke for about 20 minutes, and he was fun. I mean, they tried to get him off the stage. Like a couple of times, Rennell was like walking up the stage and like trying to get him off, and he was like, "I got one more story about Rick." So the whole ceremony was fantastic. There was a moment where they read a message from the Oakland A's, and Rennell did a great job. Not from the Oakland A's, from Ricky's family.
Yeah.
And Ricky's family said, we want to give thanks to John Fisher, and then the whole crowd booed. And Rennell handled it perfectly. She goes, not today, guys, not today. This isn't about that. Tomorrow you could do that. Today's about Ricky. And that changed the whole mood.
Nice.
And
well done, Rennell.
Yeah, it was an awesome ceremony. Like it
Did you boo and then have to shut your mouth?
What's up?
Were you reactive too, and then you were you listen to Rennell?
No, because honestly, like, I feel a certain way about things, obviously, but that wasn't about that day. Like, I know, like, yeah, John Fisher, he's heartless, absolutely. But it wasn't about that. It was about Ricky and celebrating Ricky, and that was so interesting about the whole ceremony. It wasn't really about Ricky the baseball player, because in between speakers, they had, moments from him of the Hall of Fame, or him, right now I'm the greatest of all time, when he had the bag in his hand. But it really was about Ricky's impact on other people in Oakland and what a symbol he was.
About the person, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. I wasn't at the Willie Mays celebration of life. I'm sure it was a mix of him about being the person he was and also the baseball player.
Sure.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Copes. Like, when we think of Willie Mays, it's not so much about him being a symbol for San Francisco. For Ricky Henderson, it was about what, like, I could hear people in the crowd behind me be like, hey, man, remember when Rick was there in Oakland? Or remember when, like, we saw him? Like, he was a symbol for, like, people that grew up in this area that didn't have a lot to look forward to.
Well, he was also just more available by age and by generation that he played in, that he was from here. Like, Willie was from Birmingham. It was just different. Willie Mays was the greatest baseball player anybody ever saw. This was the greatest Oakland A and Oakland's favorite son.
Yes.
Right? It was a little bit more about that, it seems like.
No, yeah, it definitely was about that. And MC Hammer performed a little bit of some gospel rap at the end, which I thought was interesting. But,
did you call Hammer?
Yeah, you didn't call everybody.
No, then you didn't call a second MC Hammer reference on the show.
Yeah. But no, I mean, like, other stars were there. Excuse me. Other stars were there. I'm getting choked up. I'm getting verklempt talking about it. It's a peanut in my throat.
Did you call Hammer?
They did. He performed, yeah.
Yeah, Bonds was there. Tony La Russa was there. Joe Torre was there.
Hell yeah.
Eck was there. They didn't speak, but they wanted to be there to celebrate Ricky. So yeah, it was a great time, and I'm glad I went, because
you didn't mention my name with the dignitaries.
Yeah,
all the luminaries
didn't speak.
No, they didn't ask Craig to talk.
No.
Huh?
But no, just as far as like the ceremony itself, like it was good to celebrate Ricky, but it was also symbolic because it kind of felt like the last time that A's fans could get together and celebrate Oakland. Like I said, there will be the Fans Fest in Oakland. That's kind of like a it's celebrating Oakland and not really the A's. It's kind of like, oh, screw the A's for leaving. And it was good to see like Dave Stewart and Bip Roberts and Shooty Babbitt, because we're not going to see those guys on TV anymore. The A's decided to go whatever direction they did with television. Brody Brazil's not going to be on there anymore. It's going to be
full Sacramento.
Yeah, pretty much. So it was just good to celebrate the Oakland A's one last time.
That's pretty cool, man. I'm glad that people got to be out there. I'm glad you got to be out there. And you started naming the players that were there. There was tons of Hall of Famers at Willie Mays' celebration of life at the ballpark. Not to be outdone by Ricky Henderson. I mean, it sounds like maybe just as many in terms of prominent former big league players, teammates, and guys who were in the hall who weren't even there to speak. But you mentioned like Eck. Eck was at both.
Yeah.
Of course. Ken Griffey Jr. being there. I think he was at Mays' as well. That's just pretty incredible. It's awesome that you got to be out there.
If you're building an all-time starting lineup for baseball, both guys have to be in it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Not to like veer the show a different direction, but I will. Tim, can I get a breaking news sounder?
Uh-oh.
Got an update here? Breaking news, the Rams wide receiver Cooper Kupp has been informed that the team is seeking to trade him this offseason. He announced it himself on social media. We talked about this a little while ago, a couple weeks back. You mentioned Cooper Kupp potentially being traded. I asked Larry Krueger last week if he thought they would cut him. He said, I don't know if they'd cut him, but he could be on the move. He said he hadn't looked at their roster construction as of yet, but Derek was all over this a couple of weeks back, said, hey, man, they've got Puka Nacua. He is very expensive. What I say, start paying these receivers big-time money, and you don't find Super Bowl success under those contracts. The Rams found that Super Bowl before Cooper Kupp signed this deal. Now they've got another guy who's a little bit cheaper. They're going to reset that position. They've got a cheap receiving room if they decide to move on from Cooper Kupp.
Yeah,
you could probably get yourself a decent pick for this.
I'm not, and come on, guys. It's just a trade. It's just a trade.
Come on, Reggie. It's just a trade, baby. Come on, man.
This is not surprising whatsoever because they were shopping Cooper Kupp at the trade deadline. And then he had a great game against the Minnesota Vikings and decided against it. And we even asked Jordan Rodriguez if they could do this again, and she was like, yeah, I pretty much anticipate it. I would love to know what's also going to happen with Matthew Stafford, because that's not set in stone that he's coming back. He's due some money this year.
Oh!
Yeah, have you not heard about this?
Yeah, I know he's due some money.
He's due some money. I think he wants to make $40 million a year. And
he does.
And right now he's making like 23. It's not guaranteed that Matthew Stafford will be back with the LA Rams this year either. So my initial reactions are they want to trade him immediately, says the reports. If you remember, was it, God, like through, 5 years ago already? Or no, 3 years ago. Remember when Matthew Stafford was dealt right before the Super Bowl? He was drafted.
He's been a Ram. This was his fourth season, so before 2021.
Okay, so it was the week, the Super Bowl week of the Bucs Chiefs Super Bowl. Matthew Stafford and Matthew Stafford and Jared Goff, like we're talking about, like crazy trades. That was another one.
That was a big one.
Yeah, like quarterbacks being traded for each other.
That just doesn't happen. Yeah,
but like that, along with Alex Smith, those trades were done the week of the Super Bowl, which is not heard of often because you got to wait like a long time. Like you can't announce it.
Did Stafford win his first year there?
Yes, he did.
41 touchdowns, 17 picks his first year there. And since then, since the 41 touchdowns he threw that year, he's only thrown 54.
Yeah. But
41 in one season, 54 in the next 3 years combined.
And that's the last great season by Cooper Kupp where I think he played all 17 games. So my initial reaction is if they're trying to trade him quickly, maybe you see Cooper Kupp dealt this week. Or if they told the world we're trading Cooper Kupp, then maybe some teams are like, we've seen his stats. We've seen what he's done. 1 catch, no catches versus the 49ers. Not a lot of catches in these playoff games. Why do we have to trade for him?
Let's talk about this next because there's been a couple of things. Niners have to start making some moves on the defensive side of the ball, right? They talk about Dre Greenlaw potentially coming back, and now there's an actual plea from Fred Warner who said he's made it his goal since the day the season ended to try to make sure Dre Greenlaw is back. Also, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Who nets you a bigger package? Is it Cooper Kupp or is it Deebo Samuel at this point?
Oh, no.
We'll talk about it next.
Good question.
We'll get into this next only here on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. It's all trades all the time. That's what it seems like right now.
Come on, guys. We're focused on trades too much.
Myles Garrett demanding a trade from the Cleveland Browns. Cooper Kupp announcing today on social media that the Rams have notified him that they are trying to trade him this offseason. By the way, we were mentioning the Ricky Henderson ceremony. You mentioned Dave Winfield was the first guy to speak.
Yeah.
At the ceremony on Saturday. And I mentioned Dave Winfield, only guy ever to be drafted by all three leagues. Tim, were you aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
How about this?
That's insane.
Dave Winfield drafted in the first round of the 1973 MLB draft by the Padres. He played 22 years in the majors, 12 All-Star appearances. He got inducted to the Hall of Fame in 2001. He was drafted by the Atlanta Hawks in the fifth round of the 1973 NBA draft.
5 rounds of NBA back then?
How about that? He played basketball. There should be more. Played basketball for the Golden Gophers in college. And he was drafted, get ready for this, in the 17th round of the 1973 NFL draft by the Minnesota Vikings. More incredible, he had never played a down of organized football in his life.
God.
And they drafted him in the 17th round.
Eat your heart out, Bo.
Show me a team that's never won a Super Bowl, and I'll show you their draft picks from 1973,
By the way,
dude.
The first thought I have of 17 rounds in the NFL draft, what year was that?
73.
Okay, I'm going to go on a limb here and say they didn't televise a draft back then. Yeah. Because can you imagine just Chris Berman? Well, we're here. 17th round. My hair's falling out. Like, God.
No, Capper's breaking down guys that they're going to pick.
I don't have any tape of this guy. I have no tape of this guy whatsoever.
Todd McShay. Well, dude, you know what's funny is like there used to be rounds like that in the NBA draft. You go further back, like, you know, like the 50s and the 60s and stuff, and then you go to like the 15th round, but like nobody would make a pick for like 8 rounds. I'm like, then what? They just come back, you're like, you know what, I'm ready now. Now I'll come back around.
That's insane.
This guy's growing on me in the 23rd or something like that.
You know what? Now I'll pick. I'm in. I'm out.
17 rounds back then, yeah.
That's insane. Okay, as far as Cooper Kupp.
Only 4 guys in that entire 17th round ever played a snap in the NFL.
I am not surprised that the Rams are moving off of him because his stats the last few years, like think about this. The last season, well, not the last season, but the season they won the Super Bowl, he was Offensive Player of the Year. 145 receptions, 1,947 yards.
This is 2021.
Yes, 16 touchdowns. Like this, what Jamar Chase did this year, the Triple Crown, that's as good as what Cooper Kupp did in 2021.
Yeah.
Since then, 75 catches, 59 catches, 67 catches, 6 touchdowns, 5 touchdowns, 6 touchdowns. It's just not the same.
And he can't stay on the field.
He can't. And Puka Nakua's...
He's not the number 1 target anymore.
Yeah, Puka Nakua is that guy right now. Like, yeah, this totally makes sense. So from what Ian Rappaport is reporting, I'm trying to get the Spotrac numbers up here. It seems like Cooper Kupp is going to be due...
He's due 26-7 this year.
Yes. So
that makes him the 10th highest paid receiver in football. He's right above Devontae Smith behind DJ Moore.
Yeah, and a roster bonus of 7.5.
That's his average.
Yeah, I mean, he's got like, $20 million basically, like a 12.5 base salary. I wonder if some teams would be like, I've seen the production of Cooper Kupp, but I got to say, if you're moving off of him, he told the world you're trading him, why do we have to do anything? Let's wait for him to get cut. Like, that's how things go in the NFL sometimes, where like teams like in the NBA, people will do deals. They'll do trades. NFL GMs are stingy. They don't want to give up. They do not want to give up draft capital.
We'll give you anything for Cooper Kupp. Especially if I know you want to trade him, I'll just wait till you cut him.
Exactly. So like if
then you're open competition with everybody else.
Right. But like if Les Snead and Sean McVay are like if one team's like, we'll give you a 7th round pick because we know you want to get rid of him so badly. And they're like, well, no, that 7th round pick, that's nothing. Like, at what point are you like, all right, let's just let Cooper... Like, sometimes teams will do this. Cooper, you've been a part of the organization for so long, you Super Bowl MVP. We're not getting enough trade value that we thought we were. Let's just cut you, and then you can sign wherever you want.
Doesn't it tank his value by putting it out there like this? And it's interesting that he put it out there, not the team.
Well, they didn't put it out. That's what I'm saying. Yes. He tweeted out himself, so they may have told him, hey, we're shopping you.
And he didn't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that now that the world knows, they're definitely going to try to trade him. I would not be surprised
if he's not traded.
He's
ultimately cut.
Yes.
Because of that number, the number's big.
Yeah.
You cut him, you go wherever he wants as opposed to being saddled to a team,
This happened a couple years ago. DeAndre Hopkins wanted to get the hell out of Arizona, and his salary was just way too big. Teams wanted to trade for him, but it was just way too much. Like they wanted him to take a pay cut. In the end, no one thought at the time DeAndre Hopkins was going to get cut, and he did.
Yep.
So right now I'm leaning towards nobody trading for Cooper Kupp. I would anticipate him getting cut, and then he's able to sign wherever he wants.
So the other thing here, and that was just a piece of NFL news. It's going around. It just came out a little while ago. Over the weekend, this story came out. NBC Sports Bay Area. Nick Bosa and Robert Saleh are pleading for Dre Greenlaw.
Yep.
As is Fred Warner, who said he's made it his goal since the season ended to get him back.
I mean, all you need to know is the mic'd up where, I mean, obviously they're friends and they're teammates.
Sure.
But like when he sees Dre Greenlaw tear his Achilles in that Super Bowl and he screams no, like, yeah, he wants to go to war with this guy.
So Nick Bosa spoke to Jennifer Lee Chan at the Pro Bowl about getting Robert Saleh back and how much they want Dre Greenlaw back. He said, quote, Greenlaw's going to do what's best for him, and he should do that at this point in his career. Obviously, we want him back. I know Saleh is very adamant about that.
Yeah.
So a little thought into whether or not Robert Saleh specifically wants him back.
No, I mean,
Bosa's like, dude, he's adamant.
Yeah, dude, like they need to sign Dre Greenlaw back, but it needs to be at the right price. And I think that Matt Mayoko's in agreement with me where if you can sign him back for a 1-year deal, prove it deal because of the injury, then do that. But if you get into a bidding war with other teams, like say D'Amico is all about getting Dre Greenlaw on the Texans, but they got a good linebacking core already. So I don't know. Like I wonder if the league probably feels the same way where they're like, yeah, Dre Greenlaw's an awesome player, but he only played 1 game last year, 1.5 really.
Yep.
So when he's healthy, he's amazing, but we need to see him play a full 17 to give him a multi-year contract.
So he went on to say, did Nick Bosa on getting Robert Saleh back? He said, quote, it's huge, familiar face, a guy that I've missed. Kind of didn't know how good it was when we had him here. He FaceTimed me recently, and it was just great to see him. He's a great person, an awesome coach. I'm so excited.
Yeah,
he was a rookie when he was here.
Yeah, and they missed him greatly last year. Like, yeah, they should do whatever they can to get. Well, I shouldn't say that because I'm contradicting myself. But yes, if you can find a way to make it work with a 1-year deal, get it done with Dre Greenlaw. But if you do get into a bidding war, you got to weigh the options there. I mean, at the end of the day, if it turns into other teams want to sign him to a 2-year deal, then bite the bullet. Yeah, I mean, like, you know what you have in Dre Greenlaw. It's just the health at this point.
Circling back to the question I was asking before the break on Cooper Kupp and Deebo Samuel, you've been saying if the Niners traded Deebo, you were thinking a 5th?
Yes.
And when Matt Mayoko was on with us a week ago, he and I were both like, I just have such a tough time figuring out draft compensation and what teams want, what they look for. Just real quick, gun to your head, you have to make a split decision. Who's more valuable? Who gets a higher draft compensation for their return? Deebo Samuel or Cooper Kupp?
Deebo Samuel.
You think so?
I think so, just because Deebo.
I think so too.
Deebo's younger, I believe. Yeah.
So you must think a 6th rounder for Cooper Kupp,
right? Well,
you think?
That
seems really low.
Yeah, but it seems reasonable with what he's put out there production-wise.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I think it's now that the cat's out of the bag that they're going to trade for him or they're going to trade him away. I can see teams just like, why would we trade for him? You're going to get rid of him.
He's 31 years old.
And Deebo's how old?
He'll be 32 by the time the next season starts. What's Deebo, like 28, 29, something like that?
Deebo is 29. He will be, he just turned 29 too.
So it's his age 29 season coming up. It's Cooper Kupp's age 32 season coming up.
No, I think that, yes, I think right now Deebo Samuel will garner better trade interest than Cooper Kupp, yeah. And I don't think, like, right now, like, there's no scenario. Like, there is a scenario, obviously, that I just said where Cooper Kupp gets cut.
Yeah.
There's no scenario where Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch cut Deebo Samuel. You want some draft compensation for Deebo Samuel. You would rather have him be on the roster and figure it out later because you need wide receivers when Brandon Ayuk is injured or recovering from his torn ACL. So, yes, absolutely. You would most likely, yes, right now Deebo Samuel gets you better draft compensation than Cooper Kupp.
We have an update on Dave Winfield and his draft into the three leagues. I actually thought about this, and I was like, I thought I'd heard that somewhere and didn't do enough research on it. 4086 says, Coach, by the way, Dave Winfield wasn't drafted into 3 leagues. He was drafted into 4. He actually got drafted into the ABA and the NBA. The Utah Stars of the ABA drafted him in 1973. 2 professional basketball leagues. Hockey was like, we ain't taking him.
What was his hockey skill? Was he a D-man?
I thought for a split second you were
like, the NHL.
Dude, I thought you were going to go there. I was like, that's incredible.
That'd
And
be
how does no one bring that up?
How does nobody bring it up?
Well, three
The
alone.
Chicago Blackhawks select Dave Winfield.
The Winnipeg Jets in the 40th round selected Dave Winfield.
But let alone, like, I'm surprised I had never heard that. Because
ABA, NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball.
That's insane. That's absolutely insane.
Fantastic knowledge by the 408. As the Utah Stars, Minnesota Vikings, Atlanta Hawks, and San Diego Padres, all four just all over the
So wait,
country.
where did he go to school?
University of Minnesota. The Golden Gophers. So it's actually a chance he did play hockey as a kid.
Excellent
Yeah,
puck
that's
handling
Play a little
skills,
hockey
Dave
up there,
Winfield.
dude. Yeah, dude. I imagine if you put
Right
Dave Winfield
behind the net.
and he's the only guy to ever take off his skate and try to stab somebody. Adam Copeland, D-Bob, Tim Webb with you. Let's get into some of this 49er trade talk. Myles Garrett, is he even available for the 49ers? How much value would Cooper Kupp get? We talked to Matt Mayoko briefly about him a couple of weeks ago, and we'll see where the Niners go next, only here on the Sports Leader.
No, your phone wasn't hacked. Neither was ESPN's Shams Charania. Luca Donic is a Laker. Anthony Davis is a Mav. De'Aaron Fox is a Spur. Zach LaVine is a King. Derek Papa is irate. Adam Copeland is apoplectic. And Tim Webb is hungry. Stay tuned for what could happen next on KNBR, the trade leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday, and we're joined by our guy, Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Make sure you're reading him and following him and listening to him and Jennifer Lee Chan on the 49ers Talk podcast. What's up, Matt? How are you, man?
What up, Matt?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Been some crazy trade stuff. One with the NBA this weekend. First of all, what's the most shocking sports trade that you can remember? Like this was big because it felt like, especially in today's day and age, we get so many leaks about things or teams approaching other teams, and you get leaks about whether or not they're interested in a player. This one seemingly came out of nowhere, and it's two, I think we're all on the same page, at least basketball terms, probably two Hall of Fame caliber players getting traded for each other before the trade deadline. It was just kind of shocking, I think, to the sports world. Can you remember any trades like that?
Nothing quite like that, I don't think. I mean, maybe the Herschel Walker trade, or I'm thinking football, the Ricky Williams trade.
Oh, that's a good one.
When the Saints traded their entire draft to go up and get Ricky Williams, and then the photo of the cover of Sports Illustrated with bride and groom. Yeah, so that probably would take the cake.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. I like the Ricky Williams one.
Okay, well, Matt, I was kind of comparing the whole Luca thing to kind of Charles Haley in a way, where you had a guy in his prime, and you won 2 championships with him, and Luca. There's rumors about him, drinking too much and being overweight. Would you say like that's a good comparison with just how like the Niners had an all-time pass rusher in Charles Haley, but just because his off the field stuff was just way too much, so they had to make a deal with the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, except for the players really didn't get anything in return.
Right.
So that's the difference there. But yeah, I mean, you even talk to George Seifert to this day, and pretty much anyone around the 49ers, and they look back on that as a major mistake. I mean, they could have done. Obviously some stuff came out later about Charles Haley and the bipolar disorder that he had, so that could have been handled better, certainly. But I mean, that really swung the whole balance of power in the NFC and heck in the NFL for quite some time. So yeah, that was definitely it has to be the worst trade the 49ers ever made. Maybe the worst personnel decision the 49ers already had, to have a Hall of Fame player, a game-changing, impactful edge rusher, and just they couldn't, or at least some people couldn't handle what he brought to the table off the field, and therefore they made they miscalculated greatly with a football decision just to make life easier away from the field.
Talking to Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line. So to the NFL side of things, Myles Garrett has requested a trade. It was formally, and it was sort of kind in the way he did it. Very nice statement that he put out, requesting a trade out of Cleveland.
It was like, it's not you, it's me.
Yeah, it's not you guys. Even the 3 wins, it wasn't your fault. It's me. I can't be here anymore.
No, I actually, I love Cleveland. I just want to go to a place where I can actually have a chance of winning. Yeah, it's not. I love it.
It was pretty funny. It was a genuine trade, like request, not a demand. You know what I mean? He didn't slam his fist on the table. It's interesting because he's a guy who all 31 other teams should be interested in. Right? Mm-hmm. He's a guy who is a game-changing type player, one of, if not the best defensive players in the league, top 3, I think, for sure in most people's books. I would anticipate that the 49ers would at least call, because John Lynch seems to call on everybody. I don't know that it's feasible, but tell me what it would take, whether or not that's even in the cards for the 49ers.
Yeah, I don't know if it's feasible either, because just last week at the Senior Bowl, Andrew Berry, the general manager, was asked about Myles Garrett, and he said, we're not trading him. And somebody said, what about at dinner tonight if a team offered 2 first-round draft picks? And he said, not trading him. And that's on the record. You can print it. Yeah, all that stuff. So, I think when you look at what the 49ers could offer, they're certainly in a better position this year than they would have been last year to make that trade, having the number 11 overall pick. The question is, from a cap standpoint, they can work that out. I'm sure that wherever Myles Garrett goes, he would want a new contract, though. So the question then becomes, if Cleveland, I'm sure they'll try to hold firm and say, no, Myles, this is the place for you, even though we don't have a quarterback or much direction at all. We're going to win a Super Bowl. I doubt that he'll fall for that one. But I think like you just said, though, Copes, is that there will be 31 teams that should be interested. And some of those teams, and I don't know if they're going to afford the luxury or the courtesy to Myles Garrett of saying, okay, you stated you want to win a Super Bowl. Give us a list of the teams that you would want to go to. Would the 49ers be on that list? Coming off a 16-11 season, probably maybe not as high up on that list as they would have been a year ago. But then it becomes just like, what draft capital, what compensation do other teams have that could, go ahead of the 49ers in that regard? So, the Browns have to make a deal. If they go ahead and make the deal, they have to make a deal that's best for that organization. I think the 49ers will be interested up until the point that they're not interested. In other words, they have to determine what they can give up, both in draft pick compensation. I don't know if there would be any players involved. It's at this point in the NFL, very few player-for-player trades. And then also just from a cap standpoint, what does Myles Garrett want? Does he want a new deal that will push his contract out further than 2 years? So all those things have to be considered. And, I'm not saying the 49ers will make that trade or ultimately they'll be interested in pushing for it. But at this point, I certainly wouldn't rule it out because they seem to be involved in a lot of these. And, the Christian McCaffrey trade was a blockbuster. Trent Williams trade, that was a blockbuster. And even, last year, the 2023 season, middle of the year, when they made that trade for Chase Young, that was a big deal at the time.
Yeah.
It didn't turn out to be a big deal, but, that was something that I don't think very many people saw coming. So they're willing to push the pedal to the metal and try to get these big-name guys who could be difference makers, and that's exactly what Myles Garrett is.
Another name that was linked to the Niners last week, probably the biggest free agent name this upcoming offseason, is T. Higgins. What do you think about the feasibility of the Niners doing that this offseason?
I don't see that one. And the reason, they just paid big money to Brandon Ayuk. They just drafted a wide receiver in the first round. Juwan Jennings is coming off, not quite, but really close to a 1,000-yard season. Deebo Samuel is still under contract for one more year. We'll see how that plays out. Dylan Lynch did, I don't know if he quite guaranteed, but he said that he expects Deebo Samuel to be on the team. I know NFL executives can reverse course on stuff, but I don't see them paying big dollars for another wide receiver. I think there's probably too many other needs that they have to address. And if they're going to spend that kind of money, why not spend it on an edge rusher, a defensive tackle, an offensive lineman? So I just think they have too many other needs.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider, joins us weekly here, courtesy of the UMA guest line. We were talking about your colleague Jennifer Lee Chan going down to the Pro Bowl and talking to Nick Bosa and him giving some comments about, one, Robert Saleh, loving that he's back, said, I don't think I knew how good we had it. I thought, well, how could you? He was your first defensive coordinator in the NFL, and then you've been through a few of them since he exited to become a head coach. But more to the point on Dre Greenlaw. It's not just that, Fred Warner says it's been his goal to make sure Greenlaw's back since the last day of the season, but Bosa's like, I want him back, and I know that Robert Saleh is adamant about him coming back. It's obviously about what's best for Dre Greenlaw, but I imagine that these are three guys who have a pretty prominent voice in the 49ers locker room and to what the team is looking to do this offseason. What does this tell you? What does it mean, you think, and where's Dre Greenlaw?
I always thought that there's a really good chance that Dre Greenlaw was coming back, and I'm sure, when Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh talked at the end of the season and Saleh was still in the mix for those head coaching opportunities, what obviously had to come up was for Kyle Shanahan to say, what do we need? What would be, for your defense, what isn't here now that needs to be here for the 2025 season, and which of these guys who are here now need to stay here? And it was pretty clear by Nick Bosa talking to Saleh and saying that Saleh is adamant that Dre Greenlaw return. I think that you have to be able to, when you bring a defensive coordinator in, especially someone who's been around and you know him, you have to be able to say, give me a wish list. And then you make every attempt to go get those people on the wish list. And it certainly appears as if Dre Greenlaw is high on that wish list. And, the thing that it sucks for Dre Greenlaw but it might ultimately help the 49ers, is that, he didn't play much at all last year. I mean, barely made it through one half of football. And so I just think unless you're around Dre Greenlaw and you see what he brings to the table, you know how he interacts with teammates, the respect that he has in the locker room, the fire with which he plays, all those things, I just don't know that another team outside of the 49ers is going to say, oh, let's go get him. I mean, that's taking a huge risk. And it very well might be that he signs a one-year deal, that he's forced to sign a one-year deal. If I were him, given an opportunity to go somewhere else and sign a one-year deal, I'm sticking with the 49ers because there's going to be no transition period. If he stays healthy, he's going to put his best foot forward in 2025. He's going to play some really good football because he knows what he's doing. There won't be any acclimation period. And then, he can go get another bite of the apple a year from now.
I'm sure you saw Dan Graziano of ESPN's contract projection for Brock Purdy. He believes that he's in line to get something similar to Daniel Jones, where he gets 4 years, $196 million. So that would be $49 million a year and $112 million guaranteed. That put him basically right above Kyler Murray. Do you think that's like the
It's a
right
bargain, Matt?
Yeah, like that's the right track for a Brock Purdy contract?
I mean, I think it's going to be more than that.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is just because every year the salary cap goes up. Every year, the next contract signed is more than the previous one signed. So, I mean, you look at guys, who have signed big money deals. Trevor Lawrence, what was he, $55 million?
Yep.
So, when you look at that, I mean, I think it's going to be, that $60 million mark. I think it's right there. I mean, it might be, a couple million south of that, or might be right at it, or might be $1 million or $2 million over that. But, I mean, I think the 49ers know that this is a deal that they have to get done. They have to get it done in a timely fashion. And to me, that sounds low just because of where everything is going. And I guarantee you, the next contract signed, when Josh Allen is ready to sign his new deal, I mean, that thing's going to be $70 million, $75 million. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be huge, and it should be huge. But that to me sounds very much on the low side.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know if you heard us talking about it, Matt. Cooper Kupp, I guess, put out on his social media account, I don't know if it was Instagram or Twitter, that the Rams have told him or notified him that they are looking to trade him this offseason. Is that a ploy by him to just get released? So it can't help his value.
Well, I mean, I don't see how they can trade him. To be honest with you,
it's too much money.
No one's gonna pay him $20 million.
Exactly.
That's his. So when you trade a guy, you pick up the rest of his contract. Who's paying? I mean, Cooper Kupp is a really good player.
Yeah.
At this point in his career, he's not a $20 million wide receiver. So, maybe it is, hey, cut me free. Let me go sign somewhere else. But I just don't see. If some team says to him, hey, we'd like to trade you, but we want to cut you down to $12 million a year, then, I think he would say, well, don't trade for me. Wait until they release me so my new team doesn't have to give up any draft picks and weaken our roster.
Right.
Or else, what are the Rams' options? Either they're going to not trade, or they're going to trade him, which I can't see any team trading for him, or they're going to have to pay him $20 million, which isn't happening. No. Or they release him, and then he can go hit the open market and find himself the place that he wants to go at the dollar amount that he wants to play for.
So it's Super Bowl Media Week, and I'm sure you would love to be in New Orleans, but the Niners didn't make it this year. So I believe in your time covering the team, you will be in Miami twice, New Orleans, and Las Vegas. Is that correct as far as cities?
The first Miami in 94, or January 95, did not go.
Okay.
So yes, all those others.
Okay.
But I've probably been to probably upwards of 15 Super Bowl weeks.
Okay.
And I've covered 8 Super Bowl games.
Okay, so what is your favorite so far? What has been the best city to go to for a Super Bowl, and what's the best story during your time covering the Super Bowl that you could tell us on the air?
Oh boy. Well, the best city is the one where it is right now. I mean, New Orleans is, they do a party and they do it right. And so, I mean, the food, the drink, nothing closes in New Orleans. It's all within walking distance, so it's all safe, good, clean fun for the most part. So, yeah, I think New Orleans is far and away the best Super Bowl city. And as far as stories, oh, my gosh, you're putting me on the spot.
Yeah.
I might have to pass and come back to that one. Yeah, well, I'm trying to think. What would be my best Super Bowl story?
Is that a crazy rager you have with Greg Papa?
Okay, here's one for you. The year, I'm not good with years, but it was a Super Bowl in Miami, and I was at a place called Tobacco Road in Miami, and it was the game between the Broncos and the Falcons.
Yeah.
And this was the night before the game, and a lot of crazy stuff happened, including
Eugene Robinson.
Well, I rubbed shoulders with Jimmy Buffett. That's the first thing. I knew some people who knew Jimmy Buffett and ended up meeting Jimmy Buffett, and so that was great. And then a short time later, word started to spread throughout the bar that Eugene Robinson, who had just won, I believe it was the Bart Starr, Man of the Year, which I think that day he had just picked up that award. Kind of a precursor, I guess, to the Walter Payton Man of the Year award.
Yeah.
And so I didn't believe it. And then everybody started talking about it, and it obviously it did happen. But that was probably the weirdest thing, because I probably had a good buzz going on, and I was like, it can't be, I'm not falling for that one. That really didn't happen, and it did.
He was there. That was him. Just hanging out.
Yeah.
Matt, did you cover the Super Bowl with the Raiders and Bucks where Barrett Robinson didn't show up?
I did.
Down in San Diego?
Yes, but I didn't even know about that until, right before kickoff.
Yeah,
so I was at that Super Bowl as well.
Greg Bell was all over that. That's our guy.
He was probably partying with him.
He was like talking to Tressman, he told me. He's like Tressman. Yeah, he's like, I was talking to Tressman. He's like, we lost our center, dude. I don't know what the hell happened. Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Matt, have a great rest of your week. We'll talk to you next week, dude.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate
Great stuff there from Matt Mayoko. Love catching up with him each and every week. Again, sort of what you were saying is I don't see how the Niners could do this with Myles Garrett. I thought, yeah, it would cost an awful lot. There's a lot of minutia they'd have to work through contract-wise and whatnot. But as Matt said, they'd figure out the cap stuff. And that's kind of where I am. I'm like, the cap is just there as sort of a guide.
No, definitely.
It's ever moving. It's ever changing. You can maneuver and manipulate things.
Yeah, but when you have to pay a quarterback the same offseason, though, I think it's going to be very hard.
Doesn't kick in yet.
I know.
mean, that's the thing is you got a year on that.
But the cap has to mean something, damn it. They keep telling us this.
Debo comes off the books.
Then why am I looking at Spotrac with all these cap numbers?
They're not real, dude. They're not.
You told me I'm wasting my time?
Remember the Niners, when they traded for Christian McCaffrey, they were one of the teams that would benefit more from trading for him because they could afford. They didn't have a lot of cap space at the time. However, everyone's like, these great teams can't afford to go get him because I think the Chiefs at the time had $1.5 million in cap room and or whatever it was. There was a couple other teams that might have been in on him, and the Niners didn't have that much cap space. But it was like all of his contract had been converted into bonus for that year, so they could fit him under the cap, and it worked out just fine. They can maneuver stuff.
You guys are on my side of the fence. It doesn't matter.
I've been on Tim's side of the fence. It's a weird side to be on, I know.
Welcome.
I'm normally on this side. I'm never on Derek's side either, to be honest.
Oh, thanks.
So we're
I'm on a fence all by myself?
Doesn't matter. It's like a three.
Who am I, the guy from Home Improvement? You only see the top of his face? Wilson?
That'd be nice, actually.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if we could only see the top of your face.
Oh, thanks.
Aww. No, the glasses are good. The contacts look good too, buddy.
Yeah, you don't want to see these sparkly white teeth?
Let me see those guys. Take those eyes. Take those eyes off. Take those eyes off. You can't see me, huh? You can't see us.
Just a little blurry.
You're blind as a bat, dude. It's
crazy.
I am. How thick are your contacts?
I went through a lot of levels of thickness.
They're like little.
When did you start wearing glasses?
I didn't start wearing glasses until about 15 years ago, but I've had contacts since my sophomore year of high school.
Okay,
and
so
then just like my doctor was like, you got to start wearing glasses in your spare time, man.
You can kick those glasses and contacts just by going to see my guy. Dr. Furlong, that was it.
I was going to say Craig Vindy.
I got glasses when I was in third grade. I am blind.
Do you wear contacts too?
Oh, yeah. Every day.
I've never seen you in glasses.
Dude, that's why
I don't wear them.
That's why when we did the hot sauce thing, he was so... You were all about wearing the gloves.
Yeah, because I
you didn't
made
want to
the
touch
mistake. Chef A on the chat will back me up here. I got capsaicin in my eye one time, and it was... hell. It was probably the most pain I've ever been in, and I have broken bones.
It's a spice?
It's the alkaloid, it's the compound that's in peppers that give it their spiciness. And so pure capsaicin, especially in these hot sauces and everything like that.
What were you doing playing with capsaicin, dude?
What was I doing? I was cutting Serrano chilies for something. Something with Serrano chilies, and Serrano chilies are very kind of thin, most of the time green. and they're packed with it. And I got some in my eye. To say that I cried is an understatement. I think I wept. It was.
I believe Tim.
Wildly. I've been to the hospital. I've been unconscious. I've broken bones. That was probably the most pain I've ever had.
Oof. I was gonna like mock Tim for it, but then I was like, dude, when he brought the serrano peppers, dude, I one time was making something with serrano peppers. Tim went to the bathroom. Took me like an hour to figure out why I was burning my crotch off, dude.
The crotchal region.
Oh, dude, and then you're like trying to figure out what's going on, and you keep like adding more capsaicin to the tender area. You know what I mean?
We gotta do another like hot sauce thing, like we did last year.
I'm wearing gloves, and you can make fun of me all you want.
We gotta come up with like some new challenge. By the way.
Well, there's also hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment here that I don't want to ruin. That's secondary to my eyes.
I totally get that. By the way, the story that we were alluding to with Matt Mayoko about Eugene Robinson, Matt's a very classy professional. He wouldn't say the details. Eugene Robinson was caught with a hooker the night before of the Super Bowl.
Oh!
Yikes.
Who was he playing? He was playing. He was charged with solicitation. He was playing for the Falcons at the time.
Yes.
Found the article, Associated Press. After a Super Bowl that went terribly wrong, the Atlanta Falcons safety Eugene Robinson faced a horde of media on Sunday to discuss his arrest on a charge of soliciting an undercover police officer.
Nothing wrong with that, groin.
Oh, dude. No,
and the irony of the whole thing, I remember him being mic'd up back in the day, being, I want to say, a player for the Packers, Falcons, and Panthers. His go-to phrase... When he had
this was his phrase,
the huddle. I always remember him saying this. He had like everybody in the huddle. He'd be like, "Come on, guys, we gotta just bust him in the mouth, bust him in the mouth."
Come on,
and he got caught with a hooker.
It was one part denial, says the article, one part confessional, and a series of conflicting messages from a deeply religious man who had always seemed so firm in his beliefs. Quote,
firm.
Quote, I really believe and strongly believe I will be found innocent of this deal. However, I'm not righteous in this deal.
Well, at least he's honest.
That's a hell of a quote, my man.
Yeah.
Apologize to
I
his
believe
family.
Eddie Murphy said the same thing.
Oh, man. Robinson got burned, by the way, on that 80-yard touchdown to Rod Smith in the game. And he had just been handed the NFL's Walter Payton Man of the Year award.
Oh.
Oh,
God, I forgot that part.
That's a tough deal. Last seen hanging with Matt Mayoko at Tobacco Road. There you go. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Monday afternoon. Boy, I can't wait for tomorrow. Love a Tuesday. A Grab Bag Tuesday, a Tim Tuesday Takes and Trivia. By the way, we're breaking out something new on Friday.
We are.
You hear about this?
Yeah.
I was rummaging around in the KNBR storage room.
I mean, did I hear about this?
You hear about this, dude? I was rummaging around back there last week.
Yeah?
Yeah, I found this big wheel. I'll tell you guys about it.
Oh, did you know?
Later in the week.
Is there a stencil on the side?
No,
or?
it's not so much of a wheel. It's more of a
mailman come.
It's more of a dial. We'll get into it later in the week. It's not coming until Friday. I mean, it's here, but we're not using it.
Boy,
until Friday.
You put a lot of pressure on me to make this segment we produced. Make sure it happens.
It's going to be good.
Okay,
it's going to be a grand.
I love when we start start brainstorming things off air, and then Cope's like, "We're doing it. I'm bringing it up on the show. We're
doing it. The dial of
easy there.
Easy. It's a dial, dude.
By the way, I would like the audience to know how this happened. This happened at Harmonic. They brainstormed this idea. So Copes comes in this morning and he goes, "Hey, maybe we get some imaging for this." And I'm like, "I don't know what you're talking about." You're like, "You weren't there." I'm like, "No, I was here."
Yeah, no. The coach was like, "Yeah, you, me, and Tim were talking about it on Friday." Like, no, Tim wasn't there, dude.
And Adam even better goes, "Okay, no, it wasn't on Friday. It was on Wednesday." I was like, "Yep, still at Harmonic, still not there."
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm just saying, dude. There's a KNBR storage room here. It's down. It's down.
Hey. Plan your grab bag spiel for tomorrow.
There's no spiel. I'll tell you guys tomorrow when I get here how I obtained said grab bag.
Yeah, I ran to the milkman. I ran to the mailman. Ran to the post office guy. They all said, "Hey, man, I got this big sack for you."
None of that happened, dude. None of that happened.
Okay.
None of that. No, come on.
I can't wait till what yarn you weave tomorrow.
530. He feels my pain with the Serranos too. He says, "Copes, I've done that. Ran upstairs yelling to my wife on the way to the shower. I'm on fire." Dude, the beans will burn, man. You don't want to burn the beans, dude. This might singe some.
Or the eyes.
Yeah, the eyes too. With the beans.
What's
dude.
worse?
The eyes. The eyes are worse.
Yeah.
I'm going with the eye because the eye getting irritated. Did you get like the eye is so sensitive, dude. The littlest little flake or flick of something in there could throw you off for hours.
It looked like I got pepper sprayed. I was a mess.
That bad?
And the more you touch it, the more you rub it. It's bad. Yeah. It's a tough deal, man. You get a little hair in there or something. Or like, do you ever an eyelash bend up?
You guys are new booties when it comes to spice, man. Come on.
That's like with spice. Just talking about any irritation to your eye.
Well, yeah, I've been there. It
can be detrimental.
Hence the glasses for the last, 6 months now I've been wearing these?
Self-inflicted.
Yeah, I know. I stupidly did this.
You get back to the contacts?
Yeah. Baby steps, though.
Baby steps.
Yep. I just want a Dave Winfield update, too, by somebody. It's a source. This source does not want to be revealed. I would say this source is very wise. And probably one of the smartest people we know. Said he doesn't want to take credit for it. He says, as a basketball player at the University of Minnesota, Dave Winfield was coached by Bill Musselman, the father of Eric Musselman. As a college senior, Winfield won the 1973 MVP of the College World Series. He pitched and was a position player. And he was born on the same day of Bobby Thompson's famous New York Giants walk.
The shot heard around the world. Yeah. Wow, dude.
So our source, very, very well informed.
Now I'm thinking about is what source just texted Tim that.
I just want to say what up, Platsy, to my guy out there. I'm just going to assume. No? Wrong. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. What up, Platts? You my guy, dude. Love you, bro.
I tried to hide your anonymity.
We tried. There's no way Tim was going to slip that by, and I wasn't going to know who it was that sent that text in. All right, when we come on back, we got a sound soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed. Mavs general manager Nico Harrison checked in on the Luka trade. Klay Thompson checked in on Luka being traded. He's like, yo, bro, I just got here. What the hell we're trading?
How long do you think it took Klay to know?
He probably found out when they asked him about it.
Yeah. Wait,
Luka's not here anymore?
Luke was in the starting lineup today?
I haven't seen Klay hasn't played since like December. What the hell are you talking about? Charles Barkley checked in. It's just a whole bunch of reaction on Luka.
Yep.
And we'll get to it next in the there's nothing even there. Sound soiree is next on the Sports Leader.
According to sources, Jimmy Butler won't sign an extension with Golden State if the Warriors trade for the recalcitrant star. And if you don't know what that means, look it up. Keep it locked all day for the latest breaking news on KNBR, the recalcitrant leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. Tomorrow, a grab bag.
Oh, yeah.
A Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
And that's it.
And that's all we're doing.
Hopefully we get another trade.
Think we will? Hey, Mark Spears said to us 2 weeks ago, in 2 weeks, get your popcorn ready for some big trades.
I will give Mark Spears a lot of credit because I
just went full.
I went Windhorse.
there.
Now, why would Mark Spears say that?
Why would he say that? Why would he?
I give Mark Spears a lot of credit because in years past, that's always been talked up, and I feel like in recent years, I mean, Kevin Durant being traded at the trade deadline to the Phoenix Suns, that was big. But like, I can't remember like last year. I don't remember there ever being any big trades, so it's always talked up. But he was right. I don't think anything will top Luka, though.
I don't know if he anticipated this. I mean, dude, even if it wasn't that one, the Fox
the Aaron Fox one,
the Aaron Fox trade in Levine, that was all big too.
Oh, it's
massive,
huge
trade.
It's huge. It's rare that I thought this was all like smoke and mirrors with De'Aaron Fox. I thought he was trying to get a bigger contract with the Sacramento Kings. For him to say he wants to go to San Antonio and then get to San Antonio, props to him.
Well, by the way, people are checking in too because we were asking who won the trades the most this weekend, and I think you said if you were going to rank it, like who got better, Spurs, then Kings, Spurs, then Dallas, then Kings is what we were saying, right?
Yes, and then Lakers last.
Now, a couple people have checked in, and somebody did to me and said, well, Copes, the 3 first-rounders that the Kings got, there's protections on those.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean you don't get them. It just means that if it lands inside the protected area, you get one the next year unprotected. You still get all those picks.
Weary with all their...
But you get everybody who's saying, well, the value's not as much as you're saying, Copes, because those are lottery protected. Right, but if it falls in the lottery and they get that pick, then the team that it comes from gets to keep that pick.
Basically,
however, the next year you get that same pick unprotected from that team.
Yeah.
So it is still a value. You're still getting all 3 first rounders, maybe not all at once.
And at the end of the day, I know that Anthony Davis is a bigger player than Zach LaVine and everybody else included in this trade. The Kings got more for De'Aaron Fox than the Mavericks got for Luca Donic.
That's fair.
Just at the end of the day, that's what happened.
There's a bunch of reaction. I mean, this was a huge trade. Everybody wanted to talk about this, except for our guy Reggie, who called it earlier. Didn't want to talk trades.
Come on, guys. Isn't there a Sharks game we could be talking about?
And then he said,
by the way, a big Sharks trade over the weekend.
Yeah, dude. By the way, have you won a Sharks pool yet?
No. Of course not. Come on. Same old with Derry P.
Oh, dude, that's so funny. Anyway,
don't pick Granlund or CC.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware Granlund's not. We're down a Lund. Well, here at KNBR we're down a Lund, but also in the Sharks we're down another Lund.
Yeah, they should him to Dallas, right?
Yeah, we got Zutterland and Eklund, but now no more Granlund.
And no John Lund either.
Yeah, I know.
John, what's up, John? Let's go out to the Sound Soiree. It's Dirty Works Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Should we call it a Swore Luca?
Nope.
Okay.
Sound Soiree. Featuring reaction about Luca. By the way, Luca's his thank you to Dallas did not include a mention of the Dallas Mavericks.
It did not.
No.
We're getting
his dad was pissed also, by the way.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, his dad was not happy.
Sasha's
his dad's name.
Sasha Doncic?
Yeah, there you go.
What about his mom?
Don't know. Haven't heard from her yet. Not since last night. Oh!
Jeez. What to say? She's a babe, but Copes knows.
Come on.
They're going to introduce...
teed me up, dude.
Yeah, I know, I did. They're introducing Luca tomorrow, I think, for his Lakers presser.
Nice.
So I'm sure that will be your truth machine.
Oh, you think we'll get Luca in the truth machine?
Why not?
Nice. That'll be good. Let's go to Mavs general manager Nico Harrison. Is this the one where he's sitting next to Jason Kidd? Jason Kidd just staring straight ahead, like just don't make eye contact with anybody. Just look right through the back of everybody's head. Here's Nico Harrison telling you how the Luka trade went down this weekend.
And I'd like to give Rob Pelinka a lot of credit. You know, trades, you guys have been around here. Trades don't happen at the smallest level without stuff getting out. And Rob and I were able to have, really intense conversations over the course of, 3 or 4 weeks that started out as a coffee that, was more, hey, would you ever, I don't know, would I? Let me think of, and then it built upon that. And, we kept it between us. We had to keep it tight. Jay Kidd didn't know about it. But J.K. and I are aligned, and we talk about archetypes, and we talk about the culture that we want to create. So I know the type of players that he likes without actually talking to him. Hey, would you like, so I know that. And J.K. coached them when they won a championship. So I think when you're aligned with your coach like that, I know the type of players that he likes. And so I felt good about it making sense to where we're trying to go.
I think Nico Harrison's kind of taken the fall here as being the scapegoat for this trade. I know everyone sees that press conference and thinks Jason Kidd's just sitting there and being uncomfortable because he didn't want nothing to do with this. I think Jason Kidd told Nico Harrison, and this is just pure speculation on my part, but the way that he makes it sound there is like, I know what type of players Jason Kidd wants without even talking to him. I think he wanted Anthony Davis bad. And I think that he went to Nico Harrison and said, I can't make this work with Luka anymore. He comes in out of shape. He's not ready to play. He gets these soft tissue injuries. I don't think that Jason Kidd's totally innocent in this whole thing. Now, what's funny to me is that Jason Kidd's squirming in his seat, and it looks exactly the same as it was 2 years ago. And everyone's saying the Mavericks want to win right now. They want to win a championship by trading away Luca Donic to get Anthony Davis, and they want to focus on defense. Really? You're focused on winning. And I know you went to the finals last year. Were they focused 2 years ago when they rested everybody the last game of the season, when they could have gone to the play-in, and they forced Jason Kidd out there while he was squirming in his chair while he was like, we got to compete tonight.
They tanked that? Yeah,
they tanked. They rested Luka Doncic. They rested Kyrie Irving. And at the same time, Jason Kidd had to be the scapegoat for that, being like, well, come on, you have to give 110% tonight. I don't want to hear that. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, now they're all in to go win a championship minus Luka Doncic.
Well, yeah, they've had success since then.
Yeah, and
things change over 3 years.
No, definitely, but I also think that there's
I don't think it has anything to do with 3 years ago. I think it has to do with Luka not thinking he's going to win a championship with Luka and the effort and the
probably. So do you agree with me though?
He puts in.
Like you don't just do this deal without telling Jason Kidd. Though.
I think the deal was done, and then they went to Kidd and said, "This is what I think we're going to do." Okay. I'm with you because there's no way this could have gotten out unless, and if Jason Kidd's in on it, then he's like one of the very few that was, because this can't get out. And the other thing too that Harrison says. Well, did you read the article in ESPN today?
Yes.
From Ramona Shelburne and Tim McMahon about how the trade went down? How it all started at that coffee shop in Palinka again 3 weeks ago. And Harrison notes, we decided it could not get out at all because they did not want Luka and his agent to be able to skew how this was going to go down. Because you're like, why don't you jack up the value for Luka? What he's saying is, I don't want there to be bigger value for Luka. I want to get this done right here, right now for the player that I want to get. He said, I wanted Anthony Davis. I didn't want this to become, well, Luka's not going to accept this, or he's going to force his way here, or now we're going to get into a bidding war. It wasn't about that for him. Whether you agree with that or not, his logic behind all of this, Nico Harrison's, was to make sure he got the player that he and Jason Kidd wanted, and that player was Anthony Davis.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
So that's his logic.
But also at the same time, like, I don't believe that Jason Kidd was like...
He said there would have been crippling backlash from fans and from Luka and his agent that would have influenced the deal. Look at how Jimmy Butler's gone down. Yeah. And if there's already stuff behind the scenes that we know there's some chippy stuff between them. Also, the reason Luka's got so much disdain for this is not just that he's been traded to the Lakers, it's that he's out like $80+ million potentially on what he was going to get on a supermax extension this offseason.
No, definitely. So
he's not able to get the number of years or the dollar amount that he would have otherwise been able to get.
I hope it motivates him to not do the same crap as he's done in the past, show up to training camp all out of shape and everything. But yes, then to me, okay, if that's what you wanted to do, that's what you wanted to do. If you want to get Anthony Davis for Luka, fine. But yeah, there's no way in hell that Nico Harrison is just like, on a hunch, I really want Anthony Davis, and I would assume that this is the type of player Jason Kidd wants.
And by the way, these two guys have been very tight, they say, for over 20 years. Palinka and Nico Harrison. And they say it's because of Kobe Bryant. Nike and Palinka with the Lakers and Harrison with Nike.
Yeah, because Palinka
they've had a relationship for 20 years, so there was trust there to keep it between them. I'm believing a lot of it. I do think Jason Kidd had to be involved. Well, that's you're not going to pull the trigger for sure unless you know your guy, the coach, is in on him. But he also had to have an idea that he was probably out on Luka and loved Anthony Davis.
I'm sure he didn't tell him ahead of time. I'm sure they had conversations where he's like, I had lunch with Rob Palinka today.
Yeah.
Would you want Anthony Davis if we got rid of Luka? And I'm sure Jason Kidd was like, I would do that in a heartbeat.
Well, apparently Palinka felt okay about this. He says nothing could come out about this because he looks back to the Chris Paul trade in 2011 that failed.
Well, that was David Stern.
Yeah, and rightly so. You shouldn't be trading away a cornerstone of a franchise when there's no owner of the team.
Yeah.
The NBA was like in ownership of the Hornets at the time.
I think David Stern would be all over this trade. Because
David Stern said I would have vetoed
it's a superstar to LA.
And I don't know if people believe it, but he goes, I would have been all over that trade. I would have vetoed that trade anyway.
Yeah.
Because no matter what the trade was, because you shouldn't be making trades or accepting trades when there is no owner and direction of this organization. They're trying to sell the Hornets.
No, I totally get that.
Anyway, and then there was the trades potentially about LeBron going to the Warriors. They got shut down by Rich Paul and LeBron James and all that. All right, moving on here in the Sounds for more reaction from around the league. How about Luca's former teammate, Klay Thompson? He just got there and plays with Klay.
Just signed that contract.
It's like, hot damn, dude, I didn't know you were leaving. Here's what Klay had to say about the trade.
I wish Luca the best. I mean, it was a joy to play with him in those 22 games we were together. But we're going to obviously welcome AD with open arms. You know, obviously one of the best players ever, being top 75. And this is the nature of the business. You have to be professional about all the things in front of you. And I look forward to keeping the goal the same. And that's obviously to end it with our year on a win. But it's just a part of the NBA.
You still made the same decision. How does this just like?
I live with no regrets. I'm happy to be a Maverick. I'm incredibly grateful to be a Maverick. I'm excited to be in Dallas, and I'm very excited for what's ahead.
He just wanted to stick it to the Warriors. Like it didn't. Like he wanted to go with Luka. He wanted to play with Luka, but he's not regretting this decision at all.
No.
So yeah, he's got new house with Rocco. He's enjoying things. I do wonder about Klay Thompson's future with the Mavericks, though, just because he's not playing particularly great. He has good performances, solid performances, but yesterday was not great. He was 1 for 10, 0 for 6 from 3, 2 points, -24. Yeah, not great for Klay Thompson.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the same Klay.
He's not.
He's just not. Here's more from Mavs fans. Here they are outside of the arena. They're reacting to Luka. Did you see that? I sent you guys a video of this.
The coffin.
They were treating Luka like he died. They were like coming and laying their jerseys on the steps outside of the arena. I was like, some teams burn their jerseys when guys leave for other places. They're acting like Luka passed away.
Yeah, I know.
These guys had a big fake Dallas Mavericks coffin that they walked up with. They were like Paul Bearing. I'm like, you got Anthony Davis back and a first-round pick.
Dude, it's just not the same, though. It's not.
He wasn't even playing. It's been months.
I know. He was a huge name for them, though, man.
Klay said, I'll never forget those 22 games we played together. Here's what the Mavs fans said outside of the arena.
I've been a Mavs fan my whole entire life since I've been a baby. This is the worst moment in the history of my life. This is ridiculous. This is crazy, man. We went to the NBA Finals. Why are we trading the best player, the franchise player? How are we trading the franchise player? You went to the NBA Finals. He's supposed to have a statue. Hell yeah. He's supposed to have a statue. Dirk got a statue right there. It's supposed to be Luka right there. Why we don't got a statue for Luka? This new management is putting profit over fans. Profit over fans. Feel me? They're not worried about the fans. They don't care that we've invested 7 years of it believing in Luka, but believing in building a team around Luka. They don't care about that. They just want to make their gambling money, make a couple $100 million, and leave us stuck out here. Now we're back to square one. We're back to square zero. You feel me? It's ridiculous. Luka filled that stadium. Who gonna fill it now? Who gonna fill that stadium now?
These guys, this Neko, they finished with my dreams, okay? And this place, American Airlines, the Mavericks, this was my safe place. And now I have nothing. Basically, they screw up the best sport thing in Dallas. I'm so sad, man, for real. I'm sad, I'm disappointed.
They could win every game the rest of the season and win the championship, and it wouldn't really matter because all of the emotional value and in that journey just got sucked away. But it feels like someone close to you died in a way, and there's lots of anger for sure.
Sounded like Mahomes. Oh, by the way, Mahomes is pissed off. He's a huge Mavericks fan.
Is he?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I get the Mavs fans' frustration and being upset, but to say we can win every game the rest of the year, win the title, it wouldn't matter.
It wouldn't mean the same. It's got to be with Luka.
Yeah, because with Luka, we lose titles. We don't win them. You know what I mean? What are we talking about? We don't care about the fans. Dude, they might, call it a cost-saving move, whatever. I mean, I get the two sides of it, the business of it and the fans being upset about what's going on, but whatever. What are you going to do?
Yep.
You're upset. Derek almost as upset as all those Mavs fans.
I just think I'm not upset for trading away Luka. I just hate bad trades.
How about Charles Barkley? He reacted to the Luka trade.
I'm sure he did.
Here's what he had to say. Charles Barkley.
Let me tell you something. The only people know Luca Donic is the Dallas Mavericks. Guys who've been with him for years or who are around him every day. He's a great player. He's a great player. But all us talking heads, they know something. They must know something we don't know. Because, listen, he's been hurt. Everybody complains about his conditioning. But once you give a guy 5 years, $350 million, y'all are stuck together for life. This thing is not going to be smooth in L.A. with him and LeBron because both of them want the ball 100% of the time. I do think this kind of sets the end to, like, the LeBron James making all the decisions. They're like, hey, we love you, LeBron, but we're going to start what's doing best for the Lakers.
Yeah, I have heard from a lot of people. I can't say myself. I have watched a lot of Luca and LeBron, and they're both ball-dominant
Luka's tough
players.
to watch, dude. He's boring to watch, Luka is.
Yes, a little bit. But I would also say, like, he doesn't play well with others, so I wonder how this is going to work with him and LeBron. I mean, like, everybody from Charles Barkley to I watched Sam Amick last night saying the same thing. Like, I don't know how this is going to work. So it may just be where, like, you know.
So one question I have, do we really believe LeBron knew nothing? Because it's interesting here that, like, even the Jets.
Absolutely not.
Well, if you wanted to keep it quiet until the very last minute, if LeBron may not have wanted this, wouldn't you keep it quiet?
Here's what I think.
If Pelinka doesn't know if LeBron, because he knows how much he loves AD, but if he really wants him, and Pelinka really wants Luka, you might have to have kept it quiet.
I think LeBron would have been pissed had he known about Anthony Davis. But he probably, I mean, he loves himself some Luka too. So I think it's a mix. I think, like, after the fact, he's like, damn. You traded away Anthony Davis? Gabe, you're giving me Luka? Okay.
Well, did the Lakers do this for this year, or did they do it for the future?
They did
or
for
are
the
you saying for
future.
both? So if they did for the future, you shouldn't care all that much about what LeBron thinks.
Yeah.
You drafted LeBron's son for him.
By saying that LeBron didn't know about it, it protects him from PR. Basically, it says there's no way that LeBron can look bad here.
Well, of
he can't
course.
go,
I traded away my best
I traded
friend.
away my guy, or I don't like Luka, or any perception.
Well, here's the thing.
Always the case with this
Anthony Davis's agent, isn't it Rich Paul?
Yeah.
Isn't it the same as LeBron's agent?
Mm-hmm.
They have the same agent. So if you're not you don't have to notify the agent until the trade's done.
No, you don't.
I'm of the belief that LeBron had to have known to some extent. Of course. I'm not stupid. I think you have to lean on that side of things just based on the way LeBron's career has gone. That said, if you were to believe any of the secretive nature of this, and by the way, none of it ever got out, like Rich Paul would have leaked something, wouldn't he have? When he put something out of Davis, if he knew Davis didn't want to get traded, if he knew Davis wanted to stay there in Los Angeles, if LeBron wanted, like, I don't know. Unless he's like, how does Rich Paul find out about that in advance? LeBron knows, because if LeBron knows, he's telling Paul. And if Paul knows, doesn't he notify his client and Anthony Davis?
And how does it benefit to have LeBron out there publicly saying it?
How does Anthony Davis feel with his own representation, I'm saying, if he and LeBron help orchestrate this trade to which he doesn't know about?
Yeah.
Or are aware of this ahead of the time and he doesn't know about it?
So it comes out, oh, LeBron didn't know anything, and
But what I'm
everybody's
saying is, Tim, he may not have until the moment. If we're playing devil's advocate, Anthony Davis has the same agent.
I just don't believe anything that Clutch Sports comes out and says, oh, we didn't know.
Clutch Sports didn't come out and say, they're like, I think Pelinka's out here being like, no, nobody knew. I did all this myself. They're saying Danny Ainge, who's the president of the Utah Jazz, who's the third team involved in this, who bleeds green and white, is a little leprechaun himself, Danny Ainge. He did not know until 30 minutes to an hour before the trade was official that both players were involved in this, even though they were just the third team.
Yeah. People forget about the Jazz portion of this.
And the thought is, you really think Danny Ainge was going to be thrilled about the Lakers getting a new face of their franchise?
Yeah.
That they kept it quiet from Ainge, who was in on the deal.
No,
look, all I'm saying is I believe LeBron had to have known. The question is, when did he know? Was it too late to have said or done anything about it? Because if he didn't like the deal, something would have come out. Because how does Rich Paul, Anthony Davis's agent, who has an allegiance to him over the Lakers as a team, he's paying him, would have to notify his client that this is something that's on the table. And the fact that Nico Harrison didn't want anybody to be able to influence this, I don't know. I don't think anything's fishy here. I put more credence into what Harrison and Pelinka have done since it was a quiet secret for weeks. Up to a month they're saying these guys were talking about this.
Well, if Anthony Davis wants to change his moniker of street clothes that Charles Barkley gave him, he's not going to be able to shake it for his debut against the Mavericks because he's already out with an abdominal strain. So his next potential game for the Mavericks debut will be Thursday against the Celtics. And by the way, just to give you some Warriors updates, Draymond Green is back. He will be back tonight, and your starting lineup, I just had it a minute ago, and I lost it. Son of a bee. Hang on a second. Well, also some news. We said this earlier with Kevin Durant It sounds like the Suns are willing to hear trade inquiries for...
Where's this from?
Jake Fisher of Yahoo News, that they're willing to listen to trade offers for...
I didn't know we heard this earlier.
What's that?
We heard this earlier?
That the Suns are willing to listen?
The Suns are listening to trade offers on Kevin Durant now?
Yes.
When was this?
According to Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports.
I didn't hear this at all.
And just give your starting lineup. Damn it, I had it. Hold on.
Oh, man.
All right, starting lineup for tonight is going to be, I think, the same as usual.
We're really puttering to the end of the segment.
Steph Curry, Buddy Hield, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, and for the third night in the row, Quinn and Post.
Oh! There we go. That's your starting lineup for the Devils. We'll take a quick break. We'll come on back. We'll get you a little unpopular take from Depop. He's got one here for you. Is it released?
I think it's an unpopular take for all of us.
Well, you're going to bring it up here in our unpopular take segment. And then Larry Krueger coming up at 6 o'clock at the top of the hour. It's Dirty Work on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work. Adam Copeland, Depop, T-Dub. Just want to clarify some reports about Kevin Durant, if he's on the trade block, if he's not on the trade block. From Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports, this is the exact quote. The Suns, I want to be clear, told me they've told other teams they have no plans on trading Kevin Durant. That doesn't mean they're not listening. Now, Chris Mannix with, I don't know, I think it's still Sports Illustrated, not sure who he writes for these days. He's saying that the Suns are listening to trade offers for Kevin Durant. We shall see. We shall see if Kevin Durant is moved to the Golden State Warriors. All right, really quick segment here. I wanted to bring this up. Copes is with me on this topic, but he's not literally with me on the topic. I guess he went to the bathroom.
Terrible timing.
I know. Kendrick Lamar won, I think, 5 Grammys last night for this song.
Swept, yeah.
They Not Like Us. I may be alone here. This is an unpopular take. Not a huge fan of this song.
I think it's overrated.
It's a little overrated. It's a fine song. Like, it's a, I don't really love, like, you have to do, like look up the Cliff Notes or the Rap Genius of a diss track to get all the hidden meanings. Like me and Coach were talking about it. Like I like back in the day when like Jay-Z called out Nas and you knew what he was talking about, or Biggie called out Tupac, even though I can't stand the Hit 'Em Up song. I think that song's just so disrespectful. But it's a good song. They Not Like Us, I don't know, like people love dancing to it, and like people love calling out Drake now when people loved Drake 5 years ago.
I think that's my bigger problem with this song is that now everybody just, I'm supposed to believe you hated Drake.
Yeah,
Drake's famous because all you guys hated him and thought he was trash for the last 15 years. There's no way.
Yeah.
That's more to my point. It's like, song's fine, whatever. Diss track's fine. Go at each other. That's all good. But you guys were like repping back to back like it was the greatest diss track you ever heard.
No, it's not.
It wasn't. But I'm saying they were like Drake's bodying people every summer. Everybody was all about Drake. Now people were like, oh, you bring up Drake like Drake's trash. Drake's lame. Drake's a pedophile. I'm like, holy crap.
Drake's
Jesus
washed.
Christ. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying how quickly your take changed just because some guy wrote a diss track about him.
Seriously. I heard better insults, like stuff that I knew from like a Pusha T song that was aimed at Drake.
It's less about, I mean, it's less about that. It's just a quick flip on that. I told you there's the Bar Legacy up in North Beach. They'll play a Drake song. People get dancing to it. And then he'll play this right after, and everyone's like, "They not like us," and the DJ will be like, "Oh, but you guys were just dancing that Drake song."
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
How quickly you forget.
People love to dance to this song. I think, like I hear it all the time in Oakland. People love to go crazy to this song, but also like everyone just like now they all hate Drake. You were all dancing to Drake, like as you just said.
The motto, y'all didn't rep the motto. Come on, stop. Here's to Atlanta, Vegas. You were singing it.
Now,
Over My Dead Body. You
I've
loved
never
it.
been a huge Drake guy.
Come on, Views. You were singing it. Everybody liked it.
Nah.
I'm not saying you had to be. I'm saying anybody who, like, these albums were so big. Drake was like one of the biggest artists in the world. The guys like hosting the ESPYs. Not because everybody hated him. And now because somebody else wrote a diss track about him, everybody hates him. I get it. Sometimes that's how it goes. You just got punked, you got bodied, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody's seen Brandon Knight since he got dunked on, have they? Out of the league? You're posting so bad, that's kind of it, you know?
Well, it's kind of the same deal. Like everybody loved Ja Rule back in the day, and then 50 Cent just murdered him.
Yeah, well. Ja Rule also fire-fested in hell.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That too.
That's salad and sandwich. Can't unsee it, you know?
All I'm saying is there's better Kendrick Lamar songs, and this is not like, honestly, the production and the rhymes. I've heard better Kendrick Lamar stuff. To body Drake, good on him. But there's just better material from Kendrick Lamar, in my opinion.
Tim, you agree, I guess. Tim, our resident Kendrick guy.
Yeah, I'm clearly the show's hip hop and rap aficionado, as you guys well know. No, the whole thing to me is I'm more on the idea that it's like somebody said it was okay to make fun of this guy, and now we're all like, oh,
that's
okay, well, Drake's song. Like you waited for somebody.
650 says, no, Drake's always been garbage. That's fine. You haven't liked Drake forever.
But there's
I'm not talking about you.
A large majority of people that love Drake.
Everybody now is like, body and Drake's been terrible forever. I'm like, that's not how you guys behaved. This man didn't sell this many albums and become a star because you loved him in Degrassi, The Next Generation.
Seriously.
We were all annoyed with him sitting courtside in Toronto with, celebrities and whatnot. That was
annoying.
annoying.
By the character of Drake, that's fine. That's totally different. I'm
or
talking
thinking
about
that he
all
should
these
be able to
people.
go to the Heat locker room after they win a championship. He's like, I'm Drake.
Remember the Drake curse was going on for sports for all? Anybody he bet on or supported?
He showed up at Kentucky.
He was terrible.
Like, get out of here.
I'll give a damn about no damn Drake night.
Now, I will give props to Kendrick last night wearing a full Canadian tuxedo to give accept his Grammys.
Cool.
No, he's clever with his disses. I will say that.
Canadian tuxedo.
Yeah. But,
everyone's like, you got him again. You got him again. I'm like, he does. Who got who here? This doesn't look good.
Yeah.
He's wearing all denim. This doesn't look good. Who's winning?
Well, he's winning because he came away with 5 Grammys.
Cool,
but
man. The least important of all the EGOTs.
I would agree, too.
Everybody would tell you the Grammy ranks lowest, right?
Well, that's crazy that, like, listen, I think that it's cool hip-hop is represented at the Grammys now, but, like, Song of the Year, They Not Like Us?
EGOT has, it's a popularity contest. That's fine.
Yeah.
But EGOT has got to be the Grammy has to be the lowest ranking of them all. It's got to be like Oscar and Tony are up at the top.
I don't give a damn about no damn Drake night.
Yeah, go Oscar, Tony, Emmy, Grammy. It's got to be. That's how I'd go.
I think Tony's
maybe
the hardest.
Tony won. Maybe Tony won.
You think so?
Yeah, Tony's
Oscar's pretty hard.
It's hard. It's hard. Like those, either one you want to argue those, that's fine. It's got to be Oscar and Tony are at the top, then Emmy, then Grammy. Hell, Kobe has a Grammy. You know what I mean? Anyway, KNBR's number to call.
Was Kobe nominated for an Oscar?
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, the documentary short.
I don't know. I don't want to get into all that.
Okay.
I don't want to get into all that. I'm going to start riffing too hard, and you guys will be upset with me. When we come on back, we'll put the show
When it comes to Kobe?
Yeah, I got Kobe jokes for days.
Yeah,
bro.
I know you do. I know you do.
We'll talk to Larry Krueger. He joins us next. We'll put the show to bed only here on the Sports Leader.
Reigning Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett has requested a trade from the Cleveland Browns. Yes, he would look good on the 49ers, as well as every other team. For that story and all the latest, check out KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the sports leader.